now we're live. Let's, hey, give the blurb while bringing everybody on. Excellent. No worry, I'll cover for you while you get ready. I'll burn bandwidth. All right. I guess I can say I'm glad to be home. Everyone knows I never really am, but I'm glad to be here. Hosting transmission. In a sense, we're gonna do our best to burn bandwidth tonight till I start rolling. Obviously, as always, the issue is there is simply too much to talk about. There's never a problem with a lack of subject matter to cover. T Tank Barry says, God bless these authentic, informative transmissions. Hey, while I'm in that kind of blank space between sleep and a consciousness that one has when one wakes up, though that's not what's going on here. What's going on here is a decompression state that I'm in from coming back from the estates into the crypt. And I do want people to know that what's going on is that I am personally extending my time at the States because with permission, of course, from my son's husband and the need to do some remedial tutoring for the Blood Boys, considering our last weekend, which was, of course, the Orthodox New Year. And I certainly enjoyed myself. That's the photograph for tonight's it's embedded in thumbnail of live stream. I'm already looking at the questions I'm getting about it. Yes, that is myself. I'm extremely made up, cosmetically enhanced. But yes, it should be obvious who that is. Myself. But all that being said, at the estates and at that time playing a game of Wai Chi or Go. Not that I really know the rules, but we were fucking around with the pieces with the Blood Boys. My son actually teaching them how to play it. I'm just there for the looks. But all that being said, well, I guess we all were. It's fortunately at least a very pleasant environment to be in that I'm not surrounded by homely people. Heather Holman says it's on. Hopefully she'll join us and we'll ask her the obvious question in but a moment as to whether or not she got her calendar. But all such being said, just to finish my thoughts before I fully decompress and enter into the crypt mode. Stay here throughout the night and then leave again tomorrow at approximately 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, and returning because obviously we are entering the 34th commemorative day of Operation Desert Storm, which of course is a profound moment of our lives. And certainly mine, and I don't know about for the rest of you, but obviously it impacted me profoundly, and I wouldn't say it in any positive way. But yeah, all that being said, yeah, yeah, sounds good. Thank you. Now, I'm going to presume that you're on record because that the online broadcasting software is recording you, because Nemo Albano in Australia says he cannot hear anyone but myself on stream. So I need people to confirm that they are able to hear us so that we can isolate whether or not. Yeah, that used to happen all the time with yeah, yeah. Well, it's only El Nemo that's saying no audio. Nobody else is saying that. It's so I need everyone to yeah to check in. Everybody tell us whether you just heard that magnificent blurb from our man Mr. Aristides. Uh, that phenomenon. Oh God. Okay, so that means we're gonna go in with our man, Mr. Brendan Zogit. We're gonna share screen and we're gonna go to studio. So let's start sharing screen. Let's go to studio. And so I'm sharing screen, Brendan Zogit. If you can participate with me, let's take a look at studio and see what we need to do. Okay. And then that is so disappointing because he did it so well. He did it so well. We're gonna ask him to do it again. Okay, so fuck, he did it well, and at least that should be on record. So Brendan, can you see? Okay, I get it now. The desk. It's okay. So where are we? Where are settings again? There we are. You mean here? Oh, this cog. The fuck. First channel. For. Oh, okay. Look, we got to be better. Are you driving? Oh, okay, good, because I'm concerned. Yeah, I want you to be safe. So the cursor now, we're hovering over the desktop audio here. Yeah, this cog. Okay, there we are. Now, what do we press? Is that the one we used last time? Advanced audio properties. Or properties. Which one? Okay. Okay.
Now click where it says default.
Okay. And Yeti, click on that. And then press OK. Correct?
Well, this should be what there it is.
Yes.
That's okay. It should be getting the audio.
Okay, now we're gonna get it
through your computer.
Jesus fucking Christ! You know what happened? Is that when I came home again? This is part of the unpleasantness of coming home, and I turned on the computer. For all intents and purposes, it fucking exploded, and there's no goddamn good reason for this. But I can't understand how they would conspire this or make this happen. But everything, and I mean every fucking thing, updated. So that's what caused this. So with the update,
yeah, the Microsoft update.
The Microsoft no longer recognized the Yeti. That's what happened now. So there was no way I could have foreseen that, because even though it happens every goddamn time, you simply don't expect it to happen. Because well, again, it was Skype updated, Microsoft updated.
Okay, so I'm confirming that we are
live. Yeah,
YouTube.
audible. Well, you can see that because it's moving. It's actually visually moving. If people can see this while you talk, Aristides, say hello, and you'll see that it moves. Yeah, see, it moves.
We'll say hello also. Hope people can hear me. Somebody, Nemo's around. Nemo, can you hear me?
Okay, that is so frustrating.
I confirmed it on.
Yeah, I believe it. I just need to vent. I just need to cathar. I just want everyone to know, unbelievably, the Hewlett Packard hard drive updated. That doesn't even make any sense. So when I came home, the Hewlett Packard hard drive updated, the Microsoft updated, the Skype updated. I mean, everything, including Firefox, my goddamn search engine updated. Now that's 4 things updating at once. So why would they all update at once when I turned the computer on when I got home? It doesn't even make any sense. Yeah, and some people are going to say, well, maybe it was updating at separate times while you were gone, but because the computer wasn't on, waited until you came home to just display like that. But as I said, I didn't think the computer was going to work again, and that I would have to, call Aristides, and we were going to have to set up a new computer. It was a miracle we got to the point where we got this far. So that having been said, I hope people understand what I deal with just to get the show up. And just the last time we got knocked off in the last hour, all I had was an hour left, but we got knocked off multiple times, literally 3 times. Third time was the charm. When the OBS, which valiantly attempted to keep up with reconnecting, it can only, and it succeeded. Even the third time, it can only do that if it can synchronize successfully with the internet. But they kept knocking me off the internet, but the OBS kept reconnecting, even though the internet was only transitionally off. It was like their directed denial of service attack fucked up. Their DDoS and their directed denial of service attack could only get so much time of knocking me off the internet, and somehow the internet rebounded. But the third time, the internet stayed off too long, and the OBS could not synchronize with the studio of YouTube, and the YouTube Creator Studio, and so we got knocked off. And all of this was because I kept returning to talking about Elon Musk and the way he and Vivek Ramaswamy were fucking over their own MAGA base. I'm almost leery to even go back to that topic tonight for that reason, and that's their entire intent, which means we have to go back to it. But I'm just going to return to it sometime during monologue. But right now, we're going to impose upon Aristides, who did such a fabulous job, to do it all over again. And that's it's so frustrating because, okay. See what you can do, my man.
All right. Well, I don't know if I can repeat such a great performance, but all right. So as soon as you're here, please hit the upvote. As soon as you get here, do that every time. It's very important because the algorithm that YouTube uses affects how many people can discover Douglas and how he can reach people and how he can make a living. And there are certain parties that Douglas has described who put downvotes in to try to counteract that. You can't see them. They're hidden. That's how YouTube works a lot of times these days because, people's feelings get hurt. But a lot of videos are like that. They're like, you're allowed to not like it, but we're not allowed to show anybody. What the fuck? Are we? Why does it say there's another call?
I wouldn't dwell on it.
Oh, wait. No, it's a regular phone call. So, okay. I thought it was another Skype.
No worries.
Okay, so if I can still be heard. So hit the upvote right away. Make sure you're subscribed. Hit the subscribe button. It's nearby. Turn on the notification bell in case you forget, what time to be here, or we have to restart as happening, sometimes. And it'll notify you there. And I already put the donation link in the chat. You can find it. It'll appear at intervals. Please send Douglas a donation if you can. And if you're really ambitious, as far as the upvotes, you can go into your account settings and create sub-channels to your main account. Each of them can do separate upvoting, so one person can actually do multiple upvotes if you don't mind a little, a little bit of legwork there. So,
thank you. That's it. And well, the good thing is that earlier when our man Aristides conducted this compelling performance of his blurb, which he repeated to an admirable degree. He did so by taking charge. He interjected himself, and I'm proud of him for that. That's good, Aristides. I encourage that. And again, I think one last reminder that I think cannot be overemphasized. Remind people that what just happened right now is exemplary of the fact that we are a sabotaged program. So please, say that in your own words. It's important.
I mean, you have more technical issues than anybody should have, and there could be some very certain reasons for that, which is why it is important to do these things to help support Douglas. If you're here, you either really appreciate the information that he continues to give out, or you hate him and fuck you. So
thank you.
Either way, thanks for listening. But yeah, so it is odd, especially I think if you're let's just say if you're gonna talk about Elon, save that for last.
Yeah. I actually, yeah, I'll try.
Somehow, yeah, they're
I'll,
real sensitive topic, perhaps. They're a little fucking.
I like what you said on the censored blurb. It's like no good deed goes unpunished. It must be a really fucking good deed, Doug.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, it's true.
Yes, true. Excellent point. And do repeat that, Aristides. Repeat that in your own voice, because you had that down so well.
Oh well, I said, people put downvotes, and try to, meddle with your affairs. But, no good deed goes unpunished, and you must be doing a real good deed here, because they really like to give you a hard time. So.
Thank you. Yeah, very, very important points to be made. So with that, dear Aristides, we're going to count on you to participate as, long as you feel capable of doing so tonight, as always. And let's turn towards dear Brendan and our lovely Heather Holman. Let's see who else is on the call at this point. And so, dear Heather, let me ask you, ladies first. Did you get your calendar?
I did get my calendar.
Oh, thank you. So catch us up.
I put it up and everything.
Oh, bless you. So share with us what you asked a question here. Ask the question out loud to the rest of Team Dietrich and our listeners.
It's something, and it's called Red Note.
You're a little muffled, honey.
Okay, let me turn this off.
Okay. Yeah, speak
okay.
Yeah.
So there's this
Go on.
Red Note. I don't know what that is.
Okay. Is you somehow shared an image? I don't believe we can see it. We see a safety pin now on a red balloon. So keep talking, honey. Unless you're
what is Red Note?
Red Note. What is Red Note? Okay, this is a riddle? What?
It's something, I don't know what it is, but I just heard about it today. It's something about communist China and the TikTok ban.
Oh, Red Note. The refugees from TikTok are going to Red Note, or they are. So yes, by all means, Brendan Zogit, Aristides, both of you probably know more about this than I do.
I just saw something about that, and I put something in the Skype text box. It was a little screenshot. They're trying to lure people on the Red Note, telling Americans that TikTok refugees, they're allowed to come there, and you can say Heil Hitler and the N-word on our platform. That's the bait.
It sounds like a joke.
I don't know. Sounds pretty fun.
No. Well, okay, so I don't know if that's the case.
Well, of course it is, honey.
Well, what I heard was that after the certain date or whatever, when Red Note, if you open Red Note on your phone, there's no way it can go away. And after that, communist China, if you violate any of their rules and you ever go to China or they ever own a part of America, then you'll be prisoners.
All right. Oh, I love it. There's no reason that's not true. Yeah, I see no reason to argue with that. That's definitely how the communist Chinese process. That's how they think.
But don't they have a lot of rules, outrageous rules and regulations of things you can and can't do?
You mean in communist China or on their platform?
TikTok?
Yeah, well, on TikTok, people, the biggest punishment they got was Darwinian selection, and being stupid enough to use TikTok was that all of their private data was being exploited by communist China and sold, and yes, could have been used against them in a state of war or some other form of hostility. And I have no, how would I say this? I have no doubt that Red Note is the exact same way, and they're simply attracting the Americans to Red Note with, as Aristides said, some incredibly stupid bait. You get to say nigger. You get to say, what was the other one, Aristides?
Hitler.
Heil Hitler. I mean,
yeah, you can
well,
say,
can't you say that anyways? I mean, people, it's free speech. People can say that.
Yeah.
well, no, you can't. Not in America on any platform that has actual dissemination to a fairly large audience. My audience is so minor right now at this point in history, and I've been suppressed so thoroughly that we can say those things here. But we are obviously not getting away with the important things. When we're here and we use those terms, nobody really cares. When we start talking about Elon Musk and I start getting into his conspiracies, what he's really doing as a illegal immigrant, as a all of his plans, which are quite sinister, then they shut me down, and as evidenced by our latest episode before tonight's. So I'm going to try and sneak him in sometime during free association of our narrative tonight. But there's certain things here we cannot say because he effectively, I would say, he runs America now as opposed to Donald Trump. Donald Trump is his butt boy, not the other way around. But he himself is butt boy to Vladimir Putin, which in effect means that Vladimir Putin occupies the United States. I mean, fuck that about Trump getting into office on the 20th. Vladimir Putin occupies the United States now. Everybody's obeying Trump now. They've been obeying him for weeks as if he were the fucking president. That's what's so offensive. There's no president in history that has ever been treated like this. But then, this is not a normal...
It's true. It does seem that way.
Yeah.
It's really weird.
Oh, thank you.
Kind of got to be somehow the exception to every normalcy we've come to expect over our lives.
Yeah. Thank you.
With presidents.
Thank you. And by the way, Triva 2000 in West Virginia, please let us know your gender. I don't know whether to send you. I believe you're a female because you got a flower. I'm going to assume that just based on an assumption, but you're free to let us know. If you don't want to let us know, that's okay too. I will assume you're female, and I'll send a kiss your way in an emoji in a moment. Before I forget, before we get to Brendan Zoget and then back to Heather, as soon as possible, I do want our man T. Tankberry to understand just how incredible what he gifted me in terms of this toaster oven, just what an incredible boon that has been to the quality of my existence. It has improved the quality of my existence by orders of magnitude. The old one that Lena Shea had sent me was comparatively small, and it was medium size, I guess they would call it. This one is larger, but it's not extra large. But this larger one is much healthier, and it's much safer, and it's faster. It's incredibly faster than the other one, and the heat that it heats up the Meals on Wheels in a much more even manner, so that it's just altogether a improvement that cannot be described. So I want T. Tankberry to understand that. As well, I want to thank whoever years ago, and I mean years ago, sent me 2 vitamin bottles of copper pills of copper that are used as a vitamin in conjunction with magnesium and zinc and the like, and those have lasted me till now, will last for a while yet, and whoever did that, God bless you. As well, I want to thank whoever sent me other equipment and gear anonymously. I'm going to check through those boxes. We're going to find out some point soon. Takes me a long while to get to some of these gifts, and I do believe Clarice Claudette was the lady who sent me the Payday candy bars many years ago that are all finished up finally. The last one was moldy, but that was the last one. But the rest I had eaten without any of those issues. So Clarice Claudette, thank you. Though I must say, Clarice Claudette, since you asked, I do not. That there is no ice wall. I'm not even going to say I do not believe there is an ice wall, because that's bullshit to frame it that way. Let's just put it this way: there is no goddamn ice wall. The Earth is not flat in the way the flat earthers convey it. It is not. There's no ice wall at the end that if you chip through it you fall off. No. Just since you asked, okay. That's Ian West shit. And with that, we turn to Brendan Zogit, who can kind of take it from here, and then will meander back to Heather through Brendan and myself. And so, Brendan, take it from here and expound upon what I just said, and say and catch people up on how everything's going with yourself.
Yes, everything is going quite well. Excellent. And just something that I thought of when you were talking earlier. There was someone at the post office earlier at the post, like I think it was the worker. Okay. He saw some dude with a Trump jacket on, and he was like, everything's gonna go back to normal in a couple days. I can't wait. And I'm like sitting there having to like bite my tongue and just be like, dude, you are gonna be in some you're gonna be in some bad shape when you realize how fucked we are.
His head's gonna spin so fucking fast. He's gonna be like,
do people really think like this is like rhetorical, but like it's gonna go back to normal? Do they really think that? I was like shocked.
It is shocking.
With some like fat Italian guy that's like always been at that post office, and he's hella rude to everyone.
No, yeah, I can imagine. Go on.
Yeah, he's like the classic postal worker.
Well,
like the guy that would go postal.
Yeah. That's that. Oh, of course. Well, it's like he doesn't need to. He releases his aggression these days. They don't need to go postal anymore. They release their aggression by just fucking up your mail, being rude to you, providing you the worst possible service. Oh my God. Yeah. Tell him, Brendan. Yeah. Brendan and I were on the phone when it's just texting each other when I was in the post office the other day waiting in line to mail that calendar to Heather Holman. Heather, I hope you appreciate this. Not only is that a calendar that's worth some money because, calendars are fucking expensive. And if anyone doesn't believe me, try and buy a goddamn calendar. It's $250 at least. So when it comes, beyond that, I'm waiting in a post office for at least half an hour, and oh my fucking God, I'm behind some poor crackhead who's got his pants hanging around his knees so that other street people can butt fuck him easier, I guess, and I can see his underwear. And don't say some stupid, why'd you look? I'm behind the motherfucker. I can't help but look. And I could recognize the cartoon characters on his underwear, Jack Kirby illustrations. Not that Jack Kirby painted them directly on his underwear, but they're Jack Kirby art that was printed on his underwear. And I could not recognize the characters. Jack Kirby worked for both Marvel and DC, so he drew everything. But mostly people remember him for Marvel. Captain America, Hulk, all that shit. But he illustrated Commandi, the last boy on Earth, for DC at least, among many others. But his DC work was less notable to the general public or less recognizable. But whoever these these characters were, I did not recognize them. But they're all over this guy's underwear, and it's showing. And he's got a comfort dog, and I had to wait behind him in line for at the absolute minimum half an hour. It had to be much longer than that. 45 minutes of my life behind this individual for you, Heather. For you. So I just want you to know what I went through for that. And but we got you that calendar, and you deserve it. You're worth every minute. You were worth every minute. Okay, Heather? You are worth every minute of that. All right? Just so you know. All right. And,
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I do love it.
Thank you. That's appreciated. And so yes, back to Brendan Zogit, and please take it from here. And Nemo, by all means, come onto the call whenever you can. We know you're out there. You're obviously interacting with us. So yes, by all means, back to Brendan. And yes, so you had this horrible post office experience as well. You're witness to the madnesses of a MAGA voter, and obviously I'll cover that a lot during.
It would be fine if they just accepted I want to destroy the world, but if they're sitting there thinking everything's going back to normal in a couple days, they're in for a rude awakening.
What was normal for them? All I can think of is...
I have no idea.
Yeah, I guess it's, back when the Japs were in camps and the niggers were enslaved.
Yeah, that's his idea of normal. Right. But he hate to say it's no one's getting out of this one.
Yeah, no.
Doesn't matter what color you look.
Yeah, that's right.
And the irony about it is he's going to get hit the worst because they're going to slash all his retirement, all his Fed retirement.
Oh, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah.
So
well,
he's like, he's in some deep shit and he doesn't know it. You know?
Oh, yeah. Well, you know what? They are, you would call them the ultimate capitalists. I would call it cannibal capitalism. And as cannibal capitalists, they're going, you know, man eats man. It's forget dog eat dog. It's man eat man. These motherfuckers are going to say, who needs the post office when you've got FedEx and UPS? And if you can't afford those services, you don't deserve them. They're going to cut the post office. Yeah, so he's just...
And he'll be lucky to have retirement by the end of it.
Well, they'll say that he's not worth it. They'll say, what's this retirement ship to these guys working for the feds? Yeah,
just wait until Vivek gets in and starts doing his Vivek. Which is a joke, a play on words. In Sanskrit it means like divine intellect. So when he starts doing his Vivek, like he'll be like, what's this pension stuff? You know, like we don't need that. 80% slash. You know,
you're making me choke. Oh my God, I was drinking water when he said that, and of course it all goes up my nostrils. Oh my fucking God.
You know, yeah, so that's his divine intellect.
And that's who I was starting to hit in our latest episode before tonight's when they cut me off. I mean, they just kept hitting and hitting until, you know, the third time the OBS, you know, synced with the YouTube studio too late, and we were just off, and I just said, you know, fuck it, I'll just let it go at that. But it was what a nightmare, and that's when these dudes, oh my God. But aside from that, we'll have time to bitch about that later. What about so with yourself and with Heather, when she's asking about Red Note, what do you know about Red Note as opposed to, you know, where all the TikTok refugees are leaving one Chinese spy venue for another? I mean, what do you know about this? Have you heard of this? Do you know anything about it?
This is the first time hearing of it, but just to like context what you were, or what I think Heather was saying about basically they're going to, anyone who signs up for that will be, you know, slave circuited into the CHICOM social credit system. That's what she was saying. Right. So, which I don't doubt.
Yes.
But then like I probably won't visit China until they fall anyways. So what's the point, you know? Unless they bring it here, but now it looks like we're in a world war, so they're not going to bring it here.
Yeah.
Because people at first thought, oh, the CHICOM system's coming here. Yeah. But unless you sign up for it like an idiot, like these people, it's not going to matter. So
thank you. Darwinian selection, really. And but then again,
and if they love TikTok so much, just go to China. You can see how real TikTok works for them. Teach you about physics and like nature. They show people making tea and stuff. Yeah. Go to China and see it.
By the way, that of course Brendan is mentioning the rather benign, innocuous aspects of it. There is, of course, the sinister aspect in that everything you do is monitored. Whatever you're looking for,
everything now. I mean, everything now is like you can't get out of it. There's no way. Yeah. Unless you completely stop using the phone, which is
now. In all fairness, I do know that you know, Americans can come back with a whataboutism. Like, well, you know, isn't that what it's like here in America, that everything is monitored? Indeed. The answer to that is yes. It's different in the sense that the Americans don't normally, for the rest of you people out there, other than Douglas Dietrich or some kind of fugitive, for the rest of you out there, they don't generally act on it. It's kind of like they really don't care that you're
except
master.
For us.
Yeah, except for people like us. Brendan Zoget, due to his, actually beyond his affiliation with myself, they have been monitoring you since your infancy. So do let people know that.
Yes, that is true. Yeah, that is true. Indeed, for whatever reason. And I've been attacked as well.
Yes.
Well, Heather would call it chipped.
Yes.
And various things would be happen.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
But also, go on.
Yeah.
Go on. Yeah. No. Continue.
No, that was it.
Yeah, but also explain to Heather that I do believe that because she hits the internet and is exposed to a lot of, stuff. I do believe that what she was describing sounded to me like a conflation of Red Note and the anime Death Note. Did that not seem that way to you, the way she was describing it?
I think that's the joke that they made.
There you go.
It's like you're on the Chinese Death Note where they'll just kill your ass when you act up. I think that was the point of the Chi-Coms doing that. But people are so, I hate to say it, people are so dumb that they don't realize that that's what they're signing up for. It's it's like an assassination Red Note. Yeah. It's a red notebook of assassination, people to assassinate. So it makes sense.
Thank you.
You know. That sound about right.
Yeah, definitely.
So just don't do it. There's no point. You don't need another something sapping. It's like brain rot. Like you don't need. There's so many.
And so to sign up for it, all they would have to do is open it.
Just don't download it.
No, I wouldn't. I didn't even Google it. I'm not even.
But I'm saying the second you download it, you agree to all that. Every app is like that. Everything on the phone is like that. So just there's no point. And most of them are owned by Chinese anyways. All the dating ones, all the freaking hookup ones, all the pretty much 90% of the ones that are popular are all owned by these firms. They're not necessarily Chinese, but they're funded by the Chinese.
Yes.
So there's that's why it's a moot point almost. Just don't engage. That's what.
In other words, what Brendan is explaining is that the majority of our services are basically so infiltrated by the communist Chinese state-sponsored apps, technologies. There's no point in basically inextricably inculcating yourself, integrating yourself even further and further into their system. And that's what would happen with Red Note. So just so everybody understands, the Chinese name for Red Note would be Zhao Hongshu, Zhao Hongshu. And Zhao Hongshu is basically what's going on is that as the United States government's deadline for ByteDance Limited,
and Zhao is to cut
Thank you. That's right. You know it. It's like cut red, so it's like cut and bleed. It's literally.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like they're.
It truly is.
It's a play on words. They did it deliberately.
Yeah, it's Chinese.
To cut you off from the life force. Yeah.
Thank you. It's Chinese Death Note.
To cut the what is that thing? The string. To cut the string.
Yes. That's right. And so the deadline for ByteDance to sell off TikTok's U.S. operations. That's now. That's right now. So all these hordes of users are decamping.
The 19th, people are crying about the 19th.
Yeah, but it's oh, that's right. It's Sunday. My apologies. It's Sunday. And so all these hordes of users are decamping to another social app out of China. And whether you call it by the full name, Zhao Hongshu, or by the hip XHS abbreviation, or the rough translation of Red Death Note, kind of like the video game, what is it? Red Death or Dead on Dead? It's not Red on Dead.
Red Dead Redemption.
Red Dead Redemption.
That's an Old West. Yeah.
That's right. The Old West video game. Just understand this much, that this app is a melting pot of all of the most addictive mobile software.
Yes.
That's all it is. It's just a melting pot of all of the most addictive mobile software. So it's like, it is.
And that was my point, basically, is that there's so many options for vegging out on the phone. It's don't download anything else unless it's lifestyle related. You have no choice. Something that pay your bill or something. There's no point in digging a hole deeper in that.
Yeah.
Because right now I have just 2 or 3 apps that you could spend 8 to 9 hours on just mindlessly.
Yeah.
And that's just 3 of them. So there's no point in getting more of those. Human life is more than just wiping your brain on that shit. Brain rotting. There's way more interesting things to do than that, So that's the warning, I guess.
Yes. Thank you. And it's so these are frightening times, and it's just basically how would I say it? I mean, I do know this much. The app has surged to the top position in Apple's U.S. App Store, and that was yesterday.
Right. Because they're all addicts. They're all like,
thank you.
It's like tapping the vein and shit.
Yeah. Yeah, and they all think they're being defiant. This is the insanity. All of these American users think that this is an act of defiance against Washington's maneuver to ban TikTok due to its ties to Red China. And so, you know, you got one, you know...
It's the classic bait and switch. The Chinese are pretty good at that.
Thank you.
Using people's...
yeah, thank you.
Stupidity against them.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, the Americans are doing their job for them. I mean, like, if this were a war, America would have, like, bent over and exposed its ass with this one. I mean...
stupid.
Yeah, and
waste of time.
Yeah, I know that there was this one user who had I was speaking briefly to my gang brother Beaver, and he said that this one user on Xiaohongshu garnered like 45,000 likes. God knows how many he'll get since the time Beaver was looking at it on Tuesday, and he got those likes just for saying we're just going to a new Chinese app. And, you know, within
and they loved it.
Yeah. And within 2 days, more than 700,000 new users have joined Red Note. So this is just, you know, these people are just, it's like back in the days when you had the hippie movement and everybody was going flower power, and you know, and all these kids were rushing to join flower power, and it was just like all they were getting on was drugs and getting raped, and you know, this hellhole called San Francisco.
If you're going to San Francisco, put a flower in your hair.
Yeah. I mean, you just think of that
they learned quick after they got there. Yeah.
Oh yeah, but they never got out of it. The majority of them never got out of it. They were stuck here, you know. Just,
then they bred people like Trampoos.
Oh yeah, that he was bred in a lab or something. No, that fucker. No, I mean worse than a lab. It was like. I remember.
Well, according to him, he was there. Remember, he was like, "I remember the good old days in Haight-Ashbury," and it's like, dude, you're not that old.
Thank you. He's not that old, but he was taken. You know, like Ian West. They were taken to where's that place? Oh, Laurel Canyon. Right?
Yeah, or just that mansion right across from your house.
Yeah, that's right. Tell people about
the
that.
CIA mind wipe.
Yeah, tell people.
Yeah,
about
there's a
that.
big mansion. It's still on the market. I saw the real estate guys trying to sell it again. It's like this huge mansion that's on Russian Hill, where they did a bunch of CIA brain wiping experiments with LSD and crazy stuff in the 60s, and then that was like their selling point. Own the MK Ultra mansion. You know? No wonder no one wants to buy it.
Yeah, well, tell Charles Manson was there.
Yeah, that was like they're trying to make it sound like Mystique, and it's like, dude, no one's gonna buy that.
In the right mind, you mean?
It's like multi-millions. Yeah, it's like 6.5, 6p5 or something.
Oh, someone will buy it, but it's gonna be some Crowleyite or some cultist, you know, whoever.
Yeah, it's always someone like that. Yeah, some famous person that was like nerding out on it.
Yeah, or had been a product of one of those programs, you know, some former.
Yeah, like what Jared Leto did with the Laurel Canyon thing.
Thank you.
He owns that, and they're like, oh, he's so unique, and it's like, no, it's because he was mind wiped there hella times. It's like that's why he's all fucked up.
Yeah, thank you.
And dresses like Satan in every video just for no reason other than just compulsion.
Thank you. Isn't he like? Didn't he go legally blind or some shit?
I don't know, but probably does. Who knows? I mean, there's obviously consequences for being a dingus. I mean, like it doesn't take you don't need philosophy to figure that out. It's just like this dude's just hail Satan. You know, it's like those people always have something bad happen to them.
Oh, thank you.
And they have no idea what's going on.
Yeah,
but that's the joke. That's like why the Satanist groove off that. It's like they're happy when one of those fools goes down because it's just that's funny to them or something.
Yes, it's so true. It's so true. And but what about understand to our listeners, we're not saying this in the same kind of vein, or we're not coming from the same angle that Ian West was. his trip was he's one of them, and it was just basically he's a product of that kind of environment. And their whole trip is that, oh, we're fighting Satanism, when they're, then they go off and tell you that Christ was a pedophile, and it's just that this is the kind of idiots that they are and shit. So there you go. You can't win with those people. But all of that being said, on to for at least a moment, to more positive topics. So Heather, does that?
Well, I was gonna respond
please,
to the ice wall.
Yes, please.
If someone's like genuinely, so first of all, like just from the start, there's no point arguing about the shape of this plane when the reality is that there are other planes above and below. So it's like the point of people exposing that, like Heather's guru Prabhupada and stuff, saying like reject science and understand the model. His point was saying that the reality is bigger than what's being told. And then if you go to Vedic, there's the concept of Bhumandala. So if you really want to know, look into Bhumandala, but don't get stuck on like, is the Earth this shape, or is the Earth something else, or is it an oblique spheroid, or is it fully round, or because not even NASA agrees on that shit. So it's like there's no point in arguing over that. Just realize that there are planes above, planes below, and there's a war for the Middle Earth, like Midgard. Like there's a war going on from lower planes invading our plane, and ultimately they want to take over heaven. And so that's all you got to know. Like there's no point in arguing what shape it is or what's past Antarctica. Like none of us are going there. So what if there's a 50-foot giant on the other side of Antarctica? Like what is he doing to you? I mean,
thank you.
Like what's the problem? So what? Okay, there's 50-foot people. Okay, congratulations. Like it's like you're not having to deal with them, right? So there's no point. Like that's what I would say from the Vedic angle. There's just like you have to understand like something else, not what these people are all distracting you with. Like, is there an ice wall? Is it, is there not an ice wall? None of that is really relevant at this point, unless you go to higher planes and then you could see, like when you're in a higher plane, then you could see everything like bird's eye view easier. So that's what the ancient scriptures like Bhagavatam are saying. Like that's why they don't give a model. Like even in Srimad Bhagavatam, the rishis didn't give a model because there's no point. If you're in the human form, there's no point because you won't understand it fully. So that's why even like the physicists and stuff are like they get stuck on string theory and Big Bang and all. It's like you have to go above human level to understand it. So
yes,
that's a good incentive for people that are curious to evolve and stuff.
Absolutely.
That's the Vedic message. Like
yeah.
It says.
Yeah. Beautiful. And
Does that make sense?
Absolutely. And for those of you out there listening, I assure you that you'd be amazed at how much Brendan Zoget and I agree that our cosmologies are very similar, at least to a degree. And yes, indeed, I have in general this cosmology that reflects his to a great extent from my fascist background, from my biological father's background, Adolf Hitler's background, and of course what he himself was operating ideologically under. So with that, thank you for answering Clarice Claudette, and by all means, continue. We've come now to a point where...
And your biosire knew, like you knew, obviously.
Yes. Yes, very much so.
Like that there's some beings coming in here for certain reasons, and they were interfering. Like he knew that for sure.
Absolutely.
Like no doubt. And he learned, and the quote unquote Nazis, they went to the Himalayas, Nepal, northern India, and read these texts, and they have these texts, and that's how they figured out how to build their craft and stuff.
Yes.
Like the Mercury vortex, levitation engine and all of that comes from like the Vedic system anyways. So like, yeah, it's all clear, like it's there and it works. So it must be true because it follows nature's laws. So he intuited that and then later discovered that was the case. And that's why he said F everybody and he left. So
yes.
You know,
absolutely.
That was like his only solution in that kind of crazy situation. Because like you couldn't fight a whole plane, like even with the power that they had, like they couldn't fight like the entire like the Asurs. Like you can't like fight them. They have like high technology and stuff. Like you can't. Like it's in all the epics, right? You know.
Yes.
It's like fighting the Empire from Star Wars. It's like you can't. Like you have to take a different route that involves evolution, and so.
Excellent. Yeah. Very well said. Very well said. And yeah, and
like
such...
spiritual evolution, not like turning into like fish people or something. But
yeah,
I
love
evolution.
It. Yes.
So, yeah. There you go.
Yeah. Now, sadly, Nemo says he doesn't feel like verbal conversation right now, so he's listening in. He's participating by text, and I appreciate that, Nemo. And he also polices our chat very well. And dear T-Tank Barry is, of course, also participating in text with us, and that's profoundly appreciated. He's responding to what I said. He also gave us a good link to the place where you mentioned is 1020 Green Street. So that's Zillow has 84 photos of this $9,995,000 $4-bedroom, 7-bathroom. Facility.
There's also another one up on Lombardi too.
Yes.
Like near Lombardi, and it's like, I mean, no one's gonna buy that shit.
Well, someone will, but no one normal. It's certainly, you know.
No, these are like investors that like basically put insurance on it until an earthquake comes and then juice the money and leave.
Yeah, it's true.
Some like Russian investor.
Yes.
Like what they did with London, but you can't do insurance schemes in like the UK because there's no like fault lines. It's very stable.
No. Yeah, that's true. And but here in the United States, we got earthquake, we got fire.
It's like hedging your bets. It's like hedging your bets. That's what happened. Yes. Like, oh, there's going to be fire here, you know, like so they're playing it's like gambling with insurance. That's why the insurance companies got pissed.
Yes.
So,
that's true.
That's a secret. It's a secret of, you know.
Yes.
World.
Excellent point. And oh my God, what were we speaking of the other day privately when we were speaking for a little while? We the other day, and we spoke privately about some of these issues. I forget what they were, but there was stuff that we need to bring up tonight. They'll come out organically, or you know, when they need to. But all such being said, so dear Heather, respond to dear Brendan. He's shared a lot, and you must have, I'm certain, things to say about what he's just shared with us, both about the ice wall question and about Red Note. So do come back on, Heather, vocally, if you would be so kind. Let's see if she responds.
I didn't know that the ice wall was like a flat Earth topic.
Okay. Oh, there you go. Well,
you know, I had a couple other questions, but
please,
I have to think about them, you know, because I'm just thinking about the flat Earth topic.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you ever see this,
and the Red Note, that sounds about right. I mean, it just seemed like there was some threat behind it, or to it.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, it's an ominous name. It's just the very
name.
Mean,
does that mean that they can take all of your data, meaning they can replicate you and make like you be like an AI or something like that?
Virtually, that is theoretically not impossible. It's virtually, theoretically.
They just have like your archetypical profile. So just like you in data, in essence, data. Just like an archetype of you.
Code?
Like just a profile, like a general outlook of how your psychology works and what you're into.
So they could steal your identity?
In a sense.
I mean, if they want, but none of us have anything good. I mean, like most of the people that are like bored scrolling on TikTok are poor as fuck. That's, you know, symptomatic.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I think that TikTok has become a propaganda just used to turn people against each other and to make people hate each other, and so America becomes divided.
The point.
Yeah,
that was the
point. Yeah, Absolutely.
Yeah, and it worked. That's why that's why they had to ban it, because it was just destroying, like turning people's brains into jelly and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, people hating people, and it's just like it's like what have you done?
Yeah. So there's a reason why. I mean, I'm not against that. It's just.
Well, what are they all going to do
Doug,
now?
don't you agree? They should just, like, if they're really gonna hate on China, you might as well just do the full thing. I mean, not be chicken about it.
Thank you.
Like, just either get rid of the Chi-Coms or don't.
Yeah,
yeah.
I predict it'll still be there.
Yeah.
Well, they have to crumble from within. The second that plug gets pulled from the West, like, wouldn't even be 100 years. It'd be like 10 years. They'd just be crumbling. I mean.
Yeah, in a very real sense, that's happening now. This is the one thing. Now, first, I want to clarify where Heather was coming from. So when you say you sense it's still going to be there, my presumption is that you're referencing these venues, these weird venues that people are addicted to, are losing themselves in.
Like TikTok. I mean, the whole craze about TikTok going away, it's not going to go anywhere.
Oh, no. Interesting what you say, Heather, because what you say is actually possible if it's purchased by Elon Musk, because he is threatening to purchase it. And I
thought it'd probably be someone like Donald Trump who will save the day, because after all, he just wants people to like him.
No, interestingly enough, Donald Trump who originally was against TikTok, then wanted them to prevent its closure until after his inauguration. Remember that his inauguration is the 20th, whereas they're going to shut it down on the 19th. He wanted it open through his inauguration and then have it maybe be bought up by someone, potentially Elon Musk. So if Elon Musk purchases it by then, he would keep it open for Trump past the 19th and beyond, and then add that into what will increasingly become his version of Rupert Murdoch's state media machine in Australia. Rupert Murdoch effectively runs, for all intents and purposes, the overwhelming majority of media in Australia that is accessible, easily accessible. And Nemo says Trump doesn't even have the money to buy TikTok. That is quite true. That's absolutely true. Trump has a lot of money, but nowhere near what Elon Musk has. And again, I always need to emphasize this. They keep saying he's the richest man in the world. That's not true. The richest man in the world that we know of is Vladimir Putin. The other old rich, like Rockefeller, the old riche, like Rockefeller and other dynastic families, may even be wealthier. We simply don't know because they're not monitored. They're not.
Yeah, they don't have to report.
Thank you. They're not attention-seeking whores. Yeah, but go on.
Yeah, that's what's so laughable about that Forbes thing is, like, I mean, those are just the people, like, in the market. You have, like, the British royal family, the Saudi royal family, all these, the Japanese monarchy. Like, they're all, like, trillionaires, but because the Forbes thing only takes stocks as, like, a form of wealth, you'll never find out, and it's done deliberately. They don't want you to know.
Thank you. Absolutely. Profoundly astute. But by the way, are you driving again? Some of your voice is a little echoey there. Or you aren't driving. Sorry, I keep falling back upon that for some reason. Just whenever your voice is echoey, I make that assumption. So, yeah.
Yeah, I will adjust accordingly, but right now I'm taking a bit of a jaunt, so I shall return.
Understood. You're walking. Okay. That's good for your health. And so, by all means, however, maintain yourself in the conversation. And, I'm hoping for, again, like I said, we'll hold a bit of a roundtable until I'm ready to go monologue, which, again, like I said, all too much to talk about. But we want to give ourselves some time with each other first. And so, dear Aristides, since the last time that you and I spoke, anything interesting that you've noticed in particular in terms of current events or even some personal observations that come to your mind? What was your impression of, were you able to review the latest episode and I'm just wondering how much of a message I got out at the end. How much was I able to get out about Vivek Ramaswamy before they shut us down? Maybe we shouldn't even talk about that. But go on.
I did. I mean, you touched on all that. You had gone into a lot more detail about all that, but you touched on it. Yeah, I did finally get through it all. Today, the last of it.
Okay.
And I mean, yeah, you did well.
Oh, well. Bless you. Thank you so much. Yes, that means a lot. And so
I'm trying to think what else real quick since you ask, because I do kind of save things along the way. Do my little, kind of a saved area here. Let's see. I don't know, just kind of random stuff. But there's something to talk about. President Biden announces $770 one-time payment to California wildfire victims.
Oh, wow.
700, which is good, but like at the same time, like they, like you lost everything, but you're $700. Don't forget to pay your taxes. Plus, like, isn't it true? Like somebody else commented, in at least some parts of California, like they raise where it's like you can like go in and just steal stuff up to like $1,000 and like you don't even get in trouble. So it's like, but they give you $700. It's like, well, why don't I just go steal something for $1,000? It's kind of it's a what's the right word? It's a kind of it's a nice gesture, but it's kind of paltry,
Yes. Yes.
And here's a few $100s.
Yeah, considering the situation, yes.
Yeah.
By all means.
To the people, I think they did pledge like help more overall, like I guess to the state. Okay, here we go. Donald Trump's inauguration will feature tech leaders that we know all so well, thanks to you, and a crypto ball. They play on crystal ball, honoring him as the first crypto president.
Oh,
I don't know if this is just unverified little
God.
But I saw that and I'm like, I of course thought about all the stuff you had said.
Thank you.
And I seen some other things. Supposedly that the government there was what deal was it where they thought they were going to have their big stash of Bitcoin, but it's like, it's not there anymore. It's all fake at this point. Like they're not going to have a big stash or something. I have to find it.
Yes, if you could find that, that would be appreciated. But it sounds about right. I mean, Jesus Christ, I don't want to get on it right now because I'll suck all the oxygen out of the room, but everybody knows my stance on crypto at this point. And I've been very consistent with it for years. Unlike Peter Moon, who I remember when, just because Selena Khan was doing it, Peter was asking her, he was confronting her, can you buy a house with crypto? Can you buy a house with crypto? And of course, here she was, a real estate agent. She wouldn't answer that because, effectively you can't. But, he was just trying to make her look like a sap. But then again, he became obsessed with crypto and then began to insist that the Dietrich had created crypto, using that Japanese cover name of that so-called Yakuza who is promoted as inventing crypto when we all know it's not even some Japanese Yakuza. It's some kind of white guy in Australia or some shit. There've been several suspects over the years, but it's obviously something that the Dietrich if anything, is fighting against or striving against, because because of what it is. It's a very destructive phenomenon. And this is what Brendan and I were discussing. And Brendan, if you're able to come back on, feel free to interject. But we were discussing the fact that Brendan was asking rhetorically why they behave as they behave. It as the Republican Party. And it's important to remember that every time they're in power, they view it as the last bank heist. Now, I hate to draw parallels with the Third Reich because people don't understand where I'm coming from. They think automatically Third Reich is a parallel for something evil. Say, for instance, everybody, including Holly, God bless her. If you're listening, Holly, I love you. But Holly and everybody, I got like multiple copies that people kept sending me because they thought this would be something I would appreciate. And they mean well, but people would send me copies of the book titled Political Ponerology, which is a stupid title, it's a stupid term, and it's basically the study of political evil. Political ponerology. First off, it's it's so fucking stupid because it's all dependent on the eye of the beholder. You know, who's going to decide what is evil and what exactly is a evil state? What are they doing? People can come up with definitions, but I can, of course, for instance, give you a situation in California that none of you are aware of, and I will, it will sound automatically horrific, but I can present an argument defending why we Californians maintain it. We don't know. We need to go into it in depth right now. I'll try and tend to it in monologue, or turn towards the subject and cover it in my usual manner of free association. But I'll give you an example. California maintains legal slavery, and I defend it because it has been incredibly beneficial to the slaves. But slavery is legal in California, and it is something here that has benefited its slaves. So, yeah, that sounds horribly patronizing when you think of it in racial terms, like chattel slavery. And the horror is, it's very racially defined. The majority of people who are subject to the slavery are overwhelmingly POCs, POCs, people of color. But it gives them a second chance in life. And the reason it comes to the fore right now is because of the fires. We need slaves to fight our fires. We don't have anybody in enough numbers to fight these fucking fires. The fires have burned more urban landscape, cityscape, urban sprawl, where people live, than the entire size of Paris in France. That means an entire city has been burned to the ground like Dresden, like a firestorm. All this because of an insurgency by the goddamn Republicans. We had no fires when Trump was not in office. Not like this. We didn't have a single wildfire that went to firestorm size like this. It was only when Trump was in office before, and as he's entering office now. As I said, his conspiracy is to render California uninsurable, hence rendering it literally uninhabitable. You can't own a home if you're not covered, and I mean in paper by insurance. And like in World War II, when all the white men were overseas, who defended the frontier west? The blacks. And the blacks were recruited by force, the majority of them, other than the volunteers in the 555, the Triple Nichols Battalion. They were trained. They were volunteers, but many of the rest of the blacks were conscientious objectors who were just parachuted into the fires to die that the Japanese set throughout World War II with their balloon bombing campaign. Who's defending us now in this civil war against the fucking Republicans? Black prisoners. Black prisoners on the front line. And we pay them effectively nothing. But without them, the rest of the state would have burned to the ground. They're our front line of defense in this civil war, and they're already mobilized, they're already activated, and they're legally slaves. And at the same time, most of these people experience a profound rehabilitation fighting these fires. And as Nemo says, makes sense the Republicans start the fires. The right wing always bitches about how much they hate California. Thank you so much, Nemo. Absolutely. Absolutely. More into that. By the way, Heather asks how dangerous smart meters are regarding fires. We have an engineer right with us, Aristides. Feel free to respond to that.
I'm sorry, I was still looking for this other thing. What was the question again?
Oh, Heather's wondering how dangerous are smart meters, especially regarding fires. You know, please.
I don't think they're great, but I think it's one of those things people like to kind of fixate on as some immense kind of evil that they're not. Like I said, they're not great, but they're not all the horrible, they're like, things that they say. I don't know. I don't know everybody's experiences, but like some people swear, oh, the radiation that they give off, it's like so much worse than your cell phone. It's like, but you still always have your cell phone on you, and you're not always standing next to your meter. I mean, if your bedroom, your bed happens to be right on the other side of the wall from the thing, you should think about there's maybe some things you can do there. But I mean, I think it's just kind of overblown. Like, they kind of, it's, again, it is a Big Brother thing for me, but it's like, it's not some all powerful thing where, it's like, oh, they're going to push a button and it's going to burn your house down. And, it's, I don't think it's all that. Wait here. I found what I saved. Back to the Bitcoin. The seized Bitcoin that was, this is not verified, but seized Bitcoin that was meant to be used for a strategic reserve under the Trump administration. So there have been Bitcoin seized. Okay. Is that what you had heard?
I've heard that in the past, but this is probably some new news regarding that. Go on.
No, right. Okay. It was sold off already with a credit line sanctioned by Coinbase. They spent months distributing and couldn't mention it because Kamala was running against Trump. Let's see.
Why? They want to protect Trump? I'm presuming they only do.
Yeah, I don't know. So, but the end message is they were not admitting to it, but there's no Bitcoin left to sell or so. I mean, so where is this government reserve of Bitcoin, or they're just gonna buy more? Or I don't know all the details. Implying there was a seized Bitcoin or somehow
it's like a false scarcity. Like they could just make new ones. It's like that's what's so cheesy about it. It's like people have to be. It's like a spell. Like people have to agree to it. Yes. It's like, it's like if no one cared about it, it would be worthless. Just like all the other million coins, fake coins that were fucking people over. So it's
in that sense.
Thank you. Your voice is infinitely better now. So maintain what you're doing.
They can just
run a
They can just make their own. Is the point?
Well, run a parallel between that and the plastic money in Transnistria, which
the Transnistrian plastic chip money. Yeah, because the money was just basically it was too expensive, I guess, to make coins.
Yes!
And too useless. So they just made these little plastic chips like casino tokens.
Yes.
And that was their money for years until they went back to paper, which, and yeah, so there you go.
But what I will say to add further context to what both Brendan and Aristides are discussing, and thank you so much, Aristides, for finding that. Please send us the link when you can.
It's not a link. But...
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, got it. And
it's just a screenshot.
Right. Okay, got it. But feel free to share it if you wish. And but I do want people to understand that from what I understand, there is this process called mining Bitcoin, which, as our man Brendan said, is one form of creation. But as Brendan said, you also have people like I described, that child, literally an underage child, who just created his own Bitcoin and then pulled the rug under. They use that term, a rug pull. And that's what happened with Hawk Girl, as in Hawk Tua Girl, which we discussed at some length the other day, who was part of a rug pull, which, by the way, Heather Holman's effective husband, her civic union partner, if you will, her common law marriage partner, Vinny, got on and helped to address Hawk Tua Girl, because he's very familiar with Bitcoin. And again, he's an individual who, as I bring up to people, he seems to have success with it. More power to him. He is effectively the equivalent of a professional gambler. So Vinny, whose last name I actually don't know, Heather, but if you want to keep that secret for personal security purposes, that's understood. But I'd like to have his last name at some point so that I could disambiguate him from Vinny Barbaric. Peter.
Okay, I'll put him in. You could just call him Vinny M.
Okay, Vinny M. All right, Vinny M. And so
You were called what?
I was called Vinny Barbarino all through grade school. Vinny Barbarino. That's one of the names they used to call me.
Okay, cool. So we'll say Vinny Barbarino instead of Vinny Barbary.
Mr. Cotter. And we'll call you Mr. Cotter, right?
Yes, that's right. Welcome back, Cotter. I loved that series when I was young. Oh my God, I love that series. How many seasons was it?
I don't know. It was quite a few. That was back in, it was at least 4 or 5, right?
Okay, I don't know.
The Sweat Hogs.
Yes.
Yeah.
How could I forget? Yes.
Yeah, they had Arnold and yeah.
Yes. No, it was hideously funny. Of course, I was much younger then. I doubt the humor would appeal to me as much now, but certainly elements of it would still be funny, I'm sure.
Definitely. It was right before Happy Days, I think. And then, led into like the Happy Days, Saturday Night Fever, that whole era. I was really young too, but I did have the John Travolta bell bottoms and everything when I was going to grade school, and with the silk shirt with the Star Wars print. You remember those, don't you?
Of course, how could I forget? Oh my God.
Yes. The belts with the cool prints on them.
Yes.
Do you have any questions about Bitcoin?
Yes, so let's ask Vinny Vinny Barbarino. Vinny, if you would be so kind, could you explain to us, there's something that I don't understand. From what I understand, the original Bitcoin, wasn't there supposed to be, despite the mining, my understanding was there's supposed to be, it's so hard to mine the coins that effectively there is a limited number of Bitcoins, and that's hence its value.
That's correct.
So
that's correct. There's only a limited number that can be mined, and when it first came out, it basically has what they call a happening, where the difficulty continually increases as it gets mined out, and the more miners, the harder it gets. So therefore, it takes more time, and the mining provides the security for the coin because it's solving the cryptographic solution. And what it is Bitcoin mining. I believe they're saying by 2030 something there won't be any more Bitcoin. But then the way that it continues is because as you train Bitcoin, the same miners also validate the transactions, and they earn a fee from that.
Okay.
So therefore, the miners will continue to provide security by basically securing the transactions through running the machines and verifying the cryptography.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you for that explanation.
You're welcome.
It's very academic. And so how then do these people who start their own Bitcoin, like this child that I was speaking of who was living with his parents, he was about 14, 16 years of age, and just created his own coin and then did a rug pull, which is pretty much what Hawk Tuah Girl did. How do these people just do that? How do these people just sit down and say, I'm going to make a Bitcoin? And then, like you said, we could do that if we wanted to. You and I could sit down, make a Dietrich coin. Yeah.
And just to add a note about the scarcity, it's not just the scarcity, it's the resources required for a computer to do the algorithm calculation.
And energy, yes.
So it costs electricity. Yeah, that's in normal terms.
Yeah, it's not environmentally friendly. It is very environmentally costly. But yes, go on.
It depends on how you look at it. I mean, if you look at, you can run it on wind, you can run it on hydro, you can run it on a lot of things. So I mean, that's the whole goal. If you had enough solar for your Bitcoin farm, which a lot of people are doing, are investing heavily. I mean, a couple of the big Bitcoin miners actually have bought nuclear plants that are running nuclear in this country and others, and also running hydro. And therefore, they're mining their Bitcoin for the cost of the machine alone and very little else. Good. Because the problem is, it's really not, if you don't have 3% per kilowatt electric, you're not mining Bitcoin and making any money on it. And the average residential rate is about 28 cents now. So only very few people can mine it profitably.
There we are. In other words, you'd almost have to be a James Bond level villain who literally purchases private nuclear.
Or a good guy. Because think about this: you can't store electricity. Really, they haven't came up with a way yet. The nice part is what they're doing in Texas and other places is instead of you build more power stations for the peak demand for the residents and the industry, but when there's not that demand, you can't power them down and up that fast. So you run the miners then using the excess energy that would just be wasted, and therefore it generate income with that. with that energy, so it balances out your needs, so you can actually build the plants to meet the peak needs of the people. Well, when they're off peak, they're still generating income, so you can make them work environmentally and financially. Mm-hmm. So it's like a big battery for the world's grid if you use it that way.
Fascinating. Obviously, we'll have to have you speak about that again in the future. Definitely. We'll have to revisit that topic. But such being said, what about these seizures? I feel if anyone knows about them, you would. We know the government has seized Bitcoin in the past, and it's this Bitcoin that the government is now speculating could be used for like a national reserve of Bitcoin. That's my understanding of it. Is my understanding correct in a general sense?
That's correct, but we'll see about that. That's correct. Just like a gold reserve, there's a couple countries that are already doing it. The government's also sold quite a bit of their Bitcoin. The thing is, it's been really, and it's probably going to continue on, is they can seize Bitcoin without really being able to prove that it's someone's Bitcoin. It's very easy for them to seize it almost without a trial. They just seize it, but then they sell it. I mean, Germany sold all their Bitcoin this year. I mean, you think about the Silk Road and all those things. Mm-hmm. The government seized all that Bitcoin and owns it. Right. They didn't throw it out. They're keeping it. It's an asset on our books. Same with Germany and all those other countries. And they don't even give it back to the rightful owners. If, for example, Montreal, there was a person that stole billions of dollars of Bitcoin then, now billions of dollars. The U.S. government seized that Bitcoin that they stole from all the investors of Mt. Gox, was the company, the Mt. Gox Exchange. The investors aren't getting it back. The government seized it. It's keeping it.
Good God.
So, I mean, the government, what are you going to do?
Yeah. Yes.
The government, the U.S. government owns, they own a large, I think they're in the top 100 owners. Saudi government owns a couple billion, Mm-hmm. It's, anyway. But they'll do it, and eventually there'll be laws, but probably not for another 4 years at least.
Right. and
a lot of them may get seized.
Yeah, but this was so. What I would say is that when it comes to when they were saying that, taking into account everything you said, which puts it into a perspective. And I'm sure you're right. They want this Wild West frontier environment, at least through this administration, because the people in charge right now want to take advantage of that themselves. Is that correct?
That's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. They will create the regulation, but not before they take complete advantage of it. And this isn't even a political thing. I mean, on the other side, Elizabeth Warren and her husband make $10 million a year in the stock market. Based on legislation they're about to pass, and she's on the other side of it. So, they're all crooks.
Yes.
I mean, I'm not being mean. I'm just like they're smarter than us. I mean, it's just like the bankers. The next economic, downturn which is coming. Why? Because what the bankers learned in the last one. They learned that you can steal billions of dollars and get away with it, not go to jail.
Absolutely, so, and anyway. That's the important point to make now. Before I go back into my politicizing this topic, I was wondering what your own personal theory might be. Brendan Zoget reminded me of the name of the so-called Japanese Yakuza kind of figure, Moto Nakamura. Do you have your own theories about who this might be or what?
I really don't. There's so many. I mean, Edwin Snowden comes to mind, but I think it might have been... It might have been, 2 or 3 people. And, the thing was someone that was young. I'm not so sure. I think it's probably some obscure professor who may have actually died, because if he was young, that much money not moving, but then at the end he said, he did say that I have to leave this money forever, because if not, it won't be secure. But I mean, he's left the first... I mean, he's left what, 2 or 3% of all Bitcoin that will ever be made is in this account that was his account, the founding account. It's never been moved, which is worth billions of dollars now. So, I mean, if you did make it, or somehow you could figure out, you're smart enough to figure out how to move some of it and use some of his wealth. He's never profited a penny from it.
Thank you.
Unless he has other accounts. But, how would you know?
Right.
I mean, you can believe in an idea, but that's crazy.
Right. Absolutely. And
there's only going to be 21 million Bitcoin ever made.
Right. Okay.
And that's the thing. What one of our says, you can't guarantee me that we can't go to the moon and the moon's made of gold, and all of a sudden there's more gold and gold becomes worthless because it's less scarce. But I can guarantee you won't find 21 million Bitcoin on the moon.
There we are.
So Bitcoin will always be scarce.
Interesting. Fascinating and economically very astute. Honestly, you're a remarkable man. You have a... Continue. Yes.
Like he just said, however, the guy or whoever made it is still holding the most of it, like themselves. Like, could they be getting ready for the biggest rug pull of them all? Like,
well, it's not a rug pull. It's not a rug pull at this point. There isn't really. I mean, it's moved for most of them. I mean, if he sold his would go. I mean, it would go down a little bit. I mean, the reason it goes up and down is because you had when it was going down the last time when it was in the 80s and then went down to the 70s is because the German government was selling all theirs. I mean, there's
but the big creators hanging on to it. If whoever you don't know who made it and they're holding on to most of it, and what if they just started dumping it all? Like it would just grow.
I mean, it's the whole Carnegie thing too, because they have so much of it. If they want to buy more, they can talk. JP Morgan, all these people can come in and say, oh, it's really bad. It's a horrible thing. We were going to do it just like Carnegie. Steel's the worst thing. Steel's going to the dirt, and then buy up more. I mean, look at what it did. It was down. It's Bitcoin's done. I mean, look where it popped today, and then popped back down. I mean, it's not the little guy that's buying. Bitcoin's just volatile because the big people move it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And especially with there's options on Bitcoin, just like there is on the stock market. You can move a stock. You can't really move the Dow, but you can move Bitcoin during options expiration to make that work for you. Not to mention futures. I mean, people get wiped out because of the volatility. That's part of the beauty of Bitcoin.
Okay. And you see it as beauty because you seem to thrive in dealing with it. And did you have experience with before you were involved with Bitcoin?
No, and that's the funny thing is I'm not a gambler in any way. Like even when I go to Vegas, I don't gamble. I go in expecting to lose a certain amount of money. I play for the comps, and the comps are worth several times the money I lose. And that includes so that they give me $5,000 plus all my stuff free.
Okay.
I will lose $3,000 of that $5,000. And then I'll stop. And the plan is to go home with $2,000 more in my pocket because they gave me $5,000. And have made enough and have bet enough, gone through the machines, and losing my 2% of their money. I put another $100,000 through the machines, so therefore I get the constant and come back next month and do it again.
But Vinny, that's that thought of that processing, that mode of processing is that of a professional gambler.
It's not gambling. It's not gambling because I go in there. Give me $5,000. And I put 2 away. Everything's free, and so I'm playing with $3,000 of their money. It's just like the stock market. If you only sell when the stock's more than you bought it, you never lose.
I get it. So what Vinny, just for the sake of our listeners, for the way I communicate this, or the way I understand what Vinny Barbarino, or Vinny M. Barbarino will say that Vinny M. Barbarino is saying, is that basically it's not gambling for you any more than it was for Sergeant Bilko, portrayed by Phil Silvers in the series, because everyone else was gambling, but Bilko knew. And you are in that position where you know what you are doing, so it is not gambling for you. So I understand what you're saying and where you're coming from.
I only play with other people's money. I only play with other people's money because I've won the money. So I'm not. It doesn't affect my rent or anything else. But I mean, basically, at this point in life, at this point, I mean, I haven't spent a dime in Vegas really because I've got every penny back, and I'm never going to take a penny out of my pocket again to go there.
Right, interesting.
So when I go there, it's already, if they give me, when I put my card in the machine, I play, all my credits are there.
Excellent.
So, so I mean, when you're playing with someone else's money, it will, especially them. Now, why I couldn't be a stockbroker or I wouldn't want to be an investment banker, because I don't want to play with your money or my dad's money or my friend's money or people I don't know's money. But I'll take it from MGM.
Right.
If they want to give me $5,000 to spend, 10 hours on their machines, losing 3% an hour, I'll do it.
No, that's
in order to get free crab, lobster.
I love it. Yeah. No, my God, I really need to join you.
I can stop if I'm not winning or not losing. Yes. Once that 3,000's gone, I'll just enjoy the free food and drinks.
Excellent. And they're still free in Las Vegas?
Yeah, it's still free for the whole thing because they comp everything.
As long as I'm not there.
Yeah.
No,
even when she's there. It's
okay.
No, because I just get comped everything because it's all about how much money goes through the machine, not how much you win or lose. But they can tell that too.
Mm-hmm. That's incredible. I mean, no, I'm deeply impressed. But this is still a level of professionalism in the sense that you are someone who is you've got the system down. You understand the system.
Yeah,
and
I understand. Yeah. I don't take anything lighthearted.
Yeah.
You have to be really good at anything you do, or else you will lose.
Yes, absolutely. And again, a remarkable man with a remarkable mind. Do you realize how fortunate you are, dear Heather, to have paired up?
A genius on my hands.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're
never a dull moment here.
Well, thank you, Douglas, and you're a remarkable man. I wish I had your memory. Anyway, I'm going to go and let Heather get on with her thing. I've got to go build a computer.
Okay. Well, we're very grateful for your time here. What is this about building a computer? You could share a little bit about that?
No, I'm just building computers because I'm going to be waiting outside Best Buy the 29th. So I'm getting my computers ready for my new graphics cards.
Interesting. What's going on the 29th with Best Buy?
NVIDIA is bringing out their new 50 series, 5090s. And there's going to be a wait and everything, so I'll get in line 24 hours before the store opens.
Oh my God!
And camp out all night, and then to get one, and then I'll have a couple of friends there, so they can get one for me.
All right.
So I mean, my computer.
Oh my God! This sounds so exciting, and also so. Oh God, I would never do that, but it sounds exciting. It sounds fun in its own way, but oh my God!
It is. Well, last time one came out, me and my friend we hired homeless. To save our places in line.
Oh my God!
And which was really nice, except I guess there was kids and stuff in line, and 2 or 3 smoked crack in the line and got kicked.
Yeah, the homeless people that they paid to stay in line were doing drugs.
Of course.
So we only got 1 card last time.
Oh God!
Yeah, so they had to beat it.
So now I'm doing it myself.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Got it. Yeah, much better that way. I mean, I know we all like to help the homeless when we can, but many of them are homeless for a reason. Yes. And,
yeah.
Oh, but
so anyway, it'll be exciting. Something different to do. You just sit there with other people that are,
freezing.
Yeah. Oh, thank God I live in. Can you imagine?
It's going to be freezing.
New Hampshire, outside of Best Buy for a day.
Oh, fuck that. No, it's just undoable. Do people actually do that? Do people do that?
I don't know. I think so. They must.
They do. See you, Douglas.
See you. Yes. Have a blessed night. We love you dearly. Stay safe and be well.
Thank you.
Yes. So that's Vinny Barbarino. Monicala. Oh, I love it. Monicala. Thank you. I infinitely prefer that to Barbarino. It's too close to Barbaric. It's just too close to Barbaric. And
Kakalaka.
Yes. As a matter of fact, they probably used fucking Vinnie Barbaric's name for the character Barbarino because of the Scientology connection. That's, yeah. Oh, my fucking God, that idiot. And both of them. Malakala, you said, honey? Malakala. Yeah, Asian
Malakala.
Indian. Yes, so tell us about that name, Brendan Zogit. That's, he's with the cast, the Warrior cast. How do you pronounce that again, dear Heather?
Manakala.
The Warrior cast?
The cast that family comes from is the Aurora clan.
Aurora clan.
ARORA.
Okay. So
AUR.
Well, I know how to
ORA.
Well, thank you. I believe it or not, I know I can handle Aurora. Oh my God. God. But when it comes to
and Aurora, if I don't know if you watch Market Watch or not, but one of the reporters, I guess, I don't know if he still even does it, but Nigam Aurora was one of the reporters on the Market Watch, and so that's his uncle.
Oh, fascinating. That's incredible. Oh my God.
Yeah, and he has a boat. He loves his boat.
Yeah, again, you chose well.
Yeah, he's a very simple man.
Yes, well, that's not so simple. Here we are. Mleka, can you see this in the text box, dear Heather?
No, let me get my glasses. I won't be able to.
Oh, that's right. You do have that. Yeah, and
well, don't say it out loud, okay?
I won't. You mean the name?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. But there we are. Thank you so very much. Okay, I'm gonna take that and.
Makalaka.
Okay. Yes, got it. I'll pronounce that. I mean later by myself. And so, dear Brendan, what exactly does that name mean? Like in terms of an analysis, if you are able to speak, Brendan, do join us. And we always appreciate your ability to speak to keep us burning bandwidth until I, roll into monologue. And let's see if he's with us. So, did you say that you were incapacitated in some way, Brendan? I'm forgetting whether he said that or not. He kind of alluded to it. Times like this, you did call everyone, right, Aristides? Brooke Gibson, all the rest of everyone. You added...
we should have our full contingent. It gets up to about 20.
Yeah, and Amalia Willard is included in that, as well as Crystal River, Amalia Willard, the Curious Girl. Curious Girl is.
I have not been, but I know you said, but I kind of thought it was a non-starter, so I don't always. I will do that now.
Okay.
Do you want me to do that now?
Sure. I mean, just get into the habit of just doing it regularly. Right. We don't expect a response. I mean, from Marina Sarin or Brooke Gibson. Or
yeah, I'm still here, but the name that Heather provided, it's like that's just like a common Northerner name. Like there's like hundreds of families with that surname, and it just means like place of stones, like gems, like a gem. One who comes from a place of gems, so like right below the Himalayas.
Wow. No. Good name. Yeah. And
it's better than her calling him the outcast.
Yes.
Please watch your pronunciation.
Yes, teach her about that, please. Explain that to her. Thank you. I wouldn't dare to do that myself. So
the Malacca are the outcasts. Like those are like outside of. They're like barbarians. It's like the Sanskrit version of barbarian. It's like calling someone a barbarian. That's what it is.
Yes. So the other pronunciation.
The Malacca caste is like those of incomprehensible speech, foreign invaders that are distinct from the Vedic tribes, non-Aryans. So
yeah,
it's not something to call someone that's like actually, of a higher caste.
And what the warrior caste is directly below the Brahmin caste, and what is the correct? Kshatriya. Thank you. I was trying to get that out of my mouth.
There's a K, but like Kshatriya, like Kshatriya.
Yes, got it. Yes.
It goes Brahmins, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and just the Shudra, the working class.
And so, dear Heather, Kshatriya, that's what Vinny is. Vinny is Kshatriya. There
one who cuts. It means one who cuts.
Yes. Or it can be that, right? Right, Ben? I mean, take it from there.
I think that's just the translation.
Okay. Yeah. And
Kshatriya means, like, it's like a knight. It's like calling someone a knight, similar. Mm-hmm. One who's always vigilant, ready to cut, battle, ready to go to battle.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's what it means.
Excellent.
Isn't that the truth?
So what do you know about, there we are. Now, what do you know about this, Brendan? What Heather just shared with us in the text box, the link. So here we are, Aurora, as opposed to Aurora. There we are. Honestly, the way Heather was saying it, which is, I can understand why it's almost impossible for people to discern that nuance unless they see the spelling. I thought she meant Aurora, like the Swedish singer, which is, a almost like anime level, the Aurora clan. I was thinking first of anime.
Yeah, but they're fighters.
It's
like they've got it running in their blood.
Got it.
It's one of the main Sikh clan groups.
Yes, just pronounced Sikh. Understood, but no Americans.
But for Westerners, Sikh.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. Thank you. It's sometimes we have to mispronounce things because I'm sorry, they're just too, they're not euphonic in other languages.
But I'm more true to the source material myself, but yeah, you can make that distinction. That's fine.
Yeah. By the way,
and it's distinct from the English word sick because it's missing a vowel. It's sick, not sick. There's no I.
Got it.
SK.
Okay.
H. Like that, you can think of it like that.
Sick. Think of it like sickle. Yeah.
Sickle. Yeah, like cutting. Yeah. That's why they're. That's why they're brandishing the sword.
Excellent.
Scimitar.
Excellent.
So that's the point. It means those people.
Thank you. So somebody in the chat says, Squid Game Enjoyers Club says they use different blockchains / networks to create, pump, and dump other tokens. And then a lot of chains are almost free to use. They are more robust and easy to use, but much less secure and with far lower market caps than Bitcoin. Thank you for Squid Game Enjoyers Club. Deeply appreciate it. And let me enter that here to him. My gratitude to his participation. And with that having been clarified, my way of politicizing this, because this is what I do, I politicize this phenomena by saying, basically, with the Republicans in charge, prior to Bitcoin, every administration has been very similar. Prior to George Bush Jr. getting in, we had the Clintons, and the Clintons provided us with a surplus. We had, believe it or not, a budget surplus historically at that time of the Clinton administration. When the Republicans got in, we had the crash, the world economic crash, in effect, that was sourced out of the United States of America. And this came, of course, by allowing, as Vinny Malikala, did I get that right? Mr. Zoget, if not Heather Holman.
That sounds about right.
Thank you. Mr. Vinny Malikala expressed that we had he understood it, that this was considered by them to be the last bank heist. But if you have no more to rob, you create something to rob. And with the Republicans in power again, every time they're in power, they treat it as the last bank heist. And this is what they're going to do now, is basically get everyone onto Bitcoin, encourage it, and then pull what will be the federal governmental level or version of a rug pull. Basically, rob everyone of their money because they'll all be pooling it, using as a kind of a, what shall I call it? When people have a coin, the currency is backed up by a metal like gold or like a gold standard. The amount of Bitcoin among other cryptocurrency that's been seized by the U.S. government is maintained in a reserve. People will be counting on that as kind of like their insurance for the Bitcoin that they'll be encouraged to invest into by their own government. And then when it all collapses on them, then the boys on top will collect. They'll just reap in the benefits. This will be, again, the last bank heist. And that'll be going on simultaneously to they're cutting all the programs and redirecting all the funds to all of the wealthiest. So this will truly be the last bank heist. I really cannot see how there can be another after this. There will be nothing left. People will be left so impoverished, the economy will collapse. Where all these other people will go is beyond me. Obviously, someone as maniacal as Elon Musk truly thinks he will escape to Mars. As if, like, okay, so you've taken all the money from everyone, you've got it all to yourself, or so much of it, that effectively you and less than 1% of some other people have it. And then you go to Mars, maybe with some of these other people. What do you have to spend that money on? It doesn't. Can anyone help me out here? I mean, it's not that I'm creating.
Yeah, the closest you'll have to his Soviet space utopia colony is blasting off on ketamine and shit.
Yes, thank you.
Because whatever happens when he does that, it's not going to be the same. Like,
yeah, got it. Yeah, definitely so. I mean, there is no logic to this.
It makes sense in the context of the cosmism. Like, he thinks he's going to go there, build this little bubble, and have his, like, perfect universe
to live in forever.
So it doesn't work like that. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, let's look up our friend. Who's the man who's taking all of the pills every day, wants to extend his life, that billionaire?
Brian Johnston.
Brian Johnston's just stopped taking... Yeah, go on.
Oh, carry on. What was he doing?
He stopped taking one of his supplements because he felt it was aging him. It was one of these longevity supplements. Brian Johnston stops anti-aging supplement because he decided it was aging him. So if somebody could look that up for me and see what they could find out about. I heard it from the Estates while I was on site the Estates from Sugar Daddy himself. So if anyone could look up what that is about, please do let me know. And but by all means, so such being said.
But as I was gonna say, in relation to that, like Zuckerberg came out and he looks like he's gone through, like, basically he's vamping off hella kids, like little babies and shit, because he's like fresh, he's all fresh, and he's even got nice new hair and shit.
Oh,
like,
it's all curly. Yeah, you know what he's trying to do? What happened was his activator went flat, or whatever it is that African Americans used to use. I think it was called Jerry curl, and it was like to smooth out their curly, kinky hair.
Yeah, Jerry curls.
Yeah, and what happened is because he's so Jewish, he's got the King David locks and curls and shit, but he was hiding it all this time because he was ironing out his hair through these, hair smoothing procedures and shit. And then what happened was, like you said, when he went through whatever rejuvenation process he went to, with his adrenochrome showers, then he basically...
Literally, like...
Yeah.
He, like, reversed an age and shit.
Yeah. And then what happened with that was that he decided he'd give up on... using all of these various elements to keep his hair smooth so that people would think he was like white or something. And now he's back to looking like a Semitic dude, except of course he's all pale. He's all like thin, and he looks like he's wet. He constantly looks like he's wet. What is that about? It's like slimy. He's like slimy. I mean, by the way, what's so...
Because they put him in like a Bacta tank, Bacta tank from Star Wars.
Yeah.
Like a gel.
Yeah, there
like
you go.
Heals you and shit.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. But what makes that so bizarre is that that's the way the old Nazi propaganda used to describe Jews as greasy and slimy, and he's like
transforming into
He's transforming into what the Nazis perceived as an archetypal Jew of their stereotype. It's like but anyhow, it's so bizarre, and he's so repulsive. It's when by the way, when I do want to clarify for our listeners, when Brendan Zoget said, why don't the Americans just, get rid of the Chi-Coms, why go half-ass about it? He's not suggesting nuking mainland China. That's not what he's suggesting. He's simply saying, why don't the Americans sever completely rather than this half? Of course, they're so economically dependent at this point, interdependent, but there is an element that I have acknowledged in the past. This was back when that idiot Vinnie Barbarick, aka Peter Moon, was with us. I did give credit to Donald Trump that one thing that Donald Trump did do was he went a long way towards putting us on a hostile, confrontational trajectory with the Communist Chinese Empire, which no president before him dared to do. Everyone was effectively appeasing and surrendering, in effect, to Communist China. This is why everybody just thought, oh, it'll be a Chinese world. And you had lecturers touring the circuit that were saying, when the world belongs to China. I mean, this was the title of books. People can look these books up. When China Rules the World. Look up that book, When China Rules the World. If Aristides can find the PDF, please feel free to share it with us. Even put it in the chat. I mean, this is how people thought this was inevitable. Everybody thought the Chinese Juggernaut, no one could stand up to it. By the way, we found it. Heather found it. Brian Johnson ditches longevity. Oh, do, please. Brendan, feedback on this, please. So if you can see that in the text box.
What's up?
Look forward to your analysis. Please check the text box. It's the last link entered by our lady Heather. And so there you go with Brian Johnson, and give us a quick scan and analysis of what you think is going on. He felt that something was aging him that was supposed to be doing
it was rapamycin.
Okay. There you go. And let us know what you feel
about
this.
Which is an immunity suppressant.
Okay.
You're saying this book, is it called When China Rules the World?
That's the actual title, When China Rules the World. And this was what people felt. Professor. Yeah, go on.
Jacques Martin.
I'm certain, whoever wrote that book used to go on the lecture tour, and he'd lecture about this, When China Rules the World. Yeah. And everybody thought this was inevitable. They thought this was the future. It's like everybody had given up that the American future was not existent, that it was China's world. It was China's world. We were all going to surrender to it. And everybody was fine with that because they were all addicted. Who could blame them? To the cheap toys, and by cheap toys, I'm including electronic gadgets, everything else, but no, Trump came in, and by the way, I'm not necessarily effusing in admiration for Donald Trump. Trump did not do this because of some sense of altruism. Trump did, in my analysis, I'm not going to use the term opinion. I don't give opinions. I give facts and analyses. In my analysis, I truly, in other words, this isn't like something that I feel, it's something that I know. Let's put it this way. I know Trump did not know what the fuck he was doing when he did what he did, but he did the right thing in spite of himself. and now it's going to be hard for all of us, but the biggest problem with Donald Trump is that he's going to make it even harder than it fucking needs to be. Life doesn't need to be that fucking hard. Yeah, well, our man Aristides is asking, is this it? Yeah, that's it. Yeah, the end of the Western world and the birth of a new global order. There we are. Yeah.
All right, I may not download it right this second, but I can get it.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Yeah, that's it. And just everyone was ready for that future, and Trump put an end to that. So go on.
I was just reading this, the Brian Johnson shenanigans. It's like, if this dude just used like Ayurvedic shit, like he wouldn't have to do all this. I mean, it's like 3,000 years old of like trial and error.
But
there's plenty of rejuvenators.
He looks almost like he's trying to emulate a guru or a fakir. How does he not know of this? I don't understand. It's not like he's so wealthy. He has all the capacity to pursue what you...
I mean, this dude's just crazy. He says he does a raised eyebrow regimen and then exposes himself to penis shockwave therapy, undergoing...
That's not therapy! That's not therapy! That's torture!
That's what he says. And then replaces his plasma with albumin protein. What
is he attempting to do with that? What is the logic behind that?
It says whoever the medical specialist who operated the plasma exchange, he's got this like weird thing where he wants to be clean. I don't think it has anything to do with like, longevity. He's like a clean freak or something. It says he has the cleanest plasma I've ever seen.
That's not healthy.
Where you're like microscopically looking at all your cells and seeing if they're clean or not. Yeah, that's a problem.
At that point, you're absolutely right.
But that's the trick, is that obviously this being isn't like a fully spirited being, because it's like you wouldn't like the Atman would know better than to like, because who cares if the body's perfect? Like you die anyways at some point.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Like, there's more important things to do with your time than obsessing over the machine. Like yeah, the body's a high technology machine and no one's gonna figure it out anytime soon fully, but there's no point in obsessing over it and quote unquote perfecting something that is given to you temporarily.
Yes. Thank you.
And there are higher bodies anyways, like, there's other physical bodies in other planes and stuff that are more in phi ratio. Phi is a goal, so focusing on this one is just a waste of time. I mean, because once the spirit leaves, like it's just dead weight. Like there's nothing. It's a vehicle.
Thank you.
You're not like no one sits there and picks through their car every day. Like, does this have enough?
Well, there are people that do, but we'll leave that for a moment.
Yeah, but that would be called what do they call it in like neuropathy? That's like parthenogenesis. Like,
yes.
What is it called?
Parthenogenesis.
Basically, you're sick.
Yes,
basically,
thank you.
Sick.
Yes.
Parthenogenic, like you're fucked up in the brain.
Yes.
I'll think of the term in a second. But...
Thank you.
Neuropathy is the best way. Neurotic. You're just crazed. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. It's but with this, okay. So again, if the man wants to achieve longevity, he's going about it wrong. If you were hired by him, say if he gave you money, what would you tell him to do? Knowing what he does, the blood transfusions, for instance, with his own family, he's transfusing his blood between his son and his father and their grandfather. So you've got 4 generations involved where they're sharing each other's blood. I don't understand. It's what do they feel?
That's an easy answer.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. So tell us. Yeah. If you were hired by him, tell me what to do. What would you tell this guy about everything he's doing?
Well, first of all, it's not natural. So there's no good outcome that can come from torturing the body. Like, that's just clear. Like, it's self-torture. But
what do you think he thinks about the penis? Obviously, I'm attracted to finding out why someone would torture themselves like that. In the sense that would be a subject that grabs.
Sick, man.
Thank you. So you see no logical purpose to that. Yeah.
No, there's no. Come on. How is that going to make you younger? I mean,
thank you. Does he think it'll give him a bigger hard-on? Does he like?
That would at least make sense if it was like he was trying to extend it, but that's not. He's de-aging his penis. Here's the video if you really want to see it.
Well, I don't want to look at it, I'm not quite. What did they show him doing this? Is this on
they
YouTube?
show him in an office. Zapping his dick to de-age his dick.
Oh,
but so this is where this craziness comes in Ayurveda, like the actual thing, like the real science of how the body works. It's like Ayurveda means Ayur is life, Veda is the knowledge of life. So in that, you actually get stronger as you get older. There's nothing wrong with getting older. So if you do everything right, you should be strongest at 99. Yeah. And that's how the rishis, like all the beings that lived the longest, all the quote unquote Jedi beings, the older they got, the stronger they got.
Explain.
You don't go back in time.
Right.
Younger is weaker, actually.
Yes.
So there's a whole topsy-turvy thing in this obsession of youth, and that's what keeps people reincarnating, because they think the best time of my life was when I was 20 or 15 or whatever. Mm-hmm. But that's the worst time, because you're totally confused. You're lost in the world. You have no bearings. your body's weaker in the sense that you don't have all the nutrients built up over time. So Ayurveda thinks of it differently. Like, you have to be strong when you're old. Like, you build up your strength over time. So this dude's going backwards. Like, he's just backwards all over.
Right. So in other words, what Brendan is sharing is the fact that because the human body is designed to age, therefore, ergo, in the Latin term, aging must in its own way be a positive. It must be developmental. And since aging is a evolution, then what Brendan is sharing with us is, yes, the powerful...
Like,
yes.
There's a concept called avamana, right? So, like, when people retired in the Vedic age, so imagine your grandpa, someone who's like 80 or 90, when they retired and handed over the family crafting business or whatever, you chop firewood, you say, all right, my family's going to take my job, and they would go out in the forest. That was their retirement. So imagine how strong you have to be to just go into a forest with just your clothes on your back.
Yeah. Yes.
So, like,
but they're not doing that with intent to die. People would argue, well, they're doing...
it's not suicidal. No, it's like a spiritual journey. It's like it's your final journey into the wilds of this nature, and then you get to go to higher nature in, like, your next life. And no, it was like they would go out there and the animals wouldn't attack them. The bugs wouldn't attack them. Like, they'd be on some Jedi level. Like, you know, Yoda, how Yoda was just, like, by himself on a planet, on, like, a swamp.
Yes.
But he's, like, super old, but he's still doing fine. So that's where they got that concept from.
Right. Absolutely. How about the very term Jedi itself? Is that based on an Egyptian or a Vedic term?
No, it's Sanskrit. It's, of course, Sanskrit. Jed means, like, it comes into Egyptian via Sanskrit and whatever through transferring, but Jed is the spine. So Jedi means the one who's awoken the spine with the E, the Shakti. That means the Kundalini has activated the spine, and you have a lightsaber. Your spine is lit up like a light. Okay. There's a rod of light in your spine, like a fully awakened chakra system. That's what the lightsaber really is.
Excellent. And just so people understand, while we can perceive a lightsaber being developed technologically, the power behind the lightsaber, it has the logic that the crystal only works, basically, generally speaking, for the person who built the lightsaber. In other words, part of the Jedi Knight initiation ritual was they built their own lightsaber. So in a sense, it's personalized. It's almost coded to their DNA. However, they can gift it to others that they deem are worthy. But in essence, the real power, while this lightsaber may be powered by a crystal, that there's somehow a psychic or vibrational attunement, and the real power is in their spine. And that even without the lightsaber, they are still a Jedi Knight, just being themselves. So the lightsaber is symbolic as much as it is a weapon. Yes. And so such having been said, and I'm just looking at this now. I'm not reviewing the video. It's just the video is just too. I mean, but
look at the thumbnail.
Yeah, I'm looking at the thumbnail, and I am dying of laughter. This is just so. This poor, pathetic man. It's like, oh my God. Look, my penis means a lot to me, but my late and sainted legal sire, my legal father, he lost the mushroom tip of his penis to the urinary tract cancer, and he adapted. He's though I had to help him do it. Your average guy just doesn't know how to adapt to something like that. But this man is gifted without that issue. And everybody should treasure what they have. I mean, your penis is a gift. It's kind of like your own lightsaber in a very real sense. And for this man to be holding up this fucking eggplant and talking about, I have the erection of an 18-year-old, and he thinks he's getting this from electrically shocking himself. So he's convincing himself that somehow he's probably what's going on is like with a frog, or you electrocute frog legs and they'll dance. because the muscles are reacting to neurological impulses, electrical impulses neurologically through the wiring of the musculature and the nervous system on the frog. But this can be done with humans, hence the reanimation of Frankenstein's creation. He's doing that with his penis. He's treating it like it's Frankenstein's creation, where it's dead, and he's trying to reanimate it. If someone were impotent, you could imagine them having a rationale for doing this. But presumably, this man is not impotent, and he's doing this. That's like, there's no sense to this. It's so painful just to think of someone doing this to themselves.
It's lunacy. I mean, just lunacy. I mean,
yeah.
He obviously has some issues with his astral natal chart.
Okay.
That's just like beyond.
What is it that stands out? What is it that stands out, please, about the chart?
Oh, I didn't look at his chart, but I'm saying obviously there's some kind of deficiency.
Okay.
An astrologer would call it a deficiency because it's just like something that takes over his personality to the point of, lunacy. I mean, there's no other word.
Thank you. And
imbalance, like it's such an imbalance that it's uncorrectable by normal means. Like,
thank you. He needs to be institutionalized. This individual is, but like Brendan has said, he serves us.
But he's not doing any harm. Yeah, he's not
to
doing
us.
harm to others.
Yeah, he's not doing harm. Yeah. Nevertheless, people are institutionalized because they threaten to harm themselves, and this person is effectively harming himself. Would you not agree?
Of course.
Thank you.
Of course it is.
Thank you.
Of course it is.
So
like just on a normal basis, like if you pull, like anybody, like, would you want to have a bunch of needles poked into you, or would you just rather sit on your couch?
Thank you.
And not have needles poked into you?
Thank you.
So it's like it's that simple. So why would you put yourself through just constant prodding and poking and metal going into you and taking supplements, in this kind of rigid way?
I think he has a cutting disorder.
Yeah, but at least the cutting is like got a mystique to it. This dude's just crazed.
You could point well
Well,
taken.
it comes in all different kinds of forms. Tattoos is one, like simple.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
That is true.
That's very astute, Heather. Yes, and what is alarming is how that addiction to tattooing has spread through people who get exposed to it and get addicted to the pain of tattooing. They're addicted to the pain, and obviously they have issues. And our society is a sick society, a toxic society that produces more and more people with these issues. But when it comes to that's a phenomenon that Heather astutely is comparing. Both her points are well taken, both Heather's and Brendan Zogit's. Their points. One is that he has a form of a cutting disorder that he's indulging through these even more invasive means. What he's doing is actually far more invasive than
my friend got certified to give acupuncture in the ears because she's obsessed with it, for doing it to herself, and then she did it to her daughter, and then she went on to get her license so she could do it to anyone.
Wow.
So it's like there's different sides of the track.
Well, yeah. Well, people who become surgeons are basically modified serial killers. But yes. Right. And so Brendan.
Yeah, but surgeons have a reason. Like, you get paid a lot. That's why 90% of them do it.
Yeah. Point.
And they're fixing people, right? They're fixing people.
Well, honey, I mean,
most of these people don't have that moral code.
Thank you.
They do in a sense that, like, doctors agree to this thing.
Yeah.
But they don't really care about that.
Thank you. No. By the way, Brendan's point.
That's how they rationalize it.
Yeah. Yeah.
People say, "Oh, you're helping so many people," and they just say, "Yeah."
Yeah. Yes.
Like Dr. House or something.
Absolutely. Brendan has got it down. How did you come across this insight?
I've just dealt with these people, first of all, and then like the fictional example I gave, and there's just so many things, like dealing with people in the medical field. I've been around it for long enough,
Thank you.
Yeah. And medical students, like when I was in college and stuff, you deal with these people.
Yeah. Thank you.
And I'm close to UC Davis. It's one of the biggest medical student hubs on the West Coast.
Thank you. Oh, very important point. And I do want people to understand that while we're saying this, try and understand, everyone, that it's okay that the surgeons are like that. I mean, honestly,
I'd like to qualify that. I'm not against it. Like, that's fine.
Yeah, you
gotta get through the day.
Yeah, they are, by our conventional definition, psychotic, in the sense that a professional soldier or a mercenary like I was is psychotic, and obviously not processing in the same manner as your average person. And yet we need them. We need both these kinds of people to fulfill different roles. So obviously there's people out there that need to be saved, and you need a kind of socialized psychotic called a surgeon to do that, to heroically intervene.
Yeah, and that's why I'm against kind of like GPs in general.
Yeah.
Because like they get more like they get like the doctor syndrome more, where they're trying to help people.
Yes.
Like, or they're saying like they have to fight anti-vaxxers, or they have to fight these natural supplements. But like the specialists, like, we need those people to actually prove that, to prove what allopathy can do. Yes. It's like, look, this person can like literally stitch people back together and save them.
Well, tell people again about our most extreme example, the half boy.
Uh-huh.
Half boy.
Yeah, the dude that got cut in half and has only his like lower, like his from his rib cage and above, and they like put his kidney back in his like on his back somewhere. It's like, so some absurd level.
Well, they shoved it inside of him, so it's not sticking outside of him. But basically, he's got like inserts where I guess he doesn't. He may not even have kidneys. He may not actually have kidneys. He's just
no. They said in that video you sent me.
Okay.
He has at least one of them.
Okay, he's got one of them.
But they're just like they're just like
in.
Not where they should be.
Right. They tucked it all in, and they sewed it back up. But but at any rate, you need surgeons that can save people in extreme situations, and
my point is that like that proves that what allopathy can do, but you shouldn't, like, that's what I'm saying, like the GPs are just too general.
Yes.
Like, you should just get rid of those people, and then have like, there's like, you should have like the bell curve, or what is it, like the projection, like start at natural, then go up to, like, you can take natural all the way up to surgery level where you break an arm or a leg. That way you have a fully integrated holistic system where you don't have to, like, no one has to argue like what is better. It's like, look, this can take you this far, and then you need these specialists. But the GPs are like the brainwashed ones that just fuck that up for everyone else, because you can't go to a specialist without going to one of these jokers first, and then they're sitting there like making all these bad calls. These, and you get what I'm saying. Is there a way to contextualize this better?
Well, the way I would say it is, I have
because they are driven by the pharmaceuticals that they're pushing.
Like you just go there and they look at your toe and they're like, just here, just they write you a script of like antibiotics that they know can like cause more trouble.
No. But by the way,
just because they have to write you something.
Yeah, the only reason that I'm not jumping in wholeheartedly into this is simply because of the pain that I've suffered because of the GIMPs. GIMP is an acronym, GIMP, for either snuff films for Girl in Mortal Peril, meaning snuff films where the girl in mortal peril gets killed, or general internal medicine practitioner, which is your pill rolling doctor. They've impacted my life profoundly in the most negative sense, because they basically, in the case of my late and sainted mother, they prescribed antidepressants that they should never have been allowed to have prescribed. No general internal medicine practitioner should be allowed to prescribe antidepressants. Only a psychiatrist should be allowed to prescribe antidepressants, because the psychiatrist is far beyond a doctor. You're talking about a super doctor, someone who gets not only all the 10 years of medical school, but also another 6 to 7 years of psychological education. So they both have a professorial doctorate as well as a medical degree. So a psychiatrist is like a super doctor. That doesn't mean that there aren't sick psychiatrists or psychiatrists who are evil, but we need to respect at least their level of education, which can, if you can understand, drive them crazy. Anybody who spends that much time in school, half of them are going to come out nuts. But such being said, only they should be allowed to prescribe antidepressants or psychotropics, and no general pill roller.
That's the word I was thinking of. Pathology.
Yes.
Pathology.
Thank you. Pathology. Yes. Yeah.
That's what that Brian guy's exhibiting.
Yes.
Pathology.
Thank you. He's pathological. Thank you. Yeah. And
in the psychiatric sense.
Right. By the way, Nemo says if someone is cut in half, it would be more humane to just put them out of their misery. Living like a tree stump is not living. Actually, sure, with him. This guy's beyond half. This guy's beyond half. This guy's missing an arm too.
He's less than half.
Yeah.
And then they asked him. They said, like, do you want us to do this? Because they were ready to just pull the plug. If he said so.
Yeah.
And then he said, even if I was a head on a plate, I'll still do it. And he did it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, basically.
And his life is never-ending phantom pain now.
Yeah. Yes.
With his fake wife, or like, I don't know how. I want to be rude to her, but like, the like wife that's just obligated to stay with him.
Let's put it this way. I have no idea what her motivation is. I cannot. It's very
guilt, just pretty much guilt and money.
That's not what I would assume. I would assume, that's my first assumption, was that she's convinced that there's big settlement, or maybe there's big installments because of so that,
and then she'll just get grandfathered in after he dies.
Well, after he dies, it'll all go to her. He's going to be insured, and she'll get it when he dies. That's what I'm assuming she's there for. That's what I'm assuming. And by that, I don't mean to judge her. I mean,
no.
Yeah, in any way, shape, or form.
No, I'm not talking shit about her. That's just what it is.
Yeah,
it's a lot of work to take care of someone like that, you know. So
even
if you do care about them.
Yeah, Though, in all fairness, I think she's more of a psychological care provider than she is. He looks like he takes pretty good care of himself, combined with all the shit he gets from the hospital. So it doesn't even really look like she's that participatory, that she's that intensive a care provider. So lucky for her.
I don't know. She used the lift and stuff. So
okay, to a degree at least. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Mechanically, at least. Yeah.
So at least for like daily activities, she's like picking him up. And
okay. Jesus fucking Christ, that's frightening. Yeah, your husband in a suitcase. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, she carries him like it's a porta bag and shit. And like it's an airport tote, He's not even like the suitcase that's heavy. He's like, it's like he's more the lighter model, but they put him on wheels. Yeah, no, it is. But the reason that I'm fascinated by his case because I am convinced I know who did what they did to him. Not in other words, not who cut him in half. That was literally an accident. But when it came to the doctor that reanimated him, I am convinced it's the historical Herbert West, because H.P. Lovecraft said this was a real person that he wrote about, and so Herbert West.
Yeah, and they never named the doctor. They just said, we called in a specialist.
Yes.
We called in this one, the only guy that could do this, the only one. And they never named him in all the documentaries, and he doesn't even know the name of the guy probably. He's like, that was the agreement. Like, look, you don't talk about this.
Yeah, honestly.
But we'll do it.
Yes. Yeah, and Herbert West was, as H.P. Lovecraft described him, a American doctor in World War I who basically used soldiers for experiments and came upon reanimation, basically a way to keep them alive no matter what. And that's what he did with this guy. Once they said, do you have the will to live? And that's what they wanted to ascertain. Do you have the will to live? he said, "Yeah, I want to be alive even if I'm nothing but a head on a plate." And they said, "We know who to call." Oh yeah, and then they brought him in, and there you go. But so the case
yeah, that's literally what happened.
Yeah, yeah. Little better off than a head on a plate, but not by much. And worse yet, oh my God, can you imagine if you were a head on a plate? If this guy's got phantom pain, and then the agony of the morning woody that won't go down. He's like, wake up in the morning. He has no penis, of course, but his body is got the phantom limb syndrome, so he feels he's waking up with a piss hard. Like, oh my God, I gotta take a piss. Oh, my dick's so hard. Oh my God. And then he's gotta like put in the urine bags and shit, and then it just kind of like, I don't know if the feeling goes away, but he has to see therapists about that and all this other shit. But, they give him a lot of drugs, painkillers. So, I'm sure that guy's Oxycontin up the ass and all the rest of this good shit. So, whatever. But when it comes to, imagine if you were a head on a plate, what would be your phantom pain? You would have phantom hunger. You would have phantom thirst. And you would be, that would be just agonizing. Unless they found ways to drug your brain to circumvent that. But it's something they never mention in these films. Like, they just have, oh yeah, my head's alive in the jelly jar and shit. But they don't show it going through these. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. And they didn't say anything about that in Futurama. Like, they're just like, they like clone the heads of all the historical people and put them in jars.
Yeah.
But they can like attach like, cyborgs to them, or robots and stuff. So.
Yes.
So maybe they had that figured out in 3000 AD. So.
Yeah, presumably what they got him in is some kind of amniotic fluid that acts as a sedative that would, sedate their phantom hunger, the phantom thirst. That would make sense, right? But of course, who wants to live like that? That was the funny thing, of course, when, what was the main character's name? Pizza Delivery Boy, what was his name? When he sees Leonard Nimoy, that's the first head he encounters and says, "What's it like being a head in a jar like that?"
Fry.
Fry! That's what Fry!
His name is Fry.
Yeah, Fry!
Yeah. Like Marty McFly, that was what they were going
Got it! Oh, that's awful.
Yeah, he sees like Leonard Nimoy in the Star Trek cast first. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And then in one of those episodes, they're like, he's like, "Hey, do you guys have any Star Trek DVDs?" And then they're like, it's like this whole scandal, and they're like, after the Star Trek wars of 2033, like we can't speak of that. Like it was like a whole like world war off these Star Wars fans. They like formed a cult. Star Trek. So like they're already gonna come after me for saying that like 3 times in a row. Star Trek, like the Trekkies like formed a cult and took over the world for like 100 years or something. And so like it was illegal to talk about Star Trek.
Well, in a sense, that'll happen through myself. As everyone knows, I'm trying to realize Gene Roddenberry's vision to an extent, at least. I mean, obviously, Gene Roddenberry was different from myself in that Gene Roddenberry Gene Roddenberry was very much a humanist, and he believed in an a-religious future in which mankind had transcended religion. I could see that happening with, say, for instance, the American culture, which is becoming much more secular, and obviously Star Trek's Federation is very Amerocentric, to the point where they emphasize that America ultimately made Puerto Rico the 51st state. But when it comes
the Federation was in SF.
Yes, that's right.
The Starbase, like that's whatever. Right. One of the bases.
Yeah, and that's another reason I do love Star Trek. As San Francisco is the most important city in the world. I can't argue with that. And so at any rate, however, when it comes to the other elements that Star Trek didn't see or Gene Roddenberry preferred not to see, I very much look at religion as a big part of our future, and inescapably for much of the world. If not America, then certainly much of the world will still be fighting religious wars, and it will be a part of our existence for some time. But yeah, that being said, yeah, so I could see where Fry is coming from, and you know, who was the guy who made Futurama? He was involved.
Matt Groening.
Oh, okay, the same guy who did the
Same
Simpsons,
Simpsons
right?
guy.
That's right. I thought so. And then he said there was evolution.
Same art style and everything. Yeah.
Kind of. The Simpsons are all
they
yellow.
gave it its own flavor, but
yeah,
I'm saying like it's the same. Like the character form, the format is
yes.
the same. Like
yes.
the shapes and the eyeballs
yes.
and all that shit.
Yes. But there we are, and it was sad because people loved it, but the people who were hosting it really did not like it, and they got rid of it. You know, in other words, I don't know, did they ever bring it back? Because I know they worked hard to get it off the air.
They brought it back twice, and like people are still complaining. So you can't win with these people. Like all the fan people are just always gonna complain. Yeah,
it's so true.
We need more. It's
yeah,
not like it's a drug.
Yes. Oh yeah. No, it's true.
It's like just let a good series just end. Like it's fine. But yeah, they didn't do justice with the ending, but it doesn't matter. I mean, like just
what happened?
Can't beat a dead horse, as they say.
What happened at the end?
Just some anticlimactic something. I don't know. I don't feel like buying freaking Hulu to watch it.
Thank you.
I don't have the money for that. Like all these other, like I couldn't believe some of these people around here that I've dealt with or that are online. They have like $200-300 worth of subscriptions per month. It's like I don't have money for that.
Yeah. Well, when my parents were alive, we had gotten to the point where I made certain we had that because we were watching a lot of international channels. I don't believe these people.
Yeah, but that's the days of cable. Like,
yeah, that's
it was
true.
supposed to be like, oh, the internet's going to get rid of cable. It's like now you're paying more than what like a full cable package.
Thank you.
You know, it doesn't make sense. Like,
thank you. No, it's
really scammed people. They really scammed.
It's
people
outrageous. It's outrageous. No, it's a crime. It's criminal, but so Heather, join in with all of this. Certainly, you have some observations here, dear Heather, to share with us.
I just think about, you know, I come out of left field with things like what I'm thinking right now about this conversation has nothing to do with this conversation.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. So what are you thinking?
Oh.
What are you afraid we're going to be offended?
No, I don't know. I'm really tired, I guess.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. It's okay to be tired. You can, whenever you need to go to sleep, just go ahead and go to sleep. But yeah, other than that,
I have to do the dishes first. What time is it anyways? Let me look.
It should be 8:26 or 9:26. You're only an hour ahead of me. You're at the same time.
9 here.
Okay, so you're an hour ahead of me.
Yeah, I'm really going through a lot. I've got a lot going on that I just don't want to talk about.
Okay.
You know, publicly.
Okay.
There's a lot going on.
All right. And okay, so you're in our prayers.
Or not going on. You know, it's just things that have come up that might or might not happen, and it's just the nightmare of my life all the time.
Now, now, honey, what about? Did you follow up on, say, for instance, important things like your?
Yeah. Okay. That's why I've got all those things in motion right now. So
okay,
they're moving.
Okay, good, because you mentioned that they had tried to cut off your medical insurance or something of that nature.
Yeah. So I'm still waiting on that. I did a fax today. I don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah. All right. A fax. So,
I just think that the whole medical industry and the insurance it's all going to shit, and so nobody's going to get any kind of compliance or satisfaction or results, you know, from anything. I can barely even get a hold of people on the phone. You know.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. One really has to
all
be
of the insurances, even the house insurance, my car insurance. It's just ridiculous now. It just seems like a joke.
All right.
Yeah.
It
seems to be the consensus of everyone, and it's only going to get worse from here.
At least.
Sorry not to be, I usually be positive, but
Yeah.
Yeah, I just have, I'm starting to realize that maybe I'm not ever going to go to a doctor. I'm not going to get anything treated or anything ever again unless I'm dying.
Well, let's not think like that, honey.
You still need insurance because they'll charge you. They don't care if you're dying.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I could. I'm just figure I'm going to have to live without my vision because I'm not going to be able to pay to go to the eye doctor because I've always paid out of pocket for that, and the prices have gone up, and so that's just another.
If
thing.
you have your prescription, you can use Zenni. It's it's a Chinese eyewear, but it pretty much is the same factory as if you were to buy it from like a Lens Crafters or something.
Well, with my keratoconus, they have to special custom fit for my eyeballs, and the vault in my cornea is so steep that they don't make contacts.
If you ask for all the measurements, they can do it.
Really?
That's like, yeah.
Mm-hmm. See,
well, send me a link.
Okay, I will.
Okay, and so yeah. So, but other than that, it sounds like you sound good, Heather. You sound good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I try.
Yeah. Yeah. And so I'll be taking a break sometime soon. Let's take a look at the time. See how far we've extended this.
It seems like when everything is going good and everything's all right, that's when I'm like at my highest nervous state, and I'm so tense because everything's okay because I'm so used to everything being not okay that I seem normal when everything's not okay.
Okay. Have you tried magnesium?
No, I haven't.
Oh.
Yeah,
I shall.
High level.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been taking the shuzite resin or whatever that is.
What?
The
Shilajit?
I don't know.
Shilajit?
Shuzite, yeah.
Shilajit. Yeah.
Shilajit, yeah. I've been taking that with my dad because, he's going through some stuff. We're trying to get a curb on it.
Okay.
What
is this stuff?
Shuzite.
That sounds so cute.
Shilajit.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically asphalt.
Whoa.
No, it's not asphalt. It's not.
That's what it says in my ingredients.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
That's just like
asphalt.
a translation error.
Okay.
It's called asphaltium or something in the periodic
table. Okay. What is this supposed to do?
It's supposed to do a lot of things. Like, Brendan, have you heard of it?
Yeah, I take it.
Yeah, you take it too. So what does it do for you?
It's an Ayurvedic medicine. I mean, it's a rejuvenative. It's a class called a Rasayana. Rasayana is a rejuvenator. So it's a class of herbs and substances. Its translation, so the word Shilajit means the destroyer of weaknesses. So it gives you strength. Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah. Now, it brings to my mind something. When for instance, obviously I take Brendan seriously when I consulted him and showed him my blood sugar levels, and he just said, stop drinking Coke. I stopped drinking Coca-Cola, but this was what I had asked Brendan about that Brian Johnson guy was, okay, we know what you would tell him in terms of cessation. You would tell him essentially to stop doing most everything he's doing, but what would you tell him to proactively do? If he wants to live longer.
I said the same thing. I said go do Ayurveda.
Okay, got it. Yeah.
Get on if you really want to honestly live longer, then you got to do the Rasayana. It's called the path of juice. That's like the translation. You want to increase your juiciness.
Okay.
So it's like there's a whole formula for it, like how to do it. It's a science. It's the science of life. It's like, just like Chinese medicine. They take your pulse and find out what your constitution is. Then you get on a formulary that increases your lifespan. And it's well known. I mean, in the East, people live to like 120 plus. Like maybe not so much nowadays because of the
industrial pollutants.
Yeah, the industrial pollution and all the plastic everywhere. But like, during the heyday of Taoism and stuff, there were plenty of people that were that old, like Master Roshi types, like up in the mountains and whatnot. And even in the Himalayas, there were plenty of people living, because right now our lifespan's capped at 120 because of reasons, the age we're in and, genetic things. So, but it's totally possible to get into your hundreds with the knowledge we have now, and like still be walking and healthy.
What about the med beds? Are the med beds gonna help people live longer?
What's that?
The med beds that they're gonna be releasing, that you just get in, like it's like a tanning bed, but it fixes you and anything that's wrong.
No, they wish they had that. That's like a joke. That's like a joke from the Svartalfar, because
they
have that. Like the beings from the lower.
Wasn't Vinnie Barbaric pushing that shit?
Oh, I'm sure he wishes, like because that's what he wants. It's like a fantasy.
Yes.
But they trick the rich people here by telling them about it. So, but they'll never give it up here, Like, have you guys you saw Predator, right?
Yeah.
Predator film.
Okay.
Do like when he gets injured and he like the Predator being like gets injured and then pulls out that like glowing shit?
Yeah.
And it like heals him instantly. That's like what they have in the lower plains.
There we
are. It's like insta heal, but like they won't give it to the beings up here because like they don't want, they want to use them as pawns. They don't give a fuck about how long they live. So this is like a joke. They'll say like, "Oh, we'll give you like 1% of it," and then they start selling it. And it's just
they're like, "I'll give you red light therapy."
Yeah. That's exactly like just zap yourself with some random frequency, but that's not how that works.
Excellent.
They keep the full thing for themselves. Like like the Svartalfar have like, it's like Star Wars, like where Darth Vader would like get in the pod and then he like come out fully healed. Like they have it, they just won't give it to humans. Like they've given us other stuff that destroys like psychology in the body, like phones and computers and like with no guidelines, they just give it. Like,
and smart meters.
Well,
all that wireless tech was given, and then humans improved on it, but they were never like, they won't jump in and tell us like, yeah, that's gonna harm you eventually. Like they won't tell us that caveat. So there's no caveats. So
what's your own opinion or analysis of the smart meters, Brendan? What do you feel about them? Are they a danger?
The issue, the radiation's obviously problematic, but so is any cell phone, like we said earlier. But the problem with it is what Nemo brought up is like, it's just arbitrary. There's like, like in China, they like juice, like when you're not at home, it like starts counting up, like charging you for stuff you don't use. Like there's other issues with it. It's just a form of control. Just like the crypto, there's nothing good can come from something that gives them more control over common people. So, and it's nothing practical. It's not like a smart meter. Like the old meter was fine. Like, there was people that just read it, like, and then you write it down. Like, I don't think that needed more efficiency. It's just a way for them to be, just instantly read your meter so they can charge you more. There's nothing good about it, really. It's just a mechanism of control. That's the more control they have, that's what they're thinking.
Yeah.
That's why if your money is electric and your meter is electric, everything's electric, they can just unplug it. You have no way of doing anything.
Yes.
Like you're stuck like completely from all sides. Like so that's what they want. Yeah.
Yes.
Like that's what it's building up to, is eventually you won't have, like, you speak up against them, like they'll just come out in the open. Like the Svartalfar will just say like, yeah, we rule you guys. That's like that is their goal, literally. And they'll just say, yeah, we rule you, and then if you say like, yeah, we don't want them, then they'll just unplug you from the system and you'll be like dead in a couple days. No food, no money, no car, no nothing.
Yes.
So there's actually a really nefarious reason for all of this shit, and it has nothing to do with petty politics or anything Earth related.
Thank you. Very good. Very, very well said. And
they show it in the film Dark City.
Yes.
Where like if you see Dark City, like all the people are like controlled, like the whole city's controlled by those like beings and stuff, and like it shows it in an artistic way, but it's true, like it's very true. you know. And the whole time the guy's looking for Shell Beach, so he's trying to get back to like nature and stuff. He's like, I need to get to Shell Beach. Like that's all he wants to get to is like something real.
Mm-hmm.
And these beings will they change people's memories and stuff, and like that's where we're at.
Yes.
Where like even memory is tampered with, like history, memory, everything.
Yes.
And they want total wall-to-wall control. Like it'll make like Stalin and like Mao look like babies. Like
yes.
So that's where it really gets scary, and that's like why truth is scary, because like it's not about like making anything easier, and it's not even about money. People, you know, you can't stop at that. Oh, it's about money. No, it's like
it's obviously something else now. Yes. No. And by the way, someone like Brian Johnson is simply the most clownish manifestation but it's obvious.
He used to give like longevity a bad name. Like,
yes.
Like, oh, you're one of those people. Like, you know, you're gonna like zap your dick. You know.
Yeah.
Like, just to live longer. So they don't want people living longer, so they want those people to look goofy. Like.
Yes. Like, thank you. Thank you. It's
instead of just telling people like, look, if you just like followed like something that's 3,000 years old, like you'll just like live longer. Like. Yeah. You know, and just live healthily. Like you don't have to do anything. You don't have to do all this crazy shit.
Yes. Thank you.
And I think that's another reason why they're allowing him to do it, is it makes it seem like it's some kind of like, what was that? Who was that being that they put in the like Promethean kind of thing, where he's like always rolling a boulder uphill and shit?
Oh, Sisyphus.
Sisyphus.
Yes.
So they're trying to make it like that, where like, man, if I have to do all that to live to 100, I might as well just die now. You know, like people online say that.
Yes.
And then when you say that, when you repeat like they know that when people repeat that, it impacts your biology and you die at 50 and shit.
Yes.
That's why people are just like dying suddenly, because they say, I don't want to roll a boulder uphill just to live another couple of years, and then they just get sick and die. So this is all psychological. This is all really dark. Talk about occult, you know, super dark occult shit.
Yes. Yes. And
the real beings, that the elite, quote unquote, they don't use anything like that.
No.
Like the Queen and stuff. She was like, it's open on Buckingham Palace website that they just use like herbalists. Like they straight up said, we only use herbalists, and look, they're all livid, and look how unhealthy Charles is, and he's still going. So just, they don't use any Western medicine really. They use like secret medicine, like occult medicine, but none of it is what Brian is doing, or like there's no you don't have to zap yourself with like lights and shock therapy.
Thank you.
It's much more simple than that, and that's why they don't want people knowing how simple like health is. Like
yes,
that's where it gets complicated. Yeah, so there we go. I'll stop revealing. You know, I've already got a target.
Well, I think what you're doing is a service to humanity. So I'm trying to.
There's nothing wrong with truth, yeah, but
yeah,
it's like I don't want to piss too many people off. You know?
Oh, got it. No, I understand. And you notice
they don't like those beings. Like there's like the beings you deal with, and then there's like the beings that trick them into doing that. Those beings don't like getting exposed.
No.
Because they knew better than to like contact like the anti-gods or anything like.
Yes.
They don't do that. Like they don't even do that. So
no.
They let these other jokers do it. But yes. And it's funny in like Ramayana, like it shows like one of those beings, like the son of Ravana, and he's like in Patal, which is like he's like in the underworld, like doing like bowing to like Divine Mother and stuff. And he's like the highest magician. Like he's like the most powerful magician in existence at that time. So yeah. So like he's like more magically talented than any of those people using those beings.
Thank you. The Adamites, the using entropic.
So that was just a trick. Yeah, that was just like a trick to get those beings to like just to cause ruckus, just to open the, you know, to rupture space-time so they can get in easier. That's like what their idea was.
Yes.
There you go.
Thank you. Very important point. Yeah. Now, not ready to take my break just yet, but I hope you're still around, Heather, to speak with Brendan along with our dear Aristides when I do take that break soon.
Yeah, sure.
Do you? You're still feeling awake enough, right? Right now, for a while.
Yeah, I'm just sitting here.
Good. And
I'm around.
Excellent.
I'm around.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So I guess let me take my tea here, and when I do take my break, I'll make myself some more tea. Not yet finished with this crock, but I feel that we've got things going good with a nice kind of conversation here. And what my point was that when it comes to someone like Brian Johnson, he's also clownish in the sense of well, I think it's not that we've exhausted the subject on him, because he can lead down a lot of rabbit holes, but I think we've covered it well tonight. Like Brendan said, no point.
I think we already got to the dick shocking thing. Like that was enough.
No, that's his version. That's his version of Vinnie Barbarick's colonics. That's what that is. He does to his dick what Vinnie Barbarick was doing to his ass. And so that being said,
yeah, well, whatever that being was doing, like he didn't, it wasn't longevity related, like, no matter what.
Yeah, thank you. It's just anal stimulation. It was all Vinnie Barbarick was after. Yeah. So disgusting. Oh my god. And just so people understand.
Yeah, I'd rather get the shock therapy.
Yeah. Thank you. Actually, point well taken. Yeah.
That at least might do something, right?
Yeah. It's I don't think it would do anything, but it's just not as invasive. It's not as invasive as the unless he's sticking the the little shock rod into his piss slit. Now that's
that's shocking.
Yeah. If he's doing that, which I can actually imagine him being that masochistic. He seems like he's pretty extreme. It's like his senses are.
It says non-invasive.
Okay. Yeah, but then
it's
again,
LISWIT.
Yeah.
Low intensity shockwave therapy.
Oh Jesus! Yeah, well, it's not low enough as far as I'm concerned. It's
Dang! Oh my God! The side effects sound sketch.
Like what
Skin
is?
infection, painful erection, penile curvature that worsens. Holy shit!
Yeah, well, penile.
Why would you do that?
Well, what's her name? Brooke Gibson was saying, and I've heard other women say this: curved penises, they love them because it's more, I guess, stimulating to the vaginal walls. So there you go. That's why she's addicted to.
But doing this doesn't sound like a good way to do that.
No, of course not. No, it's like no. We don't need that.
Stimulate nerve endings, make more. Yeah, there's no point in doing this. This is crazy. There's so many, herbs. Like, there's just no need. Like, that's what's so funny about all this.
Thank you. Well, he thinks, you know why? Because he's a tech bro. He's a tech bro.
Yeah, their god is that thing. Yeah.
Yes, so
it has to be a machine.
Yes. And yeah,
that's the joke. Well, that's like what the Spartofar, like they give people this stuff, and then that's the joke. Like they can laugh at it.
Yeah, then they can sit back and laugh while all these idiots.
Like let's see how many humans we can get to like shock their dicks.
Yes, yeah, or do colonics.
That's literally like that's their comedy. Like they're on that like Borat level.
Yes. Yeah. Of
which I don't blame them. It's funny, It's like, yeah, they're like true. Yeah, they're like straight. They're messed up, but it's funny.
Yeah, it is.
Like you got to give it to them. They're funny people. Like they're beings.
Yeah, it's called black humor. They've taken black humor to an extreme and
to a cosmic level.
Yes. Just watching people annihilate each other in a nuclear exchange, and they would sit back.
Oh yeah, they love that. They've been trying to do that. If you noticed.
Yes. But like we said,
but that's why I was questioning like the nuclear power in general. Like, is it really that viable? It's like obviously it's not. Otherwise,
thank you. Yes, which is what I've been saying.
Or humans just don't have enough like discipline to do it. Like even if it is viable, it's just like been a failure because of the way humans are, like psychologically.
Thank you. The kids can't get it up, to use a pun, since we were talking about the electroshock therapy. They can't get it up enough. They can't, get it together enough. They can't get it together enough to even wipe themselves out.
So that's where we're at. And I think that's the joke. That's why they always laugh.
Yes.
Like that was the Dr. Strangelove joke. It's like. he ended up just like failing or something. Right?
Yeah. Well, Dr. Strangelove didn't. How would I say it? It's.
No, he had the plan, but I'm saying like they sent the Texan on the bomb. That was like he. Right. They couldn't revoke Dr. Ripper's plan, or I mean General Ripper's plan. And then the last scene is the Texan jumping. Right.
One of the last
destroying the world. Yeah.
Well, he basically, he destroys the target, but the world is ultimately destroyed by a machine that they had that the Soviets had established.
It was a bunch of computers. That's right.
Well, that had bombs everywhere, pre-placed nuclear weapons everywhere that quote unquote destroyed the world. By the way, none of that had anything to do with Dr. Strangelove himself, who was the character who was a Nazi scientist who was simply trying to preserve the American government. He actually is a fairly neutral character in that film. Everyone else around him, he was
the comedic relief.
Yes, he was comedic relief in a sense, but the whole film was a comedy. But it's based on a book that I don't.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, I don't believe the book was satire, but it might have been. But the author who wrote that book wrote several other books. The most important book he wrote, no one's ever heard of, no one's ever made a movie of. It was called Commander One, and he wrote that book as he was plotting his own suicide, and he ultimately did kill himself. And he killed himself because he was convinced, and I could understand why at the time, because you had a whole government that was pushing the propaganda line that we all had the capacity to destroy ourselves. That was the government, propaganda line.
MAD.
Yes, mutually assured destruction. At that point in history, it had just come into play, but as a kind of policy, which then the public was introduced to it intentionally. They wanted the public to think we had this capacity, but this man who wrote the book, he was not necessarily part of the government per se, but he wrote the book Commander One. If anyone reads it, is I would think it was not as disturbing as On the Beach, which they did make a movie of. And in the movie On the Beach, they basically show a unhappy ending where it's like the book, it's insinuated the world is ending, that there's no point beyond self-destruction. But Commander One doesn't necessarily convey that. But it is an ending which is disturbing enough to people where they, nobody wanted to make a movie of it, even though the man had another book that was made into a hit film, Dr. Strangelove. But the reason why they couldn't make a film of it is you couldn't satirize it. You couldn't satirize Commander One. If you did, it wouldn't be Commander One. So Heather says, away from keyboard, be right back. As soon as she comes back, I'll take a break, or maybe shortly before she does come back. Because there's two of you gentlemen here, you can hold it. But when it comes to hold the stage, I mean. But when it comes to Commander One, it was a true, honest to God. It was a serious version of Dr. Strangelove, but it wasn't one where the world ended completely. It was one where there was an element of America that survives. So you would think it would be a positive book, but it's considered dystopian because the American government that survives is a totalitarian, a military dictatorship, and then that's supposed to be a real bummer. But at any rate, such having been said, the individual who wrote that book does deserve a great degree of respect. He certainly had mine when I was young and growing up, and I'm impressed by the fact that he was so concerned about the future that he killed himself thinking that there was no future, which in a sense was very insane. He had a son who survived him. I can't imagine what it would be to have a father like that. I can't imagine what it would be to have a father who killed himself because he thought there was no future, because why would he have you as a son? That would be the first thing I would think of. If I were the son of a man who thought like that, I would think, okay, I'm the son of a man who believes there's no future for me, and so much so that he's afraid to face the future, and is so afraid of the future that he killed himself. How would that impact you?
He must have not liked him. He must have not liked him because he didn't give him the mercy kill.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Son,
yeah. I get it.
Like, you get to deal with this shit.
Yeah, like, he just left him hanging, like, okay,
right.
Yeah. I mean, oh my fucking God. Yeah, that's pretty intense. I that would impact me pretty profoundly. You could imagine Trappist Nicholson having a dad like that, though it was nothing like that. Trappist Nicholson was just born an asshole, and they just shoved him into that program. Oh, that's right. Did he even have a father? He was raised by his mother, right? And then the brother drugged her. You remember how his brother? Were you here to hear that when he said his brother was much older? And then
Am I audible?
Yeah. And how his brother drugged his own mother with LSD. Remember that shit?
And
him, of course. Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't care about him, but the mother was leading children. Yeah. Remember, the mother was running a daycare center, probably an MK Ultra center. No wonder they're all fucked up, because the daycare center was an extension of the MK Ultra program. It makes sense now, right?
It had to have been. Yeah.
Thank you.
And the brother was just like either part of it or was like an effect. Creation.
Well, both. He was a product of it, and then they had him, integrate it into the program to fuck up the rest of the family, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so.
Which usually ends up happening, like in the case of like those people from the Mamas and the Papas, like that woman and her father.
Mm-hmm. Tell us about that.
They were definitely MK Ultra. Yeah. Well, I can't really say much about it.
Was it Mama Cats, the fat one, or the skinny one?
No, it was the younger ones, the Phillipses.
Okay.
The father.
Mm-hmm.
He was like, so he was intimate with the daughter, but also they were like doing acid when they were like 5 and shit.
Okay.
Like, some crazy 60s shit.
Right. So they were incestuous.
Oh yeah, big time.
Okay.
Like, she came after he died. The daughter came out and said it was like, she was like in love with him or some weird shit.
Whoa!
Like it was like Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah. I didn't know any of this. Wait, are there links? Did you? No, I had no idea. I mean,
what?
You know me. I'm pretty ignorant of music. I'm pretty ignorant of the musical world. Yeah.
Let me see if I can remember her name, because I slipped in there.
Yeah. Well, it should be easy enough to look up, but yeah, that's wow. At any rate, it's amazing some of the lives that people lead, but
this is from 2009. Where have you been?
Wow. Well, remember, I get involved with other things. I lose track.
But this is like right up your alley.
Yeah.
It's like something,
true.
This is like a fiction, some kind of fiction that you wrote, but it turned out to be real.
Yeah. Now, do give people do try and qualify.
No,
that.
I can't qualify that, because yours is worse than this. Yours is way worse than this. Like, this is almost wholesome compared to the shit you're putting out. I wish I was joking. I wish I was fucking joking.
Well, do contextualize it so it doesn't come out so bad. Contextualize it that I was exposed to horrors all the while I was growing up.
Oh, yeah, well, there's context to it. Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Of course.
So I am...
Yeah, you're not just a lunatic.
Thank you. It's not simply gratuitous.
I don't know. Let's not go there, because like the story, because the stories are pretty wild. I mean, can't even call them stories. The horrors that you've written.
Thank you. They're horrific. They're horrific, yeah. And unfortunately, in a very real sense, they're true. The names were changed to protect the guilty. Unfortunately, I wish I could say they were to protect the innocent, but the innocent were already grounded to hamburger. So yes, but
literally, you saw it as opposed to whatever that Daryl James guy was talking about.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's just put it this way: the detail you put in that shit, I know you were there.
Thank you. Yes, that's the horror of it, but oh god, and when it comes to, David Schroeder and his book The Rabbit Hole, which again, our man Aristides got a PDF of it that he put in the last call. I would ask you, obviously, when you're in a particularly free mood where you've got nothing else to do and yet are in the mood for some kind of, I don't know, masochism or something, if you were to at least take a look at that PDF and give me a kind of comparison between what he wrote and what I wrote, that would be intriguing to me, simply because, he is someone who was a victim of Michael Aquino, and he writes about what happened to him. So for him, he personalized it, which is understandable. I, however, was not a victim of Michael Aquino in that sense. I was, however, a victim of the environment, both of the Tenderloin Ghetto, which, of course, Brendan Zoget knows what that is like to an extent. He knows of it. He's been there. He certainly may not know what it's like to live there and grow up there, especially at a particular time in history. But I do know that our man Brendan gets the general, vibe. He's got the vibe of what the Tenderloin is like. But besides that, the other was the school where I was working with pedophiles who were maintaining huge collections of child porn on-site San Francisco Unified School District property. That was ultimately how I got Gary Willard Hambright busted. And he was one of the managers of the child daycare center at the Presidio military base, where, of course, on liaison to Michael Aquino, I witnessed much of what happened to people like David Schroeder. So I write the book from a more, you could say, detached perspective, in that I'm not portraying myself as a victim, because I was not, but at the same time I was a victim of being in that environment. And so it is cathartic a lot of that horror through the novels that I wrote. But when it comes to what I'm describing, I try to put myself into the mind of the victim and do write it from the victim's perspective in the number of books that I wrote in that milieu. So that way one feels it through the victim themselves, the horror of what is happening, and in the end there's basically never anything left of the victim. But like I said, names were changed to protect the guilty because the victims are already gone. So all of that being said, there's also the fact that my first experience of intimacy and romantic love, as I perceived it, because that's how I interpreted it, was with that young lady at the Presidio military base Letterman Army Medical Center, who was sent in to have sex with me repeatedly after all of my blood had been taken out of my body and replaced with nanoplasma, per Dr. John Henry Hagman. Again, very horrific childhood experience, and therefore you could see why why I am what I am. Okay, so all of that having been shared, I think that's pretty intimate. No need to get any further intimate tonight in terms of my personal affairs. Let me see now. I'm going to make some tea and take care of some other.
If Marina was here, I would be like, "Hey, did you hear about Doug when he was little?"
Oh yeah, that was again. Oh my God, Vinnie Barber. Yeah, of course. Oh my God, that Vinnie Barber.
Like, hey, now that you went through that, why don't we bring up something else? You know?
Yeah. Oh God, bastard. Yeah. That he is such a piece of shit. There is nothing. There is nothing positive to say about Vinnie Barber.
Yeah, so much for that. Whatever he's cooking up, because we just bring that, to bear.
Yeah, thank you.
This dude was a loony bin, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
he's asking about traumatic experiences,
Yeah, and the way he would say it with the delight, the way he said it to Marina Sarin, "You're hypersexualized," like he was delighted. Yeah. And then Doug's hypersexualized too. He also, then he brings up a rape experience that I suffer, and it's like, just, shares it with her, like he was sharing my having won a spelling bee, with that tone of voice.
It was shocking.
Thank you.
To say the least.
Yes, just this
offensive.
Yes. Oh, it's like you can imagine. How did he raise his daughter? Well, we know how. You can imagine that, but this is obviously nothing any sane father would do. You know, to have raised a child, it would be different. Say, for instance, if he were a single man, it would still be inexcusable, but you could understand it more with a single man who never raised a child, a totally irresponsible lout, than someone who actually raised a child to say something like that. You can imagine what he said about his daughter in front of other people. You get what I'm saying, right? Am I making sense?
Of course,
Go ahead.
of course. That's why they don't talk. That's why
his daughter doesn't talk to him. Yeah, that's why.
Just imagine the cringe level you have to deal with.
Yeah, thank you. That's why his daughter became a crazy cat lady. That's, even though she's not, even though she's attractive. His daughter is basically attractive, except for the fact that she kind of looks like him.
Yeah.
Okay. So such being said, let me gather my breath. I'm gonna go mute.
Well, is there anyone else here to back me up? Because I won't be able to do much. I'm like
Aristides, right?
Things are reaching a crux point over where I'm at because of the.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm here, and I can carry on a good convo with Brendan for a few minutes if you're going to take a break.
Absolutely, we got to take a break, and also do me a favor.
Aristides is a saint.
Yeah, he is, and do me a favor.
Sorry,
what kind of supplements are you on tonight?
Yeah,
I was a little distracted before, but I'm more present now. Sorry.
Yeah.
So go ahead, Doug. Go.
Those are some good supplements.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's true. We can talk about Shilajit and supplements of many kinds, and I think me and you can go on forever. Doug, get out of here. Right.
Yeah, I'll do that. But do me a favor. Start by saying the blurb again. While I go mute, start by saying the blurb again, just to make certain they get it because of how they cut us off the first time. Yeah.
Right. All right.
Anyway,
okay. The quick blurb. The quick blurb. Yeah. Make sure you hit the thumbs up. We need it for the algorithm. People counter the show there. Make sure you're subscribed. Notification bell on. All buttons right there. And please, always upvote. You can create sub channels and do extra upvotes. What else is in the blurb? That's about it. That's the real quick. But the money should be part of the blurb, and we will put that right in the chat there, so people can donate. Please, at least $20. He always gets pissed when it's like $5. It's like, man.
You kind of sounded like Mr. Krabs there. But it's like,
yeah, I know. And you were like, "Hey, man, it's $5. Like, how hard could it be? Like, it just accumulates. It's not like you got to like do a discrete amount of work to get each one. It just kind of accumulates."
Yeah, it would be nice if it was multiple $5 instead of one.
Like
but
1,000 of them.
But I get what he's saying. I get it.
Right.
But
Shilajit.
Maybe he's got to do some better marketing. I don't know.
Yeah, well, that's a whole other thing. I was ready to talk about supplements. We can talk about that too. But
like I was saying, like we could sell T-shirts or something.
There's probably he's gonna, assuming that he get a lot of resistance in certain channels. I mean, I guess there's still ways to try to capitalize or monetize or
people would have a great time doing that. But
let's brainstorm on that and then kind of get up.
He's too old school.
Get it up at a separate call, right? Let's not brainstorm the trick solution and just give it away.
True, but I mean, that is true. Well, it's like I said, it's
let's just telegraph.
Just throwing stuff out there. Just throwing stuff out there.
Right.
Yeah, so that is what it is.
Yeah, no, it's worth a thought. We can, I think that's a subject. That's Anyway,
but what do you know about Shilajit?
I know all about what it is. It's basically a mineral kind of secretion in the where does it come from? It's the east, like near Tibet or in that area. It's like kind of in the continent there, right? Or Russia. From that area. It comes from out there, right?
Yeah, it's from the Himalayas, the original substances.
Yeah.
And then
it's like a trace mineral and complex. There's a lot of really
an extra
how the minerals and biologics kind of fermented to be this kind of thing. It's basically minerals from the rocks and other goo that's kind of just ended up there, seeped in there. And hold on.
Yeah, it sounds like Aristides got taken out as well. We're dealing with.
No, I'm sorry. I said hold on because no, I'm here. No, there was dogs barking.
I heard environmental factors. Yeah.
Yeah,
but I'm also dealing with environmental factors. It's because of the.
No, I'm sure.
Like, sign.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't feel like looking for some. Let's just, if you could even just stay on the line. I mean, you can.
Yeah, no.
Okay, yeah, no,
because nothing against you. I just heard you disappear.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Shilajit is here. Is a sticky brownish black resin that oozes from Himalayan sedimentary rocks. I mean, that's like kind of a cheesy way to put it, but you know, it's better to go to an Ayurvedic kind of perspective on these medicines, these rock medicines. So it's like in Ayurveda you have like herbal medicine, but this is like an earth medicine, like a rock. It comes from a mountain. And the way that they identified them. Am I audible, all right? I have a lot of background whooshing going on.
I can hear you. I don't know what the audience is like. Me, so we can break that in.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So originally, how they found the efficacy of this is through the animal kingdom. There were these monkeys near the Himalayas that would go up during the winter time. I mean, after winter, like immediately after winter, like when summer hit, the monkeys would go and eat like parts of this rock, or what people perceived as rocks. Like they would be eating these rocks, and then the monkeys would suddenly have more energy, more stamina. Their health would rebound from the long winter, and so people were obviously curious as to what it was. And then it turned out that it was this substance that was extruding from rocks, and it was later refined and used in humans, and it was called Shilajit, the remover of weaknesses. So that's what it is. So the animal kingdom were the ones that basically discovered it.
Sure. Yeah.
And then humans took it
right.
later. Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody finally figured out they were doing it instinctively. So yeah. Shilaji's good. And Heather said, hey, she had not done magnesium, but everybody should try to see where they're at with magnesium. Because most people need
90% are deficient. Like
right. Yeah. And I gotta say, it made a difference when I started doing the the carbonated water thing. Here, I'll look at the thing right here.
You actually did the mineral waters. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, the mineral water. Where it's it turns into magnesium bicarbonate. It starts out as magnesium something else, and when you add it to carbonated water, it does a reaction and turns into the actual. Yeah. The real dissolved form that like comes out of springs. Yeah.
Mg plus.
What it would be. The powder is calcium hydroxide, and then you put it with carbonated water.
Yeah, but the CO2 will break out the magnesium and create that and create the
What about thiamine?
Thiamine?
Yeah.
Thiamine's a B vitamin. That's different.
So do they ever put magnesium with that together?
You could. If you felt that's right for you.
Yeah, I'm going to try something. I've heard a lot about the magnesium.
Yeah, you should try. But like if you just buy like some cheap in the store, like pills, and if it's not a real good form, they're basically grinding up rocks and just like kind of counting how much actual magnesium's there, but it doesn't mean you're like digesting it. You just ground up rocks.
Yeah, the best type is to get ionic. Ionic magnesium goes straight to the blood.
Right.
So that's like magnesium chloride.
Yeah. There's a big
or various other
big
chelates.
Yeah, with the magnesium, big bioavailability differential.
Yeah, most of the
stuff. So what the Shilajit does it make it not thin out your blood, but it makes it so the oxygen can get out and get into your cells in the bloodstream out of the blood?
I don't know if it can do that. Has a whole lot of trace minerals and really complex compounds, fulvic acids, whatever the fuck they are.
Oh yeah, fulvic acid.
Yeah. So tell us what that does.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, so
like you're saying.
I don't know exactly. I can't describe exactly why fulvic acid.
Know how you have oxygen in your blood? Yeah. Well, it like makes the cells in your blood separate so the oxygen can be like distributed. more. Yeah, your circulation gets better, and it's like not thinning out your blood, but in a way,
not clotting, but it's more of like an electrical attraction, like sticking. They're all sticking together, like but like just kind of gently clumping together.
Yeah, I think that's what one of the ideas is. Another thing that it does is it takes away brain fog, and it's
Big
like
time,
people,
big time,
people have known that it reverses progression of degenerative diseases like Alzheimer's or dementia.
Yeah, it's super important. So I'll just go through it here. Thanks to its high mineral content, Shilajit is supportive of the Rakta Dhatu, blood, and Ashti Dhatu, bone, which helps to nourish the healthy blood, build strong and resilient bones. It also supports natural cleansing of accumulated stagnation or toxicity, also known as ama in Ayurveda, when also building and rejuvenating healthy tissues. It also balances the 3 doshas. So it's considered like a dosha balancing. So it puts your body back into balance. It is known as a Yogavai, which means a joining carrier, because of its ability to carry and drive nutrients into the tissues. As Yogavai, Shilajit can be taken with other supplements and herbs to enhance their bioavailability. It's not like a regular herb. It's a dense, sticky substance, and it's not usually best to take in powdered form. It's best to take in the liquid exudate that's then concentrated. So that's what, and then these people provide it. Taking Shilajit with ashwagandha also increases its which is another herb. So you can mix herbs with it, various things. It's good for endurance in general. And then there's plenty of clinical evidence dealing with the genitourinary disorders, muscular strength, hydroxyproline levels, which are like muscle hormones. So it's very documented, it's very safe. And it also can increase iron levels in the blood for people that are anemic and various other things like that. So it's super important, So, when used under proper guidelines, of course.
Yeah, I've had some for a while. I was taking it because I was brain fog, and then I got that mushroom tea or mushroom coffee, and so I kind of just went from one to the other. And so I've had some, and then my dad has been going through all these different symptoms, and I thought that and he can't wake up, like, or snap out of it. He's like kind of, I don't know, drifting and just mental brain fog. So I told him, to try that, and we do it together when I go over there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it helps. It helps with convalescence. Like anyone who's older, considered very beneficial for like aging people. For like
people that are losing their muscles and they're getting weaker.
Yeah. Well, like I spoke earlier, it's like if you follow like the proper science of life, then you actually get stronger as you age. It's just because of the way we are living now that things are not so. And there's
or
so
your
many...
mentality, your mentality is just to sit around, and that's what's going to happen.
Of course. That's part and parcel. Yeah. So I just sent the article here. Shilajit is beneficial, a natural phytocomplex with potential pro-cognitive activity. It's a natural substance primarily found in the Himalayas, formed for centuries of gradual decomposition of plants through the action of microorganisms. It's a potent and very safe supplement. It helps restore energy balance and to prevent several diseases. Its application towards the control of cognitive disorders associated with aging and stimulating of the cognition is due in part to its fulvic acid, the main active principle which blocks tau self-aggregation, which is one of the main proteins that cause issues with Alzheimer's disease. is why they're referencing that. Considering the impact of Shilajit in the medical field, in neurological sciences, and particularly fulvic acid, it could basically open up, new pathways for modern medicine to actually heal these disorders. But, the knowledge is there, but they don't allow it to the average person, what I would say about it. So it's known in the north of India as Shilajit,
it's getting the TurboTax app.
Nime, or Mumyo.
We are looking at how to pronounce the name of this American politician, also known by her initials AOC, serving as the U.S. representative for New York's 14th Congressional District. We are looking at how to pronounce, in English, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Alexandria.
Each type differs from region to region, depending on where extracted. It's hypothesized that Shilajit's produced by the decomposition of plants from the species Euphorbia rowleyana or other trifolium species, but it's hard to say, really. In my opinion, this is me talking. They're trying to pinpoint what plants in the ancient times created it, but it's hard to say, really. Because by the time we get it, it's completely, the Earth completely changes its composition. Yeah. It says it's, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's some, geological magic that happens there over, I don't know, how long does it take to make Shilajit? Millions of years, thousands, whatever it is.
Yeah, pretty much they don't know, but probably in the thousands, right. Multi-thousands of years.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I would just say it actually comes from the Earth itself. I don't think it's not what they think it is. I'll just say that. Yeah. It's kind of like oil. It's oil's not exactly what they think it is either. What they claim it is. And then it says fulvic acid accounts for 60 to 80% of its total nutraceutical compounds. But there's other oleogiolments, including selenium, for anti-aging, other humic substances as a result of degradation of organic matter and the action of microorganisms. Humic acid and fulvic acid have solubility in water. Humic acid is more soluble under alkaline conditions, etc., etc. The curative properties attributed to Shilajit are significant from the levels in relation to the levels of fulvic acid, because it's a strong antioxidant and likely has systemic effects as a complement activator. Yeah. Studies of the Andean Shilajit have evidence to show that its ORAC index, which is the antioxidant index for free radical removal, is about 50 to 500 trilox units per gram, which is substantially higher than blueberries or noni berries, which are typically score high on that scale. Yeah. In the context, Shilajit seems to be a powerful antioxidant phytocomplex.
Yeah. It's a very complex thing that happens down there. It really is. It's part mineral, but part biological, almost like a fermentation. It's like a biomineral. Some kind of crazy inner earth fermentation that goes on.
Yeah. There you go. And this could also connect with Winterland and stuff. If Doug ever gets back, I don't know what he's doing, but
sure.
There's definitely an Unterland connection, because how else do you survive when there's no light?
Yeah.
Or there's no light in the sense that we know light as the
right.
sun.
Yeah.
So something has to be done.
Yeah.
So here it's saying here, traditionally, Shilajit is consumed by people of India, North India, and Nepal. They usually take it with milk in their breakfast, and the Sherpas do claim to have Shilajit as a part of their diet because they consume it, in order to survive those high altitudes. The laboratory that they've studied has evidence of the Andean form improving cognitive disorders and as a stimulant of cognitive activity in humans. It also contains complex B vitamins, as they've studied, and such as vitamin B6, B9, and B12, which is very rare in nature. So for a vegetarian, this is essential. Let's see what else is here. Considering the actions of fulvic acid preventing tau self-aggregation into pathological filaments, which is basically Alzheimer's disease, it says it's showing interest in the prevention of this disease. Other common traditional uses include genitourinary, meaning like the
that organ that we shock to the organ we shock to enlarge it.
Yeah, the genital/urinary complex disorders. Yeah, so you notice I don't know if he takes it. He might take Shilajit, but it shows action in jaundice, digestive disorders, enlarged spleen, bronchitis, anemia, nervousness, epilepsy, etc. Useful for the treatment of kidney stones, edema, hemorrhoids. It's an internal antiseptic and reduces anorexia. It has also been claimed as a yoga vidya, meaning a synergistic enhancer of the other drugs. In adding, yoga means adding, so it helps in making Ayurvedic complexes. So because it can transport different minerals to their cellular targets.
Wow.
But Doug, while you're gone, I was talking about Shilajit.
Go on.
That it comes from quote unquote Unterland. It like squeezes out of the rocks, and then monkeys eat it, and then that's how humans discovered it, because the monkeys would be all emaciated from winter in the Himalayas because there's no food.
Yeah.
Then during the summer they would go collect all the Shilajit, and it would like restore their strength for the rest of the summer.
All right.
And that's how they discovered it. But I was saying to Aristides, like, this is definitely like a main survival mechanism of being in Unterland, because there's no light to grow food.
Yes.
So they're using this basically this plant material that's been taken by the earth and given out as Shilajit to sustain themselves long term.
Amazing. That's incredible. I want to thank you so much for that. By the way, I'm hearing a terrible static.
Yeah, I'm in like a wind tunnel type thing.
Oh, okay.
I didn't have a choice. Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay. So, At least there's
if you can carry on, I will finish up here and try.
No, not yet. I'm still waiting for the tea to steep. It takes a while for the tea to steep, so I have to go back and pick up the tea. I just came back to check on you all and see how the numbers were, and you're all holding up very well.
Well, Aristides was doing good.
Yeah. Wow. What were you talking about, Aristides?
Shilajit, right?
Right. Okay.
That's the thing today, man. Yeah. You just gotta lick the rakus, man, and it'll all be good. That's basically what Shilajit. Right, Brendan?
Is he with us, Brendan? Did he?
He should be. He'll agree. Yeah.
Okay.
It's basically
it's like
it's just.
It looks like
tar.
No, it's some magically fermented like mineral and somewhat, I don't know, biological stuff that oozes out of special places in like the dip. Yeah. It's like
I keep them.
Oh, he had to go mute because he's got somebody else in that storage facility. Yeah.
Sounds like the principal
of the school. Oh, he might be at work. I didn't think of that.
Maybe.
Yeah, I doubt it. They wouldn't be there at this hour, honey. It's 9:27 p.m. here in California. Yeah. So yeah, principal's not going to be there then. But I do look forward to his explaining who that was. I'm intrigued. Yes. Now, why would this particular herb intrigue yourself, Aristides, as opposed to, say, for instance, ginseng?
It's not an herb.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Right?
Okay.
It's a basically a type of complex.
It's a resin.
Okay.
Complex mineral resin in a
Got
special
it.
Yeah.
Okay. So
yeah, it kind of oozes or exists in certain special places in the Himalayas and the rocks, like where stuff like just kind of like super like fermented,
Now, I was so in other words, I used to think, at least till now, that salt was the only mineral we could eat. but this is like salt, another mineral we can eat.
Tons of minerals we could probably eat, but this is like a complex, like, like mineral tar that basically is found only in certain places, but it happens to be real good for health. So it's not like one mineral, right? It's like a complex, like tar stuff where certain things had like just aged.
Oh, got it. Like okay, so like minerals, but kind of like a compost almost.
Yeah, mineral compost goo. Like that's what you could think of it as.
Tar. Yes, there we are. Lick the tar.
Mineral compost goo. But like apparently real good for health. It has a lot of trace minerals. Like a lot of people you need like. There's all these like trace minerals that you don't need any volume of.
Sorry, but that was an awful explanation of it. I gave the scientific description.
It's still it's an intriguing one, but yes. So
it's
Brendan,
a black brownish powder or an exudate from the high Rocky Mountains, especially between the Himalayas and Nepal and India. So there you go.
All right.
It's a very rich in fulvic acid, and it's a phytocomplex with unique composition. It is produced from the decomposition of plant material from these various species and seems to occur through centuries under a millenary product of nature. So
wow. All right. Thank you.
It's just squeezed out from the rock. It's like you've heard of people saying black goo.
Yeah.
It's basically the real black goo. Like
okay.
The one that heals you and doesn't.
Right. A positive.
Like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
So it's healthy. It's something healthy and it's good for the body. Yeah. There you
go. Okay.
But under specific like conditions and Ayurvedic that thing.
Right.
Guidelines.
Wow. Okay. All right. So, such being said, I'll go and get my tea soon, and you guys will be left talking about this again. So that was the athletic director. What was she doing there so late? Brendan? He's busy fucking her now. She rendezvoused with him. They're fucking. Yes. Yeah, he says game. He says she's game, means that she's willing to fuck him. Yeah, you're a lucky guy tonight, Brendan. I wouldn't be talking either if I was involved with that. I mean, he says I can't talk for a moment. I bet. Yeah.
So the Shilajit, my dad had told me it tastes like pencil shavings.
All right. Yeah, that sounds appetizing as hell. I
think it tastes like kind of rubber or something like tar or asphalt.
Okay. So you've tasted it?
Yeah, I have some.
I've
been sharing it. I've been giving it to my dad to help him in his aging and his decline.
Okay. Yeah. How old is he?
Like 75.
Okay. All right. Yeah. And but is he holding up well generally?
Well, yeah, except for some brain fog, and some like mental hang-ups. So I've been giving him that to try to like get him motivated, keep him in touch with reality,
Okay. And that's good. You're such a dedicated young lady. How about yourself, Aristides? Obviously, you don't need to share anything you don't feel comfortable sharing, and you don't need to share anything at all about your family. But have you ever dealt with somebody who might be going senile?
You know what? Not too much in my like daily or family life, luckily.
Hey, how about some old staff at school? Maybe.
Maybe, but like nobody. No, I don't know what it's like to be. I know what it's like to be a caretaker for some pretty fucked up things, but not that.
Okay. All right. Interesting.
I've never dealt with that.
Okay.
Dealt with some other, difficult shit, but.
Yeah. I'm sorry that you had to deal with some difficult shit.
Well, we all do. That's how we learn, right?
Yeah. True enough. Yeah. Well, some of us don't, obviously.
Right. Well, yeah. Right. It's up to you to learn smarter, not harder, but.
Yeah. I mean, let's put it this way. I've dealt with too much, but obviously, I think there's all too many people who have never dealt with care provision of any sort. Sadly, they have no empathy.
Yeah.
But you, dear Heather, you were professionally a care provider, and so.
Well, that's why I was a caregiver. So I had to prepare myself for now.
For what you're dealing with your dad, was that on your mind when you were?
When I was 13 and when I was a candy striper in the Alzheimer's unit? No.
I doubt that. No, yeah, I was going to say that. Yeah.
No, it just happened that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and here Nemo says, what's the in regards to yeah, okay, I think I can read this. By the way, compared to some of the stuff Nemo writes, not necessarily what Nemo writes is obscene. It's simply that some of his stuff is just it's just I just can't say it. It's too provocative. But in this case, I think I can. He says, in regards to Trump shit talking Israel PM, Trump can't handle having Netanyahu's and Putin's dick in his ass at the same time, so he pulled out Benny's cock and just keep in Putin's. Yeah, well, there we go. It's one way of analyzing.
Netanyahu, Putin, and Elon, they're all in him at the same time.
Yes. Yeah, that's right. Good point. Yeah.
It's called docking.
Now that we've gotten that out of the way, let me take a look at the numbers before I dive back in. So our numbers are coming back. I just want all our listeners to know I'll be picking up my tea. It's steeping soon to the point where I'm just going to pick it up and take a while to stir it. It takes about 60 seconds, for me to stir in the ginseng crystals. American ginseng, Prince of Peace brand in this case. Anyhow, John says I've been taking it for a year, getting it at GNC. Let me tell him, thanks, John. Okay, or give him a nice little thumbs up there. And all of you keep talking. I mean, Brendan's not here with us, so I'm going to count on Aristides and Heather to talk as I prepare to go get my tea. I'll need you guys to hold the stage. You guys can do this, right? Heather, honey?
Yeah, I'm here.
I can do it while you do that. Yeah.
Excellent. The two of you. I'm counting on both of you.
Sure.
Just let me get this guy a nice thumbs up before I go. And what do you feel you two have in common for a conversational topic that you think would be mutually accessible to both of you?
I don't know. I don't think either of us planned it, but I think we're going to figure it out.
And,
Heather's pretty good like that.
And,
so many times I've spent so many hours
online. I want to ask Heather whether they're like supplements and stuff like that she's considered. So how about that? What else is on your mind?
Yeah, what else was
on
your mind?
I don't know. I think that golden milk is really good for you. It's what you make out of turmeric and milk. And
turmeric is a really good thing. I'm convinced of that.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
And if you add it to pepper, it fights cancer.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
So it's really good. You can put honey in it or whatever. If you make a golden tea at night, you heat it up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And until it boils, and then it turns like yellow, like milk. It's really good too. Mm-hmm. Helps you sleep.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. And so innocuous enough materials to discuss. I think that I'll go get that tea now. So I'm going to go mute. I'll be back soon enough. We'll talk for a little more roundtable, and then carry it to the point where I decide I'm just going to dive in, suck all the oxygen out of the room, and then all the rest of you starve to death of oxygen starvation and suffocate. We'll get to that point.
But your last monologue was really great, Douglas.
Oh, bless you. Hey, thank you so much. What did you? So tell me a little bit about it. What stood out?
I liked your take on the whole Aryan culture and how it's just transformed.
Oh, okay.
Through time. Yeah.
Wonderful. What? I don't remember what I said.
about skin color and how people have viewed skin color.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
In society and the cultures and stuff.
All right. God, yes, I remember now. Yes. Okay, cultural whiteness.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. And excellent. I mean, you and how about yourself, Aristides? What do you remember about that particular aspect of what I was of what I was saying?
Yeah. It's getting me. With which part?
Oh, she was talking about when I was talking about cultural whiteness, that Latin Americans, in particular. Do you remember any of that? What I was saying?
Yeah. Oh, what last time?
Yeah.
I thought of something funny. Do you want to hear it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't mean I want to like really strongly preface this. I don't mean actual offense toward any of these people, because I've considered people from these groups, among my personal friends. But like when you were talking about like Trump and like all the like Hispanics loving Trump and like who the Trump demographic really is, I came up with this expression. It was what is it? Hicks and Spicks for Trump.
I love it.
Okay, right?
Yeah.
Which isn't wrong. And like I said, I don't mean it. Don't anybody out there who are that get offended, because I've loved my share Hicks and Spicks.
You love Hicks and Spicks.
Yeah. But I like thinking of catchy things and thinking I'm funny. So it's like Hicks and Spicks.
That is funny.
That summarized what you were saying.
Yes, it does.
Yeah. That Hicks and Spicks for Trump. And like, did I tell you about the other? Did I tell you about this before? It was like, it's World War Trump. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we should like patent that.
Yeah, we should. I love it. Copyright it, you mean? Yeah, need to copyright that.
How do you copyright that? Yeah, go ahead. Call somebody.
Yeah. I thought of it. Oh, we know who to call. Motherfucking Vinny Barbarick. He claims he copyrighted my life.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, don't worry. Vinny's already on it.
Yeah. He'll steal it and say how creative he is, that piece of shit. Yeah. Well, thank you for rejoining us, Brendan. I will go mute now. Yeah. I'll be back in a few minutes. What? Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, I'll be back 5-7 minutes. Okay, and you guys got this.
5 to 7.
All right.
That must be one giant bucket of tea or something.
You know how many hours I've spent online shopping and looking for the right tea to send to Douglas, and I still haven't been able to find it. I
don't think he's looking for tea.
What?
I said I don't think he wants tea. He wants like something that'll get him on a level.
Send him a whole
bunch of kratom. Send him some kava or some kratom or something.
I don't know. Matcha. Is that what you said? He would
probably just like loose leaf Japanese sencha or genmai cha. That's my guess.
I know he likes tea from China.
I'll report back to you eventually. What's up?
I know he likes tea from China.
I get the impression that he's drinking Japanese greens. That's my
really. He said crystal ginsengs.
Yeah, those are good. Yeah, yeah. I think that's probably best. Yeah, ginseng tea.
Mm-hmm. So does that come in like tea bags, or is it like actually like it looks like rocks of crystal?
It's like powder, like a powder. It's like crystal. Yeah, kind of crystally. It's more like a powderized thing.
Don't they make ginseng candy that's kind of like that?
No, ginseng's quite expensive, so it's usually ginger is what's made into candy.
Okay. Oh yeah. That stuff's good.
Yeah, that's really
good. But you can't use that for tea.
You could. It's just super sugary. Yeah. There's nothing. Yeah. Ginger is good, but it's not as. I think ginger is actually a superior herb to ginseng, but ginseng has its special profile that makes it anti-aging and building. So that's why it's important. A lot of people like it.
There are so many Ayurvedic supplements.
Yeah.
That they use.
Ayurveda is number one. It has everything. It's like a whole system that has all that stuff on lock.
all kinds of roots and like ground up roots and things.
Well, yeah, hundreds, like thousands of herbs.
Yeah. Churna. Isn't churna
Churna's
like medicine?
Churna's like powder medicine, herbal medicine. That's made into a powder. Yeah. So,
it's not that expensive.
There's like churnas, there's like gritams, there's kashayams, there's all kinds of different.
What's kashayam?
Kashayam is like kind of like a tincture. It's like a tincture thing.
Kashayam is Kach.
Kashayam. It's like it's a Saudi term, so I don't know how to spell it. Kashhyam. Kashayam or something like that.
Yeah.
But it's just a tincture. It's just like a tincturized thing of herb.
Those are usually a little bit
more
expensive.
And then there are herbs that like have like spiritual benefit too. Like they're not just physical.
Really?
Like, they can actually clear your mental channels. Yeah. Like open the heart. Some can like activate the heart chakra and stuff.
Like what?
It's like I'm not gonna give them out. Like they're there in Ayurveda. Like if you want to look into it, but you know.
Yeah, I tried one of those churnas one time, and
what type was it?
It tasted like dirt.
Yeah, but it's like that's medicine.
Churna.
What is it?
Trivec, something.
Trickatu?
Trivec.
Trivec? I don't know what Trivec is. I've never heard of that.
Trivec,
but it sounds bitter. Sounds bitter,
it's
whatever.
Bitter.
Yeah, Trivec. I don't know if that's is the actual term. What?
I think that's just how the beginning of the word was. Let me hold on.
I can tell you what it is if I knew. Trivet.
I'll have to look it up.
Because that's just like a single herb. Like it's a digestive herb, yeah.
So, hey Heather, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. I want to ask you, what other type supplements you've been thinking about that we haven't talked about yet?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about this churna. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to find it, but turmeric is really good in golden milk. It's really simple.
Yeah, haldi is important.
Triphala, that's what it was.
Oh, triphala, yeah, triphala. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, triphala is that's actually really good. You should take more of that. That'll clear the mind. Of course, tri in the word means 3. So it's like a triple set of herbs that will cure toxicity in the body, cleanse the body, tonify, and then ultimately cleanse the mental channels so you can properly reach a sattvic kind of state. But it's not so good if you have a lot of vata. So it'll make your vata more vata. So it sounds like you need something more grounding, maybe.
Maybe.
My assumption.
Yeah, maybe.
How did you feel when you took it?
I was taking it for female issues. Mm-hmm. And
So the best herb Ayurvedically for female situations is called shatavari. So that will definitely help you out more so. Triphala is just
shatavari churna.
You can buy a gritam. I kind of like the ghee. So a gritam is when they mix the herbs into ghee and it becomes this paste or the spread.
Okay.
But shatavari, just if you look up shatavari, you'll find it. That's the number 1 for females, that. Yeah, it's one of the best tonifying herbs for, the systems. So check that out. And then there's also another one for mental stress and anxiety. Like it's called Shank Pushpi. Shank Pushpi is an herb in the morning glory family, and that will basically, it's very mild, but it'll assist in relieving any kind of mental tension, and it helps with sleep and all that. Like that's one of the best for mental state issues. And it's like very safe. Like they give it to children. You know?
Yeah, my most recent trying different things is I got some amla juice, and it was pretty expensive because I went through it pretty fast. But the amla juice.
Yeah, amla is super detoxifying. Like that fruit has the highest vitamin C content of any fruit.
Mm.
Yeah. But it's very bitter and like sour. But
yeah, I mix it with orange juice.
Yeah, but amla is the best. I mean, when it comes to detoxifying and tonifying, it's a very, very, very good fruit. So it's a fruit, but it's also a herb. Super healing. Yeah, it's called Indian gooseberry.
I use it to make my hair grow.
Yeah. Yeah, amla hair oil is the best for hair as well. So there's a lot of secrets. Like good secrets in Ayurveda.
Yeah. Like what is amla? It's gooseberry. I think it's the gooseberry.
Yeah, Indian gooseberry. But it's like a whole different ball game.
Okay,
than like the Western ones.
Yeah, continue speaking. You're on a good roll here. And now this black tar that I'm seeing a picture of, I'll download this. Heather sent it. Heather, Shilajit Prime Gold. How much does this cost?
I spent about $20.
$20? That's
a good deal then.
Yeah. How much is it normally, Brandon?
The one I get is about $50 for a few grams, like 10 grams or something.
So can you get me this $20 stuff for Brendan and I? We can send you money for it, or just for me?
Well, I got it on a flash sale on TikTok.
Oh.
This one that's in the chat, that's $40.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So
it's expensive. Yeah.
Okay. And how do I take this? Put it on bread or something? If I were to get myself a jar?
No. It's a very small amount. You take like a little tiny piece.
Okay. So it's not jam. I don't spread it. I take a tiny piece. No. Okay. And
if you want Ayurvedic herbs, like I'll bring you Ayurvedic herbs.
Okay. I mean, but you know, a bottle of this is like something that you can't bring, or is it I just don't need it, or what do you feel about that?
It depends on your issues or like what you need it for.
Like I just think you always need a good trace
mineral.
It
would give you stamina for like.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna tell him that, but it's okay. You could tell him.
What did she say?
It's like the reason why everyone's obsessed with it is because it's the ultimate testosterone boosting aphrodisiac.
Oh,
that's why everyone's obsessed with it. Yeah.
Oh,
I don't pander to that myself.
Understood.
That's what all these people are trying to sell it to. You know, that's how they sell it to people. But I think that's not the right way to do it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the last thing I need.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. But yeah, can you bring me a jar? Can you bring me a jar of this shit?
Yeah, I could.
Okay. Oh.
Someone should send it though.
Okay, because
it's easier that if way. They can.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like it's best.
Okay.
I'm not trying to travel around with black tar looking shit. You know? I usually keep it at home.
Some people just put it under their tongue and let it dissolve. They're like
no, you can buy real nice tablets. I can hook you up with the link there.
Oh, good. Or
tablets are fine, but I prefer the liquid myself.
Yeah. Okay. But I'm saying there are tablets to make it more like convenient for people.
Okay.
Yeah. True.
Yeah. But this tarry looking stuff looks interesting. So you just lick that off the spoon? They give you some kind of spoon that you use?
I mean, like I know the way it looks different, but it's actually like really small. Like you get like maybe like a little something the size of like a ping pong ball.
Oh, the jar's the size of a ping pong ball.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, or less. Smaller.
Okay. Wow.
So you take like a quarter gram and then it dissolves into water. And it turns your water like this dark color.
Oh.
And then that's how you take it.
Okay.
Or milk. You could put it in tea or milk.
Okay.
you can drink it that way.
Okay. Wow, cool. So you can put it in tea. The hot water's not going to destroy it.
No,
okay.
no, that's fine. That's actually good. Yeah.
Okay. That's incredible. And so I'd like to try that. I'd like to try it out. And now you were saying
it's something that would be good for your stamina, on long shows or something.
Yeah. Got it. That's what you were trying to say. So when you use stamina, and then our girl Heather said about, I just thought of, Brendan's saying this will keep your cock up for all night long, man. Yeah.
Well, it does. It definitely does that, but it's not. I'm not marketing it as that.
Brendan was also saying that it does good to distribute whatever herbs or whatever's in your tea. Mm-hmm. It'll help your absorption for that.
Yeah.
Fascinating. By the way, this kind of form that it has in the jar intrigues me more than the tablets and the capsules, because Brendan, explain to Aristides your own, the concept you have that the body needs to be triggered by taste to know to absorb things, and that sometimes these gel caps or pills sometimes don't give that triggering to the body.
No, I do place faith in that. Yeah.
Okay.
I would tend to agree with that.
Yeah.
He knows.
Yeah. Cool.
I mean, I'm not saying I taste every fucking supplement I take because that. I don't know. But you're right.
I do.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Cool.
It's not a contest. It's not for everyone. This is for them.
But I mean, it's like when you're taking your vitamins in the morning. It's not like you're oh, maybe lick all these. You just want to
I get it. You want to do
now,
something
if you're
good
fucking with if you're fucking with discovering one kind of remedy and you need to get acquainted with it, and right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's the proper way to do alchemy, but it's it's also got its drawbacks. But I personally like the taste of Shilajit. It's really good tasting.
Yeah.
Oh,
right.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I actually I add I have my way. I add stuff to it. I'm not gonna say it. I'll tell you guys privately, but I add stuff to it. So.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Metals, different metals.
I found some that's for $11.99. It was originally $45.99.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that, but I don't recommend buying it cheaply. Just a heads up.
Okay.
Just so that's a disclaimer. Don't. If it's too good to be true, it's not good.
Thank you. I was suspecting.
So not $12.99. You think this $40 is closer to it?
Like right now, it's worth about $40, and there's no point in buying something cheap in these kind of supplements, because the unfortunate reality of things that are especially from India right now is there's a lot of fakes. So you want to get one that's lab tested.
Mm-hmm.
What about
that's
third
what
party
you're really
tested?
paying for. Yeah, that's like a lab, third party. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's why I pay a premium for mine, but it lasts a long time. It's you don't need one $50 thing can last you 3-4 months. So it's not super. You don't need to it's not like those influencers that take a freaking a quarter size amount every day just to feel they're juiced because they're all hungover and shit. You don't do it that way. You see those people they have their smoothie and then they drink a giant thing and then they go and fucking tox themselves on drugs the next day. Don't do it like that. That's not what it's for. The math doesn't math. It's it's not a math problem. You'll never get out of your deficit by doing that. Those same people, they take a gallon size turmeric smoothie. It's it doesn't work like that. Sorry to say.
Oh my god. No.
Less is more. Less is more.
Okay. Yeah. And so in terms of all these links you sent me, Brendan, so much to keep up with. Which among these links that you sent me in terms of current events do you feel deserves our attention in the most immediate sense? In the private messages you sent me many links about.
I don't know exactly what. Can you read some of the headers?
Okay. Okay, let me take a look at them. I may have to take off again for a minute to get this eyelash out of my eye. and because I get that eyelashes.
You got caterpillars up there or something? You got?
Oh Jesus Christ! I got distichiasis, which means I've got a double row of eyelashes that is very similar to the genetic condition that Elizabeth Taylor had, which it actually is supposed to make you feel, beautiful.
Wait, so that's not normal?
No, it's not. No, it's not. So they shed. Yeah, they shed a lot. Yeah, so the eyelashes are constantly falling into my eye like it's a magnet that attracts them, and it's excruciating. And honestly, you just wish you didn't have it. But obviously some of these links you sent are for entertainment. Blackadder, okay, teaching some idiot how to add. But then there was a South Korea's president arrested after the standoff. China using ID cards to influence Taiwan. Further up beyond that.
Some oddly important, but
yes, yeah. Strong hits Kyushu, and Cruciatus curses. Are you willing to share about these Cruciatus curses they were hitting you with? Extreme migraine. You healed it with some herbs the other day. Oh my God. Yeah. They were hitting you.
Every time I come on your show, they like hurl a bunch of curses at me. So that's what I was telling you.
Yes.
It was just like, yes. But don't read my incantation out loud. Just that's your private thing.
Oh, of course not. No.
Like my counter spell, so to speak.
Yes. Yeah, understood.
And you're like you're collateral, so you have to deal with me.
Mm-hmm.
Like part of the reversal is you seeing that. So
yes, understood.
You don't have to say anything. You could just like see it.
Well, I owe you that much. That much for the fact that you're suffering because of myself. So Heather, do you ever get the feeling that some of the challenges that you're suffering from are that you are overcoming, that some of this might be because of your affiliation with me? It seems like you've never come to that conclusion. It seems like you've always felt that mostly you've just been a targeted individual and you've had these things happen because you're you, as opposed to any affiliation with myself. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, I mean, I sometimes like there was a moment in time a period of time when I was feeling that because I was getting paranoid and I wasn't sure why. It was like somebody somewhere hit a button and made me paranoid, like completely. I've never suffered from paranoid delusions or anything before. But I guess when that drone was flying over last summer, I kind of got a little paranoid.
Tell us about that.
Oh, it was just a drone that used to come over and fly over me when I was in the swimming pool or laying out in the sun or something, and it would get really close.
Well, now you know what it's for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're canceling people's insurance.
Oh, Jesus.
Like they're like flying over people's houses and they see like a cracked roof tile and then the insurance gets canceled. I'm not joking. That's what they were doing in my area recently.
Oh my God! Is that what happened to people you knew, or you're being facetious, right?
No, I'm not being facetious. That's what's happening out here in this Northern California.
Oh my God!
The home insurance company will hire someone to fly over your house, and if they see a cracked roof tile, they will just arbitrarily drop you from the insurance. Like they'll just send you a letter and say, "We have reason to believe your house is not insurable," and then they'll just send you a photo of your house, like a drone photo.
Oh, holy shit.
So that's what they did to these people. Yeah, it's pure just shenanigans.
And I don't know.
And then to get your insurance back, you have to do like $20,000 of a new roof. Like,
there's a FEMA map. I don't know where exactly to find it, but it's a FEMA map, and it shows all the floodplains. And so, like, if your house is on a floodplain, they might raise your insurance $3,500 a year or something for hazards.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, well, outrageous. There should be laws against this. This is predatory. It's predatory.
Yeah, that's just pure evil.
Yes. So, I mean, yes. So.
And then they'll say shit like, "There's no price on security," Like, or something. Do you want to feel safe? Like, what? We protect your assets. Like they'll like gaslight you into thinking that's normal.
Oh, Jesus
but then it's
Christ.
required by law. You have to have insurance.
Of course.
Like if you rent an apartment, they like force you to buy renter's insurance, which is something that the company that's renting you should have, not you. But it's just this total gaslighting shit. Evil bastards.
Yes. No, so true. So true. And
then on top of that, some of these policies say it only covers structural damage. So you're paying for the landlord to have their shit covered when your whole house can burn and they won't even reimburse you for a TV or anything.
Yes.
So it's just like ridiculous.
Yes. Outrageous. And so, how about yourself, Aristides? Any insurance experiences in your lifetime that stand out? We'll see if he's still awake. He might have fallen asleep.
He's insured all right into his blanket.
Did you say insurance? I'm sorry.
Oh, just anything, but I was just asking because we were suddenly talking about the evil things.
What type of insurance?
Yeah, the insurance companies are doing. They were sending drones over people's homes and finding little cracks in their roofs, like a missing tile or something, and then saying your insurance. What were they doing exactly, Brendan? Tell Aristides. It's just outrageous behavior.
They're just arbitrarily dropping people. They'll say your house is too risky for us to insure, but it would be like something as simple as like a cracked ceiling tile, or they'll say the tree has worn down your roof. They'll say the tree's too close, it wore down your roof tiles, and we won't insure you till you get a new roof. Like that kind of shit.
Mm-hmm. Looking for any reason to like deny it.
Yeah. Well, this is California. It's because of the fires. I'll go into that a little bit again tonight. But go on, dear Aristides. What experiences you may have had in this regard?
Myself, not many.
Okay. Yeah. I mean that enters a kind of private area anyway. We don't want to go too far into that. But does it bring to mind any stories or other experiences? Others that may have had.
No, with insurance, I don't like to think about that.
I mean, that's an awfully obtuse subject.
Who likes to think about insurance?
Thank you. Oh, it's a big deal here in California for the reasons I articulated in my last episode. Yeah, that's all. Yeah.
So imagine that happens and you don't have enough time to fix your roof, and then your house burns down. That's what happened to the people down south.
Yeah.
Like
in California.
Got dropped.
Yeah,
they got dropped arbitrarily for some reason. Then they didn't have time to fix it, and now they're left with nothing. Literally nothing. Their whole house, their whole lives, their whole world burned down. Like everything. Like imagine everything you own and love, and your pets and everything just burn in a house, like Buddhist style.
Buddhist protest. Buddhist protest style. You mean?
Not like that. That's funny though. But I'm saying like like you have nothing left to be attached to, that kind of like
got it.
lesson shit.
Yes. So it's borderline nihilism. Yes.
Yeah, let's just put it this way: it's not an easy thing to have happen.
Yes. And and so
especially for Westerners.
Yeah, that trigger anything with you, Aristides, in terms of memory, something like that, thoughts, about other types of stuff.
No.
You've got the perfect icon, by the way.
Perfect what?
His icon on Skype is perfect. That's what I imagine.
Sitting on bed, yes, in the pillow, yes.
Wait, what time is it here?
Yes, that's true.
I'm not saying you're
at
fault or something. It's a good reason, but that's just what I imagine you do.
Fair enough.
Yes, and of course, you earned it. You work for a living. Right. You come home. Yeah.
That's right.
We love you, Aristides. We love you. And we're all here on the left coast. Heather, Brendan, and I, we're all 3 hours behind you. Right. We're all 3 hours behind you. Don't mind us.
Yeah, well, sometimes I stay up and deal with you. So.
Yes, Bren does. Yeah. That's why I credit him on some of the monologues when he does that. So we may very well do that tonight.
I'm sure my neighbors love hearing someone yell about Hitler at 2 a.m. I'm sure that's great. he was right, you know.
Oh yes.
So they love that.
Yeah. I doubt most people even think it. You know, and as the younger
generation,
being
facetious.
Understood.
Yeah.
Oh,
no, nowadays it's like he's a celebrity. I mean, it's like.
Mm-hmm. Tell people about that. Tell people about the younger generations and what you see on the internet.
Oh, it's just constant. Anytime like someone posts like a Hitler cat, like everyone's loving it. They love it so much. They're like, I did not see that coming, you know, or something. Like it just is like, to them it's fun, like, you know. Yeah. And then you'll also get people asking questions like, maybe he wasn't wrong, you know, like posts about the Gaza issue. They'll say maybe once, or there was one meme where it was it was like, what historical figure do you want to come back and be absolved of all their wrongdoings? And then it's like, and then it just shows underneath, comment deleted, comment deleted, comment deleted. So it's like thousands of people were like, bring him back, please.
I love
bring
it.
him back.
Oh
and
my
then,
God.
But they all got deleted from the, you know, obvious censorship.
Oh my God.
But it's like, so that's what I'm saying. Like 99% of people are ready to just bring him back and just say, look, we're sorry, you know, you were right. Like,
which is essentially what happens in the film. Look, he's back. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. People are loving it. They're like, oh my God, you know, like, yeah. I love when he goes online. He's like, Wolfschanze.
Yes. Tell people about that.
And she's like, it's not. Yeah. No, that was great.
And what do you think of the young lady how does Hitler?
Oh, she's hot. She's super hot.
Yeah. Yeah. And how do they portray? Because I've never seen the full scene, but how do they portray Hitler accepting how she looks? How does Hitler respond to how she looks? Because her presentation is obviously different from when he was alive, in terms of how ladies presented themselves.
Well, she has like a piercing and stuff. He says something about her, but I don't remember the exact context.
Yeah.
We could find the clip though. It's funny.
Yes. Yeah. And
I just like the scene where he's trying to navigate the internet and she's trying to explain what it does.
Yeah.
And he's like flabbergasted. He's like, was it one of our scientists or something? Like in his head, all the advancements were all like Deutsch, which is true. Like,
yes, that's right. That's right. And the computer was
like IBM and shit.
Yeah, well, the computer was Deutsch in that sense. When we think about the magnetic tape, all the rest of that stuff. I'm really getting. How do I say it? Let's take a look at our numbers here. And just take a look at good. We've got great numbers. You're all doing well. I'm going to dive into monologue soon, people. I do want you to know that we've had 4 hours of round table. So we'll get about 8 hours.
I like how there's a bunch of like, how do we put it? These propagandist reviews of the movie. A terrifying dose of reality. Terrifying reality. Like, no, just call it like it is. We would all be happy if he came back. I don't think there's anything terrifying about that. We have so much to tell him, you know. It's like, you know, and that's like, it sounds like a meme, but that's like the majority of people will literally say that.
Yes.
Like, I think 90% of people would give him the benefit of the doubt and just say like, look, let's just talk to the guy. Like, I'm not even being like facetious. Is like probably the case. You know?
Yes. Definitely so. And again, everyone, I'm gathering my thoughts together, and also during times like this, I'm also searching for quotes because I need to be able to quote people accurately. So I'm looking up quotes of various politicians that have been dealing with various issues lately, so that I can quote them accurately. Some of these people, of course, you just can't believe the quotes you're reading. But go on. Yes, please.
Yeah, continue. I thought the funny part about that Wolfschanze thing is that almost sounds like one of your passwords or your username.
Right.
Like Wolf's Lair.
Right.
He was trying to make like a Dietrich-esque, like, you know.
Yes. Yes.
So you kind of have that, you know, that.
Well,
you're definitely like a Hitler clone.
Yes, we know where that comes from. Yes, I was about to say that comes with the territory.
So they got that part right, is what I'm saying. Like,
yes.
As we can see.
Yes. Yeah. And so when it comes to the, you can tell people just in passing, tell them in general about my astrological chart compared to Adolf Hitler's. And again, your observation there, it's always appreciated so that new listeners will understand.
Well, for starters, you have major placements that are similar, such as your Jupiter and your moon. Your moon definitely is in, like, I think it's in, I'd have to go back to your chart, but there are main placements, main planetary placements that directly reflect the chart of the Wolf King, like pretty closely. So there's something cosmic there going on. Not to mention your Libra, like your actual sun sign is similar as well. Like he had like Libra moon or something. You have a lot of very close placements. And the nakshatras, the main point is we're talking Vedic astrology. So the planetary positions are obviously always different because as time moves, the snapshot is different, but the actual nakshatras are the same. So you have like your main energies are the same energies as your biosar.
Excellent.
As we could see, like by your personality and all that stuff.
Thank you. Yes. Which, unlike the way he's portrayed in so many films, go on. Yes.
It's not just biologic, is what I'm saying. Like people would say, oh, it's like some genetic, like it's not only genetic, it's literally energetic beyond genetically.
Thank you.
So that kind of proves what you're saying. Like it would, like I said before, it would basically be a moot point. So like people saying, oh, well, that's not really your genetics, right? Like that would be a moot point because you have the same energetics anyway.
Thank you.
So you'd have the same you'd have the same motivations and like PowerPoints and speaking ability and all of that. Like so it doesn't, it's like a video game character. You have like the same
download
XP, like experience.
I've got the same matricial download, the same matrix download. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. So it doesn't matter. Like, so anyone who wants to argue with you about that, you could just, forget about that. It's just
Thank
like a joke.
you. Yes. And I think your average person with discernment knows that. Your average person with discernment senses that. So
which would be like nobody these days,
basically. Yeah. Points well taken. I'll try and go a bit into that too.
Like an average person with discernment, that's like we're talking like it's like in the realm of impossibility at this point.
It's so sad.
Like these are people that are like when TikTok gets banned, they go to freaking what is it called, Red Dead?
Yes, thank you. Red Dead Redemption ripoff. Red Dead Death Note. Red Dead Death Note. Red Dead Death Note. Yeah.
Like, so we're talking like the IQ points have fallen quite a bit.
Yeah. It's so bad. Even the name of that video game, Red Dead Redemption, is such a low IQ name. It's like it doesn't even make sense. Red Dead Redemption. What exactly was that title based on? There's got to be a more euphonic title than that.
No, there's no explanation. Okay. They don't even give an explanation. It's just they just basically contracted some psychologist that does marketing, and they came up with that.
Got it.
Because it has nothing to do with the game. Because there's no like zombies. It's just a guy running around the Old West, like murdering people.
Yeah, killing people, right? That's all I ever got.
So there's no redemption, and there's a lot of dead, but there's no red.
And there's no redemption. Yes.
Yeah, there's no redemption.
Yeah. Oh my fucking God.
It's made by the same people that made GTA, so it's just like debauch. It's just like.
Got it.
Like you get your rocks off, like your sadistic shit off. Like,
yes, just.
Like you tie people, you lasso people and drag them through a swamp, and then an alligator eats them. It's like it's just totally pointless, like to the storyline. Like you could just do shit like that. Yeah.
What storyline is there, if any, that you can summarize for us?
You're just a dude. You're just like an outlaw that just goes around and interacts with It's like being in like the Wild West. It's just like an Old West movie. But you could just interact with it. That's the only thing it is. So.
Oh my God!
And you find a prostitute and you like love her for a second, and then she dies or something.
Oh,
there's not much of a story. And there was a big controversy when they were like, someone made a video of like the suffragette. There was like an early suffragette, and then you could like lasso her and kill her off.
Oh my God!
And so, yeah. So people were like crying about that, and then Joe Rogan's like, "Isn't that what the game's for? You can do whatever you want." Like,
oh my God!
Yeah, you can, but that was just like like he's like, it's programmed to do that, and it's like, yeah, it's programmed for crazies to play the game.
Thank you. Like him. Was that? I'm sorry. Was that Joe Rogan or Tucker Carlson? That says they're both.
Rogan.
Okay.
No, Tucker's Christian. I don't think he would prove that. Like, we can at least give him that.
Oh, I don't know about that. It's hard to tell with him, but I get what you're saying. Like
he wouldn't do the debauch thing. Like,
okay, he'd be a bit more uptight. Yeah,
he would be more uptight.
Yes,
they're not into that kind of dark shit, but these guys are, because they just blow their brains out on psychedelics and everything's fair game after that, I guess.
Yeah, tell people a little bit about Joe Rogan and just how he blows his brains out, or how he's already done it.
I think he did early on, but he's just like, I personally think he's just getting too old.
Yeah.
To be any kind of, like, you know how like when especially old white dudes, they just end up in a chair in front of their house and just like saying a bunch of shit.
Yes, thank you.
And like people love to talk to them because it's just a bunch of jack shit. Like, yeah, I remember back in the day, and it's like that's what he's turning into. Like, I don't think he even has a point. Like, he's so rich and like he's been successful, so he's just like has no point anymore. He just wants to talk.
Oh my God!
Like, it's like these old car guys that like made money fixing cars, and then they just sit around like telling you what you're doing wrong. Giving their 2 cents that no one wants, that's what he's turned into.
Oh my fucking God!
Like, I eat jerky, it's like, okay, we get it, all right. Like, jujitsu's cool, all right.
Okay,
it's like
Nemo's got a summary. Okay. In the story, you're an outlaw exiled from your group. The main character redeems himself by helping people and killing off your former thug gang members, then dying in a blaze of glory at the end in a showdown with government agents. Okay, so thank you for that. So it's a little better than the way our man Brendan.
Let's just put it this way, Nemo. Yes. No one plays the game like that.
Yeah, you're
like
there.
Very few people. They only follow the storyline to like unlock like guns and stuff. Like,
yes, there we are.
Or at least when I played it, I'm sure Nemo did, because he actually has a brain and he likes that stuff.
Yeah,
but I'm saying like most Americans, like they're just like, I need to unlock the gun, But yeah, anyways. Yeah.
Oh, but both points are well taken. Thank you for describing that, Nemo. But like Brendan says, your average asshole is not going to be following the plot. They're going to lose the plot pretty quickly, because they'll lose themselves in, like he said, encountering prostitutes, and then later on, it's probably killing them. when they're not killing suffragists.
Oh, definitely.
Yes. Yeah. It's they're living out their fantasies. And they can do that. It's so disgusting. And
Crowley style.
Yeah. What about yourself, Heather? Have you ever played any video games? I mean, do you have access to video games?
Well, she's in Arizona, so she's living that. I never want to go back to Arizona.
What's the name of the character in Red Dead Redemption? What's the name of the character? Because I want to say, Vinny.
Oh, I don't remember.
Vinny's like him. She's living with the character from Red Dead Redemption.
Pretty much.
What is that? I don't know what that is. It's a game?
Yes. It's a game. It's a video game. What do they call first person? Would you call it? It's a role-playing game, but it's a first-person shooter.
It's an RPG.
RPG, yeah. But
there's a lot of guns, yeah.
Yeah, so it's basically...
You're playing the role of an Old West, cowboy. Or, outlaw.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And you're living out all these fantasies. And you know what it is. It's kind of like... All of these remind me of a film called Blood City that was made in the 60s, starring Jack Palance. And it's one of the most puzzling films you're ever going to see. But I get it. I fucking get it, because I worked with the U.S. government, and they show the U.S. government in some crises in the future as it was perceived in the 70s. It's like Westworld, obviously inspired, or maybe even came out before. John Marston is the name of the cowboy in Red Dead Redemption. So or we'll call Vinny John Marston. John Marston. M-A-R-S, like Mars.
Oh, that might be the second. No, that's the first one, I think.
Okay.
The second one is Arthur Morgan. Like,
okay.
But they're all like.
They're all just ne'er-do-wells.
They're just outlaws with generic cowboy names, basically.
Oh my god! Well, at least none of them are named Trampus Nicholson.
No, that dude had such a unique name. I think the name was part of his torture or something.
Who names a kid that? It's like
and it was like wasn't it some it was like a villain from a movie or something. It was something ridiculous from an Old West movie. It was like a villain from an Old West movie.
No, it was like one of the characters from Blood Meridian, or the author who wrote that. Let's see who wrote Blood Meridian. Meridian. It's like that, a character from that. Cormac McCarthy. It's like a Cormac McCarthy character. Trampus Nicholson. Yeah, from a
literally,
Western.
Literally.
Yes. Yeah. And he's and of course look at the end product. A guy who keeps trying to kill himself by blowing his brains out on all kinds of poisonous toxins, and wondering why his family just kind of gave up on him. Then they took my clothes and threw it in the incinerator like I wasn't gonna live. And it's like, dude, you took a bunch of toxic fucking, poisonous truffles. Yeah. And Nemo says Arthur Morgan is the main character in the second game. There we are. And,
okay, thank you, Nemo. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, Nemo's the expert. So I noticed Nemo is not generally in the movie.
He's a gamer.
Whoa, of course.
Or he used to be, anyway.
No, he still is one. He got the fucking computer. Jesus Christ.
Well, I think he's pursuing other things now.
On the computer? I mean...
No, actual, he's... I'm not going to reveal his private life, but I'm saying he's just doing other stuff that's not.
Oh, okay.
He's peeling away from the video game thing. That's all I'm saying.
Interesting.
Last I heard, anyway.
Okay. Well, I'd be interested in hearing more from him privately, whatever he feels, comfortable sharing, and about that, because I'm glad to hear that. I think. I mean,
it's good. It's good.
Yeah. And
I think it's cool.
Yeah. Good. Excellent. And so he says,
if I wasn't working, I'd be doing a lot of shit.
Yeah. He says, here we are. Then Nemo says, Arthur, this is the character Arthur Morgan, is pathetic. He thinks it's below his morals to have sex with prostitutes. That is fucking
Oh God, that's pathetic. Like that Catcher in the Rye shit. That's awful.
Yeah. Well, in Catcher in the Rye, the kid's having sex with a prostitute. He just gets mugged. She gets him. Her pimp, beats.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't actually. He sits there and smokes his whole pack of stoves and walks out, and she gets pissed off.
Oh, right.
That's the whole shtick.
No, but he gets somehow mugged by her pimp. The black guy mugs him, right?
Yeah. Well, because she got pissed off because he wasted her time and didn't want to pay her. Oh God!
So then she sent the black guy after him, saying, "Hey, fuck this guy."
He paid her only half of what, and he was like, "I'm just not into it," and it was a horrible book. I hated that book.
That's right.
Yeah. He just sat there and smoked a bunch of. He was one of those people that's I just want someone to talk to, and those chicks don't want that. No. That's why they're doing that.
Yes. That's got it. That's
right. I'm on the side of the chick with that.
No.
She should have had him killed.
No, I get it. No, he was. Well, he says he goes. The book is such an embarrassing thing for him anyway. The character that.
Yeah.
But were you forced to read this in school? Because you retained...
Yeah, well, I was forced to read it, but I was actually granted an exemption.
Okay.
Because it was a banned book, and I was like, I don't want to read it because this is the main reason why John Lennon got killed, or it was involved in the, like the brainwashing of that dude, like, you know.
Well, having been excused, that's right. The man who killed John Lennon, that was one of his favorite books because the character.
That was like his inspiration, yeah. Because the actual like walk around Central Park he did before he killed John Lennon was like from the book, like exactly. He was like reading it verbatim as he was doing it.
Holy shit!
Like in some kind of brainwashing shit.
Yes.
But I mean, I just used that as a bullshit excuse. I didn't really care. So I just didn't want to do the work. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess so. You read the book, but you did not. But you did not do the work. You didn't have to.
But I told them, I was like, oh, like my idol is John Lennon, so I can't go further with this.
That's
like,
amazing.
So just to get out of the way.
But they bought that. They ate that shit up, but I can see them doing that.
Yeah, no, the teacher was cool. She knew it was BS. She was like, yeah, no worries. She was a really cool teacher.
Yeah.
Because they hate like required reading because like no one reads it and it's just like, come on, who wants to read that shitty book, really?
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Okay.
And then a lot of them are traumatic. Like we had to read like, what was that one? Not Grapes of Wrath, but what is that one called? He's like, look over there, Lenny. Look at the rabbits, and he
of Mice and Men.
Yeah. Of Mice and Men, yeah. Same author, but yeah, different book, yeah.
Yeah, but meaning Steinbeck, he's not the same author as The Catcher in the Rye, just so people understand.
No, Grapes of Wrath. Grapes of
Wrath. Same author, right?
That was a Steinbeck, but
who was a San Franciscan in California? California and San Franciscan, by the way. Yes. So go on. Keep talking.
Yeah. So that book took place in Salinas, which it's a horrible place. Don't go there. Even now. But it's just a farm town. But
they do have Cannery Row. I have been there. They do have Cannery Row.
Oh, it's nice. No, it's actually nice now, but it's gentrified. Yeah. But I'm saying it's just like a lot of just mostly migrant workers picking lettuce, which is not bad. It's just literally what it is. Yeah. So that's where most of the world's lettuce comes from. So in a couple of years, we won't have any salad, you know?
Yeah, the way things are going. Yeah. Oh, yeah. With mass deportations. Yeah.
Enjoy your salad now. Buy your romaine now, it's all going to be contaminated when the robots start picking it. And it'll like go bad on the shelves and shit.
Well, there aren't going to be any robots picking it. It's just going to rot in the field. So you don't need to worry about that. The people are just going to starve. Yeah, and this is thanks to.
So the books were traumatic. Like we had to read that, and then, like they don't give you any warning. They're like, it's it's a sad ending, and then you read it, and you're like, holy shit, like this is crazy. Like,
no, you're right.
Like, and a lot of these books were jarring like that, and they like force you to read it like it's something. It's like, oh my god.
Yeah.
At least they didn't do what they did to George Knight.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's
skee ball. The Germans playing skee ball and shit. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Now, by the way, I actually saw on YouTube. What Brendan is referring to is that George Knight, when he was going to grade school, there was a anti-German propaganda film that the teachers would make the students watch that showed Germans throwing babies in the air and shooting them out of the air. And these were like World War I Germans with like Pickelhaube or spiked helmets. I mean, it's just something absurd. None of this is real. Yeah. And he remembered that distinctly, but, and other people remembered it, but it's like that would be footage that's impossible to find because it was obviously propaganda footage made during the war. Likely World War II, where they were trying to see how bad the Germans were in World War I. This is why we have to fight them now. Right. And that's that. Then, but
then it gets recycled later because no one cares. Like.
Right. But what he was pointing out was that this is like how extreme the propaganda was. But then they were making kids watch it generations later for what he felt was no goddamn good reason. And of course, any sane person should agree with him on that. But the point is that it also reminds me of something. Well, first of all, just to calm everybody down, with the film I'm describing, if it did exist, obviously they would be recycling that like universally. There's nowhere on earth you wouldn't be seeing that film simply because of the Teutophobia in Western civilization. But such having been said,
we would see it every couple days.
It'd just be there. It would be like the History Channel would have it on a loop. the History Channel would have it on.
Yeah, like those stick figures of Auschwitz where they show the same, like 3 photos of the stick people.
Yeah.
And they're like, look how bad, look how much,
And just so people understand, I and Brendan, we are not Holocaust deniers. We're not Holocaust deniers.
No,
at all. But there is...
No, but they only show one side. Like there's... What about the natives? Like, they don't show that shit.
Yeah. No.
Native Americans. Like,
yeah, of course. In other words, they're not showing the genocide committed by the Belgians in the Congo, the British in India.
Yeah, there's plenty of photos of that. Like you said, there was like, they were like boiling people in cauldrons and shit.
Oh, yeah. No, it was just...
They have photos. They literally have photos that you could see at the British Museum. But they recently put them away because they don't want scandal.
Right. Of course, of course. Well, no, it's because the Jews don't want a fucking competitor. They want a total monopoly on human suffering. That
part makes sense.
Yeah, that's why. So the Jews call them up and say, hide that. We don't want people to think that there's other people suffering besides us. But so on YouTube, I recently saw a black and white charcoal sketch illustration probably purported to have been produced in a concentration camp, where they show one German camp guard saluting with the Heil Hitler salute, as the Americans call it. By the way, just so people know, that's called an ad locutio, the so-called Heil Hitler salute. But it's the Roman salute. So they show a German doing the Roman salute while another German is literally picking up, not shoveling, but picking up an infant from a pile of infants who are either they're all dead, or maybe one could imagine they're all alive and squirming, but he's tossing it into an incinerator casually, like he's like trying to, hit through a hoop, like he's trying to make a hoop, with a basketball. And but the sketch, this charcoal sketch, which I'm certain is being promoted as having been sketched in a concentration camp, because they'll say this. What I cannot understand is how anyone, again, I'm not a Holocaust denier at all, but what I can't understand is how could anyone believe something so incredibly impossible as this, not in any moral sense, like no human could do this, far from it. I've seen what humans are capable of, and it's far worse than you can imagine. You can ask Brendan Zokit about my novels. By which present what I've seen, but
I was gonna say, was that a sketch of you in Africa or something? Is that what you're trying to get
at? But what I can't understand is, in a death camp, how would all these women be pregnant? And obviously, because they were all raped by the guards. Okay, buying into that, easy to buy. I can accept that. I can believe that. How would they carry to term? They're always claiming all these people are starving. All these people...
drinking freaking, what was it, coriander soup and stuff. Like they told that. The lady came to my school and told us that.
Yeah, but then if they say, well, they were the camp prostitutes, which they took the prettier girls aside and put them in special wings of the camp to serve as prostitutes. Okay, easy to believe. But the pregnancy... Why would they have them carry to term only to throw the babies away into an incinerator? Because these are babies. They're not aborted fetuses. They're like fully developed babies. So you have why would they allow them to carry to term for 9 months? You're feeding double. You're feeding the woman double. You're not just feeding her, you're feeding the kid she's carrying. Yeah. So the resources required.
It's just not logistically possible while the rail lines were being bombed and all the food was short.
Well, I mean, forget possible for a moment. It's not logistically logical to waste those resources.
Right.
Forget the bombing and everything else that make life difficult. Otherwise, it's like you're feeding these people double. Just so you can have the thrill of first off delivering the babies. Somebody's got to be dedicated to getting the babies out of these ladies' wombs, and then just hurling them into the incinerator, alive or dead. It's just while someone can imagine certain groups of people, a certain kind of subsector of human psychology developing a kind of knack for enjoying that activity, it's simply the process of getting to that point isn't worth the effort. It's not. So there you go. It's just, but they have that on YouTube.
It's absurd.
And the fact that people would buy into that, of course, people would just accept that, and the ultimate evil of the Nazis, but that's at this point, okay, you're no longer credible. In other words, it doesn't matter that America landed on the moon. At this point, the fact that
literally incredulous.
Yeah, thank you. It's like, okay,
or incredible as in not credible.
Right. Yes, it's literally, it's like when the the Vikings got to America first, but for generations everybody was told it was Columbus. So so the Americans may have landed on the moon first, regardless. Generations from now, no one will remember it, and they're all just going to think it was somebody else got there first, and that's okay. It's these things happen, and but with the the fact that you push this shit that the Nazis are throwing babies at this point, you don't deserve for the Holocaust to be remembered. The fact that the Holocaust happened is one thing, but by the time you get to the point of literally exaggerating it to the point where, and then there were piles of infants that were delivered after 9 months in the womb. Literally 100 of them in a pile where guards are just casually hurling them into ovens, alive or dead. Okay, at that point, the Holocaust no longer deserves to be remembered. You've taken it to a level where you are lying now. You are lying now. It is holohoaxing. It is no longer something that you've gone beyond the point where you deserve sympathy. That's what I have to say about that. Okay, so we won't read what Nemo said with that.
I have a quick observation / question about that. It's like they were showing. I saw this I don't know. It was like a cave somewhere, maybe in France or Germany.
Yeah, you saw Peter Moon crawl out. You saw Peter Moon crawl out, and
No, he got dysentery, remember, last time he went. So,
whenever he went to Romania, all he would talk about is how he had the runs. Every time he went to Romania,
and then he kept saying, I'm going to buy them bathrooms. It's like, well, you never did, you cheap fucker.
He did obsess on that,
we're going to build the kids' bathrooms. You never did.
Yeah, he did obsess on that, didn't he? I forgot. I mean, I remembered it, but I never thought to bring that up. It was like he was always obsessing on the bathrooms.
It was just weird,
and they smelled. And
it's an outhouse.
And he was like, dude, well, he must have had the runs and was just living in them all the while he was there. He was probably in them half the day because he always had the trust. But go on with what you were saying. The caves. So go on with what you were saying.
I was saying they showed caves with satchels, literally, bank satchels full of gold coins, cataloged, you could tell each one had a tag, laid out in rows, and then they said, oh, this was gold abandoned by the Nazis. So why would they go through the trouble of literally counting all of it, putting it in lines and rows, and then dipping off to Unterland? That just must mean that they knew the gold was useless. It was there's no point in going. When you're going underground, there's plenty of gold down there. They don't need to freaking take all this junk with them.
Right.
It was basically rendered pointless for their endeavors. That was my assumption.
You've answered your own question. You've answered your own question.
Well, it was an observation.
But who took it?
Question.
Okay, so who took it? Somebody just can't.
The Brits, fucking Brits, and it's gone. It's underground in London and shit.
Okay. Yeah. And tell us a bit about your trip to England, some of the people that you met. You had a friend who you were with in England who wound up having his house destroyed by the storm, Ubosathla storm, summoned by Peter Moon and his ilk. What can you tell us about this? Whatever you're willing to share about this individual, obliquely protecting their identity.
Well, I mean, other than just... I didn't stay the full time with them in London, but I had encountered them. We met up and stuff. So, but when I was in London, I was pretty much by myself in the center, in central London. Well, we went there to do certain tasks. Let's say we were there to do some tasks, some work. So we were there for work, and so we met up and that thing. But I went to all the historical sites alone. Yeah. Yeah, what's going on? What's fun?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm just laughing at what Nemo was saying. Nemo was saying getting colonics in Romania must be like getting a sewer pumped up your ass. But yeah, that's
what he. Didn't he say that? He's like, I just need to go home and get colonics. Like he was telling the people he was with that.
Yes.
Like what the fuck? Like I don't think that's your problem. You have too much water up there.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Stop the madness.
Yes, thank you. Yeah,
Vinny, we know you're listening. Just stop the madness.
Yeah. No, don't stop, Vinny. Keep doing it. Keep doing it, Vinny. We want you to drown yourself down there.
It's just,
yeah.
And it's like if you really want us to stop, just stop. Everyone,
just dive.
Everyone to each their own. Just And like nothing we're saying is out of the what is it, like reality sphere, because you mentioned it or he mentioned it. Yes. So it's like it's nothing personal. It's just literally what he said like 90% of the time. Colonics cure everything. Like, and every time a chick would come on, I'm gonna tell her to do colonics. Like he would literally tell us that. You should tell her. You should tell her about colonics. Like, no, you do that. I'm not doing that. Like, who walks up to a hot chick and is like, you know what would make me feel better? I have a great idea for you. It's like that's just weird, man. It's just really, it's crazy. Yeah.
Oh my God. So, but going with what you were saying about in England, how this individual.
Well, I was saying when I went on my studies, I was, Well, the friend of mine, he's like just a colleague. Like we did some work together. But when I went on my own traveling into London, I was doing like the depth of the research and on my own just to see things. And I went to all the museums that I could. I went to Avebury as well, which is an ancient stone circle. So I did, some, what would be the word? Just, did my own thing, not correspondence. There's another word for it. But you get the point. So
yes, yeah, and
I don't really have anything to elaborate with that other person. They're just kind of like I said, a colleague.
Got it. But you obviously were concerned at the time of the storm. You didn't even know if they had survived, so you were concerned.
Well, of course I was concerned. Like it's like anyone that you're familiar with, like you don't want them to just like get killed in that way. I mean, it's like So, but everything works out, for those who are in the flow. But he had to live through all the devastation, so that's just, and they're still impacted by like heavy traffic and issues with travel and stuff. Because the roads all washed out, so they're still rebuilding. So there you go.
And so where are they staying? Well, I mean, I don't need an exact address, but are they staying in another state with relatives or what while this is all going on?
It's kind of like Brooke, where like you know how her parents live like in the same area,
but,
like 2 hours away or something. It's kind of like that's the impression I get.
Yeah,
like they can call for help if they need to, kind of thing. Like not a lot of us have that, so it's lucky for them.
Yeah. And so
it's like shit. I wish I had Brooke's parents. Like those people are, they got hearts of gold. If I was her parent, I would have like. Who knows what I would have done? Definitely wouldn't have helped her that much. That's for sure.
Hey Heather.
Anyways,
Well, Heather, honey, what's your impression of Amy Como and Brooke Gibson?
I adore them in their own uniqueness.
Thanks, she's so nice. Heather, you're too nice.
Yeah, no, I mean, I like them both. I mean, I could talk to them and I've never had a problem with either one of them, and I respect what they have to say.
Are you sure Brooke didn't just like randomly curse you out randomly just for being a woman?
No, she's young.
Did that to someone.
She's still young.
I'm not going to comment on that, but yeah. You can. But
well, how old is she?
She might as well be a dinosaur at this point. No idea. But you know, meth ages you and stuff. Like,
well, I could just appreciate her transparency.
Oh, yeah, that is the one positive thing to say about her. She's about as transparent as those crystals.
Yeah, it's just a shame, you know.
Yeah, it's a shame. Yeah. Yeah. But God. I mean, you know,
she just deserves better than that, you know, where she's at.
That's the point.
She does. Yeah.
She has a good heart and she's veg. So that's the only reson why I even tolerate her.
Yes.
I love the way that she has a squirrel and it's psychotic.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, the girl squirrel, is not psychotic. It's the boy squirrel that's psychotic. Yeah. Yes.
Why doesn't she just let that one out? It's like
because it would die.
That's fine.
That's
it's natural. It's natural. Yeah.
Yes.
Natural.
Yes. Oh. Okay, I'm almost there. Where I'm ready to start, but I'll have to go to the bathroom one more time.
Like, just what is it like? How do you do this? You gotta like mentally jack off, or like how does it work? Like, what's the secret?
It's first off, I gotta get I do quote a lot of people in my monologues, so I do gotta gather the quotes and make certain they're accurate. Make certain I'm not just reading shit off of, say, some kind of Reddit thread where you know they say
stolen valor.
Yeah,
You're
where
just stealing people's Reddit posts.
Yeah, where people are saying like, and you know it's like deep fake videos. You know, they have deep fake quotes where people are like saying things like "I eat babies" and shit. You know, obviously it's what people say is damning enough. Yeah.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, and
that's what I don't get about that. It's
like, that was. Do you remember? That was one of the Nemo. Nemo was so clever, and he's asking right now, did Brooke kill that drug junkie parasite yet? Not that I know of, but she seems like she's staying away from us simply because she's embarrassed that she has not. She's embarrassed.
Yeah, if you mean kill, you mean fuck the shit out of, then yeah.
No, but he means like gotten rid of him. Sadly, she has,
of course
not that I know of. I mean, last time I talked to her, she had let him back into her life. She was embarrassed about it, and therefore is kind of avoiding us until she gets rid of him. But, you know, at this point, we would have to advise her, look, just sell the fucking house with him in it. Let them remove the fucker. Yeah. So George and I will be on in a moment. He'll be on with us for a few minutes. Then we'll, you know, whatever time he leaves is when I'll go into monologue. That's a guarantee. But yeah, I definitely want people to, you know, wait. It's, you know, I'll try and make it worth it. I'll do my best. Oh, here we are. There's another message he had sent. And so all that being said, when it comes to what were we talking about? Aside from that, you were asking me about what am I doing? Why it takes me a while to get into monologue. Yeah, so
because I know you're not doing Tai Chi.
Yeah,
or
no,
Qigong.
Fuck no. I'm basically what I do when I get on the show, and I used to do this when Vinny Barbaric was here. And again, there's just no way to express the disgust because you had somebody who was like, this is what he was meant to do. Vinny Barbaric's entire purpose was simply to break down my morale, which is why in the end it was beginning to show when he kept saying, you know, when I said, the keyboard's broken, and, you know, he says, why do you seem okay? Like, why do you seem happy? Are you altered? And it was like, you know, he was so anxious for me to break down because that was his whole purpose in life. It was to come here, make myself dependent on him, say I'm working on the book, and then say, I got thousands of dollars in the pre-orders, and then no, I'm not going to publish the book, and you're not getting any of the pre-order money that people give me, you know, for the book. It's like,
it was like they wanted to destroy your life on all fronts, like
absolutely.
Put all this work in, and then destroy your fate, disfigure you, and then hope you just died or something.
Well, kill myself. The idea was I was going to be driven to kill myself. That was
something like that.
Yeah, and but
we won't reveal the happenings, but you're gonna come out fresh. You're coming out fresh from this.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It
didn't work.
True.
Let's just say it didn't work. It didn't work.
Yeah. So
the real Build Back Better.
Right. Yes.
The real one.
Yeah. And it was just then for him to then of course do the usual like they all do, then turn on me and start attacking me with the Edomites, Richard K. Cole Jr. and Stephen Outram. It's this is what they do, and it was just the pattern they kept following. Send somebody who's assigned, have them make the claim that, oh, I'm your most loyal, individual in your life, and we're practically married, all that shit. And which he said on air, just so people understand. I'm just reiterating what he said on air. I'm not making this up or sharing with you something he said privately. Yeah. And
it's a sort of marriage, Douglas. That's literally the quote.
Thank you.
It's a sort of marriage, you and I.
Well, he actually went further than that when he started talking about
the purple cord.
That's it. When he went into the kokoro, the red thread. The red
he was
thread.
Like, what is that? What are those things? The thongs, like the.
Yeah.
What are those things the chick wears?
Oh, thongs.
The G-string.
G-string.
It was like a G-string. He was like sliding it. He was like.
Yeah. Oh, disgusting.
That was the thread he was talking about.
Yes, that's right. Thank you. That's so disgusting. Yeah, just around his genitalia. He was netting his genitalia with it so his balls would hang on either side. Yes, that was his idea of the cord. But when he started talking about the kokoro, the heart thread that I had described, then he said, yes, it extends from my pinky to your... He said this on bandwidth.
Yeah, he said
to our heart. Our hearts are connected through the pinky, which is what the Japanese believe with relationships, is that the pink thread extends through the pinky finger to other people's hearts that you're essentially soulmated with. That's what he is saying. He was saying on bandwidth that he and I were. And this is not something that I'm describing so that people think I was like, buying into this. I just took it as humoring a madman until he got the fucking book done. But then when it came, of course, to doing that...
Yeah, I can attest to that because I was in the background texting Doug saying, this guy's sick, man. You're going to let him do this? And
right.
Like, I just need the book out. Like,
yes, it's true. It is true. We were doing
this. This guy's sick, man.
That's right. That's right. Not only sick, but just pathologically delusional and just... Everything so wrong. Everything's so wrong about this guy. So cringe.
Cringe.
Yeah, cringe in everything.
And like, spoiler alert, the thread only works if the other person is that thing, consenting. Like.
Yes, thank you.
It's not just by like proximity, like these people think.
Yeah. Yeah, it's So, but I think everybody understood that. By the way, has George Knight joined us?
Yes, Douglas. Thank you.
Welcome
thank you for
aboard.
Me on.
So how say hello, of course, to everyone, please.
Yes, hello, Brendan, Aristides, and Heather, and everyone listening. Thank you for having me on, Douglas. Yeah, good morning and good evening to everyone.
Yeah.
Hello, thank you. Yes.
Yeah. Well, always, and don't forget Nemo. Nemo's also with us.
Nemo. Yes. Hello, Nemo. I hope you're doing well.
Yeah.
And yes. Thank you.
And so, how long are we gifted with your presence tonight?
Oh, a good half an hour, Douglas.
Okay,
good half an hour.
All right.
Yes, absolutely. So thank you so much for having me on. And so it's an honor to be here. Yeah. So thank you.
All right.
Yeah.
Hi, George. Yeah.
There we go.
Hello, Aristides. Yes.
I'm still here. Amazingly. Yeah. Good to have you.
Yes. No, it's good to speak to you as well. And
So,
and Brendan, and I hope everyone's all right. Yes, thank you, Douglas. Yes, please continue.
Now, were you able to? Now, I know how busy you are. Obviously, you're a family man. You're working for a living. You've got very little time to invest. But were you able to review any of my episodes? The latest episode. Hopefully, you'll be able to. I sent you the link. And with, all of the links I sent you, if you scroll up, just when you find time, review where I timestamped. That will be fine. Or read what I recommended. Was any of this? Did you find time for any of that, or to begin any?
I haven't. No, because I wasn't planning on coming on tonight's show, but I found some time to just come on for a good half an hour.
Right.
But before I do come on, when I do plan to come on, then hopefully I've reviewed it, and so we're able to discuss the topics at hand when I next come on, Douglas. But I just wanted to just come on just because I got the time to do so.
Right. By the way, Nemo responds and he says, "Hi, George." So he's giving you the
perfect.
and so Yeah. Now, all such being said, whatever you feel comfortable sharing, let's start with anything personally you want to share about yourself, your family. How are things situationally?
No, everything's good my end. Thank you, Douglas.
Okay. Of
Yeah,
course, you
so
and I will talk privately as soon as we can.
yes, yes.
Won't be today, but maybe I will be home tomorrow all the way through Friday. So
Yes.
okay.
No, thank you.
So,
But all is well, Douglas, and I'm well as well, and everybody's well. So that's the main thing.
right.
So yeah, there's no.
But we
no
will
worries.
catch up privately.
Yes,
The
we
thing that
will.
I would
Yes.
like to ask your reflection on, and please
Yes.
go to town on this. Just go ahead and cathart and vent, because it needs to
Yes.
be. We need to hump on this subject, so to speak. But what is your opinion of fucking Elon Musk joining in the Rotherham scandal? Basically, now he's picking up where Piers Morgan left off, and do review with everyone what Piers Morgan did. He plagiarized myself, Piers Morgan verbatim, and then Elon Musk joined in on that subject and is now diving in headfirst into that. So whatever you know about that, and also the fact that Elon Musk is trying to impact British politics, telling people who to vote for. Please go to town on all of this by all means.
Oh yes, and no, Douglas. And the first thing I wanted to say is, I thankfully met with a friend of mine who was an ex-colleague, and it was nice last night because I haven't seen him for such a long time, and we did have after catching up personally about life and stuff and developments. We then went into topics with history, but we were going to touch on Elon Musk, but we never got the opportunity to. And so I wanted to come on to speak about, our interaction last night, which was a very positive. And it's the first time he took me seriously last night. So I think he knows, what I'm saying is very much it's relevant and it's substantiated. And I think now he's taken a slight tone, which is why he was asking me a lot of questions. And I did say to him, thankfully, like most people would just shut me out. They would just literally stop talking. And then I'll never hear from him ever again. So, I said, thank you for keep being perpetual and continuing to, stay in contact, but ask me questions. Because, of course, I'm there presenting all the evidence because everything, myself and yourself says is all easily vetted. The problem with a lot of people is they don't invest the time and conduct their own due diligence to verify and vet what we say is true. They just, which is, one of the biggest problems that I'm faced with. And he did admittedly state at the end, he goes, he's a person that listens to podcasts and he has to be told what to think, told what to believe. And I was telling him, well, what I'm presenting to you is just information, which is factual reality, which is easily vetted. It's all documented. It's not something that is hidden or secluded. It's just I'm telling you where to look. And we went into aspects of World War II regarding the bombs, regarding Korea, regarding the Third Reich in exile. And we were going to touch on Elon Musk. We never got to that hot topic because in the past it's been a bit heated because he's someone who is an admirer or someone that looks up to him as a form of enigma, which is how we presented him. And so, for a man that has no ethnicity, so to speak, or he has no relevance to the United States or Britain, he was born somewhere in South Africa. And this man is heavily involved in foreign politics or heavily involved in misconstrued in and just basically trying to distort or divide a lot of public opinion, public views or perspectives on a lot of subject matters. And when I was last on the show, Douglas, I did say about the inquiry going on about the Rotterdam or the Rotherham, which is however people pronounce it, with the scandal of the rape and grooming gangs, which were the overwhelming majority of them were Pakistani Muslim by ethnicity. That was what was identified and what is substantiated, which is inescapable. That's the reality. A lot of people have been trying to basically, like what's his name? The individual Hadi, a guy who conducted an interview with Piers Morgan on the Piers Morgan Uncensored show. He was trying to say that, you can't call them that. You can't say what they are because that will cause a rift that would imply or implicate violence against a minority group. And with our Prime Minister Keir Starmer, he has apparently blocked or put a stonehold on the inquiry. He's tried to override it by blocking the inquiry at all, which was, I noticed on the Piers Morgan show, when he interviewed what's his name, Jordan Peterson. He was basically regurgitating and plagiarizing your words for word to Jordan Peterson. I noticed that with the police didn't want to pursue it because of being accused of being racist, because the ethnic group that was attached to the gangs, to this network, to this grooming gang in the northern part of the United Kingdom. This is all overwhelmingly in the northern part of the United Kingdom. So between Scotland and the north of England, you had this network that was rife throughout the last several years, and
the preceding years too. The preceding many years. Yeah. But continue. Yes, by all means.
So yes, and for a man that, from what I have seen, the guy Elon Musk has said the Reform Party is under the leadership of Nigel Farage. He's basically turned around and said publicly that Nigel Farage is not he's not capable of running the party. He's not in a position of he's not in a position to run the party, so to speak. He favors Tommy Robinson to basically overthrow him and then run the party, the Reform Party, under Tommy Robinson. Problem is, Tommy Robinson's in jail at this moment in time.
Right.
And so, yes, and this guy is heavily promoting this. Yes. So, obviously, in the UK, there's a massive divide. And, of course, the way we've always described it is a resistance movement to a paradigm shift. Unfortunately, you've got the people who are against immigration, against ethnic minorities coming to this country, and then you've got the other side of it, the people that will call the people who resist in that, they call the opposition fascists or Nazis. So,
right.
Yeah.
Always. I mean, both sides call each other that. That's the first thing they turn to. Yeah.
Both left and right. Yes. Whichever political spectrum. Yes. They've always, as we've always outlined, they've always done so, Douglas. Other than that, yes, because of course he was the Crown Prosecutor. Keir Starmer was. He was the man that pardoned and basically redacted any inquiry into Jimmy Savile. Right. And Boris Johnson came out publicly, stated it, and of course then the Labour Party was saying, well, this is just a conspiracy theory. He's being inflammatory. He is being, he's just basically, it's conducting slander and defamation against Keir Starmer.
Never heard of the
guy. Yes. And so, that was how he deterred from that. And now it's again with this this inquiry into the grooming and the rape gangs that were, the overwhelming vast majority of them were Pakistani Muslim. And they were conducting these molestations and these rapes against young white
girls,
girls in the UK. Yes, they were being targeted, these young white girls in the UK, by these grooming gangs. And so basically it's funny where there was nothing for years and all of a sudden it's just hit the spotlight, it's hit the headlines, and Elon Musk is promoting it, but promoting Tommy Robinson.
Yeah. By the way, before Heather goes, say good morning to everyone, Heather, including George, before you go, please.
Good morning, and good morning, George.
Good morning, Heather. Thank you.
Yeah, I love you guys all, and I'll see you soon.
Okay. We love you too. Okay. Yeah. Bye for now, honey.
Good night. Take care.
Yes. Blessed dreams. Okay. And so do continue there, George. Yeah, very important.
Oh, yeah.
And by the way, George, Brendan, if you would share with George what we explained to Aaron Tice the other day. Aaron Tice had missed it, of course, but Brendan explained to him how you and Brendan both ultimately outed Ian West. Now, of course, it's just so our listeners understand. I think it should be pretty obvious to all our listeners that Ian West was never a person who I had trust in the sense that I believed what anything he was saying. But people hopefully understand that Ian West was pointed in several directions that my life had been pointed in, and therefore things that I had experienced he was interested in from this vicarious sense. My experience being visceral, his being vicarious. He was essentially like a fanboy in a sense that came on and had certain. He was just good to burn bandwidth, really, more than anything else at times. And then again, I couldn't trust him with that because he had basically was doing his best to try and bring my channel down in his own passive aggressive fashion. But it came to the point where what really killed him on this program was, because I'm not a musically inclined character and there's so little I know about the music industry, he would have told his lies about that industry without my being able to ascertain that he was lying. But both George Knight and Brendan Zogit automatically knew Ian West was lying about Liam Payne. And yes. So I do hope you're aware now that five people have been arrested in Argentina in connection with the murder.
Oh, yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. Yes. I wanted to tell you that, George. I was telling Doug, where's Ian spin doctoring now? Yeah. It was five people, including that kid's manager, that Ian was trying to call on air saying, I know the guy. He would never do something like that.
He knew him. Yes, exactly. Like he knew him personally.
And guess what? They murdered him.
Yeah. And so the manager was also arrested
on
then.
Michael Aquino's birthday.
Yeah, yes. And the manager...
Yeah, so, he was in connection to it, yes.
That's incredible.
On Q's birthday.
Well, yes. So people understand this was a human sacrifice. In other words, this is the kind of satanic atrocity that Ian West claimed to be spending his entire life exposing. And that he was just spending all day and night on the net dredging the ocean bottom for these kinds of incidents. And yet when presented with a real one where people are actually arrested ultimately, though at that time they were not yet so arrested, but at that time the suspicion of the incident was already apparent to both Brendan Zogit and George Knight. But when Ian West on my program tried to make a fool of myself by claiming I knew this guy personally and he just drugged himself to death. I know because I knew him. He would take anything I put in front of him, any drug I put in front of him, and implying that he was his drug dealer, that he was Liam Payne's drug dealer. And then, both George Knight and Ian West saw right through it. By the way, it's funny Nemo brings this up. I was just thinking about them the other day because of Peaches Geldof lost her life because of them. Our man Nemo says, I bet Ian would defend the Lost Prophets. Now, the Lost Prophets was a rock band that I do know about because their fangirls, their real cultish groupies, gave their infant children over to the Lost Prophet lead singer to fuck. And then Peaches Geldof, a wonderful young, very attractive celebrity young lady who was the daughter of the man who organized the We Are the World concert and other such fundraisers. She exposed these groupies and paid for it with her life. And so that's something that I noticed Ian West never brought up. But when we did bring up this incident, then he automatically tried to discredit the victim. And but George Knight and Brendan Zogit immediately outed him as a liar. He tried it back, and after that, he became very hostile. So I think we gave the whole rundown on that. But George Knight was explaining it to Aaron Tice the other day, and if there's any other new developments on that as well, both gentlemen do bring it up, and of course continue with what you're saying about the whole thing that we're discussing as well with the Rotherham scandal,
Yes.
and why Elon Musk is now exploiting that, politicizing it for his own reasons. Yeah. Now understand, of course, there's no way it cannot be politicized because it's obviously a political incident. It's a political phenomenon, and it deserves to be addressed. But Elon Musk and others like him are exploiting it. Elon Musk, of course, is the one that counts because he's the most egregious. Yeah, but go on. So continue. With all of this, George, whatever comes to your mind.
And as you, thank you, Douglas. And it's so vital and relevant what you mentioned about the charges on the death of Liam Payne, the connection with Liam Payne's death. It's because you look at the overwhelming vast majority of people's perspectives and their impressions about what Liam Payne went through that night, on that fatal night, and it was on October 16th, Michael Aquino's birthday. Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino's birthday on the October 16th. That is when Liam Payne was killed. Yeah. And people
sacrificed when he was sacrificed.
The general public's impressions, or just their perspectives, their views on the matter, is that Liam Payne and the people who were accountable for his death were the ones supplying him drugs, as if he'd done it to himself, as if this man was in a deep depression and he was suffering. And yes, every single human being and every male and woman go through their own struggles. They go through their own issues and problems, but that didn't account for Liam Payne's death that night. And they all believe that the guy took his own life, whether it was induced by, whatever their views on it are. But the thing is, why are all these charges? That's the key point. That's the obvious. And they've actually put it, the coroner, the final, the verdict, the conclusion of his death was through previous trauma before the death of the impact. So he died by multiple injuries internally and that he sustained. So he was being attacked.
Yes.
It wasn't the fall that killed him. He sustained multiple internal organ injuries, which inflicted enough trauma to basically kill this guy. It wasn't the impact. It was like this guy was pushed out. It was if the equivalent.
Which is exactly what you inferred, George.
Yes, he was.
You said.
Yes.
It was a struggle. There was a struggle.
Yeah.
Yes.
The description of the scene.
Yes. In other words,
yes.
Yeah. Go on. Yeah, we're just saying that you were right all along, George. What you said then proved out to be determined. Yes. Yeah, it turned out to be determined by the Argentinian police, who don't fuck around. As Brendan Zoget brought up, this is the nation that the Nazis often resettled in. This is a nation which has a national police force. They're not going to fuck around and tolerate satanic sacrifice in their country. If this happened in America or England, they probably would have gotten away with it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
So on the Hunter's Moon night, this poor son of a bitch, he was, and the lady at the desk, and I know the manager, they all reported commotion in the room, and he was frantic, and so just by going by their testimony, their eyewitness account, and what they heard, it was like the guy was fighting off. He was defending himself. And so, the room was all trashed up, and there was all these remnants of tinfoil in the bathtub, candles lit everywhere. And if the guy was on this discourse of of a frantic, like just going off on a tangent and destroying the place, why would he light candles everywhere? Why would they not set the place aflame? It doesn't make any logical sense. And so just going by common sense alone, this guy, it was basically, the guy was killed. The bloke was murdered. He was thrown off this. He sustained injuries prior to the fall, and then he was pushed off the balcony, make it look like it was a suicide. And so it was obvious. And so, that's it. It's just so absurd that people can fathom that he killed himself by being in a mental state of what I'm trying to think of, like
depression.
The correct medical term.
Depression.
Yes, he was conscious. Yeah, it was. the guy did it deliberately. It was it's so absurd, but it kind of like reminds me of like that Robin Williams, the
yes,
the comedian who he was obviously he went years just like with Liam Payne. Yeah, he was he took drugs. He induced himself with drugs, heroin. Robin Williams induced himself with heroin when he was a stand-up comedian in San Francisco.
Yes,
and because of that, he for years later on, after being in the show business and being a movie star, a comedian, well-renowned star in the Hollywood scene, this man struggled to get erection. He struggled to get the blood pumping.
Yes.
And so when he killed himself,
he should have just zapped
deliberately.
We're going, yes.
He killed. Yeah, he died, and the coroner confirmed it through
autoerotic stimulation. Stimulation.
Yeah, stimulation. It was asphyxiation stimulation. He basically had the belt wrapped around his neck, and he was trying to prevent the blood flushing to his brain so he can get an erection, and he was masturbating. And then all the people around the world, just like Liam Payne, go, "Oh, he killed himself because he was depressed."
Right. But by the way, just so people know, then the whole cover-up went in about Robin Williams, and most people think that he was depressed, and it's all false. It's all false.
Yes.
Yeah. He
just like with Liam Payne.
Yes. Yeah. And but thankfully, in William Payne's case, the police in Argentina don't fuck around. So
no.
Yeah.
And that's why people are being arrested for the charges against his death.
Yeah.
Because if he'd done it himself, there'll be no charges. There'll be no inquiry. There'll be no investigation. Yes. They wouldn't have gone off and arrested these men with the connection to his death. It's just ridiculous, Douglas. I do apologise. I have to kafar a little bit.
Oh, but feel free by all means.
If we can turn towards because just before I came on the show, I did listen. Thank you, Brendan, for bringing up, and Douglas, thank you for bringing up what happened when I was in secondary school, the teachers showing the class these propaganda movies of babies being thrown in the air. That is all completely true. And just as you were outlining, Douglas, with the horrors, if people turn towards the Holocaust and they look at the horrors of what happened, and of course I think you made a very vital point, is why were they allowing women to be impregnated and given birth just to throw them in the pits? It doesn't make any sense.
Thank you.
I do no. It doesn't make any logical sense for them to do that. But just to turn that away from that, one of the things that you've brought before, Douglas, is North Korea, and you've brought the comparison between what happened at the Totenslagen or the Totenslagen in the concentration camps or the death camps is nothing compared to North Korea, which is why for many, many generations they had massive defectors into Manchuria, because North Korea borders Manchuria, and North Korea is the equivalent of Mexico to the United States.
Yes.
And that is why they are making it so hard for people to defect.
Yes.
To leave North Korea. It's because if you are charged in North Korea for any crime, and especially if it's political, they sentence not only you for a lifetime in jail, but multiple
generations. Yes.
Multiple generations.
Absolutely.
So not only are you paying for your own crimes, they're making your family pay for your crimes.
Yes.
And due to famine for the last 30 odd years, it is so precarious and it's so hostile, the environment for agriculture and to graze any form of food sustenance, any form of live cattle. And so when they excrement, people were rummaging through their excrement to find vegetables that were still in their entirety so they can consume. That's how bad it is in North Korea.
Yes.
And through the horrors of the Holocaust, no one had to suffer like that.
Yes. Thank you. Yes, quite true. Quite true.
And I was bringing up last night with my my friend. I was bringing up with the bombs, like I did with the other individual on New Year's Eve. And I mentioned about the 2 atomic bombs, and I said to him, I'm going to just summarize this, Douglas, in a nutshell, just say it, how it was and how it is. I did go in a little bit more minute detail last night, but I basically presented with Roswell, and I talked about the ending and the conclusion of World War II, and with the 2 atomic bombs, and I presented to him that there was no such thing as an Air Force. When the Roswell incident happened in July 1947, there was no such thing as an Air Force. And I told him later on that the 2 atomic bombs that were dropped, the military high command had to promote that strategic bombing had actually worked. And I said that's the reason why they gave off that myth that those bombs were the decisive conclusion to ending the war. Because if the public knew the reality that the bombs had not worked, they never would have supported funding an Air Force, which was a separate branch of service.
Yes.
And what the United States military wanted, because there was no such thing as an Air Force, all they had was United States Army Air Corps or the United States Army Air Forces.
Yes.
These are all branches of the the Army, I believe.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Excuse me, not the Navy, but the Army. Excuse me.
Yes, that's
But
fine.
the problem that they were susceptible to with the Army is they had all these Senate committee oversights,
Yes.
overlooking all the expenditures that were going into that department. And I said they wanted an Air Force, a separate branch of service, so they can have a unlimited budget, so they can have everything black projects. So there was no oversight committee overlooking what the military was spending. And the only way the public would support that is by promoting the lie that the atomic bombs had worked during the strategic bombing campaigns. And when I presented that to him, and I told him about the little boy bomb being designed, it was designed to fit inside the fuselage of a medium-range bomber.
Yes.
And the pilot was the delivery
mechanism.
mechanism.
Well, basically the guidance. Here's the guidance mechanism.
The guidance
mechanism.
Thank
The
you.
bomber
Yes.
frame, the airframe, the way to refer to the bomber itself would be the aeroframe was the delivery mechanism, but the pilot was the guidance system.
The guidance system, yes. Thank you, Douglas. And so I told him, I said, have you watched the Oppenheimer movie? And he said, yes. I said, did you see that scene where they dropped the plutonium bomb at the test site Trinity at Stalin's Gate? Did you see that? They tested the plutonium bomb, the Fat Man bomb, which was dropped in Nagasaki, but you don't see the little boy bomb being tested. He goes, no. I said, do you know why that was? He goes, why was that? I said, because they already knew it worked. Because it was already deployed on October 12th, 1944, in Courland, in the Baltic littoral. And that was deployed by the auspice of the Navy, Grand Admiral Karl Dönitz. He deployed that bomb to stop the Soviet advance. And I mentioned about the fire brigades and it was broadcast in the UK at that time that we're on atomic alert because the shockwave was so enormous that they picked it up in London, they picked up in the UK, and I forgot the statistics of how fast it traveled, but nation was on atomic alert at that point in time.
Yes.
That was way before the test site at Trinity.
Absolutely.
And yes, and I said, yeah, do you know why they never deployed the atomic bombs ever again? He goes, no. I said, but they're decisive winners, aren't they? Deploying a nuclear bomb or an atomic bomb on civilian populations, it's the winner, isn't it? He's like, well, I don't know, that's what they told us. Well, no, they never deployed them ever again because they do not work.
Yes.
Because the Allies viewed them as terror bombs, a weapon of terror, whereas the Axis, they viewed them as line breakers in the field to stop advancement.
Operational weapons. Operational weapons as opposed to strategic. The best way to say is that the Axis viewed them from a practical sense of operational in disambiguation from strategic, but the Allies conceived them. The Allies misconceived them as strategic.
Their operation.
Yeah. Yes. So continue. Yes.
Oh yeah. No, appreciate that, Douglas. And I mentioned then about with North Korea and South Korea, that dividing line known as the DMZ, the demilitarized zone, which pardons off, which divides North and South Korea. And I said the largest industrial output outside of Japan was in Korea. Korea was an integral part of Japan during World War II, And I said, the Japanese, they dammed all these rivers, such as the Yaolu and the Chosin and the Yosin, I believe.
Yes, you got it down.
They dammed these rivers to produce all the hydroelectrical electricity to power up this industrial output, which is on that dividing line, which exists today, known as Konam. In the Korean language, it's known as Honam. And this dividing line, the Japanese detonated their atomic cluster, this series of, what do you want to call it, atomic mines?
Yes. You would just say they were, you'd say, basically atomic ordnance that they basically employed as mines. They basically employed them as mines.
Yes.
So
Thank you, Douglas. Very much appreciated. And I mentioned this, and I said they had all these uranium ore deposits that they were basically extracting all these these uranium ore deposits to go into these bombs. And I said, this is how North Korea today produces all their nuclear bombs.
Yes.
All their bombs that they produce are all manufactured out of these World War II Japanese facilities. And his eyes just lit up. This guy was like, wow, that makes sense. You know when you've just dropped a bomb on someone?
Yes.
An information bomb or a reality bomb? That was that moment where I could see, he was like, I didn't know that. And I said, nobody knows that. So how do you think North Korea get all their nuclear bombs?
Yeah.
It was because during World War II it was an integral part of Japan.
Yes. Thank you.
And so, yes, and that's how they manufactured them. The Japanese were producing them. The largest industrial output was in this Konam complex that's on that dividing line, which separates North and South Korea. They deployed it to stop the Soviet advance down the Korean peninsula.
And the best way to
invade.
That's right. Yeah. And the best way to express it is that if they had not done that, of course, it would have been far more practical for the Soviet Union to invade Japan through Korea, the Korean peninsula, which is so close, as opposed to through trying to attack from the north through Sakhalin and the Kurils Islands, which the Japanese called Kohima and, not Kohima, they called Karafuto. Karafuto was Sakhalin Island in Japanese is Karafuto, and Tsushima is what the Kurils Islands are called Tsushima in Japanese. Also, you can point out that obviously how did the North Korean and South Korean DMZ or demilitarized zone come into existence? It's obviously miles wide. It's not something that you ever hear them as having constructed, yet it's a large enough geophysical feature where it can be seen from the moon, just like the Great Wall of China. It's the only other thing aside from the Great Wall of China that can be visually discerned from the moon.
Yes.
So it was created by a series of atomic bombs. By the way, just for the moment here, not to disrespect in any way the subject, because the subject is important and it's so profoundly important that we review this regularly so that our new listeners can understand what our foundations are, what we're all about. But I sent you a link. And
thank you, Doug.
Because we brought up, what's his name, Robin Williams, who was a San Franciscan, by the way, just so people understand that, a fellow San Franciscan, and someone I actually had met more than once, at least twice in my life. Not that these were like in-depth conversations or just in passing, but what I would point out is this puzzles me. I'm going to do a screen share. And Brendan Zogit, I also sent you this link, so hopefully you take a look at this. And like all of you, Nemo's already shared his thoughts on it. Out of all the ways to double my money, strangulation would be the last thing on my mind. I would hope, thank you, I would hope that would be the way for any of us. This is disturbing, though. What is behind this? The phenomenon of sexual strangulation in Britain. It says in 2019, a BBC survey of over 2,000 women aged 18 to 39 that found that more than 1/3 had experienced unwanted strangling, slapping, gagging, and they go on. So if you use the link I provided, basically more than 1 in 3 Britons aged between 16 and 33 have been strangled during consensual sex on at least one occasion. I mean, anybody have any idea what the fuck is going on here? What is going on in England that any 30s? George and Brendan? Yeah.
I can only, I'm going to be careful what I say. I can only assume.
Yeah, I don't know. That sounds pretty hot. That's all I got to say about that. I should. Yeah, I need to go out more when I'm in England. Too.
Yeah.
I didn't get strangled when I was there.
Thank God. Yeah, it's it's the men are apparently strangling the ladies, and this is not. It's during.
They like that shit.
No, it says it's during consensual sex, but they said it was unwanted. It is happening during consensual sex, but the ladies don't want that. That seems to be
I don't know. That sounds like after the fact, when the person's asking the question, they kind of say, "Yeah, I didn't want it."
Okay, maybe. I hope you're right, but still, it's okay.
I don't know. It's never happened where anyone complained. I don't think that's the case.
Well, look at them. When a young girl claims she's raped by a gang of fucking Pakistanis, they blame her as the victim rather than pursue the fucking.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah. So
we're talking one-on-one.
It's her fault for dressing that way.
Yeah. So it's
Well, I'm not telling people to do it. It's some people like that.
Understood. But mostly it's men who are into that. From what I understand, it's not often women that are into that. But it's usually men because they're having problems after a lifetime of drug abuse, particularly with opiates.
Yeah.
Usually have a hard time getting their dick up, and that this is Okay,
well, that's different. That's different than just like a little cheeky fun. You know, that's not what I'm talking about.
I don't think this is cheeky fun though. If girls are being,
I know.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying now, but I didn't.
Yeah.
And
that's different than what I'm talking.
Okay, got it. So yes, thank you. And these girls seem to be comparatively young that are experiencing this. So. Certain relation, we're not going to name him or even give what position he is on the genealogical family tree, but certain relation of our man George Knight comes to mind, but even he wasn't, so far as we know, geared towards this level of violence. It makes him seem almost like he's tame. He seems almost like wholesome compared to this. Holy shit.
And the Robin Williams, I believe the term they call it is the autoerotic asphyxiation stimulation.
There we are.
Where, like you mentioned, Douglas, like you mentioned with the inducing opiates or heroin, can basically prevent the blood circulation around your body, particularly in the genitalia area, and this prevents the blood flow from even getting there. So the only way to do it is to basically oxidize or basically deplete all the oxygen which flows to your brain. So then it flushes south. It flushes to the genitalia area. That's the only way that he could get it up. So when he was discovered, he had a belt. He had his belt buckle around his neck, and it was tied to the
doorknob. The doorknob.
Yes, the doorknob. That's it. And I believe
and no one's gonna hang themselves like that. No one. Everyone knows you can't work. It doesn't work like that.
But he had his pants down. And his relations discovered him in that way, and they were like, "Fuck, we can't let the public know how he died. So let's just say that he killed himself because he was depressed."
Yes,
that sounds more. That's more dignified.
Yes, it makes him sound
David
tragic.
Carradine wasn't in enough kids movies or something.
Yeah. He
wasn't in any Disney movies, so they just were like, "Yep, he just did it."
Oh no! You know why? No, his family desperately wanted to hide it, but he died in Thailand, and the Thai police didn't give a shit. So when the family said, "Please don't tell anyone," please keep this a secret, the Thai police just said, "We don't give a shit," and they told the world. That's how they found him. Probably because they didn't want. Can you imagine if they didn't do that? Then they'd scare away tourists, because tourists would say, "Oh, now I'm afraid to go to Thailand because I'll wound up being bound to a chair and strangled to death. Get it?
Yeah.
So,
these people, the public say, "Oh, Paul Robert Williams, he died very unhappy."
Oh, that's right. Oh, that makes me so sick. That makes me so sick.
They have entire like documentaries about it, like talk about depression.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Oh, yeah, that's right. And you know what else makes me sick aside from exploiting Robin Williams' death towards this cause that had nothing to do with his death. They did that the same thing with, in this case, even more malevolently, because it was his own doing. Who was the guy who played Marty McFly again in, the time travel film?
Michael J. Fox.
Michael J. Fox. How he and a bunch of people in the studio took all these drugs that someone purchased off the streets. And they paid the price for it. It was street drugs that turned out to be all toxic, and they all came down with the same neurological pathology immediately. And then he tried to pass it off as, I've got Parkinson's, and then make himself like a hero who's struggling with this tremendous, organically or divinely challenge, this organic or divine challenge, as opposed to, he took a bunch of fucking drugs and fucked up. And without any moral judgment on that. It's like he took a gamble and he lost, but it was a reckless gamble he never needed to take. And he and all the guys on the studio did that. And, that ain't Parkinson's, people. But he hid the fact that it happened to the rest of the people in the studio. It was originally reported. Then after that, somehow it got totally scrubbed from media. And he, no doubt, was part of that campaign so that he could continue pumping himself. There you go with that. I mean, so that having been said, we'll certainly return now to the topic of World War II. I didn't mean, like I said, to take us on that tangent, but I had to get that out there. Yeah, because it's hopefully we'll get some more information in the future about what the hell is going on in England. But obviously, something's going on with the culture where this is happening, and it's not healthy. This is and what's the party that Elon Musk is promoting in England? Obviously, he's I'm sorry. Go on.
Yeah. Oh yeah, sorry, Douglas. Yeah, interject. It was Reform.
Reform,
it's the
thank you.
Party.
Reform.
Nigel Farage is the party leader at
Got
this
it.
moment in time.
Got it. So that's Britain's version of the AFD, and they're all pro-Russian. They're all Russian-sponsored. Nigel Farage.
Nigel Farage is. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes. So
exactly.
So please share that with your friends. I know you do when you can. But Elon Musk is obviously a puppet of Putin, as is Trump, as is, Nigel Farage, as is, of course, the AFD party, Viktor Orban. These people are disgusting. They're treasonous, and they're if anyone is promoted by Elon Musk, that's got to be a thumbs down. Everybody should take that as a sign that whoever Elon Musk is promoting has got to be someone you want nothing to do with. And again, I don't know if you caught what we said earlier, the insanity of the economics of it all. Just so you get caught up in one of the things I've been pointing out recently, the wildfires in California.
Yeah.
We never suffered these levels of wildfires under Biden. It was only when Trump was president, and now that he's president-elect, these fires are burning California. So it's obviously a Republican insurgency burning blue state Democratic California. But beyond that, it's creating a situation where many of the homes are uninsurable because of the fire hazards. And this renders, if people can't get insurance and they're not covered under paper, then it's an uninhabitable environment, after which Trump comes in as a real estate mogul to buy up all the land for pennies on the dollar, and then the fires will stop. That's his conspiracy, and it's so painfully obvious. It's sickening. And they've arrested arsonists. Tell our listeners, Brendan, about the fact they've arrested arsonists.
I've heard that, Douglas, too. I've seen it, yes.
Yeah, it was reported in Europe, but they hushed it here.
Yes.
And then if you look at the article, because the UK reported on it, or the Mirror and different outlets. And then when they asked that, when I think it was the Mirror or one of them, they asked the LA Fire Department, and they said, yeah, we arrested someone, but we're not charging them. And this stuff just happens. They said it just, these homeless people are just trying to stay warm. And then it just happens.
And they let them go! And
Yeah, they took him in, but didn't charge him. So presumably, yeah, they let him
go.
No,
I read later a follow-up. Yeah. They let the fucker go. Outrageous.
Well, there you go. Ridiculous.
Outrageous. They got a call. They got a call from Trump, no doubt, who's personally invested in this.
He probably just paid them off. That's my guess.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah. But you might remember, tell people about how the original arsonists arrested during the original Trump administration, you never heard about them again. Yes.
No. And when you mentioned that Marjorie individual.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, Marjorie Green.
Yes.
Yes, and she was saying, this was all Jewish conspiracy.
Jewish lasers! Jewish lasers from space!
Yes. It was so insane, but I saw it, Douglas. Yeah, after you mentioned it, I saw I actually watched it before a few years ago. The original California fires, the wildfires, and that erupted. And she was talking back then that this was all done by Jewish lasers, and it's like, yes. And it was again promoting the what's it called, the Capitol, what was it, the gathering at the Capitol,
January 6th. January 6th.
Yes, January 6th. Yes.
By the way, the way to refer to that is an insurrection, the Capitol insurrection.
That's what I was thinking of, Douglas. Sorry, it's so early in the morning. It was the insurrection. Yes, when Trump cited violence on the Capitol, he gathered a mob to attack the Capitol.
Yeah.
And he told them to instructed them to conduct violence. And he didn't tell them to leave either.
Yes.
And so, that's what this woman was also promoting on that interview with Piers Morgan. It's always Piers Morgan.
Interesting.
Interesting.
Always, and what exactly are, I presume Piers Morgan's politics are more towards Nigel Farage, or is that not the case? What are his politics?
Yes. Do you know what? It's quite, it's interesting, Douglas, because every single person he interviews, he has oppositional views and gives them oppositional questions where they either retract or they retaliate. And with most people, he'll ask them hard questions. Like it was like I think, was it you, Brendan, that pointed out that Donald Trump, for instance, he appeared on that Joe Rogan show, and Joe Rogan goes, "Let's have a look at your scar of that bullet that clipped your ear," and he was like, "There's no scar there. There was nothing there. There was no obvious mark or any sign that he was even shot with a bullet."
He was like, it nicked me, like. Yeah.
But he had blood pouring down his face. Yeah.
What a joke! What a sick.
And that's kind of like what Piers Morgan does. Yeah. He gets them. He asks them like hard questions, which they either give a incoherent answer to or do something to try to deter it.
Well, I would presume the difference is that Rogan is still a Trump humper. And when he asks that and finds nothing on Trump's, obviously Trump has no scar, that he will let it slide. Whereas Piers Morgan,
he didn't call him out.
Right.
He just moved on.
Right.
Yeah. He was skeptical, and then he just was like, "Okay, next question."
Right. Yeah. Whereas Piers Morgan would pursue it, is what my impression would be. He would actually, drive the person out and. So there you go. Try to provoke the person, as you said, into basically embarrassing themselves. And
this is like, okay, next question.
Absolutely, Douglas.
Yeah.
It's one of those things. It's like, I met an individual once who I used to know for many years. I'm still acquainted and friends with him on Facebook. He was deployed in. He served some tours in the Middle East, and Piers Morgan was fired from his role as a journalist. He was like the auditor. He was writing these newspaper articles for, I think it was whoever he used to work for. I can't even remember the tabloid, but he was fired because he gave away the location of
where the army units were at.
Yes. And the guy who I know,
positions. The term would be he gave away their positions. But go on.
Yes, this is the reason why he was fired. But the guy who I know, I won't mention his name, but I can easily, I can always share it with you privately, Douglas. It's only just to protect him. But he knows the names and identities of the men who died. And he goes, if I ever, I could probably say I paraphrase what he said. He goes, if I ever meet Piers Morgan face to face, he said he will stab him in the throat because he killed his own friends. Yeah. It's because of Piers Morgan himself.
Interesting.
And so that's one of the reasons why I think if Piers ever knew my existence, he won't interview me because of what I know.
Interesting.
And I can reveal the names on air. Reveal the names on air, the men who he killed, because they again tried to seclude that information publicly. Right. But he killed individuals. People have died because of this individual. Because he was just
That's horrible. Yes. Oh my God. So that's the height of irresponsibility, and yet he presents himself as this, grave character, a person of gravity, of seriousness. So the fact that he would do something like that shows me, okay, so there's a side to him that's so it's a front. It's basically a facade, in that he's actually not particularly professional or responsible. So that's distressing. It's disturbing.
Yeah, Daily Mirror. I think. Yeah, I'm just looking up
Daily Mirror. That makes sense.
It was the Daily Mirror he worked for, and he was fired. Obviously, after that, it just keeps on bringing up with ITVs because of his derogatory comments, slander towards Meghan Markle. With Prince Harry. So he was fired from that. Oh yeah, here it is. A 2004 article. Piers Morgan was tonight sacked as the editor of the Daily Mirror after a crunch meeting with Chief Executive Sly Bailey over the Iraq torture. Excuse me, and then let me just read what the rest says, just verbatim. Yeah, over the Iraq torture photographs, ending his 8.5-year reign at the paper, and it echoes at the cataclysmic events that engulfed the BBC in the days after the Hutton report was published. I'm trying to just read where it says that these men, because he gave the locations. Because what he published, he gave the identity and the location of the soldiers, the boots on the ground, their locations, and the Iraqi. What do you want to call them? The Iraqi.
We'll call them, I guess, insurgency. It was really at that point.
I was going to say that. Yes, the Iraqi insurgency located them and tortured them and killed them. These individuals. And the guy who I know, he goes, he knew them. They were his comrades. They were his friends. And because of Piers Morgan, he killed them. So he goes, if I ever meet him, he will put a knife to his throat. He would slit it like that in a heartbeat. He goes, he hates them that much. And so it's disgusting. That's this individual. So whenever people mention it to Piers Morgan, he shudders. He basically shuts down at that point. But of course, he thinks he's getting away with it because nobody knows the inside.
Right.
Nobody knows this. Yes, to the extent of what he has done. And so but.
That's incredible. I mean, thank you for sharing that. That's important. And remember, to all our listeners, you heard it here. Obviously, Piers Morgan is hearing this because he obviously listens to me, because he's plagiarized myself verbatim. So no doubt he's heard what George Knight has just said, or will hear it when he reviews the upload. Yes. So that'll make him shudder in his sleep at night a little bit. This is so there you go. We're the first ground for all kinds of things. We know the British government in particular has been listening to me, and as Brendan brings up here, the MI6 informant, and that's we've definitely got people listening to us. Half our listeners are probably working with various agencies, intelligence agencies for different nations. And but we do know the British government in particular is listening to me, because the Tory party wound up presenting my idea for helping society almost verbatim, as well as their almost last-ditch effort. They knew they had nothing to lose. They knew the popular wave was against them. They knew they had nothing to lose. So they figured out we might as well throw out something truly revolutionary so that people will at least know we're thinking out of the box. And and it didn't help them, though, in that case, because now of course we have the only reason that I may not get to it tonight. Likely I probably won't get to the subject till Sunday, but I do want to tackle the Elon Musk subject about his trying to tackle Rotherham. Obviously, what I will do is stand by everything that I've said about Rotherham, maybe like 10 years ago by now. It feels like 10 years ago. Which Piers Morgan only recently plagiarized. But at the same time, I will try to provide more nuance on the subject, because the problem is there's more nuance that's needed because of the way Elon Musk is taking advantage of this to exploit it. And I find that beyond disgusting. There's no words. It's no words. It's not like he's, with the money he's got, he could track down all of the female survivors if he wanted of those assaults, the ladies who did survive, and put them on pensions for the rest of their lives. He could easily do that. And so instead of doing that, he exploits them. He's no better than the Pakistani rapists who raped them in the first place. This is their second rape, to basically try and promote his right-wing conspiracy theories.
Yes.
And it's
he's a human piece of shit, Douglas. I'm not scared to say that about the man. He's nothing but like the Saudi kings. He was like a camel thief. He was stealing diamonds, and now he's stealing. He just basically, he's just, I could go on about, but the thing is, they can't. There's nothing I can say or we can say they could do us for defamation or anything like that.
Oh, absolutely not. He'd only be doing us a favor. He would only be doing us a favor because he would provide us with publicity. It's the only reason he doesn't sue, but we know he's listening, because when I started going off on him twice, one time was several months ago, then it was my latest episode before tonight's, when I started really going in on Elon Musk, they shut down my internet. So that happened with the latest episode before tonight. But I'm go on.
Pete, it's just, these musketeers, these people as cult followers, these musketeers that always, these admirers of him, and they promote him, and they're like, oh, he's the richest man. The thing is that I do correct people when they say he's the most richest man in all human history, and I mentioned the fact about Emperor Hirohito being the richest man in all human history. There's been no one that has toppled the amount of wealth this man actually possesses, even to this day, even in death. The man is his mass fortune, which equates to trillions of dollars today, which is far vast than what Elon Musk ever possesses in his net worth. And this Emperor Hirohito, nobody can touch his money. It's his wealth, it's his fortune that is stuck away in Swiss bank accounts. And that man during World War II had more money than Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, Bezos. He has more money than all these men put together at that. And none of them are state leaders. Elon Musk can never be a head of state or a leader or president. He can never become anything like that. And he's not even a scientist.
Thank you.
And Emperor Hirohito was all of these things, and he created biological life.
Thank you.
Which is why he was referred to as a living god on Earth, because he could create life. Which is something Elon Musk doesn't do. He takes lives. And he's pursuing that to kill more lives by sending people in rockets to Mars. And oh my God, and making people burn in his Tesla cars. It's just the list goes on.
And by the way,
this guy is
go on.
If I hit the nail on the head, it is just. It gobsmacks me, and they say he's the richest man in history. He's on the Forbes Guinness Book of World Records for losing more money than anyone else in a single 24-hour period.
Absolutely.
That's how great this man is.
He's great. He's a great failure, a great fuck up, and but beyond that is for those of you out there who think that we're speaking in some kind of jealousy about this individual, absurd. But also another point to bring up is that even today, for the richest man alive, if someone were to approach it from that perspective and say he's the richest man alive, no, Vladimir Putin is richer than him, because Vladimir Putin privatized all of Russia's national assets and then took them all for himself. Yes.
And Elon Musk himself has publicly, and people can vet this themselves, he has publicly stated about how rich Vladimir Putin is. He's richer than him. He's admitted it.
Yes.
He's even admitted it. And all these musketeers are like, oh, Elon Musk, I want you. I want to suck your,
yes, that's what they're saying. Yes.
You keep riding that train. Yeah, you keep riding it. Because it's not going to get you anywhere.
And here's the other point to make. It's, aside from what Brendan can bring up about how Elon Musk fucks up the engineering, actually, Brendan, if you can come on right now for a few minutes and explain how Elon Musk has fucked up the engineering so that he's fucked up his own space program. I think that, yes, by all means, please.
Yeah, he's admitted on interviews where he'll walk in and start like quoting lines from the movie The Dictator, the Sacha Baron Cohen film.
Yes,
where the guy said, it doesn't look scary. It has to be pointy. Talking about a rocket, like the ICBM. He's like, it has to be pointy. And the engineer's like, sir, it won't work if it's pointy. And he's like, I don't care. I want it pointy. So Elon will go in there quoting that film to all the engineers at SpaceX.
Yeah.
And then they're telling him like, you'll lose like 5% efficiency. And he's like, I don't care. Do it. I want it pointy. And it's like, so he's like memeing, trying to be a meme, but it's like sabotaging all these engineers' work. Like, imagine working for someone like that.
He's incorporating that in reality. He's integrating that into reality. That's what he's actually doing.
Yeah, he's literally forcing his engineers to do it.
Yeah,
he's making people work to death.
Right.
And
But then point out.
Imagine. Okay.
Brendan,
imagine you're like at work for 8 hours, and then this guy pops out from taking a nap under a desk, and then like ruining your whole day's worth of work, just because on a whim, because he just hit some ketamine, and he's like, I want it different, I want it to look different. That must be a nightmare.
Oh no, he is on drugs. By the way, I don't know if you caught me in the past, George and I, talking about Elon Musk abusing exactly what Trappist Nicholson is on.
Yes.
Ketamine. Which takes away your fear of death. So this is what they give people who are literally dying, so that they look death in the eye and they're not afraid. So this person has no fear of death, so he certainly doesn't care about other people's lives.
Of course not.
Yeah, but beyond that, Brendan, tell our listeners and George about this Jewish angle where Elon Musk comes out and says, he starts sucking up to the Jewish people and saying, I love Jews and I'm Jew.
Oh, he was talking to Ben Shapiro.
Okay, so tell.
Did you see that, George?
Oh, yeah, oh my God. Yeah.
Where he was talking to Ben
Jones,
Shapiro, and he's
Andrew Tate, they've all gone on and done interviews with Elon Musk. Yeah, it's... Yeah. But please, continue, Brendan.
Yeah, he was talking to Ben Shapiro, and I guess Ben was like, people think you're Jewish, and he's like, yeah, my name sounds pretty Jewy, and then he's like making all these jokes, and then he says some corny joke like, I grew up with Jews, and I even went to Israel when I was 13, and all my good friends are Jewish, and then he says, you can call me Jewish, you could say I'm Jewish, and then Ben Shapiro does this like fake laugh, like, oh, like real funny. And,
and why do we do that with people that, I mean, everybody knows why I did that with Peter Moon for years. I'm just trying to get the book out, so I'm humoring an idiot. There's nothing that Peter Moon says that's funny or entertaining, but he'd love to hear me laugh. It was like he was getting off on it. But, it was his version of phone sex, basically. But when it comes to, but why would Ben Shapiro laugh at Elon Musk? Why not just stare at him and not smile? Because that's all that comment deserves. It's not even funny. I don't even get it.
Just, like, and I hate to be like this, it's just because he has more money than him, so he just wants
money.
There
you go.
Like,
Thank you. Got it. Now it makes sense.
Like, invest in something or something. He wants him to invest in the Daily Wire or something.
Got it.
That's why he had him on in the first place. It was some kind of conference.
Got it. And,
what happened to George?
Oh, shit. Did he drop? He dropped. Okay.
Yeah, I think the
they got him.
Yeah,
they got him.
The handling was being handled. He's getting handled right now.
Yeah.
I think he'll be back though.
Oh my God. Are you still with us, Aristides? I'm just curious because if not, I'm going to beg Brendan to take the stage for a few minutes while I just basically go to the bathroom. Yeah, for number one.
Hey,
yeah, you're there.
Kind of hear it, and I also realize like my voice, my voice is kind of like hoarse.
That's okay. It's okay.
Yeah,
you know, don't worry about the quality of your voice. It's like, believe it or not, and honestly, most people enjoy a characteristic.
Dang, you're on the level of Elon Musk. You're gonna work the poor guy when he's hoarse.
Yeah, that's I am psychotic. I am psychotic.
Let me get a drink. Let me get a drink. It'll be better.
Okay, let me get a drink. By the way,
you're just missing the ketamine bath.
Yeah, myself. He's talking about me, Aristides, not you.
Yeah.
By the way, yeah. By the way, Aristides.
Bath.
I want to tell our listeners, Aristides says he's getting a drink. I presume he means water, as opposed to alcohol. But I wouldn't blame him. Hey, some alcohol might do that throat some good. Just so everyone knows, when you know what the biggest radio announcers back in the day, who had the deepest voices, the richest voices, the golden voices that everybody loved, the secret was always smoking and drinking. That's really what it was smoking and drinking.
No doubt.
Yeah, and yeah, but they don't do that shit anymore. So everybody's voices nowadays, they had one poor son of a bitch who was a sports announcer in San Francisco called the Razor because people thought his voice was irritating, so they said it was like a razor. They kept him on for years until like he finally on air was talking about, I'm dealing with voice issues where I'm losing my voice. And he says, but it'll take years for me to lose my voice. But he meant like really lose his voice to the point where, some point in the next 10 years, he was going to be mute. And so he was talking to people about that so he could share his challenges and obstacles and try to get people, present himself as a tragic, noble figure, right? As soon as he did that, then the company that employed him fired him because they said, oh, you're losing your voice. We better get rid of you now. And they just fired him just like that. Just like 24 hours notice. So it's... what does that remind me of? Oh, remember the Jewish lady who was my representative payee when I was getting on SSDI for a year?
Yeah.
And I said she was institutionalized. So I started communicating with her on email a few months ago, last year, and, the last few months of last year. Then she stopped communicating with me. By the way, that sounds not myself, people. It's his zipper. It's Brendan's zipper is brushing against the mic or something. Anyhow.
No, that wasn't me.
Oh, okay, wasn't it? It was Aristides? It was, okay. That you, Aristides? That noise? Zip noise?
No, I didn't say anything. No.
Well, no, it wasn't a voice. It was like a zipper running across the mic or something. Probably one of the guys from NSA just listening in. I don't know why they bothered to do that. It's well, I guess it's better for them to listen, but they get themselves in on the call. We've all experienced that. Brendan Zoki could testify to that. I don't think it happened during Aristides' time yet with us, but it does happen. It will show up on the recording. So we will have evidence of it that it happened. Not that I intend to pursue it in any way. But anyhow, so what happened with Esther? I met her at the post office. Not the last time I was in line, but I met her at the post office in line when I was mailing out the calendar to Holly, the other chick who's in California, and it reached her the next day. But the line was forever, and I was holding it up because I was trying to mail to Brooke Hagberg in Canada, but they said, oh, that's not really a zip code, even though I'm sure it fucking is. But at any rate, so when I spoke to Esther, get this shit about her husband, who she'd been married to for a long time, and when he was young, he went to a special school like you did, where they were like studying outdoors and all kinds of other stuff, and that was a big part of his identity. Poor bastard. And then he became like a hippie who was like respected among the hippie community, like a guru, hippie guru kind of guy who was kind of, but he worked at the Wall Street, not Wall Street, but the San Francisco Financial Stock Exchange, which has to be on the same time zone as Wall Street. So he had to be there 3 hours earlier in the morning than they open up on Wall Street, so that he could be on the same time zone with New York. So when Wall Street opens, it's like
3 a.m.
Yeah, he had to be at work at least 3 a.m. if not 2 a.m. So then he'd get home very early, but he'd stop in at the bar and drink, go to sleep early. But he had a very strange cycle, something that was your average person didn't have. And he did this for decades, at least must have been 20 years. But then when I talked to her, they had severed, and she said he became unbearable and she couldn't live with him any longer after he got fired. I said, how did he get fired? He'd worked there for 20 years. Why would they? And she said, they had everyone on the staff trained the AIs. And once everyone on the staff trained the AI, they fired them all.
Yep. Classic.
Oh, after that, he went nuts. And she couldn't live with him anymore. He moved into his mother's home, but she's not moving in with him. His mother's dead, so he's living in his dead mother's home by himself, but she's not living with him. So, yeah. But imagine that. Holy shit. You train in AI. You know, they told everybody.
Well, that's going to happen more and more. Yeah.
Yeah. What do they even call those people who worked at the stock exchanges? So you're going to see it more automated, and it's going to be like you won't see those people shouting on the floors anymore, I guess. I don't know.
No, those days are gone.
Yeah.
They do it all from their computer.
Yeah.
At home.
Oh, my God.
All the brokers are at home now, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So sad. So sad. I mean, so the Trading Places, when people watch that film Trading Places with Eddie Murphy, they're looking at something that kids won't even relate to. What the fuck is that? What are they doing? It would be like, it's like watching Oliver Twist. It's like watching Oliver Twist, a different world.
Yeah, no, it is. It is.
Yeah. But I could see why he went nuts. Imagine.
I just heard nothing but bad stuff about it. It just sounds insufferable. Like those people are just money sketch.
Yeah. Yes.
They're just like tripping over money all the time. You know, like they're just mentality's bad.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're just there to make money. You know. It's just.
Oh yeah. I mean, if it's your job, I mean, most people wind up taking it home. I mean, but yeah. At any rate, Aristides. I would like your opinion on that link I sent you about the strangulation in Britain and your own, assessment as to what the fuck is going on in England, where all these men are having consensual sex with women and then, without the woman's consent, tried to strangle them to death. And that's like 1/3 of all women in England interviewed. I mean, what the fuck is going on in England? At any rate, I like the way that our man George said, I have an idea, but I'm not going to express it. All right, I'm going to take off to the restroom, but let's make certain Aristides is back with us. Aristides, you said you were going to get a drink. You know, you there? Did you get that drink? Did you fucking drown in the well? When he had to get it from a well, and he fell in. Now they're both mute. The fuck, I can't go to the bathroom with both these guys mute. Come on, guys. That's need you to take over and hold the stage for a bit, yeah.
Well, there's only so much I could do from a campsite of America. It's like cold.
Well, at least you sound good. At least you're.
I gotta stoke the fire.
You sound.
Because I'm in a sleeping tent, like a bag.
Yeah.
Shitty.
Great. Now maybe Joe Ty will come and talk to you the way he did to the other guy who was,
Who?
Remember Joe Ty went to talk to the homeless guy all the time in the tent? He said that was it's on his property. They allow him to keep the tent there because he really owns that company. Remember that stupid shit? It was like, he was just there to, drive me insane.
Are you sure that wasn't Amy Como's like when she was the assistant for that guy?
Yeah, no shit. Yeah, yeah, believe me, they're all
he owned the company, but
Yeah. I mean, that's what we didn't get to tell George. I was going to tell him that, about how, Elon Musk can't go to Unterland, so he's just fantasizing about going to Mars, but he fucks that up with his pointy needle nose, rockets and shit. Anyhow, I don't know if Aristides is coming back, so I'm counting on you, Brendan. I'm going to go to the restroom.
Count on me.
Yep, I'm going to be back in 2 or 3 minutes, dude. I'll go mute, and then I'll go into monologue after that. But I'm sure you can hold the stage, Brendan. I mean, you can... Dude, you're my talker. Dude. Aristides is back now. Thank you.
What the heck? Is that Frankenstein?
Yeah,
what is
barely.
Yeah, we thought you had fallen in the well. You said, let me get a drink. And then that was it. You didn't come back. And I said, fuck, what did he grab? A bottle? And he's finishing it all? What the fuck?
I'm trying over here.
So, okay. I'm going to go mute. You guys got this. When I come back, I'll go into monologue.
What am I supposed to be talking about?
All right.
There's so much I can do.
Yo, dude, you've got it down. You're my talker. You've got ideas about everything. The strangulation, what you thought it was. Yeah, I thought it was all good fun. And the ladies are just telling, I didn't really want it so they can look ladylike. Yeah. Jesus fucking. That sounds like Trump. That sounds like Trump talking.
I don't know. I'm just speaking from experience here. I don't know.
Well, I'm going to presume you don't mean by that you've been strangling ladies you've had consensual sense with, but yeah. Okay, I'll be back. I'll be right back.
Well, we can just presume.
Yes, there we are.
We just leave it up to the imagination.
There we are. Okay, so I'll be right back. Aristides, say hi. Okay, I'm going mute. You got it.
Hello, as best I can.
That was great. That was wonderful.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I'm glad for you.
Sorry, I feel like my voice is kind of rough. That's all.
Yeah, no, it's fine. What type of tea do you like? Do you ever do teas or like?
I will. I mean, I'll try like a fancier brand if I can. For sure.
Have you ever tried like any kind of licorice tea? Like,
no, but I would like to.
Have you heard of Egyptian licorice mint? That's like the best tea, like for.
I'd love to try that. Yeah.
For winter, that's like a good winter tea.
Yeah.
It'll like soothe any kind of thing. Maybe I'll make some actually right now. It's really beneficial. Yeah.
Something to look for, I guess.
Yeah, no, it's really good.
No doubt.
Yeah, any kind of. Someone earlier said that they appreciated the way I was explaining something, but I don't know exactly what I explained. What was I explaining?
I don't know.
Something Ayurvedic or something?
Probably a lot of things, and people appreciate that.
Perhaps
they do.
Yeah. No, it's true, but it's just like strange.
Oh no! I know fans that are like, "Oh wow, Brendan's awesome." Like,
I mean, I'm not dismissing it, but yeah, it's just
I do.
No, I believe it. It's just I don't hold myself so highly there.
Right.
It's just it's just in my chart that I don't subscribe to that. But I mean, what was I talking about? There's all kinds of cool stuff I could talk about that I think is interesting, but I can't imagine other people. Like I was talking about the Ayurvedic supplements. That seems to be like people are hyped on that.
No, that is cool. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, it's a 5,000-year-old science, so there's a lot of different things going on with that.
For sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Anything in particular that comes to mind?
What could you recommend for like a health protocol in Ayurvedic science?
Oh, just in general. I mean, like it's very tailored. It's tailored to each person's dosha. So it depends on what balance your body has from birth, and then also what actions you've done, like what things you've been eating, and various things like that can affect the total outcome of your balance, your body's elemental balance. So that's one thing. And then there's another thing that has to do with mainly like tolerances to herbs, different, like some people can handle spice, some people can't handle spice, stuff like that. So
right,
it's very individualized. That's the advantage of Ayurveda.
No.
You can get really individualized, and that's what makes it fun.
I like all the spices generally,
Oh yeah, just in general, the things that are really like essentially tolerable for most people would be stuff like haldi, like turmeric, like what Heather was saying about the golden milk, that stuff is very like, for one, it's beneficial. For two, it's like most people can tolerate. Most people can tolerate haldi, so which is that thing. Turmeric in English.
Right. Yeah. I like it.
And there's a lot of benefits. Just the haldi itself. And it's like they've studied curcumin, like the actual active ingredient, and it's the most effective anti-inflammatory that they know of scientifically. So it's actually better to take it as a whole herb, in my opinion.
Yeah. I was using a curry blend with that in it, but I ran out, so kind of sad. I want to go get more.
Yeah, it's easy to get now, so it's like one of the most
healthy spices. Yeah. What are we talking about? Oh, he's mixing psychedelic mushrooms into his curry. Cool. Yeah.
No,
that's Aristides.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Christoph Riemel says, what an awesome program today. You guys are great to hang out with. Thank you so much, Christoph Riemel. We definitely appreciate your saying that. I'm going to go into monologue now. Want to thank all of you for maintaining the numbers. You guys did great. Everybody stayed with all of you. So
I was in the middle of that haldi, talking about haldi, but
tell us about this, haldi. What's this all about? Oh, continue? Wrap up?
Turmeric. Yeah, it's just turmeric in English.
Okay. Yeah.
So it's known as the golden root, the turmeric plant.
Okay.
Known throughout Asia to heal the entire body.
Wow.
It promotes digestion, boosts the brain and nervous system.
All right.
Supports joint movement, clear glowing skin, proper liver function, nourishes the heart and circulatory, and bolsters the immune. It's used in Ayurveda to balance all three doshas, Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. And it has a bitter taste, slightly astringent, and a digestive effect. Slightly pungent, slightly heating. And its healing nature enables it to be mobilizing and cleansing, which kindles digestive agni, reduces kapha, and any accumulation of toxicity. So there you go.
Wonderful. And I take it twice a week before the show, mixed in with mixed in with my other powdered vitamins that I take with it. And Guten Morgen to Christoph Riemel, who says it's 9:18 a.m. over here in Germany. You guys set the tone for the day, so thank you, sir. And so now that
very nice.
And
Gute Nacht.
Yeah. So he says it's called curcuma over here. So he must be referring to the
curcuma. Yeah.
Great. The turmeric. Okay, wonderful. So let me start in on the monologue. Thank you so much, both of you gentlemen. Thank you, Aristides, and dear Brendan. I understand you can go to sleep anytime you wish, obviously, but if you want to interject, if you happen to be conscious and you want to interject, go ahead at any time. And both gentlemen, do say good morning.
Yes, good morning and gute Nacht, guten Morgen. I'll probably end up just going to sleep because I've been working. So I'm going to try to recuperate in my time. Good night.
Understood. Yeah. But don't refrain if you feel like saying something. And dear Aristides?
Yes. Yeah. I'm also going to look at going to sleep, but I put the donation link in the chat, in the YouTube chat. So please donate to Douglas and come find us next time.
All right. Thank you. Love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. And thank you. Blessed dreams. And so, Brendan, same to you. Stay safe and be well to both you gentlemen. All right, let's get started. And so this is the 34th Operation Desert Storm Commemoration Day, and we're just starting off in Germany, the other side of the Atlantic. With our latest episode, they shut me down again and again as soon as I started in on Elon Reeve Musk, the second wealthiest man on Earth after his handler Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin. It's been a busy day on the upstage as Trump made Biden's Gaza peace plan happen. After more than 15 months of hell and just 5 days before Donald Trump is inaugurated, a temporary halt to the Gaza genocide has at last been agreed. The president-elect provided the X factor by putting heat on Benjamin Netanyahu, but it is too soon to say the massacre is over, as I will explainest in flow of monologue that the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office said several details still need to be worked out and that a deal has not been finalized. Regardless, both the United States and Turkey's colonial Qatari officials have confirmed that the ceasefire is to start Sunday, a day before Donald Trump's inauguration, and last 6 weeks. It's also the same day as, TikTok dies or is bought out. Today, after 15 months of merciless extermination, Israel and Hamas agreed to a deal to secure the release of Israeli hostages and the cessation of hostilities in Gaza. The agreement's first 6 weeks will see Israel withdraw from much of the enclave and release hundreds of Palestinian prisoners, including convicted mass murderers, in exchange for Hamas releasing 33 captive Israelis, some living, some dead. Should everything proceed according to plan, subsequent negotiations would assure the release of the remaining Israeli hostages and the reconstruction of Gaza in the deal's second and third stages. Given the precarious nature of the deal's phased structure, the matter is far from settled, despite the headlines and the handshakes. The accord must also still be ratified by the Israeli cabinet. If that happens, the ensuing weeks will be traumatic as returning Gazan refugees discover whether their homes are still standing, and the families of Israel's hostages discover whether their loved ones are still alive. The tentative agreement is nonetheless a victory for the foreign policy teams of Presidents Joe Biden and Donald Trump, who worked in tandem with regional partners Qatar, a colony of Turkey, and Egypt to bring it about. The terms largely echo a proposal laid out by Biden himself in May of 2024, but the incoming president dragged the parties over the finish line. By the way, Nemo says, guys, I got kicked out of 109 bars, but it's not my fault. This is from Dennis Martinez in California. Why does that name sound familiar to me? At any rate, probably because it is. Maybe Nemo can explain that later as to whether this is a joke or this is what he's dealing with right now on the side while I transmit. At any rate, okay. Now, when it was, what changed was not Washington's general orientation toward the conflict. Far from turning up the heat on Israel, Trump telegraphed a further embrace of its positions during his 2024 campaign, repeatedly attacking Biden for restricting arms sales to Israel. But this posture may have helped deliver both sides. Hamas could reasonably surmise that it would not get a better deal during Trump's presidency, while the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's hard-right government likely acceded to the arrangement in order to stay in the new leader's good graces as he assumed office. The Israeli far right, whose lawmakers hold the margin of power in Netanyahu's coalition, had previously threatened to collapse the government should a deal be reached without Hamas fully vanquished from the Gaza. But amid Trump's return, the radicals have their eyes on bigger prizes, such as the all-out annexation of the West Bank, which the Palestinians claim for their future state and are loath to forgo such opportunities to vanquish even a homeland for their enemy. For this reason, they will likely vote against the ceasefire, but leave Netanyahu in power, allowing him to enact it. Put another way, it's not that Trump had a stick with which to beat Israel that Biden did not have. It's that his presidency holds out the prospect of carrots that Biden would never offer. It was less the president-elect's pressure than his potential promise that brought the Israeli far right on side. With Trump, everything is a transaction, and for his would-be suitors, not just Eretz Israel, but also Hamas's sponsors in Turkey's colony of Qatar, the Gaza ceasefire is a down payment. On the Palestinian side, the deal marks a momentary, if Pyrrhic, triumph for an eviscerated Hamas, which will get to claim that it outlasted the Israeli army and parade some of the released prisoners through the streets of Gaza. But with its leaders killed and its territory devastated, the group will have little to celebrate or to show for its atrocities on October 7th. The terrorist organization may continue to impose its will by force, but it is deeply unpopular in its own backyard, according to recent polls. Meanwhile, with Hamas chief Yahya Sinwar dead, Lebanon's Hezbollah decimated, Syria's pro-Iran regime overthrown, and Iran's so-called axis of resistance so shattered, Netanyahu has a plausible claim to victory should the deal hold. And if it does not, or should Hamas prove insufficiently forthcoming in negotiations over the remaining hostages, he has a new American president in office who will happily underwrite his return to mass murderous hostilities. The guns might mercifully fall silent for now, but if history is any indication, the long war between Israel and Hamas will continue in one form or another. Now, before I return to what else happened on this busy day, Nemo says it's a reference to the Hazars being kicked out of 109 countries throughout history. Okay, thank you. I never would have gotten that. Okay, now it's clever. Now I get it. Thank you. Oh my God. Okay, some jokes are fairly obtuse, but I get it. It is a good joke. Lost in translation. President Joe Biden delivered a primetime farewell address to the nation earlier today. It was the first time Biden spracketh publicly from the Oval Office since he explained why he dropped out of the presidential race back in July. And it unintentionally highlighted what you need to know today about our future. Point being, chronic wasting disease, the prion disease that causes deer, elk, and other cervids to waste away, could someday jump to humans, but many hunters are not convinced that they should worry. They're already surfing the wave of dementia, and a wave of dementia is coming. According to a new study, new U.S. cases in dementia will double by 2060 from their level in 2020. According to research published Monday in the journal Nature Medicine, The number of Americans diagnosed annually with the brain impairment disorder is projected to rise about 1 million over the next 35 years. More than 25 people over age 55 are expected to develop the condition during their lifetimes. The new analysis found that around 1 million Americans may develop some form of dementia every year by 2060. This is a massive increase from the predictions for 2020. Researchers examined medical records of more than 15,000 people. They found that after age 55, the lifetime risk of developing dementia is 42% and continues to rise sharply to 56% after age 85. Those who showed the highest risk for developing dementia, from 44 to 59%, were Black adults, women, and people who carried a variation of a gene called APOE, like Edgar Allan Poe, APOE4, that codes for the protein apolipoprotein E, as in vitamin E, and increases the risk of developing Alzheimer's disease. This has nothing to do with vitamin E, by the way, but I didn't want to use it, the example of E as Edward, E as in Edward, because that's my son's name. At any rate, what's behind this is the United States' growing population of aging people is likely the primary driver behind the new study's projected increase in dementia rates. We can't take care of that many brain zombies. So you're going to see a massive die-off. As to for what can be done, even for people who are already older than age 55, such as myself, technically I'm 56 this side of the international dateline, certain behavior choices can slow cognitive decline, particularly diet, exercise, and an active social life. I guess I got all that covered, except for the exercise. Joseph Koresh, the senior author of the study and founding director of the Optimal Aging Institute at the NYU or New York University Grossman School of Medicine, advises that dementia risk is high at older ages, but a good amount of it is still preventable with better vascular health. Well, internationally, we are now confronted with the Russia-Vietnam nuclear energy deal. The 12 countries agreed today to boost cooperation on nuclear energy in the Southeast Asian country during a visit to Hanoi, capital of Communist Vietnam, by the Russian Prime Minister Mikhail Mishustin. Russia's state-owned nuclear energy company, Rosatom, said it would help Vietnam build nuclear power plants as well as share Russian civil nuclear technology. By my take, on its own, this agreement is a relatively quiet development, but in context, it underscores a number of significant trends in global affairs. Exempli gratiae. In terms of trade, what North Korea gains by sending troops to fight for Russia is resources, technology, experience, and a blood-soaked IOU. Regardless, the Communist Chinese Empire is not going to stand idly by on this one. Both Vietnam and Communist China hate each other, and this is on a level of hostility comparable to the hatred between the Communist Chinese Empire and my own Taiwan. For the Vietnamese to suddenly be developing nuclear power, okay, we're in for some interesting times. This side of the Pacific, more than 6 million people in Los Angeles are under critical fire threat since we've got another week of fire ahead, as the Angelino winds will fan further flames. High winds look set to add to the destruction across Los Angeles, while stock and bond markets have extended their losses since investors are trimming their bets on interest rate cuts amid a global bond sell-off, which is deepening as investors pare Fed rate cut expectations. Point: bond yields have mostly been rising globally, with the American 10-year Treasury yield touching a fresh 14-month high of 4.799% on Monday. Point: market watchers concur that a combination of fewer rate cuts and an increasing term premium associated with widening government budget deficits are key drivers for this global sell-off. But for the moment, Los Angeles and the rest of Southern California face a second week of fierce winds that are turning wildfires into blowtorches, putting a larger number of lives at risk and destroying more homes, businesses, and landmarks. Extreme fire conditions are forecast across 5,872 square kilometers. That would be about 2,267 square miles for you Yankees out there, around Los Angeles through Tuesday, meaning through to next week, after this weekend, as winds whip flames with tropical storm strength gusts. An even larger area with a population of about 9 million people has been deemed under critical conditions through today. According to an update from the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner, the death toll from the catastrophic wildfires in Los Angeles has risen to at least 25. The update said that 9 people died in the Palisades fire and 16 people died in the Eaton fire. Meanwhile, over 6 million people in Southern California are currently under critical fire threat as crews work tirelessly to prevent further spread. As investigators search for answers, a new analysis shows the fires were larger and more intense because of planet-warming pollution. The study raises the question of whether the fires could have been controllable were it not for the fire-fueling effects of climate catastrophe. And while the fires are far from done, the litigation over loss of life and untold billions of dollars in damages has begun. Edison International's Southern California utility was hit with a lawsuit blaming the energy provider's equipment for igniting one of the still raging wildfires. The case was brought on behalf of a group of homeowners, renters, business owners, and others with property destroyed by the Eaton fire in the Pasadena area. The suit alleges a Southern California Edison pole holding power lines was the cause of the blaze that leveled the town of Altadena, which in turn reminds myself that power outages will last through the duration of SoCal's, or Southern California's, wind event. Now, my own Golden Gated San Francisco's ranking is plummeting as a new fire has erupted near San Diego as strong winds make the LA situation as bad as it gets. Tens of thousands of LA County residents remaining without power amid the Santa Ana winds and the wildfires that they fan. So let's start with one big thing: San Francisco's ranking plunging. San Francisco's ranking fell for the second year in a row in an annual list of our country's best cities due to the loss of high-paying tech jobs, steep housing costs, and affordability challenges. In terms of the state of play, the Milken Institute's yearly report measures U.S. cities' economic performance based on job and wage growth affordable housing, economic equality, and other factors. Point: 200 big metro areas and 203 small cities are assessed in the annual report. The big picture being that while many cities have largely emerged from the COVID-19 pandemic, big cities like San Francisco are currently making a sluggish recovery. Driving the news is the fact that San Francisco experienced the most dramatic drop among the biggest cities, plummeting to 126th place this year after coming in 27th yesteryear. Point: the last time the city's metro area ranked in the number one spot was not that long ago, but half a decade ago in 2020, as a matter of fact, before falling to 24th place in 2021, 27th in 2022, and 35th in 2023. COVID has killed us. Zoom out and you'll find that Huntsville, Alabama, Colorado Springs, Colorado, Austin, Texas, Fayetteville, Arkansas, Olympia, Washington State, Palm Bay, Florida, and Boise City, Idaho were among the top 10 best performing big cities. Raleigh, North Carolina, Ogden, and Salt Lake City, Utah top the list. Point: some smaller cities, including St. George, Utah, near Zion National Park, and Auburn, Alabama, were also growing due to lower housing costs and better economic equality, per this report that I'm sourcing. As to how it works, the annual rankings from Milken, a nonpartisan nonprofit think tank, are based on the Best Performing Cities Index, which takes into account cities' labor markets, tech industry growth, and economic assets. In terms of a reality check here, the report does not explicitly look at other quality of life factors people may consider when picking a place to live, like traffic congestion, public transit access, or park space. Which I would consider, if taking all of those factors into account, well, helps San Francisco in the rankings one goddamn bit. And while San Francisco sinks, the California borderland between the Crystal Empire of Hollywood and Baja, Mexico, is beginning to burn as a new brush fire has emerged further south in California near San Diego, while Los Angeles braces for extreme winds in the forecast. According to the San Diego Fire Rescue Department, a blaze of 3 to 4 acres broke out north of San Diego and south of the Marine Corps Aero Station Miramar shortly before 2:30 p.m. local time on Monday. And this while they're suffering from an incredibly violent gang war over turf. Well, the turf is burning now, Toad Warriors. Greater Los Angeles itself is braced for more wildfires as Santa Ana winds return early this week, threatening to fan the flames that have already killed 250 people and destroyed more than 12,000 buildings. Millions of residents are left in peril and preparing for evacuation as the fires rage, with AccuWeather raising its estimate for damages and economic losses to as much as $275 billion. More than 75,500 SCEs, our Southern California Edison customers, are still without power in Los Angeles. Orange, Riverside, San Bernardino, Santa Barbara, and Ventura counties as of yesterday morning, dated the 14th day in July. January, 14th day in January. According to an SCE spokesperson, that number includes more than 60,000 PSPS, that's public safety power shutoffs, in region due to wind-related damages. In LA County, where the Eaton and Palisades fires have ravaged communities, 22,202 SCE, or South Cal Edison customers remain affected by power shutoffs as of high noon yesterday. Point. What makes wildfire smoke so toxic is an unpredictable cocktail of dangerous chemicals released into the air. Point. Los Angeles firefighters risk cancer from urban smoke caused by burning homes and especially cars. Point. Environmental engineers warn that fires can make drinking water, pipes, and tanks unsafe. Perhaps Sunday I might go over some of the safety specs for these subjects. But for now, while the flamin', blazing, insurance chaos mounts, it is historically imperative to contextualize that Nevada has voted to ban slavery, while mine own Golden State nation of California has not. Both states requiring, as they do, that incarcerated people work, often for critical and dangerous jobs. To historicize, exactly 1 week ago today, midweek last, as dated the 8th day in January of 2025, deadly fires tore through Los Angeles County, fueled by hurricane-force winds. The Eaton and Palisades fires, two of the most destructive in California's history, burned about 60 square miles within a single week, an area larger than Paris, the capital of France. The fires exposed flaws in our region's wildfire response and highlighted a harsh truth about my Golden California's firefighting system. A significant portion of our workforce consists of incarcerated people. It is prisoners. According to state officials, in just 48 hours, that's 2 days, about 400 imprisoned firefighters were deployed to fight the flames in Southern California. California's firefighting system, stretched thin by escalating climate disasters, has long relied on incarcerated labor to fill the gap, paying prisoners as little as $2 a day to tackle some of the most dangerous and grueling work. The practice cuts the state's cost by $80 million to $100 million a year in the fight against our biggest environmental problem, but it undercuts labor rights and further entrenches harmful prison practices. Joseph, a black incarcerated firefighter working with the LA fires, said before he was in prison, "Sadly, I didn't know," well, I think to quote him exactly, "Sadly, I didn't really know much about firefighting. But now he can see himself as a firefighter. He hopes to participate in an expungement program after his release to one day be a professional firefighter with our state's fire force. I myself wish him the best." In context, according to a lawsuit filed by ACLU, the American Civil Liberties Union of Nevada, the ground was still smoking when a group of women who were imprisoned at Gene Conservation Camp were taken to a site outside of Laughlin, Nevada, in the aftermath of a large wildfire that swept through the region in the spring of 2021. The women, all trained firefighters, well, they were trained in firefighting in prison, and they were, of course, ready to do their work, their dirty work, were there to contain the remnants of the blaze, but the ground was so hot that it seared the skin on the bottom of their feet, melting their socks onto their skin. When they complained, their supervisors laughed at them and told them to get back to work. The woman experienced second-degree burns, which were not even treated until the next day. I cannot even imagine standing, let alone walking, in that condition. These women did what they did above and beyond the call of duty. They all should be receiving presidential citation medals. Under Nevada state law, incarcerated people like those women are required to work, yet ineligible for workers' compensation. That might soon change, however. On election day, voters passed a measure striking slavery and involuntary servitude from the Nevada Constitution, meaning that people in the state's prisons might no longer be forced to work. But just over Nevada's western border, in mine own golden bear flag Republic of California, voters overwhelmingly rejected a similar measure, Proposition 6. Slavery might be illegal in my golden state, but involuntary servitude is still acceptable as punishment for a crime. You see, the 13th Amendment banned slavery and involuntary servitude with one exception, as a punishment for a crime, an exception that resulted in the incarceration of formerly enslaved people. Removing slavery from our Constitution has been one of the key priorities for California's Reparations Task Force. But Land is a young lady who I consulted, who is working with the ACLU. I'll get back to her. She feels voters may not have made the connection between involuntary servitude and slavery. Differences in the ballot initiative language, lack of voter information, and a growing opposition to prison reform may have swayed voters to oppose it. Under state law, most incarcerated people in both Nevada and California, with few exceptions, are required to work, typically for less than 40 cents an hour, although the passage of Nevada's Question 4 means that this law may no longer be constitutional in state. If incarcerated people refuse to work, they risk being written up, which could influence parole hearings and even land them in solitary confinement. Both states employ incarcerated workers for critical jobs, including fighting wildfires and overseeing prison maintenance. Incarcerated people often leave prison with debt from legal and medical fees, phone calls, and commissary purchases, no matter how hard they work. Neither California's Proposition 6 or Nevada's Question 4 faced open opposition from those states' legislatures or ballot committees, and the measures received a little attention despite Proposition 6's tumultuous history. California legislators considered a similar measure in 2022, but withdrew support after the Department of Finance officials argued that the initiative's language could have allowed incarcerated people to demand minimum wage, something that would have cost our state $1.5 billion annually. California, which has one of the highest incarceration rates in the world, generates hundreds of millions of dollars from prison labor. Proposition 6 appeared on the ballot only after legislators agreed that the California Department of Corrections would set the wages for incarcerated people, meaning that they would likely remain below minimum wage. The Nevada legislature did not raise similar concerns about prison wages, and the impacts of Question 4 on wages and other labor issues are still unknown. Still, the measure could permit incarcerated workers to sue for workers' compensation and assert their rights as workers. The language in the initiatives may have been part of the reason the 12 states voted so differently. California's ballot measure stated that it would eliminate involuntary servitude as a criminal punishment from its constitution, but made no mention of slavery, while Nevada's specifically called for removing language about both slavery and involuntary servitude. Even before Election Day, Mark Baldassare, director of the Public Policy Institute of California statewide survey, feared that voters would have a hard time with the term involuntary servitude and failed to connect it to slavery. California's official voter information guide, unlike most other ballot measures, only listed Assemblymember Lori Wilson, who introduced the measure, as a supporter. No opponents were listed. Per Baldassare, there was essentially no campaign to educate voters. When voters in California don't understand or are not sure who the supporters and opponents are, they'll take a pass. Christopher Peterson, legal director of ACLU Nevada, agreed that voter education significantly impacted how Californians responded, but pointed out that there might have been another reason that Californians rejected the measure, Proposition 36, which increases penalties for drug crimes and theft. Campaigns grouped the twain together, perhaps making Proposition 6 seem like a criminal justice reform initiative. Proposition 36 raised millions of dollars, unlike Proposition 6, which was also hindered by opposition from law enforcement and multiple business groups who exploit prison labor. On Election Day, Californians supported initiatives and candidates that were tough on crime, including Proposition 36. Strongly believing that forced prison labor is an appropriate punishment for a crime, John Coupal, president of the Howard Jarvis Taxpayers Association, which is one of 2 entities, along with the Republican Party, that formally opposed Proposition 6, said that Californians understood the text and spirit of the law. To quote his T, "People just don't like soft-on-crime proposals." Explaining that even if you legalized slavery, Jamelia Land, co-foundress of the Abolish Slavery National Network, I consulted, a nonprofit that is spearheading a campaign to remove slavery from all state constitutions, as well as, eventually, the United States Constitution, voices the stance that its vestige of involuntary servitude endures. And, in her words, involuntary servitude and slavery are pretty much synonymous for one another. Land arguing that ending legalized slavery is not a criminal justice issue, it's a civil rights issue. To quote a she, "You can't reform from legalized constitutional slavery." Now that Nevada has ended involuntary servitude, the ACLU's Peterson expects that incarcerated people may start suing the state and improve their working conditions, or suing the state to improve their working conditions, or argue for workers' compensation at the least, emphasizing that Nevada has enshrined civil liberties in its constitution, including abortion rights, this election cycle, while qualifying that Nevada has also historically supported tough-on-crime legislation. Peterson said that it's possible that Nevada voters view this not as related to criminal legal reform, but rather simply a matter of principle that, look, we're not going to treat people like slaves. It fits the broader way Nevadans view themselves. Generally speaking, our state has a tendency to put limitations on the government's power. There are attorneys in our jurisdiction that have been willing to fight these workers' compensation cases on behalf of incarcerated people, and I know that they'll have an interest in taking up that fight again. On the heels of the largest wildfire season in California's modern history, Royal, or rather his name being Royal Remy, Royal Remy traded in his work on the scorched mountainsides for an office desk in San Bernardino. He had been battling wildfires for a decade among the thousands of incarcerated Californians who were trained by the correctional system and paid well below minimum wage to help contain our state's increasingly deadly blazes. Now, as temperatures in Southern California reach triple digits, Remy says his air-conditioned office at the bottom of the parched San Bernardino National Forest is markedly better than the concrete box where he once spent nearly 24 hours a day. Not only does he go home to his family after work, he also helps people use the skills they gained in prison to build full-time and fully paid wildland firefighting careers. Remy has helped more than 170 formerly incarcerated people join the ranks of professional firefighters in the National Fire Service through his nonprofit organization, the Forestry and Fire Recruitment Program, acronymized as the FFRP. Co-founded in 2015 with Brandon Smith, who trained with Remy at the Bautista Adult Conservation Fire Camp in Riverside County, California, the program provides training and job connections for people who worked in California prison fire camps. Remy said his program fills many crucial needs, combating the more frequent impacts of climate disasters while helping formerly incarcerated people re-enter the workforce. It also reminds the world that no person should be defined by their greatest mistake. So here we're discussing disposable land and disposable lives. You see, more than 5,000 wildfires have ravaged California this last year. According to a 2021 study, that number will only increase by about 20% in the next 12 decades, requiring a growing workforce to aid in disaster recovery and making homes and power grids more climate resilient, while revealing a deep connection between human-caused climate catastrophe, our empire's use of the prison system, and racial inequality. This relationship between disposability and climate change has made using incarcerated people to fight fires even more complicated. For decades, California has relied on fire crews of quickly trained inmates, mostly Black or Latinx, to perform some of the most backbreaking work in firefighting, plowing and cutting through brush in suffocating temperatures to create perimeters to contain the flames. Imprisoned people make up roughly 1/3 of California's wildland firefighting force, the workforce for our flaming forests, and now cities. The United States has a history of using its black citizens to do the dirty work of firefighting. During World War II, as the Japanese war machine deployed ICUBs, intercontinental unguided bombs, the world's first transcontinental ordnance, carried via the delivery mechanism of balloon bombs in attempts to destroy America's western forests, so that the wind patterns could be measured for ultimately the dispersal of biological weapons that would have been sent in balloon biobombs had the United States not surrendered. An all-black U.S. Army paratrooper group known as Smoke Jumpers, the Triple Nickels of the 555, spent months saving the American West and fighting fires. But there are benefits to California's prison fire camps. While incarcerated, the aforecited Smith and Ramey fell in love, well, not with each other, but with fighting fire, and the feeling of being needed. Firefighting is among the highest paid jobs for state prisoners. Fire camp detainees earn around $5 a day, with an additional $1 to $2 an hour when assigned to active fires. The conditions at the camp are also better than the average state-run facility. Namely, prisoners, participants, can be out in the real world rather than in a cell all day. But many advocates argue that incarcerated laborers should receive a living wage, contending that the pay does not match the dangers of the job. Several prisoners in the program have sustained serious injuries and even died in the field over this last decade. The program has also opened up conversations around race and privilege within the wildland firefighting field. While incarcerated laborers are primarily Black or Latinx, the professional firefighters who work the same fires are almost exclusively white. Using prison labor saves the state roughly $100 million annually in comparison to what professional firefighters are paid. So we have an untapped labor pool. Seeing the racial disparities in the field, Smith and Ramey knew that they wanted to continue fighting fire after they were released. But they bumped up against a troubling reality. Once released from prison, there was no roadmap for incarcerated laborers to make a career out of the skills they learned. One of the biggest barriers is a California law that bars those with felony convictions from earning the emergency medical certification that most municipal fire departments require. In a 2020 interview with KQED News, Smith said it was egregious. You have this laborer pool of people that are just sitting here and underutilized only because of an issue of perception. Despite their training and experience in the field, Smith and Ramey had to start at square one to build a career in wildland firefighting after being released. It would take them roughly 3 years to climb back to a position equal to their role while incarcerated. After being denied from a handful of crews, it wouldn't be until the summer of 2015 when a state emergency declaration opened up an easier pathway for hundreds of people, including themselves, to join the professional ranks. Needing more bodies to fight what was at the time a record-breaking fire season, the hiring process was temporarily made much easier. Throughout the ordeal, the pair prioritized going to prison fire camps and talking to incarcerated people about finding jobs in the Forest Service once they were released. They saw a need to put their work on paper and institutionalize a program connecting recently released prisoners with professional firefighting posts. Through their nonprofit, they partner Well, they partner with local governments to, how should I put it, give on-the-job training for formerly incarcerated people, help people with state firefighting applications, and offer a community support system for people navigating the difficult process. In less than 6 months, participants in the FFRP, the Forestry and Fire Recruitment Program, received the same training they would get in a years-long state firefighting academy, and they're paid at least $15 an hour. Training includes field work, hiking, practicing plowing and cutting down fields, and equipment training in their new San Bernardino office. In addition to the paid transitional work in fire prevention, the program provides formerly incarcerated people access to social workers who help ease their re-entry process, life skill seminars, and access to housing, and, yes, even much needed mental health care. By the way, our dear Christopher Rimmel in United Germany says Gute Nacht. And our man Jacob Waters says, cheers everyone. When people tell me good night, they mean good morning. It's my morning when people are saying that. And they know that. At any rate, in 2020, Smith and Ramey were influential in getting California Governor Gavin Newsom to sign a law that made it easier for prison camp fire crews to have their records expunged in hopes of removing a significant barrier to seeking a job as a firefighter. In April, the pair received a $250,000 private foundation grant to expand the program to other parts of our state beyond Southern California. That kind of community rehabilitation will help quell and contain more fires than just the ones ripping through California. Through his own work combating the impacts of climate catastrophe, Ramey oft meditates over a set of pristinely clean firefighting tools laid out upon his office floor, reflecting that he's learned it is, in his words, which I shall now quote at length and verbatim, very imperative that we become stewards of the land we're on. In Black and Latino communities, we're told our lives are disposable, just like the land is. I got a desire and love for fire, but also love and desire to help people. There are different ways to fulfill your purpose, and when we think about the environment, climate change, and building community, we need better examples of how to do so. We're out here building structural support for people to be successful and make a difference in this world despite barriers put in front of them. We need firefighters, and to be doing a job that is needed by the world makes it more fulfilling. Purpose is something they take from you in prison. This gives it back. It works in the state's favor and ours. As an incarcerated person, you're already in the mindset, I'm already in prison. I'm already in an environment where there's threats each and every day, so I might be better taking a chance on this threat of firefighting. I think that the world is finally accepting that we'll need everyone, even abnormal and complex folks, to address the situations we created and have tried to keep quiet. We've got to acknowledge our weaknesses and mistakes and say that it is okay to work on them as individuals because we need everyone to combat the world's issues. What are we doing? if not trying to make this world a better place. This is why I defend, yea, even advocate, slavery in California. It really is a way of manifesting a response in the most positive sense, a positive answer to the fact, the problem, that we need everyone. Another big thing, California's insurance troubles. The raging wildfires in LA County have thrust California's insurance policy, well, its industry, really, back into the spotlight. As to why it matters, more than a quarter of properties statewide have recently seen insurance rates rise because of wildfires or flooding. The big picture being that climate change has made California more susceptible to wildfires, a risk that's making insurers reconsider doing business here. Point, companies including State Farm have dropped thousands of policies, citing outdated regulations and high rebuilding costs as additional reasons for discontinuing coverage. By the numbers, insurance has become both more expensive and difficult to obtain. Point, home insurance policy non-renewals grew from fewer than 46,000 in 2018 to more than 87,000 in 2023, according to a report released in December from the U.S. Senate Budget Committee. Point, over the past 9 years, there have been nearly 7.6 million non-renewals across California, according to a San Jose Mercury News analysis of California's Department of Insurance data. Point, the analysis proves that my Golden Gated San Francisco had just 84,179 from 2015 to 2024. For you to catch up quick, the California Department of Insurance unveiled a plan last summer to expand coverage to homes in high wildfire risk areas that currently rely on the FAIR plan, FAIR, a high-cost option of last resort for those who can't get a traditional policy. The acronym of the FAIR plan, I believe it stood for Fair Access to Insurance Requirements. FAIR, Fair Access to Insurance Requirements, the FAIR plan. Very good acronym. Point, the new reforms allow companies to project future losses through catastrophe modeling, rather than just relying on historical data. Insurers can now also pass along reinsurance costs to their customers. As for the threat level, as of September of 2024, FAIR Plan's exposure to residential wildfire risk was $431, $431.45 billion fucking dollars, up almost 60% from the year before. As to what's between the lines, the state's insurance overhaul remains controversial, as opponents said rates are likely to rise faster than coverage would expand. As to what they're saying, though the new reforms might not have an immediate effect, especially as the wildfires continue to burn, Carl Sussman, an insurance broker based in Los Angeles, has said that the market could begin to open up soon. In his words, in areas that are not being impacted by any type of fire risk. So just how did the fire start? Here's what not so much what the investigation might have exposed as to where the investigation stands. It's all about finding those fateful sparks. It's mind-boggling to think that the deadly, raging infernos that consumed communities in greater Los Angeles will leave lasting scars on the region. Well, they all began perhaps as minuscule sparks. All the destruction and loss were part of chain reactions that fire investigators are now trying to trace back to their incandescent origins. As of Monday night, the Palisades fire had burned over 23,700 acres and was 14% contained. The Eton fire grew past 14,000 acres and was 33% contained. As those major and other smaller fires continue to scorch Los Angeles County, local, state, and federal investigators are working to determine exactly where and how each blaze began. Here's what I know so far about those efforts. The investigations could take months or more. It will likely take considerable time before an official cause is reported for each fire. An expert having told them over the weekend that the widespread fires what began during extreme weather events can sometimes have multiple origin points. Kevin Rector and Ian James of the Los Angeles Times explained, experts said the cause of wildfires, including those that sweep into urban areas, can be extremely difficult to investigate. For obvious reasons, including the intensity and temperature of such large blazes destroying nearly everything in their path. In the meantime, Los Angeles Times reporters spoke with residents who witnessed the blaze's opening moments. Over in Pacific Palisades, residents point to the area around Temescal Ridge Trail, which features rock formations and stunning ocean views. Just a week before the Palisades fire broke out, a small brush fire started on New Year's Eve and was knocked down in the same general area. Fire officials believe that blaze was sparked by holiday fireworks. One resident told the Times reporters he'd smelled smoke near the previous fire's burn scar while hiking the trail shortly before the Palisades fire was reported. He wondered if some still smoldering embers from that December 31st fire had been kicked up by the powerful winds that pummeled the area on January 7th. An official from the U.S. Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives, which is leading the Palisades fire investigation, said nothing is conclusive this early on. However, as LA Times reporters Richard Winton, Noah Goldberg, and Hannah Fry noted in their coverage, there is historical precedent for an old fire sparking a new one. And here I quotest from their writ. The massive Oakland Hills fire of 1991, the October 20th, it as my birthday fire, which destroyed more than 2,500 structures, exploded after firefighters thought they had contained it. That fire was originally 6 acres and was declared contained, but not out. Firefighters left equipment at the scene, but did not monitor it at all times. Winds picked up, and then flames quickly consumed homes. From there, sparking on, wind jumping, to burn down entire neighborhoods. Now, The Southern California Edison power equipment becomes a focal point here. Across the LA basin, investigators are focused on an area of Eton Canyon where an electrical tower looms over Altadena. Photos and videos from residents shared by news organizations and on social media showed what appeared to be the initial flames of the Eton fire. Altadena resident Marcus Enrico told Times reporters he clearly saw a small ring of flames around the base of one of the electrical towers. Those towers are the property of Southern California Edison. On Sunday, the utility company said its transmission tower lines were energized around the time of the fire. In a report, they stated that an early analysis showed no interruptions or electrical or operational anomalies until more than 1 hour after the reported start time of the fire. The California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection, abbreviated as CAL FIRE, is leading the investigation into the Eton fire and confirmed the area around the towers is being studied, although the full scope of their probe was not divulged to the Fourth Estate. But attorneys for homeowners in Altadena aren't waiting for investigators to name a culprit. 4 lawsuits were filed Monday, each blaming Southern California Edison for starting the Eton fire. Power companies are no stranger to such lawsuits. Last February, Edison agreed to pay the United States $80 million to cover costs and damages from 2017's deadly Thomas fire. Investigators determined that Edison equipment started that blaze, which burned more than 280,000 acres in Ventura and Santa Barbara counties. And back in 2019, PG&E, Pacific Gas and Electric, well, colloquially referenced as Murder Incorporated, agreed to a $13.5 billion settlement for several deadly Northern California wildfires, including 2018's Camp Fire. Smaller blazes sparked last week were also under investigation. The Kenneth Fire, which scorched a little over 1,000 acres in the hills north of Calabasas, was fully contained over this weekend, according to a law enforcement email obtained by the Los Angeles Times. A 33-year-old man was arrested last week by LAPD officers after he was seen attempting to spark a fire in the same vicinity. The man has so far not been charged with arson as investigators continue their work. Edison equipment is also a focal point of the investigation into what started the Hearst fire that has burned about 800 acres near Sylmar and was 95% contained as of Monday evening. The company reported last week that one of its conductors had been damaged at a tower in the vicinity of the fire, but it could not determine if the equipment downed before or after the blaze. The cause of the Sunset Fire is also under investigation. That blaze scorched an estimated 46 acres in the Hollywood Hills and prompted panicked evacuations, but was fully contained about 24 hours, in about a single day, and did not destroy any homes. Regardless, the origin almost always leads back to humans. Extreme weather and climate conditions may prime California's tinderbox landscapes, but we're overwhelmingly the ones striking the metaphorical or actual match that grows into a wildfire. CAL FIRE estimates that up to 95% of wildfires are caused by humans, including from carelessness, infrastructure failures, and deliberate ignitions. It is arson. And a 2022 study from UC Irvine proved that human-ignited fires were more ferocious and damaging than blazes sparked by lightning strikes. And we're burning ever closer to an uninsurable future. Thousands of LA County residents are returning to the burned remnants of their homes, if they're even allowed back yet, and trying to figure out what happens next. The historic devastation arrived after many insurance companies announced they were retreating from my Golden State, citing in part the increasing risk of devastating wildfires. Many homeowners in Pacific Palisades were dropped by providers in recent months and left with no option but to pay much higher premiums with minimal coverage under our state's insurer of last resort. To provide a sense of what affected homeowners should expect as they begin the recovery process and the potential effects of the overall insurance market, Dave Jones, director of UC Berkeley's Climate Risk Initiative and our state's former insurance commissioner, says, he was commissioner for Los Angeles County. It was for the state of California, but he was the former commissioner for the state of California for Los Angeles County, says that the fires tragically provide, in his words, more evidence that we are continuing to march towards an uninsurable future because we're not doing enough, fast enough, to transition from fossil fuels and other greenhouse gas emitting industries. I still believe insurance is the canary in the coal mine for the climate crises, and the canary is just about dead. Let me relate some takeaways from his observations. The road to recovery will be painful, confusing, and riddled with fraudsters. Sharing this advice, Jones said that although California's Department of Insurance has announced steps to speed things up, it is going to be a painful, long, and frustrating process. So review your policy to understand the full extent of your coverage. Many policies include an additional living expense provision designed to help with out-of-pocket expenses fire victims face, like the cost of a motel stay, food, and replacement clothing, and other personal items. And beware of fraudsters looking to take advantage of the crises. As the ash settles in the coming weeks, bad actors, not just the ones in Hollywood, but people with bad motivations, malefactors, if you will make their way to scorched neighborhoods, offering deals that may sound like a godsend during a traumatic time. Public insurance adjusters may start reaching out to affected homeowners, offering help through the cumbersome claims process and promising to get them the most money possible. Advising affected homeowners to file their claims directly with their insurance company as soon as possible, Jones said, they charge a fee and you may not need their help. Adjusters have to be licensed by the state, so homeowners can check whether they're legitimate and in good standing. More tips and resources to getting Well, I would say that more tips and resources to avoid getting scammed are available on our California's State Insurance Department's website. And debris cleanup can be hazardous, and open homeowners are up to liability. Jones said counties typically launch their own debris removal programs in an effort to safely dispose of hazardous debris, as opposed to having every homeowner hiring some waste haulage company, which also could be fly-by-night. If those contractors don't dispose of that material property and it ends up polluting the environment, the homeowner who hired them could face consequences. On Tuesday, Governor Gavin Newsom's office announced that federal and state debris removal teams were in affected areas and would start the first round of cleaning, well, clearing really, as soon as it's safe to do so. Now, everyone's premiums, not just those affected by fires, are likely to increase. That was already expected to happen due to sweeping new regulations that went into effect just days before the fire started. Jones has explained that while the catastrophic loss and historic insurance payouts expected in the coming months and years from these fires will probably raise rates even further. And there's a separate scenario that could hit the wallets of Californians with home insurance policies. If the FAIR plan blows through its reserves and reinsurance paying out the substantial claims many homeowners are now filing, everyone else may be on the hook. Recently, the Times' Lawrence Darmiento reported, and here I read therefrom, the FAIR plan has seen its policies grow from a little over 200,000 in September of 2022 to more than 450,000 as of last September. That has roughly tripled its loss expenditure to $458 billion over the same period. Pacific Palisades has one of our state's highest concentrations of FAIR plan policyholders, with the insurer estimating its exposure in the neighborhood of $5.89 billion. In addition to substantial rate increases for insurance in California, people with private insurance could end up seeing an assessment to cover the FAIR plan losses. There be steps our government can take to alleviate this insurance crisis, and the aforecited Jones outlined a few paths for state and federal workers. Shore up the FAIR plan with federal support. Duh. Jones suggests a federal program of nonprofit reinsurance for FAIR plans that could substantially reduce costs. Those cost reductions could then be passed on to FAIR plan policies. Create a state or federal subsidy for low-income households on the FAIR plan. Jones said this should be done without suppressing our plan's current rates. To quote his T, we still want that rate to reflect the risk and send the signal that we ought to reconsider sprawling into these high wildfire risk areas. But for low-income households, a federal premium subsidy program or state premium subsidy program to help people afford the FAIR plan would be important. Make insurers factor fire mitigation efforts into their rates. Because right now, companies are not obligated to do that, despite any personal measures or government programs that increase the likelihood homes will survive a blaze. Recent state bills aimed at changing that have died in legislature. Jones has acknowledged the outrage is likely to boil over in California as policyholders see their premiums hiked and potentially get a separate bill to cover an insurance plan they don't have. Jones noting, "That's hugely frustrating. You can be a homeowner and spend thousands or tens of thousands of dollars to create defensible space. You're paying all these taxes. You can be proximate to a big land management program, and you get no credit for it. And they non-renew you. But the industry they should be angry at most of all is the oil and gas industry, who lied and misled and deceived the public for decades about climate change and their contribution thereunto. I explained that will result in more tools for private individuals to bring lawsuits against the oil majors for the damage that they suffered. This brings us to the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent grievance machine. Republicans weaponize fear to win. As you're hearing these words, Trump and his Republican allies are spraying a fire hose of lies, accusing Democrats of responsibility for the fires in Los Angeles. And those lies are working. Even mainstream media like the New York Times and the Washington Post are repeating them. Not to mention, they're being pushed like peanuts at a ball game into the faces of hundreds of millions by the right-leaning algorithms of anti-social media. I refuse to call it social media. Nothing social about it. It's quite antisocial. If Democrats were to create a shadow cabinet, they could effectively neuter much of this bullshit. Details on that in a minute, perhaps, but first some background. While the phrase, "the best defense is a good offense," is oft attributed to Jack Dempsey, it was President George Washington, General of the Armies, who reflected, while he was reflecting on how he won the Revolutionary War for American independence, wrote to his former aide-de-camp, John Trumbull, "Offensive operations, oftentimes, are the surest, if not the only, means of defense." Now, Democrats need to learn this lesson. The most powerful political maneuvers succeed by capturing control of and expressing deeply felt grievances. There's a simple neurological reason for this. At the foundation of Maslow's hierarchy of human needs is safety, which is why the most effective grievances are those expressing fear for safety or the security of voters' assets and family. Let me read a paragraph to you from, Abraham Maslow. Well, not really from Maslow at all. He would never write something like this. It's Republican. Let's read to you, I will read to you, a paragraph from the Republican Fear Porn Mags. "Gays are going to convert your kids. Immigrants are going to kill or rape your wife. Schools are going to cut off your son's penis. Haitians in Springfield are going to eat your cat. Poor people are stealing your tax dollars with welfare payments. Women who get empowered will deny you sex. Jews are funding Hispanics, taking your job. Joe Biden is causing your inflation. Democrats want to take away your car. Black Kamala is trying to take a job that's rightfully a white man's role. Woke teachers are training white children to feel guilt for things their relatives did. The deep state is making your life miserable through overregulation. Every one of those and more were specific and false grievances abused at various times by the Trump campaign to win the 2024 election. They work because grievance is a variation on fear of danger or outrage over loss, something that's such a foundational set of human emotions that babies express them in their first months. Grievance is hardwired into us, part of our most ancient survival mechanisms, which is why grievance is one of the single most powerful tools politicians and revolutionaries have used throughout history, from ancient Rome to today. Point: Vladimir Lenin harnessed Russian grievance against the punishing terms of the German-imposed Brest-Litovsk Treaty placed upon them when Germany won World War I in the Eastern Front to climb to power. Point: Washington, Franklin, and Jefferson used grievance around Great Britain's taxation without representation to spark and win the American Revolutionary War for Independence. Point: for Confederates, it was the threat of losing their source of free labor. Much as I defend the use of incarcerated labor in California. Point: the Ku Klux Klan, Woodrow Wilson, then George Wallace, and today Donald Trump and his MAGA movement exploit racial grievance against blacks and Hispanics, taking privilege, jobs, and power from white men. Point: the hashtag #MeToo movement used legitimate grievance against horrible, predatory men to create a national reformation. Of course, when I use that description, horrible, predatory men, it's all kind of redundant. It's just like all men are horribly predatory, or horrible and predatory. Predatorily horrible. Now, point: Black Lives Matter used honest grievance against white cops who kill black people with impunity to mobilize a national march and change laws and policies across the nation. Point: Bernie Sanders nearly became our communist American president based on the appropriate grievances Americans harbor about being robbed and ripped off by the morbidly rich. Point: the Right Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s civil rights movement peacefully highlighted black people's grievances over being second-class citizens, producing major changes in law and interpretation of the Constitution. Republicans and the multi-billionaires who fund and support them have been abusing grievance as a primary political weapon ever since the election of Barack Obama, starting with the birther and then the Tea Party movements. They were aggrieved by virtually everything our first black president did, from Obamacare to wearing a tan suit. There wasn't a single week that went by during his 8 years in office when Republicans weren't outraged by something he had done or was accused of doing. And, of course, even though George W. Bush and Dick Cheney abused private email servers for government business for 8 years, and Hillary Rodham Clinton did not, her private email server became a years-long grudge that was daily promoted in the media, and with a boost from FBI Director James Comey on behalf of his buttfuck master-in-arms, he helped Trump defeat her presidential campaign. Republicans, since the days Newt Gingrich first took over the House in the mid-1990s, have become expert 24/7, 365 purveyors of grievance. Rupert Murdoch has made billions peddling it every single day on Fox News and in the New York Post. In the 2024 presidential election, fully 95% of Trump's ads were grievance-based attacks on Harris, while only about half of Harris's ads attacked Donald Trump, as opposed to promoting her policies. Predictably, the grievance ads won the day for Trump, both motivating his voters and discouraging Democratic voters from even showing up because they feared for their very lives from the murderous Republicans. All of which raises the question, why aren't Democrats cranking up a grievance-based outrage machine right now to run daily for the next 4 fucking years? One that's coordinated across the party and media with specific daily complaints that expose the hypocrisy and outright corruption of Trump and the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party. They certainly could have done it during his last presidency. Trump put a union-busting attorney in charge of the Department of Labor. Democrats could have screamed about every anti-labor action Eugene Scalia took, and there were many. He put a series of anti-environment fossil fuel toadies in charge of EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, and Interior. A woman who hates public schools in charge of education. A man Forbes called a grifter in charge of the Commerce Department. A guy who'd illegally thrown tens of thousands of people out of their homes to head our United States Treasury Service, etc. Where was the outrage when Jared Kushner's crew suggested that letting people die of COVID and blaming blue state governors was an effective political strategy? Or when Trump cut taxes for multi-billionaires, saddling our kids and grandkids with trillions of dollars in debt? Republicans are still talking about, well, Willie the Klitz or Bill Jefferson Clinton's affairs with and Hillary's server. Why is that why is it that when Republicans' crimes and perfidy are exposed, it's a one-day or, at most, week-long story, but Republicans pound on Democrats for years and years and years? Remember when it was proven during Trump's last year in office that Putin had put a bounty on United States troops in Afghanistan, and Trump not only refused to act but tried to downplay it? Where was the outrage? Where was the widespread publicity about the individual soldiers who died as a result thereof? If a Democratic politician had tolerated and even ignored that, we'd still be hearing about it every goddamn day on every Sunday show. Why didn't a single elected Democrat complain loudly during Carter's funeral about Reagan stealing the 1980 election by cutting a deal with the Iranian Ayatollahs? Even the former lieutenant governor of Texas, who was there, has confirmed the story for the New York Times. Or blame Trump for shutting down all but one of the U.S. Air Force bases in Afghanistan just to pre-cripple Biden's efforts to end the war. Or talk over and over again about how researchers for the British medical journal, The Lancet, concluded that almost 1 million Americans would still be alive today if Trump had not committed pandemicide by not only ignoring but encouraging COVID as a disease. He was an ally of the virus while inhibiting any and all COVID response. Why doesn't every voter know the details of how Trump threw away the pandemic plans that Obama left him, and then encouraged people to get infected to quote-unquote build up herd immunity? Every day of those 4 years represented a chance for Democrats to collectively and loudly raise a stink. Every day they could have held press conferences and riled up their base. Every day they could have shown up on radio, TV, and podcasts to rail against Trump's depravity, cronyism, and criminality. If they had, Trump would not be about to take the White House now. Why was Ivanka selling Goya beans from the fucking White House? A clear violation of the Hatch Act. Just a one-day story. Or Trump taking hundreds of millions in illegal emoluments from foreign governments via his properties and hotels. When Trump stole top-secret nuclear documents, including the names of American spies overseas, and left them where foreign agents could easily find and copy them. By willful intent, Trump did this because he is a traitor who needs to be executed. You hear me, Trump? You motherfucking traitor, you need to be shot. Why didn't Democrats scream every day for years that he's a traitor, intentionally selling his country out in a way that would make Benedict Arnold blush? Remember when Richard Mulhouse Nixon wanted to get rid of Supreme Court Justice Abe Fortas, the most liberal member of the bench? He had his Attorney General, John Mitchell, manufacture out of thin air suspected allegations that Fortas's wife was involved in a shady deal to avoid a few $1,000s in taxes. Republicans turned it into such a massive grievance fest in the media that Fortas resigned to save his wife the embarrassment of FBI and congressional investigations. Why haven't Democrats done the same, only with legitimate complaints, to Thomas, Alito, Kavanaugh, and Gorsuch? Why haven't they subpoenaed and enforced the subpoenas against Roberts and his corrupt colleagues? Dick Durbin? Where is the investigation into the millions that Ginny Thomas has taken and her involvement in January 6th? There be a more contemporary list of recent Trump, Musk, and Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgent atrocities. The simple reality is that every day offers things worthy of genuine outrage. Instead, however, Democrats have, since the Reagan era, focused on doing the people's work, trying to make things better for the average American, committed themselves to what, as politicians, they're paid to do: govern. With competent governance, they thought voters would recognize their good works and reward them at the polls. Ask Sherrod Brown how that worked out. Or Al Gore, John Kerry, Hillary Clinton, and Kamala Harris. The simple fact is that playing the victim card will always resonate more powerfully with voters than highlighting wonderful accomplishments. Case in point, Joe Biden, and the fact that most Americans have no idea about his incredible and many successes on behalf of the working class. Timothy Snyder has been suggesting Democrats should create a shadow cabinet, an idea I've actually been subtly pushing on my own program for over a decade. Democrats come up with people qualified to take every job from Defense Secretary to EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, to transportation, and every time one of Trump's people takes an action, the shadow secretary for that department should hold a press conference criticizing that action and offering a better alternative to actually help Americans. The DNC, the Democratic National Committee, should coordinate these things, offering a tip sheet to every selected Democrat and the press. It should even be a Substack newsletter with the grievances of the day. Call it something else, of course. Push the shadow cabinet officers to producers for radio, TV, and podcast shows with the same effort publicists for authors and athletes put in every day. It's the 21st century, and the Republicans and their multi-billionaire backers, as I've noted in my own critical omissions, considered an enemy transmission by my enemy, and my enemy is yours, have rewritten the rules of politics, Democrats must wake the hell up and take the challenge to institutionalize outrage if they want to regain power in D.C. and state houses. Because it turns out George Washington and Jack Dempsey were both right. The best defense is a good offense. And it's about goddamn time for Democrats to figure it out and make use of it. Again, I shake my head and sigh. It's time for the Democrats to get tough. It's Wednesday night. Thursday morning, really. There's some 656 days until the midterm elections. It's time for Senate Democrats to get tough. Jelly bean, dick face Vance pisses off some traitors and, well, I'll get back into the mood for more cathartic soon enough. First, here's a national news alert. The Trump stock market rally is fading fast. The Trump bump has faded as the S&P 500, the Standard & Poor's, is close to erasing all the gains it's notched since Donald Trump's election victory. Gains in the S&P 500 since Election Day 2024 are close to being wiped out. In the markets, it's a sea of red. Stocks and bonds extended losses as traders slashed bets on Federal Reserve interest rate cuts after Friday's payroll data. Oil prices hit a 5-month high as a fresh wave of American sanctions against revanchist and revisionist Russia's energy industry threatened to crimp supplies. For the dollar, the outlook is more optimistic. Goldman Sachs upgraded its forecast for the greenback for the second time in 12 months, expecting it to rally by about 5% over the coming year. Well, Trump will fuck that up. And a sell-off in global bond markets is accelerating, fueling concerns over government finances and raising the specter of higher borrowing costs for consumers and businesses around the world. It's all about overblown fears throughout Biden time. Fresh data today. Yesterday by now showed U.S. inflation to be slowing again, triggering a stock rally and a plunge in bond yields as investors, some of whom just days ago thought the Fed wouldn't cut rates anytime soon, became hopeful again. Equities erased their losses for the new year with the S&P 500 up about 2%, its biggest gain since after the United States election. A surge in treasuries pushed 10-year yields down by almost 15 basis points, easing fears of the 5% rate horizon. Commodities roared, with oil topping $80 a barrel. The concerted cross-asset advance was the best for a consumer price index day since at least late 2023, according to data compiled by Bloomberg. Krishna Guha of Evercore said the CPI report adds weight to the argument that markets have overtraded the inflation story and should stop being so risk-averse. He said, "It reinforces the base case for top Fed cuts and keeps open the possibility of a March cut." All of this goes to show the economy is going great. But Trump will take that sports car, that muscle car, and run it at top speed while drunk until the pistons explode and the engine case, flies out of, the engine flies out of the fucking frame of the car while he tumbles us all off a cliff. So now it's time for the Senate Republicans' decision, as exposed. Senate Republicans are deciding, and despite Senate Republicans' history of fealty to the president-elect, the confirmation of all of his cabinet choices isn't yet certain. President-elect Donald Trump's picks for key cabinet posts were set to appear in front of Senate committees today for high-stakes confirmation hearings. One of Trump's most controversial picks, Pete Hegseth for Defense Secretary, appears to be on track for confirmation after he was grilled by lawmakers on Tuesday about excessive drinking incidents, sexual assaults, and his shifting public view on women in combat. Senator Marco Rubio, Trump's choice to lead the State Department, and Pam Bondi, his pick to lead the Justice Department, are set to appear. Were set to appear on Capitol Hill yesterday by now. Over the next several days, many of Donald Trump's cabinet selections will appear before the Senate for confirmation hearings. By putting forth a series of completely unqualified candidates who, in other political movements, would likely not have made it this far, Trump has muddled the process before the hearings have even begun. As David Graham of Atlantic Magazine put it in November, the sheer quantity of individually troubling nominees might actually make it harder for the Senate to block any of them. But the outcome of the Senate confirmation hearings is not a foregone conclusion. Yes, Senate Republicans have shown that they are reliably deferential toward Trump, though some drew a line at his selection of Matt Gaetz for Attorney General. Russell Berman, who covers politics for the Atlantic Magazine, has predicted that any and all of his picks will be easily confirmed given the Republicans' 53-47 majority in the Senate. But with the current makeup of the Senate, each pick can afford to lose only 3 Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgent votes, assuming that every Democrat opposes the nomination. So for the ones who have yet to lock in support from every single Republican, the hearings could make a difference. Berman bets the Democrats will attempt to use the hearings to build a case for the public that some of Trump's nominees are either unqualified or don't reflect the views and values of most Americans. Exemplary gratiae. Tulsi Gabbard is Mr. Trump's nominee for Directress of National Intelligence, but her association with unsavory regimes has made her a controversial candidate. In 2017, she took a Damascene, that's also pronounced Damascene, after the city of Damascus. It's a term that, of course, is defined as relating to the city or inhabitants of. You could refer to a single inhabitant of thereby as a Damascene or a Damascene, an inhabitant of Damascus. Used in reference as well, and this is the sense in which I use it, to an important moment of insight, typically one that leads to a dramatic transformation of attitude or belief. a paradigm shift, a conceptual breakthrough. And that's exactly what this bitch experienced on her trip to Suraya, the capital thereof, in the city of Damascus, to personally meet Bashar al-Assad. Republicans have also scrutinized Hegseth and other nominees, although none has yet said publicly that they would vote against any of Trump's picks. The aforecited Berman has advised that in addition to the Republican moderates, Senators Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins, Russo collaborationist red Republican senators to keep a close eye on throughout the hearings include Senator Mitch McConnell, who is somewhat liberated from total deference to Trump because he's no longer leader of the party, and Senator Bill Cassidy of Louisiana, who voted to impeach Trump after January 6th. Among the first hearings was one that would reveal whether even a few Republicans are willing to defy the president-elect. But MAGA went all in for Pete Hegseth ahead of his Senate confirmation hearing. Pete Hegseth went to Capitol Hill yesterday, the day before by now, and reaffirmed his unfitness to be Secretary of Defense. The Hegseth hearing was a national embarrassment. The lack of gravity be self-evident. I mean, can you believe this shit? Donald Trump wants to reward this MAGA loyalist named Pete Hegseth, an unqualified Fox News host with deeply questionable character and competence, with a record of sexual misconduct, public drunkenness, and anti-2SLGBTIQA plus attacks as well, for a position to run the Pentagon that would place him in charge of the entire United States military machine. And Hegseth's list of red flags only grows with his absurd January 6th conspiracy theory. We must keep sounding the alarm and hold him accountable for these picks before it's too late. Yesterday morning at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Trump's unfit pick for Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, a former Fox News host and Trump's nominee to lead the Department of Defense, is was scheduled to appear before senators. They had much to ask him about, including Hegseth's confirmation that he reached a financial settlement with a woman who testified against his sexual assault, every evidence that he is prone to excessive drinking, reports of his failures in leading veterans' organizations and forced departures from those roles, and his suggestion that women shouldn't serve in military combat positions. We will never forget how unqualified and offensive this pick is. A recent poll by Civics for Daily shows 48% of voters oppose Hegseth, but the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party is still backing him. Yesterday by now, the Senate held the confirmation hearing for Hegseth. I can't even stand his name in my mouth. Check this shit out. Legally, the Senate cannot confirm Hegseth because the Democrats have already hammered him on these issues. Senator Elizabeth Warren released a scalding 33-page letter last week outlining questions about his fitness to serve. Not long after Secretary of Defense nominee Pete Hegseth read his opening statement and began fielding questions from the Senate Armed Services Committee, I began thinking, I hope neither America's allies nor our enemies are watching this. The hope was, of course, completely unreasonable. Such hearings are watched closely by friends and foes alike, in order to take the measure of a nominee who might lead the most powerful military in the world and would be a close advisor to the President of these United States, his Commander-in-Chief. What America and the world saw yesterday was not any serious examination of any serious man. Instead, Republicans on the committee showed that they would rather elevate an unqualified and unfit nominee to a position of immense responsibility than cross Donald John Trump, Elon Musk, or the most ardent Republican voters in their home states. America's allies should be deeply disturbed. America's enemies, meanwhile, are almost certainly laughing in amazement at their unexpected good fortune. Most of the Russo collaborationist red Republican senators asked questions that had little to do with the defense of these United States and everything to do with the peculiar obsessions that dominate the alternative reality of right-wing television and talk radio, especially the bane of wokeness. Perhaps that was just as well for Hegseth, because the few moments where anything of substance came up did not go well for him. When Senatoress Deb Fischker of Nebraska, for example, tried early on to draw Hegseth out with some basic questions about nuclear weapons, he was lost. He tried to fumble his way around to an answer that included harnessing the creativity of Silicon Valley to innovate a future nuclear force, or some such bullshit. On many other questions, including adherence to the Geneva Conventions, the role of the military in domestic policing, and the obligation to disobey illegal orders, Hegseth fudged and improvised. He seemed aware that he had to avoid sounding extreme while still playing for the only audience that really matters. 100 Republican senators and one former and future president of the United States. His evasions were not particularly clever, but they didn't need to be. He was clear that his 12 priorities as secretary will be to lead a culture war within the Pentagon and to do whatever the fuck Trump tells him to do. If America's friends and adversaries saw an insubstantial man in front of the committee, they also saw Republicans, members of what once advertised itself as the Party of National Security, acting with a complete lack of gravity or even purpose. Few Republicans, aside from Fischker and a rather business-like Senator Joni Ernst of Iowa, asked Hegseth anything meaningful about policy at all. Ernst extracted a promise from Hegseth to appoint a senior official to be in charge of sexual assault prevention, but most of her colleagues resorted to the usual buzzwords about DEI, pronounced DAY as an acronym, the very name of God, and cultural Marxism, while throwing Hegseth softballs. Senator Eric Schmidt of Missouri also managed to mention drag queens, but the trophy for most cringe-inducing moment goes to Senator Tim Sheehy of Montana, who asked Hegseth how many genders there were. When Hegseth said 2, Sheehy said, "I know that well. I'm a she-he. Get it? She-he? She-he?" He's here all week, folks. Tip your waiters. And speaking of buzzwords, most of Hegseth's answers relied on his vow to support the warfighters and their lethality, 2 words that have been floating around the Pentagon, as things full of helium will do, for years. Hegseth, to his credit, has learned how to speak fluent Pentagonese, The content-free language in which the stakeholders help the warfighters leverage their assets to increase their lethality. You see, I wrote papers for military officers booking for promotions for years at El Presidio Real de San Francisco. I can, write or talk this kind of newspeak at will. As Senator Richard Blumenthal of Connecticut noted, Hegseth might not be qualified to be Secretary of Defense, but he could squeak by as a Pentagon spokesperson. Some Democrats highlighted that Hegseth has never run anything of any significant size. That would include his penis, of course. And that his record, even in smaller organizations, hasn't been particularly impressive. Senator Gary Peters of Michigan pointed out that no board of directors would hire Hegseth as the CEO, even of a medium-sized company. Other Democrats drilled Hegseth on his personal behavior, including accusations, which he has denied, that he has engaged in sexual assault and alcohol abuse. At one point, Senator Mark Kelly of Arizona listed specific incidents, asking Hegseth to confirm or deny them. Each time, Hegseth responded only by saying, "Anonymous smears," which he seems to think is like invoking the Fifth Amendment or something. Hegseth also said he wasn't perfect, and that he's been redeemed by his faith in Jesus Christ, whose name came up more often than one might expect during a hearing related to national security. I guess we should all be on our knees and praying. Senator Tammy Duckworth of Illinois, an Army veteran who was injured during her service in Iraq, brought out a large poster of the Soldier's Creed, emphasizing the insistence on standards and integrity embodied within. She asked Hegseth how the Defense Department could still demand that service members train and serve at such high standards if the Senate lowered the bar for leading the Pentagon just for him. After she quizzed him on various matters and Hegseth floundered, she put it simply and directly, "You're not qualified, Mr. Hegseth." Not that any of it mattered to the Republicans on the committee, some of whom took great offense at questions about Hegseth's character. Senator Mark Wayne Mullen of Oklahoma tried to turn the tables on his colleagues by asking how many of them had ever voted while drunk or cheated on their spouses, as if that somehow obviated any further fussing about whether a possible Secretary of Defense was an adulterer or struggles with substance abuse. Unfortunately for Mullen, he didn't know his Senate history, so Senator Jack Reed of Rhode Island, the ranking member, helpfully spelled it out for him. If any member of the Senate were nominated to such a position, Reed said, they too would have to answer such questions. And then he added that the late Senator John Tower was in 1989 rejected for the same job Hegseth wants over accusations of a drinking problem. Throughout this all, I try to imagine the reactions in Moscow or Beijing, where senior defense ministry officials were almost certainly watching Hegseth stumble his way through this hearing. They learned today, yesterday by now, that their incoming opponent apparently has few thoughts about foreign enemies, but plenty of concerns about the people Trump calls the enemy from within. The MAGA Republicans, for their part, seem eager only for Hegseth to get in there and tear up the Pentagon. After today, I suspect America's enemies are happily watching and awaiting the same thing. They're rewatching reruns of his interview because they're partying over it. It's in the background while they disco. Not every pick has a hearing scheduled yet. RFK Jr., Kash Patel, Tulsi Gabbard, and others are not yet on the calendar. In recent decades, just one cabinet nomination, John Tower, George H.W. Bush's pick for Secretary of Defense, has been voted down. Others who face tough odds have withdrawn, a path Hegseth or other nominees may follow if it seems likely they won't win enough support. Gates, Trump's initial pick to lead the Justice Department, bowed out shortly after being tapped, following an ethics committee inquiry into evidence that included sexual misconduct and illicit drug use. Beyond that, really, the drugging of underage children that he was human trafficking. He should be facing justice, but evaded it by avoiding questions. There we are. Christopher Riemel says calling social media anti-social media requires a very excellent observation to begin with indeed. Thank you, Christopher Riemel. Appreciate that profoundly. And let me give him a good response while I check into our studio. And here we are. There we go. And such having been ascertained, senators from both parties have pushed to see FBI background checks that, although not legally required, have been customary for a president to mandate. The agreement that Trump's transition team signed with the DOJ, the Department of Justice, did not specify whether he will require FBI involvement for his picks. Trump and his cultists have for years been attempting to damage the reputation of the FBI, and now some, including Elon Musk, are suggesting that anything the agency digs up simply won't be even credible. Sourcing Berman yet again, he has explained that posture is another tactic to speed up the confirmation of nominees whom the Senate might have rejected in an earlier political era. In an effort to get their way, Trump's allies are poised to cast doubt on the entire process, encouraging Americans to mistrust yet another long-standing government norm. That legacy will last longer than Trump's second term. It is in just such context that the House voted to pass a Republican-led bill that will ban transgender athletes from women's and girls' sports at federally funded schools and educational institutions yesterday. The bill will prohibit transgender women and girls from playing on sports teams consistent with their gender identity. According to the legislative text, it seeks to amend federal law to require that sex shall be recognized based solely on a person's reproductive biology and genetics at birth, for the purpose of determining compliance with Title IX in athletics. The measure is expected to next be taken up by the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party-controlled Senate. Now, CEOs love the transports ban for the diversion it creates. While Republicans claimed a bill restricting transgender girls' participation in school sports was aimed at protecting our culture and civilization, I could argue neither exist as extant in America to protect. They proclaimed this on Tuesday, the day before yesterday by now. That's when the United States representativist Alejandro Ocasio-Cortez said the legislation benefits the corporate class as it distracts from true life-threatening emergencies faced by communities across the country. But contrary to the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party's claims that barring transgender girls and women from playing on sports teams that align with their gender will protect girls from assault, Ocasio-Cortez suggested the biggest beneficiaries of the legislation include corporate executives whose companies do far more harm to American families than transgender athletes. Ocasio-Cortez added that the bill, which lacks any enforcement mechanism, would open the door to genital examinations of student athletes, as it would force schools to confirm the sex assigned at birth of each member of a school sports team. And that, my friends, is a form of sexual assault. The bill passed 218 to 206, with the entire Republican caucus supporting it and all but 12 Democrats voting no. If the legislation is signed into law, schools that receive federal funding will be barred from allowing transgender girls from playing on girls' sports teams. Republicans have poured $111 million on political ads regarding the issue in the past year, as communities in the Southeast have suffered catastrophic hurricane damage and homelessness has soared by 18%. There is some real fucking misplacement of priorities here, people. And I'm left, as always, shaking my head. Representative is Suzanne Bonamici, Democrat from Oregon, agreed with Ocasio-Cortez's comments about the distraction caused by the transgender sports bill. To quote she, Republicans fearmonger about the trans community to divert attention from the fact they have no real solutions to help everyday Americans. Transgender students, like all students, they deserve the same opportunity as their peers to learn teamwork, to find belonging, and to grow into well-rounded adults through sports. Noting on the House floor that Republicans have consistently voted against the Violence Against Women Act and backed abortion bans that have stripped women of the ability to control their own bodies, both Republican alliances with the enemy of gynocide, well, the people who are the proponents of gynocide, the enemies of femininity and womanhood, that have all proven deadly by the Republican stance. The New York Democrat Alejandro Ocasio-Cortez said, "Thank you for your concern about women for the first time that I've ever seen. I know who loves this bill. Yes, bigoted folks love this bill. Assaulters love this bill. But also, CEOs love this bill. Because Los Angeles is on fire right now, and this is the number one priority this majority has. What this also opens the door for is for women to try to perform a very specific kind of femininity for the very kind of men who are drafting this bill, and to open up questioning of who is a woman because of how we look, how we present ourselves, and yes, what we choose to do with our bodies." The so-called Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act was the subject of a letter signed by more than 400 civil society groups on Monday, led by the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights, who urged members of Congress to reject the discriminatory bill. To read therefrom, although the authors of this legislation represent themselves as serving the interests of cisgendered girls and women, this legislation does not address the long-standing barriers all girls and women have faced in their pursuit of athletics. We firmly believe that an attack on transgender youth is an attack on civil rights. Now, in anticipation of Trump's big day next week, I'm done optimizing my lifestyle for MAGA's demon-haunted world. Multi-billionaires win. The rest of us lose. with the inside scoop being Trump aiming for a $500 million war chest in his post-election windfall. But I plan to get in a few kicks in battle against the tech overlords pushing the rest of us to live and work more efficiently, and hopefully I feel more alive in the process. Trump's second inauguration is shaping up to be exactly what you'd expect. A multi-billionaire love fest. Well, excuse me. I should be saying fuck fest. Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, and Mark Zuckerberg have all purchased themselves VIP, very important person seats, for Inauguration Day, as the convicted felon taketh the oath of office. President-elect Trump is being inundated with so much money from corporations and wealthy donors that his team expects to raise about $500 million US by summer. Even though he can't run again, legally. As to why it matters, by stockpiling so much cash, Trump is signaling he doesn't want to be seen as a lame duck in his second term, and is ready to help political allies, punish opponents, and help Republicans keep full control of Congress in 2026. Point: a Trump advisor who was among 5 insiders to speak with Axios magazine anonymously to describe the inner workings of Trump's operation said, "The money is just pouring in at Mar-a-Lago. Trump doesn't have to lift a finger. Everyone's coming to him." Point: same advisor said, "We're looking at $500 million by June, and we're on track. It's sort of a target, but it's just a realistic projection of what's happening." Zooming in, Trump's donors are giving to a variety of accounts. Point: they include the president's-elect's inauguration account, the MAGA Incorporated Super PAC, or Super Political Action Committee, a political nonprofit called Securing American Greatness, the Republican National Committee, and Trump's Presidential Library Fund. I mean, why does he have a fucking library? None of his voters can fucking read. Point: the donors run the gamut, from healthcare to agriculture, insurance, financial institutions, tech and cryptocurrency investors. Point: the Trump advisor said, "The crypto guys are just blowing it out. It used to be $1 million was a big number. Now we're looking at some folks giving the like 10 million or 20 million bucks." Point: another Trump advisor added, "If the tech guys are giving big, it makes everyone give." So catch up quick. The bumper crop of donors is a marked difference from this time 4 years ago, after the January 6th, 2021 riot, the insurrection at our Capitol, by Trump's own, Trump-provoked cultists. Point: many major Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party donors and corporate interests vowed to either pause or stop altogether donations to Donald Trump or congressional Republicans because of the plot to try to overturn the 2020 presidential election. Some of the donors resumed contributions later, but Trump has kept a grievance list of those who have not, and he's reminding them he won in 2024 without their help. Point: insiders say Trump's even pulling out corporate balance sheets and referring to the companies' bottom lines as their executives, some carrying donations, come to meet him. According to a confidant who heard the story from the president-elect, Trump told the representatives of one company, "You guys
made this amount of money last year, and you're gonna make so much more now because of me.
Point deferring to Vice Presidentress Harris, whom Trump defeated in November.
But when I needed you, where the fuck were you? You were with me, and maybe you were with her.
Damn, that sounds like a jealous lover to me. Point. One company's consultant told the Fourth Estate that he saw Trump in a meeting with a client and soon-to-be donor, raking them over the coals, and asking them,
"Where were you the last 4 years?"
So you could bring him a tithe and offer a burnt offering, and he'll flame you anyway. Between the lines, Trump is transactional, but not for sale. All sources concur. In these meetings, they say, Trump has made it clear that this is a one-way street. They donate money to support his agenda, but he's not taking their money to support their agenda. The company consultant said, "A lot of these guys are going down to Mar-a-Lago, taking victory laps because he's taking their money, and they're in for a rude awakening. Sure, he'll throw an inaugural party with their money, but he owes them nothing." Point, another Trump advisor said, "He'll take your money and then tell you, 'I don't give a fuck what you want.' He did that during the campaign. He's going to do what he wants, what the base wants." Even so, donors seem to be giving on the assumption that there's something in it for them. Point, the reasons appear to vary. Ideological alignment with Trump, getting favorable legislation in the upcoming reconciliation bill that Trump and the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent-led Congress are putting together, or avoiding public criticism from Trump that can drive down a company's value. Point, the new Elon Musk-led DOGE, D-O-G-E, the Department of Government Efficiency, has been cited by some as a new factor. It's now a verb in the political lexicon, meaning something that's on the chopping block. Point, one lobbyist told the press, "We don't want to get dodged, D-O-G-E'd." Well, there you have it. It's like they're trying to avoid a raid by the KGB. Welcome to America. There are also some competitors to consider. Some industries and companies are fighting each other, so they feel pressured to contribute if their rivals have. Point, referring to pharmacy benefit managers. One Trump advisor said, "The pharma guys came down and met with Trump and blamed a lot of problems on drug prices on the PBM guys." Point, so now the PBM guys are coming in to meet with Trump. Oh my fucking God. Just 12 years ago, Dominion Voting Systems' defamation lawsuit against Fox News showed that many right-wing influencers didn't believe a word of the stuff they were peddling to their audiences. In text messages that surfaced during litigation, top Fox News anchors and executives poured scorn on the idea that the 2020 presidential election had been stolen, even as the network amplified that conspiracy theory to its audience. In one message, Tucker Carlson wrote, that's the Trump voice. Tucker Carlson's more, "Our viewers are good people, and they believe it." Today, though, some of the country's most mainstream, most influential conservatives are stoking paranoid conspiracism and seem to genuinely believe what they're saying. They've been smelling the shit they're cooking for so long. The toxic fumes have fried their brains. The venture capitalist Peter Thiel, for example, another South African faggot, could not be more of an establishment figure. He was an early investor in Facebook, is now a mentor of Vice President-elect J.D. Vance, which means they've probably been butt-fucking each other at some time, and has strong links to the United States defense industry through his company Palantir. But in a recent opinion column on the ultra-establishment Financial Times, Thiel sounds like the X-Files' Fox Mulder after a long night in the Bigfoot forums. He writes, "The future demands fresh and strange ideas." I guess, like, instead of ejaculating in his buttfuck J.D. Vance's ass, maybe into his ear. After Donald Trump's second inauguration, Thiel implies, we might finally know the truth about the assassination of President John Fitzgerald Kennedy and whether the coronavirus was a bioweapon. Thiel notes that the internet also has questions about the death of the well-connected sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. I'm quoting Thiel now. Trump's return to the White House augurs the apocalypse, meaning the revelation. That is, a revealing of the ancient regime secrets. Trois pretentious expressions in a single sentence. Monsieur, watch out for hubris. Thiel wants large-scale declassifications and a Truth and Reconciliation Commission in the model of South Africa's reckoning with apartheid. Except this is to reinforce apartheid this side of the Atlantic and in the northern hemisphere rather than the south. Referring to the year the first enslaved Afrikaans arrived in Virginia, Thiel has written, and here I read therefrom, the apocalypse, the revelation, cannot resolve our fights over 1619, but it can resolve our fights over COVID-19. It will not adjudicate the sins of our first rulers, but the sins of those who govern us today. God damn, that's almost poetic. Did this fucker actually write this, or did he hire somebody? For those of you who don't know, the 1619 Project is all about recontextualizing American history from the perspective of its enslaved population. Thiel portrays Trump's resurgence as a defeat for the distributed idea suppression complex, or DISC. It est, the acronym is pronounced as DISC, which he's been listening to me talk about the Sheepkrieg or DISC war. Distributed idea suppression complex indeed. His friend and employee Eric Weinstein's term for legacy media outlets and non-governmental organizations, or NGOs, that supposedly prevent politically inconvenient truths from ever reaching the public. Thanks to the internet, information can no longer be suppressed. In theory. It's all a load of shit, but like most classic conspiracism, Thiel's arguments contain grains of truth. As Naomi Klein's doppelganger wisely notes, the line between unsupported conspiracy claims and reliable investigative research is neither as firm nor as stable as many of us would like to believe. Thiel is right that some liberal commentators and mainstream outlets were too quick to dismiss the question of whether COVID-19 originated anywhere other than a Wuhan meat market. At one point in the New York Times, a reporter suggested on Twitter that racism underlay any suspicions that the virus had escaped from a research lab. None of this shows, however, that the coronavirus was a bioweapon or that Anthony Fauci deserves to be prosecuted. For that matter, the Times has run multiple articles that are open-minded about the origins of the virus. In any case, who was president in 2020 when the COVID origins debate was emerging? If any classified evidence existed that would be cleared up in the controversy, Donald Trump had the power to disclose it. As for Epstein, his death in 2019 was certainly very convenient for anyone who might have been embarrassed by what he knew. Nevertheless, the so-called mainstream media are not covering up the lingering questions. Definitive answers simply aren't available, and may never be. CBS broadcast an episode of 60 Minutes with graphic photos of Epstein's autopsy, all the way back in January of 2020. Besides, if anyone is hiding the truth about Epstein, it's probably not the left-wing blob. Who would benefit from killing a man who hung out with Trump, Prince Andrew, and various tech billionaires? Probably not blue-haired vegans from Portland, Oregon, racial justice campaigners, or humanities academics. Meanwhile, the idea that anyone stifled doubts about the official explanation of the Kennedy assassination before social media is laughable. The subject has captivated Americans for more than 6 decades. Oliver Stone's JFK, which highlighted florid conspiracy theories about the former president's death, came out in 1991. The film starred Kevin Costner and won 2 Oscars. Thiel's quest for closure about the pandemic is noteworthy. Something happened during that period to drive influential, apparently rational people toward beliefs that were once associated with crackpots. Others suddenly lost trust in institutions and expertise. The podcaster Brian Johnson, a successful tech entrepreneur who is now pursuing literal immortality, went from boasting about receiving the Moderna vaccine in 2021 because he had invested in one of the companies involved in its development to complaining that vaccines are a holy war and that he regretted getting a COVID shot because not enough data supported its use. This is a man who pops enough pills that if you shook him, he would rattle. High-profile figures across the political right have revealed their penchant for woo-woo. Skepticism of conventional medicine has become a staple of heterodox podcasts that simultaneously promote unproven, unregulated dietary supplements. Ann Applebaum of The Atlantic magazine has described this trend toward mysticism, fringe religious beliefs, and pseudo-spirituality as the new obscurantism. Until recently, I myself had assumed that the anti-establishment sentiments promoted by Thiel and others were merely opportunistic, a way for the elites to stoke a form of anti-elitism that somehow excluded themselves as targets of popular rage. Thiel has always made a point of entertaining provocative, heterodox opinions, but he has also demonstrated himself to be eloquent, analytical, and capable of going whole paragraphs without saying something unhinged. But reading his Financial Times column, I thought,
My God. He actually fucking believes this stuff.
The entire tone is reminiscent of a stranger sitting down next to you on public transit and whispering that the FBI is following him. The correct response to uncertainty is humility, not conspiracy. But conspiracy is exactly what many of those who are influential in Trump's orbit have succumbed to. Everything must be a product of the DISC, D-I-S-C, or the Deep State, or the World Economic Forum, or other sinister and hidden controlling hands. The cynical Tucker Carlson of the Dominion era has given way to a more crankish version since his firing from Fox. When Carlson first went independent, he seemed to be hosting kooks for clicks. On his live tour, for example, he looked faintly embarrassed as Roseanne Barr told him that Democrats love the taste of human flesh and they drink human blood, when she looks fat enough to have eaten a classroom full of kids. And maybe he didn't really believe the former crack user who claimed to have had a gay affair with Barack Obama. Or the historian who asserts that Harry Truman and Dwight Eisenhower, not Joseph Stalin and Mao Zedong, were the chief villains in that third world conflict we call the Cold War. But at a certain point, I started to take Carlson at his word. Recently, he claimed that he'd woken up with scars and claw marks after being attacked by a demon in his bedroom. Well, that's what happens when you cheat a whore. A few days before this, he said that America needed a vigorous spanking from Daddy Trump. And a few days after, Carlson revealed that he thought demons had invented the atomic bomb. He's clearly working through some stuff. What can we learn from this kind of credulity? First, that maintaining an appropriate level of skepticism is the intellectual discipline needed to navigate the rest of the 2020s. Yes, the legacy mass media will get things wrong. But that doesn't mean you should believe every seductive narrative floating around online, particularly when it's peddled by those who are trying to sell you something. The second lesson is that no matter how smart a person might be in their business dealings, humans are all prone to the same lizard brain preference for narratives over facts. That makes choosing your information sources carefully even more important. If you spend all day listening to people who think that every inexplicable event has a malevolent hand behind it, you will start to believe that too. The fact that this paranoia has eaten up America's most influential men is an apocalypse all its own. And in this case, I employ that term in its other sense, that not of revelation, but of, well, end times destruction. If there's one thing we've learned over the course of the last 20 years, it's that tech probably isn't going to save us. And yet, even for the most tech-skeptical among us, it feels like we've largely fallen for the worst tech industry trap. The trend towards human optimization. That's why this year I'm resolving to be less optimized, less monetized. Not in the sense that I don't need your money, of course I do, but you know what I mean. Less monetized in the sense of, thinking in terms beyond my needs. Or living beyond my means. Less life hacked. And hopefully more alive. By the way, I'm drifting into satire for the moment.
The logic of coding dictates that the best code is that which is the most efficient. And startup culture, which to some extent sees computer code as the key to unlocking the secrets of the universe and bending it to our will, has attempted to extrapolate this idea of removing all inefficiencies and apply it to all aspects of our daily lives. If that sounds hyperbolic, just try to find one profile of a tech founder written in the last 10 years that doesn't include at least one anecdote about a harebrained new biohacking scheme. Remember Sam Bankman-Fried? I call him Sam Bankman-Fried. And how he slept for 4 hours a night on a beanbag chair? He was so efficient that he didn't comb his hair and ate prepackaged vegan Indian food straight from the fucking package. Because, of course, he's not going to microwave. This was legitimately viewed as a symbol of his genius before he went to jail for fraud. It's easy and fun to ridicule the silliest examples of human optimization, but the truth is, even the most tech-skeptical among us are not immune to the productivity hacking impulse. Now, here I'm going into total satire. This is fantasy. This is not me, but I'm pretending to be a life hacker. I'm pretending right now to be someone who is optimizing to my maximum potential. Every day I find myself implementing a sort of washed dad version of Patrick Bateman's morning routine from American Psycho. Instead of donning an eye mask and performing 1,000 crunches to maintain my peak physical form, I do a 5 to 10 minute circuit of hamstring and hip stretches to keep my lower back pain at bay, while I consume stimulants and stare at a laptop screen for 8 hours. After that, I finish making my child one pasture-raised egg for breakfast, load them into their Graco car seat that I learned about only through Aaron Tice, who actually has a child, and drive them to the toddler academy for daycare in my Subaru. And from there, I'll head to the non-chain coffee shop for a fair trade cappuccino and try to complete at least 4 units of culture writing, which is easier for me to do in the morning hours before my brain gets foggy. And then it's time for a light lunch, followed by some cardio. In the afternoons, I send email pitches, finish invoices for other culture writing work, and record podcasts. In my ideal day, each hour is accounted for, maximized for health maintenance, family responsibilities, and dollar extraction, a value assigned to every imaginary spreadsheet cell. Old friends call to catch up and I hit the decline button. Not now, I think. I'm too busy. The question soon arises, what are we actually getting out of all this efficiency? As fellow culture writer Alice Fraser once put it, if you optimize every quadrant of your life sufficiently well, you could slide frictionlessly to the grave, never having to have any kind of experience. Lately, I've been rewatching Mad Men, the TV series, sort of for fun, but also for a Mad Men rewatch podcast that I'm planning. That's satirical. I'm not planning any such thing. And while almost all of the characters in it are slightly different flavors of philandering scumbag, it's hard not to notice and be jealous of how oft they just sort of drink and goof off and go on introspective walks and generally ponder while smoking. Why can't we all live more like that? I find myself asking. Actually, I do live that way. But the obvious answer is because we're not white guys in the 1960s. And also don't want to destroy our families and die of heart attacks at the age of 51. Still, it's not hard to well, it's hard not to wonder whether doing away with the concept of the smoke break was really only about getting people to stop smoking, or if it was also partly about getting workers to just stop taking breaks. There's an additional irony to my vicariously savoring these fictional characters as frequent me time in a show that I'm essentially watching as, well, you could say part of a job. This is satire, but I'm kind of like pretending here that I'm like a culture vulture who's like a critic, shall we say. Which is what I am, except I'm a social critic extraordinaire. And that's the rub. Many of us have so thoroughly blurred the boundaries between living and working that we're barely capable of spontaneity anymore. I get an itchy, anxious feeling anytime I'm doing something that can't be monetized. Fuck, most of my life could never be monetized. In fact, I wind up paying for being alive, which is why I need your help, financially. Certainly it's worse out here in the media industry. Everyone I know, most of us with 10 or 15 or 20 years in the business, is now either holding down one of the last few staff jobs, which usually involves doing work that used to be done with 4 or 5 people and trying to please an MBA somewhere who doesn't really understand what you do, or trying to substitute the staff job you lost a few years ago with 5 or 6 semi-regular part-time and or freelance gigs. In either case, it tends to put the pressure on to fill all of your time slots with some type of bag securing activity. But I would argue that the phenomenon goeth further than the decrepit, dying old bitch that is the mass media industry. For Gen Xers and Gen Yers that, like me, Wikipedia would tell you that I'm a millennial-based, well, no, not really, not on year of birth. I would be Generation X all the way. I've been told I'm semi-millennial, but I contend that if you learn to masturbate using analog media, you're too old to be a millennial. I owned ska records, goddammit. I will not be erased. We were mostly raised to pursue our passions. Be what you want to be. No, what was it? It was, aside from the most important person in the whole wide world is you and only you, which we used to get on the Schoolhouse Rock bullshit. It was, what the fuck was it that we were raised with? It was along the lines of, do what you love, and the universe will support you. Follow your bliss. I'm following my bliss. And I'm barely supported. The universe barely supports me while I'm following my bliss. Anyhow, it wasn't all just that. It was also study hard and go to a good college. They all screamed at us. You don't want to end up digging ditches and working fast food. Well, I guess I could say that now that I'm over 40, I feel like I've been relatively successful. And yet, managers at In-N-Out Burgers are earning significantly more than I am. And theirs seems like the better gig, too. With a tangible product, happy customers, relevant metrics for success, not to mention access to delicious food. A friend of mine recently abandoned tech sales to start a pool cleaning business of all things. He seems happier than ever. And there isn't a single person in our group chat who isn't jealous of him. Where has optimization really gotten us? Nowhere! Admittedly, we aren't going to solve what is essentially a problem of precarity through mindset alone. That's sort of how we got into this mess in the first. Is it a foolish battle to fight? Is not trying to be less optimized itself a form of optimization? Maybe. but I'm reminded of Clive Owen's character delivering a eulogy for his friend, a fellow pioneering physician, in the pilot episode of one of my favorite shows. Well, the Blood Boys, really. They love it. It's called The Nick. Let me quote from its show summary for you. I'll source that paragraph right now. Checking the stream, of course, for what we got going. J.M. Christensen fearlessly took up arms in the battle to oppose the inevitable, throwing himself at an enemy that has never known defeat. And as sure as I'm standing here and never will, well, as sure as I'm standing here and never will, I'm trying to read this thing, it's small print. J.M. Christensen fearlessly took up arms in the battle to oppose the inevitable, throwing himself at an enemy that has never known defeat, and as sure as I'm standing here, never will. One could not be blamed for wondering whether J.M. came to see his life's work as a fool's errand, a rube finally realizing that the game he's been playing will be forever rigged against him. But my dear friend J.M. was a fine man, and certainly he was no fool or rube. He and I spent our lives tilting at the very same windmills. Eventually, the train tunnels will crumble. The dams will be overrun. Our patients' hearts will all stop their beating. But we humans can still get a few good licks in battle before we surrender. Yes, that's a eulogy from the Nick for his dead friend, a fellow pioneering physician. Which is to say, we might not ever win the fight to spend less time worrying about money or seeing ourselves as human productivity machines. But it's the fight that reminds us all that we're alive. But Meta's MAGA-friendly fact-checking announcement comes as Meta will fire thousands of staff with Zuckerberg warning of an intense year. Leaning into Trump, Mark Zuckerberg has already pivoted Meta to the right, with multi-billionaires offering yet another warped inversion of reality, feeding Trump's totalitarian impulses. I mean, Trump picks Musk's money over forgotten Americans of MAGA, for fuck's sake. Sorry, xenophobes. When elitist multi-billionaires go off on Trump's base and effectively call them a bunch of unskilled racist dopes, guess whose side Trump is on? Now, my new hobby, as I said in the last episode when they shut me down for this, and I reviewed it so I remember what I say, is watching loyal Donald Trump supporters get thrown under the bus by President-elect Donald Trump. It's exhilarating. The most recent example came when the anti-immigrant MAGA base got in an online dirt brawl with big tech Trump humpers like Elon Musk and his coon dog Vivek Ramaswamy over the issue of H-1B visas. Those visas allow highly skilled foreign workers to stay in these United States for up to 6 years under H-1B non-immigrant status. Big tech companies rely on those visas, while big racism people on the internet claim the visas are but another example of foreign workers taking jobs from the forgotten men and women of America whom Trump promised to protect. Spoiler alert, Trump sided with Musk and the tech bros last weekend because they gave him lots of money, and money is all he actually cares about. Sorry, xenophobes. Trump sold out his humpers to back Elon Musk on H-1B visas, with Elon Musk and his brown bottom Vivek Ramaswamy still facing MAGA backlash over the very possibility of visa program expansion. Here's how the whole unbelievably stupid thing unfolded. About 3.5 weeks ago, in the last full week of the last month of last year, to be precise, Trump named the yellow nigger venture capitalist Sriram Krishnan. Fuck, say that 3 times fast. Sriram Krishnan as an advisor on artificial intelligence. Because Kun Krishnan had previously voiced support for expanding the H-1B visa program, hardcore anti-immigration loudmouths like Laura Loomer, one of the most loyal of the Trump loyalists, and Steve Bannon got mad and outraged because, you know, that's their kind of thing. That's kind of their thing. In fact, that's the only thing they've got. Bannon said the H-1B program is a threat to Western civilization, which makes sense if your soul is so filled with hate that it has choked off all the oxygen to your brain. The madness and outrage swiftly descended into racist attacks against Kun Krishnan's Asian Indian heritage, prompting Musk and his nigger Ramaswamy to get big mad and offer forceful defenses of the foreign worker program. Brown boy Vivek Ramaswamy told MAGA Americans that they're just fucking dumb and lazy. Yellow bastard Ramaswamy posted on social media, it's Trump, our American culture has venerated mediocrity over excellence for way too long, at least since the 90s and likely longer. Trump's election hopefully marks the beginning of a new golden era in America, but only if our culture fully wakes up. A culture that once again prioritizes achievement over normality, excellence over mediocrity, nerdiness over conformity, hard work over laziness. Many MAGA fucks read that as the Coon cadre, Ramaswamy, calling them dumb and lazy. Obviously, because that was Ramaswamy motherfucking calling them dumb and lazy. The MAGA base swiftly turned its ire on little Ramaswamy, prompting the muskrat to call them contemptible fools, man. He later clarified that contemptible fools was only referring to those in the Republican Party who are hateful, unrepentant racists, man, and will absolutely be the downfall of the Republican Party if they are not removed. Does he mean like terminate it? Like, you know, negate it? Like delete it? Like fucking killed? I'm not quite sure how all that narrows anything down, but whatever. The MAGA fucks find themselves discovering where they stand in Trump's world. The bottom line is this. Members of a political movement fueled almost entirely by a hatred of immigrants were getting told by Musk, initially an illegal immigrant himself, and brown boy Ramaswamy, an anchor baby American via 14th Amendment birthright citizenship, that they are racist and dumb and lazy and should support a program that allows foreign workers to get their American jobs. It all prompted prominent MAGA figures like the former Representative Matt Gaetz, who, like all these other people, is a disreputable dipstick, to post this about Musk and Company, which I read herewith. We welcome the tech bros. when they came running our way to avoid the third-grade teacher picking their kid's gender, and the obvious Biden/Harris economic decline. We did not ask them to engineer an immigration policy. I mean, somebody pass me the popcorn. This is getting great. Musk then told MAGA to, well, it's profane and not too nice. On Friday, as dated December 27th, into the last weekend of the last month of last year, the muskrat took to the social media platform he has ruined and wrote of the anti-worker visa crowd, "Take a big step back and fuck yourself in the face. I will go to war on this issue, the likes of which you cannot possibly comprehend, man." I'm not sure how one of the most influential people in President-elect Trump's orbit saying, "Fuck yourself in the face," squares with the evangelical part of the MAGA base, but I can only deal with one group of suckers getting burned at a time. On Saturday, as dated the 28th day in December of 2024, in an interview with the New York Post, Trump finally weighed in on the visa issue, saying, It's a great program. Wow! That's magnificent. Trump hated H-1B visas until Musk told him to like them. First off, Trump said in 2016 that the H-1B visa program should be ended and, in his words, is very bad for workers. And now, miraculously, it's great. How did Tony the Tiger say it? Second, Trump constantly peddles xenophobic nonsense about how he's fighting for the little guy, how he loves his real American supporters, and how he alone can save them from the scourge of imaginary, well, at least scary immigrants and elitists. None of them are imaginary, but you don't need to be scared of either of them. But when a couple of elitist multi-billionaires go off on his base and effectively call them a bunch of unskilled racist dopes while rallying round a specific immigration program they like because it helps themselves, well, guess whose side Trump is on? Musk spent about $250 million to help Trump get back into the White House. So Trump is going to do whatever Musk and his fellow tech billionaires want him to fucking do. And the Laura Loomers and Steve Bannons and the MAGA mouths or loudmouths online and the voters who let themselves get conned into believing Trump was in it for them, well, I hope they enjoy looking at the underbelly of a bus, because that's going to be the Trump humpers' primary view from now on. This week came the news from Mark Zuckerberg that Meta, that is Facebook, Instagram, and Threads, will end its fact-checking program. Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg's announcement that he was ending professional fact-checking on Facebook and Instagram was the culmination of months of effort to position the social media giant for the reactionary pressures of a second Trump administration. Zuckerberg, once a supporter of a handful of progressive causes, began dropping hints yestersummer that he was preparing to politically lean in on supporting Donald Trump, a maneuver he is now in the process of pulling off. Yes, the fact-checking that Donald Trump and MAGA didn't like over the past 8 years, put in place beginning in 2016 after Russian interference in our election. The fact-checking that continued, flawed and weak as it was, over the following years to fight the kind of misinformation that fed conspiracies like the big lie that helped fuel the attack on our Capitol in 2020. The New York Times reports, and here I read therefrom, Mr. Zuckerberg noted that recent elections also feel like a cultural tipping point towards once again prioritizing speech. The Times made clear that Zuckerberg's maneuvers, all his maneuvers, are meant to placate Donald Trump. To read therefrom, last week Mr. Zuckerberg elevated Joel Kaplan, a longtime conservative and the highest-ranking Meta executive closest to the Republican Party, to the company's most senior policy role. And on Monday, Mr. Zuckerberg announced that Dana White, the head of the Ultimate Fighting Championship and a close ally of Mr. Trump's, would join Meta's board. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ, the head of Ultimate Fighting Championship and a close ally of Mr. Trump's? Of course he would be involved with that shit. He might as well be involved with pro wrestling. Now, this claim about speech is an absolute travesty because promoting free speech is not the same as allowing unchecked misinformation, but also because Trump is not interested in free speech. He only wants his speech elevated while any negative news about him is squashed. He's suing the Des Moines Register over a poll he didn't like. He's trying to prevent the federal government from releasing Jack Smith's final report. Donald Trump doesn't like free speech and has sued publications, including the New York Times, unsuccessfully, so he could stop them from reporting the truth about him. He said he wants to change libel laws in America to make them stronger, also that he can stop publications from writing things about him that he does not like. Now, chief execs of various companies have reacted to Zuck's message to Donald Trump. I had flashbacks this week when Mark Zuckerberg complained about politically biased fact checkers, legacy media writing nonstop about misinformation, and the danger of becoming the arbiters of truth. I myself was struck by Zuckerberg's code words and signals of support for the incoming Trump misadministration. He cited alleged censorship by the U.S. government over the past 4 years and praised Texas as a state less plagued by bias than California. Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, and other leaders are using terms that originated on the campaign trail. Match that with a president who threatens journalists with lawsuits and has the ability to shrug off criminal prosecutions, and you can see how this will only foster an environment of self-censorship. I first witnessed that as mercenary security attendant on an expedition, which collaborated with the University of Nairobi, where an Ugandan professor, visibly scarred from having his skull cracked as a journalist under Idi Amin, explained the concept of development journalism as he crossed out a reference to Kenya as a one-party state. Moreover, as Norm Pearlstein argued, I think it was this week in the Columbia Journalism Review, this week or the last, the prospect of Trump controlling the White House, Congress, and Supreme Court has frightened owners of once proud news organizations. So, my son decided to ask a few CEOs conducting business with his husband what they make of the messaging from Zuckerberg and other leaders right now. Here's what some of them had to say. Anonymously, of course. Free speech is not a loaded term. This country was built on dissent and debate. Every business leader treads carefully when there are new faces in government. The test will be what happens when there's a disagreement. Or another said, your industry can be biased, so encouraging free speech is important. And finally, there's one that said, let's wait and see. Now, Mark Zuckerberg's efforts to cozy up to Trump have concerning consequences. Herewith, the danger of Meta's big fact-checking changes. With less than a week before the new Trump administration takes office, Meta chief Mark Zuckerberg announced a sweeping set of policy changes that will do away with fact-checkers on the company's platforms and reduce restrictions, on the posts its users can share. Zuckerberg said the changes are meant to address political bias and curtail censorship, echoing arguments that President-elect Donald Trump and his humpers have long made about the platform. In lieu of fact-checkers, Facebook will employ a community notes model like the one used on X. As it operates on X, community notes allows users to add context and corrections to other people's posts, though studies show it can only be slower and cover different subjects than professional fact-checking. Zuckerberg also said the site would relax its policies for moderating posts and allow more content on issues including immigration and gender, instead of taking them down. According to a Wired magazine review, some of these changes appear to have already gone into effect. Now, for users interested in seeing more political content, Zuckerberg noted that Meta plans to reintroduce more of these posts into people's feeds at will. In a 5-minute video announcing the changes, Zuckerberg said the fact-checkers Facebook has worked with were too politically biased and had harmed user trust and jabbed at the Biden administration for the censorship it's allegedly employed against Meta. Zuckerberg didn't specify what he meant by that claim, though tech companies have previously fielded requests from the Biden administration about removing posts related to COVID-19 and electoral fraud. Now, Bradley, Meta's announcement signals a willingness among tech companies to, well, I was going to say crater, but I meant to say to cater to Donald Trump as they seek to preserve their business prospects and avoid political retaliation from a frequent, strident critic. Its shifts in content moderation have also had, well, they also have serious implications for the types of posts and misinformation that can spread upon its platforms, which include Facebook, Instagram, and Threads. Now, Claire Wardle, an associate professoress in communication at Cornell University, told Vox magazine, "I suspect we will see a rise in false and misleading comments around a number of topics, as there will be an incentive for those who want to spread that kind of argument." Now, Claire Wardle, an associate professoress in communication at Cornell University, told the Fourth Estate that, "I suspect we will see a rise in false and misleading information around a number of topics, as there will be an incentive, she says, for those who want to spread that kind of content." Well, this brings us to what Meta has done. Meta's recent changes coincide with other movies Zuckerberg has made in an apparent attempt to get into Trump's good graces, including a personal visit to Mar-a-Lago and the appointment of Dana White, the CEO of the Ultimate Fighting Championship and a Trump ally, to Meta's board of directors. Now, I will now articulate a more detailed rundown of the changes Zuckerberg just announced, as well as other recent steps he's taken. First, there's the changes to content moderation. Point relating fact checkers, or rather replacing fact checkers, with community notes. Meta had worked with 90 independent organizations to fact check posts that spread on his platforms. Those fact checkers would append warning labels to false content, and Meta, well, it would also reduce the distribution of those posts. Trump, or rather Zuckerberg, has accused the fact checkers of being politically biased, while providing no examples, and said they'll be replaced with a community notes system that will be phased in over the coming months. Point: reducing content restrictions on topics like immigration and gender. Zuckerberg said the platforms will focus on removing posts that contain, in his words, illegal and high-severity violations, and allow more posts to stay up that they might have previously been flagged. You know, the flagged posts, the red flag to show it's dangerous. Effectively, the company is cutting back on content moderation, or, in general, and taking down fewer posts on hot-button political issues. Point: bringing back politics content. Meta had previously downgraded politics content and reduced the distribution on its platforms, citing user requests for less of this content in their feeds. Zuckerberg announced that Meta would be phasing political content back into users' feeds due to changing demands. Point: moving content and moderation teams. In another bid to address alleged political bias, Zuckerberg said Meta's content moderation, he said it will move from California to Texas. That's Zuckerberg, what he says about Meta's content moderation team. Now, in terms of working with Trump to combat censorship by other countries, Zuckerberg committed to collaborating with Trump to fight censorship and regulations in other countries, pointing to the blocking of Meta apps in Red China and European tech policies he claimed were stifling innovation. And finally, donating to Trump's inaugural fund results in visiting Mar-a-Lago. Meta is among the tech firms contributing $1 million to Trump's inaugural fund. Amazon has as well, and Apple CEO Tim Cook and OpenAI CEO Sam Altman have all made comparable personal donations. Zuckerberg, Amazon's Jeff Bezos, and Sergey Brin are also among the tech chiefs who've paid a personal visit to Trump at Mar-a-Lago. Now, I'm just trying to breathe here, keep oxygen to my brain, because with all the work I was doing over there at the estates, I haven't slept for 2 days at this point, 3 days almost. So be patient with myself. Let me check the studio. Good numbers. And want to thank you all for your patience here. Let me see if I can get back into the groove. Basically, Silicon Valley is bending the knee with troubling consequences. As Vox Magazine's Nicole Naria previously reported, Zuckerberg is far from the only tech CEO to try to build a friendlier relationship with Trump as his second term approaches. A number of others, including Bezos, who killed a Washington Post editorial endorsement of a Democratic presidential nominee, Kamala Harris, have done the same. Many of these efforts are driven by the goal of maintaining a friendlier regulatory climate, whether that's less scrutiny of antitrust or more consideration for government contracts. Efforts by businesses to cultivate ties across administrations are commonplace. But Zuckerberg's and Bezos's moves have raised additional concerns, given the impact they have on what millions of people read and, in Zuckerberg's case, also post. Zuckerberg's maneuvers could shape the type of content that proliferates on Facebook, Instagram, and Threads, enabling misinformation to thrive unchecked. Not only will Facebook remove fact-checkers, but by dialing back moderation on topics like immigration and gender identity, which have already been the subject of rampant right-wing conspiracy theories, it will exacerbate an existing mis- and disinformation problem. X, formerly known as Twitter, has also rolled back its content moderation since Trump ally and Tesla CEO Elon Musk took over the site in late 2022. Since then, Musk elevated community notes as a way to crowdsource fact checks. Eric Nisbet, a professor of policy analysis and communications at Northwestern University, has attested that community notes has been a mixed bag since it was implemented. Researchers have found that users are likely to trust context offered via community notes than more than a basic flag from the fact checker, exemplar gratiae. Big community values, big community notes are often slower than a professional fact checker, meaning a false post could go viral before it gets checked. Additionally, community notes relies on the expertise and interests of the site's users, whereas professional fact checkers can offer expertise quickly on a wider range of key topics. The changes in content moderation at X since Musk's takeover could foreshadow similar results at Meta. A USC study of English language posts on X from January 2022 to June of 2023 found that hate speech had increased 0.5% on the site in that time, with the abuse of transphobic slurs increasing 260%. Musk fired a number of content moderators when he took over in 2022 and began revamping the platform's approach, including lifting suspensions for previously banned accounts. As Yotam Ophir, University of Buffalo communications professor who studies misinformation, he evinces Mark Zuckerberg agrees that his role model for this change is Elon Musk and what he did on Twitter. So we can look at Twitter for answers, right? And if we do, we see chaos. Yes. The potential spread of more misinformation and hateful content on Meta's platforms are concerning and could have significant effects on the quality of American democracy. Access to accurate information and the ability to hold political leaders accountable is a crucial differentiator for democratic states. And falsehoods are allowed to proliferate. As falsehoods are allowed to proliferate and spread, it weakens people's access to trustworthy information and their ability to confront their political leaders. Multiple events have illustrated the acute impact of such information could have. In September, Trump amplified a lie about Haitian immigrants eating pets in Springfield, Ohio, which had begun on Facebook. That lie went on to fuel property damage and threats against Haitian people in the city. Trump's lies about FEMA aid workers in North Carolina following Hurricane Helene's devastation also spread on anti-social media, spurring distrust of the agency and even threats of violence toward government workers. Without strong guardrails at Facebook, Instagram, and Threads, such misinformation will only spread further and have ever more dangerous consequences. The bottom line is that now Facebook, Threads, and Instagram will operate pretty much like X. There will be community notes, but no actual moderation. The truth will only be relied on by other users who might be there to monitor and fight with one another over what the truth even fucking is. After several years in which Meta throttled any political news or posts from many users, a great many of whom were on the political left, on Threads and Facebook, claiming people were tired of it, they've decided the time has come to stop doing so. It just so happened that they did that during a Democratic administration to many on the left, but now they're fine with it under a Republican administration as MAGA is excited about politics. Zuckerberg so saying, "We're bringing back civic content. For a while, the community asked to see less politics because it was making people stressed. So we stopped recommending these posts. But it feels like we're in a new era now." And in what seems like a declaration that he's opening the floodgates on hate, Zuckerberg said that Facebook will get rid of a bunch of restrictions on topics like immigration and gender that are just out of touch with mainstream discourse. There you go. That's censorship. While he allows free speech for everyone to just get on there and say, you know, all the other shit white supremacists say, the angry grievance people of white culture status. Of course, at X, Trump has Elon Musk pumping out disinformation by every hour on the hour and suppressing any truths about Trump that he doesn't like. And Musk, as well, has infamously done this in the name of promoting free speech. These guys are shameless in promoting their speech while squelching all other speech and calling it all free speech. At the Washington Post, owner Jeff Bezos is facing more reporters and staff leaving an award-winning cartoonist, Ann Telnaes, quit last week after her cartoon criticizing Bezos and other media executives was spiked. So much, or should I say, so fucking much, for free speech. At the Los Angeles Times, the billionaire owner Patrick Soon-Shiong, a scientist who previously criticized Trump and knows the dangers of people like RFK, has now praised Trump's choices to lead scientific agencies. And it was reported that he recently told the editorial board to take a break from knocking Trump. It used to be that Trump and MAGA relied solely on the Rupert Murdoch mass media machine empire. Fox News, the New York Post, and the Wall Street Journal editorial page to promote conspiracies and suppress truths. All this was under the guise of free speech. But of course, it's all about suppressing the truth, which is anything but free speech. The power of Fox alone was something that's been almost impossible to counter. But now think about it as macroscopically amplified with these other news and information outlets. Even when ABC News caved, when it settled with Trump over the defamation suit, giving $15 million for his presidential library and museum, it was an act of promoting speech that is approved only by Donald Trump, or promoting only speech that is approved by Donald Trump, whilst squelching a story he disapproved of, that he was found liable for sexually assaulting E. Jean Carroll, which the judge said was tantamount to rape, if not technically so, under New York law. The amount is slated to help fund an institution, a library and museum, that will be a propaganda arms building up lies about Trump and his legacy while hiding all of the criminal activity and ugly actions that he took. That's Trump's version of free speech. Opening last work week, we witnessed the certification of the election on January 6th. It was eerie for us all because it was as if the violence and desecration, the attempt to overturn the election 4 years ago, never happened. This is what Trump is trying to do in erasing his past. Still promoting the big lie and shaping mainstream corporate mass media companies so that they will help him. Altogether, driving myself to the distraction of satire. I mean, Trump's election got fucking certified. Congress certified Trump's win. And liberals didn't coup? Why didn't liberals do their patriotic insurrection? I hope you all didn't just chicken out. I mean, we know from the last insurrection that doing an insurrection is both legal and patriotic. Again, this is just satire. I'm going to pretend I'm reading my own letter to you because it's just morbid entertainment. To my federal liberals, dudes and dudesses, what the fuck? It's January 6th. I actually wrote this then as a satire I read to the Blood Boys because we thought it was funny. So just roll with it. It's January 6th. I was at the U.S. Capitol. Totally fired up to do a coup with you all and nobody else showed up. Did I miss a memo or something? It was definitely Monday. Congress convened and counted the electoral voters certifying Donald Trump's presidential win exactly 4 years after all those Trump supporters went full insurrectionist and tried to overturn the 2020 election results. And thanks to you, dummies, we missed it. I thought we had a plan, people. Did freaking everybody oversleep? I hope you all didn't just chicken out. I mean, we know from the last insurrection that doing an insurrection is both legal and patriotic. I know some of you were a little jumpy thinking it might be treasonous, or clearly against the law, or un-American. But that's all bullshit. Trump and tons of other Republicans think it's wrong that those last insurrectionists wound up in prison, since all they did was violently storm our United States Capitol, assault and injure dozens of police officers, half a dozen of them dying in the holding of the line, all while the Trump-uppers chanted shit about hanging then Vice President Mike Pence. The only reason they wound up in prison is because everything they did was on video and they either pleaded guilty or were found guilty by juries. And you know, MAGA fucks don't believe in the so-called law. Trump has called them hostages and said he's going to pardon them all. So there's no way the incoming president or his supporters would have held it against us if we engaged in a light attack on our nation's capital in an effort to subvert the will of the American people. I thought we all reached the same conclusion. They would call us heroes and great patriots and let us record a cool version of the national anthem that could get played at large political rallies. I mean, geez, you all, we went over this at every single Antifa meeting. If they get one free attempted coup, we get one free attempted coup. That's how this country works. And we wouldn't have been as violent and noisy as those MAGA fucks were. We had the whole damn thing organized. Every liberal insurrectionist paired with a coup buddy, so nobody could get out of hand. A team of helpers, pulling up the rear to quickly clean up and recycle any broken glass or other debris. We even had a strict no smearing poop on the walls policy in place. I mean, it would have been a perfectly respectable attempt to interfere with the peaceful transfer of power and then later be exonerated because Republicans and President-elect Trump have made it clear they're perfectly fine with a quadrennial insurrection. Let's call it that. But no! You all had to bag the whole thing and leave me standing at the steps of the U.S. Capitol with my giant horned helmet, blue face paint, and Harris/Waltz One, stop the steal sign that I was holding up, looking like a total dummy. It was so embarrassing. A couple of dudes in MAGA hats laughed at me, you guys. Unbelievable. By the way, my man, T-Tank Berry just sent me a picture of Trump and Pence where they're shaking hands, and Trump is saying, "Sorry about almost hanging you out to die." Oh, thank you for that. At any rate, now we have to wait 4 more years before we can get our turn to coup. And who knows if Trump and Republicans will still be okay with cooing at that point. They'll probably be back to thinking it's bad or something. I can't believe this. Don't bother inviting me to the next meeting, you jerks. And this is signed, Doug, former chair of the Liberal Insurrection Committee. This is just a satire I wrote for the Blood Boys that I read out to them. It's all in humor. But one of the things that I do want to point out is that I was inspired by Vinnie Barbaric, aka Peter Moon, who claimed his wife wanted to go see cherry blossoms in Washington, D.C. Like a Romanian girl would even fucking know that Washington, D.C. has fucking cherry blossom trees. And he went down there on the same day that, I can tell you exactly the day that he claimed to have gone down to Washington, D.C. And I'm like trying to think now. Oh yeah, the guy, man stabbed police Washington D.C. There we are. Now, no, this one ran down police. Okay, ran down police, Washington D.C. There we are. No, suspect killed. That's 3 days ago. Holy shit! Suspect killed Northeast D.C. Yeah, we can't help it. D.C. is very fucking violent. Okay, 2023, was it then? Basically, a man ran down a police officer, got out of car, stabbed, stabbed police. Anyhow, so this was during the Trump administration. This was when they had the riots and the protests on behalf of George Floyd. Man ran down police, Washington, D.C., got out of car, stabbed police. This is when Trump was trying to enforce martial law. And therefore, when this guy ran down a police officer, the Washington, D.C. was already barricaded up the ass. Then he runs out, police officer, in a car and got out of the car, stabbed another police officer, was shot dead himself, and they really shut down Washington, D.C. That's the day Peter Moon claimed he went to Washington, D.C. and took his young child bride everywhere to all the museums and shit, where they spent hours talking to refugees. Like, all of this is some psychotic, surreal fantasy that this man had. And it's all probably based on Joel Derrick's VR, meaning virtual reality glasses, which Vinnie Barbaric claimed that he would put on Joel Derrick's VR glasses only when he visited Joel. He couldn't take him home. And that he would see things that were unbelievable, so real. He would never say what they were. Obviously, this is one of those things he saw. Just an entire feed your brain with optical illusions so that the fucker thinks he's actually there. And in reality, is not there at all. But he's convinced himself he is. This is how Andrew Basiago was convinced that he was part of Operation or Project Pegasus, where he could go back and forth in time, and that he went back to the Gettysburg Address, and that, he went forward to see himself as president, and that he was in a jump room to Mars with Barack Obama. This is the level of which Peter Moon was at when he said he visited Washington, as well as many other bullshit lies he made up. There's no way he could have been to Washington, let alone visited museums, when the whole place was barricaded, locked down, and somebody had just killed a police officer, stabbed another, and was killed himself. And Trump had already been mulling about martial law, using the military against the civilian population. George Floyd protests and riots were ongoing. And, then this idiot, Peter Moon, claims he's going down to Washington, D.C. casually with his child bride to check out cherry blossoms. Madness. And completely unbelievable. Utterly impossible. But this inspired me to write that stupid little piece that I read out to you. It's just kind of inspired by that level of madness. And as shall we say, self-indulgent as that satirical fantasy was about myself trying to hold my own coup d'etat attempt, my beer hall push, if you will, on Trump's certification, still, we have to be the ones who remind America of the truth over and over again. It won't be easy. Nothing is about taking on this second Trump era. But that will mean continuing to build alternative sources while pressuring the corporate mainstream media as they try to curry favor and gain access to whom they think is the big man. Critical thinking matters now more than ever because self-imposed solitude is taking over. Indeed, we're living in a century of solitude, the antisocial century, which begs the question of why are the winners of the 2024 election so mad in every sense of the term, inclusive insanity? Trump won the election. So why do his supporters still seem so riled up? Because this is what happens when being alone is the easiest thing to do. Americans are now spending more time alone than ever. It's changing our personalities, our politics, and even our relationship to reality itself. So don't let false idols and groupthink steer your choices. Learn to evaluate ideas with clarity and purpose. In today's hyper-connected world, it's wild how often we still get stuck in echo chambers, surrounded by the same opinions, hearing the same narratives on repeat, and, without realizing it, putting false idols and so-called experts on pedestals. It's not just frustrating. It's actually dangerous. Whether it's blindly trusting a favorite podcast host or falling into the grip of a modern-day cult, these patterns can creep into our lives in ways we don't even notice. Americans are alone. Historically, unprecedentedly alone. Going back decades in official government data, I could find no period in American history when the typical teenager or adult has ever spent less time with other people than they do today. This surge in solitude isn't just altering the way we spend our time, it's reshaping the economy, changing our personalities, and darkening our politics. As I spent more time in research, I realized that this phenomenon required a name. We need to see how 21st century aloneness, solitude, but solitude is actually a positive, aloneness has affected nearly every aspect of modern life. I've decided to call it the antisocial century. Before I go on, let me say something nice about introversion and being alone. I am an introvert. I often love being alone. As the former care provider of a pair of rambunctious parents in their dotage, I know all too well how sacred and essential a moment of quiet can be. But there is a difference between a moment's quiet and a decade over decade plunge in socialization. From the 1960s, that very decade into which I myself was delivered into this vale of tears, to the 1990s, Americans became less likely to hang out, join clubs, and invite friends over for dinner. Then came the real crash. In the past quarter of 100 years, face-to-face socialization has collapsed for every age, ethnicity, and demographic. The pandemic did not create these trends, but it did exacerbate many of them. The erosion of companionship has created odd and depressing distortions in American life. Point: men who watch TV now spend 7 hours in front of the boob tube for every hour they spend with somebody outside their home. Point: the typical female pet owner spends more time caring for her pet than she spends in face-to-face contact with friends of her own species. Point: today's teenagers have fewer friends than previous generations, and they spend 1 out of every 3 minutes of waking life staring at a screen. My analysis visited some dark corners of American life. I considered the way that excessive alone time might be a major force behind the rise in anxiety, our deep political divisions, our unhappiness. Then my reverie was shattered by shouts from the young men through the open windows of an SUV, sports utility vehicle, in Little Saigon of San Francisco, filling the unseasonably warm evening after Election Day. Fuck the left! Fuck the left! Fuck the left! I guess they figured the Vietnamese were all communists or something, even though the overwhelming majority of them are VISRs, VISRs, Vietnamese Industrial Strength Republicans, because they fled communism. In the run-up to the holiday shopping and dining season, this was not exactly the vibe the thriving SOMA, SOMA, the South of Market Business Improvement District, was going for. Also, assuming the shouters repped the non-left and their candidate just won the election, their rage seemed wholly out of place. Aren't winners supposed to be happy? After a moment of consideration, the shouting seemed like maybe post-sports championship madness, politics' version of flipping a car. Occasionally, overwhelming joy manifests as violence. But turns out the local incident was far from isolated. Shouting in Soma was the least of it. In the 24 hours after the election, hate speech spread on social media, anti-social media, where X saw a 4,600% spike of the slogan, "Your body, my choice." And Facebook videos and TikToks showed middle school age boys chanting the same to young girls. "Get back to the kitchen," and "repeal the 19th" also trended. Anonymous texters sent Black Americans, notably HBCU, or historically black colleges and universities students, and a half dozen Lower Merion, Pennsylvania middle schoolers, personalized messages instructing them to report to plantations to pick cotton. The FBI, Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the FCC, the Federal Communications, what does FCC stand for? Federal Communications, it's been so long since I say some of these bureaucratic terms, I forget them. Federal Communications Commission. They are, so far as I know, it's still investigating the origin of these messages, but they might as well source from the investigators. They're so infiltrated themselves by white supremacists. Is it a coincidence that racist graffiti appeared on the fence of a home in historically black Lawnside, New Jersey, the same night as "Fuck the Left"? Maybe. Probably not. Why is this happening? And is there anything we can do about it? So this brings us to the concept or the paradox of politics and poor sportsmanship. I mean, after most any ball game, winners and losers shake hands. At best, exceptional athletes, the best of sports, Serena Williams and Naomi Osaka, Jason and Travis Kelce, embrace. At worst, the winners disregard the losers to focus on their own revelry and, for example, lie down in an end zone and make snow angels in green confetti. I mean, look, I saw Swoop do this, okay? Without exception, however, a winning team never celebrates by openly mocking the losing team. Not that, I mean, they're not supposed to. This happens, of course, in extremely backwards, violent areas of social intercourse, which I was personally witness to and actually wrote about in some of the novels Brendan Zoget and I were referencing. Now, of course, not all election celebrants wreaked havoc on us on a South San Francisco, or shall I say South of Market Boulevard, or through their smartphones. Millions of Americans simply high-fived, maybe had a few too many Miller Lights, and kept their lawn signs up. Still, as always, the loudest, angriest voices are the hardest to ignore, and no one in charge seemed to be telling them to stop. Lest ye assume one party lays claim to all the mean words, let's not forget that during the campaign, the Dems did their share of mudslinging. President Biden once referred to Trump supporters as garbage. Harris suggested her opponent was too old and incompetent to serve in office. Many Democrats called MAGA fascists, presumably to insult the persecuted minority of honest fascists like myself. And in an almost charming Midwestern attempt at meanness, former vice presidential candidate Tim Walz called Republicans weird. Is that the same level of dangerous vitriol as Trump accusing Haitian Americans of eating people's pets? Certainly not, but neither campaign exactly modeled perfect civility. Now, is the answer AI? Obviously, the general public can't do much about what elected officials in high office say, except vote for leaders who speak differently next time. But that doesn't mean we can't reduce the misinformation that fuels hate speech among the general public. And by we, I mean chatbots. Among the endless reporting about how technology, especially AI, has radicalized our kid cousins, bro-y brothers, wayward aunts, and next-door neighbors, this September, MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and Cornell University released a remarkable study. The schools enlisted 2,190 conspiracy theory holding Americans in 3-round conversations with a chatbot that used bespoke language to communicate actual facts to dispel these wrong theories. The result? The treatment reduced participants' belief in their chosen conspiracy theory by 20% on average for 2 months. This, to those of us who've interacted with conspiracy theory holders, is quite a result. But why does Great Uncle Bob believe a computer program's word over that of, say, his favorite niece? And maybe it's because he's too busy fantasizing about fucking her, but I shouldn't indulge in such assumptions. The sociologist Cynthia Miller-Idriss helms the Polarization and Extremism Project, Research and Innovation Lab at American University. Again, the sociologist Cynthia Miller-Idriss, notice the last name there, she's married to a Muslim, helms the Polarization and Extremism Research and Innovation Lab at American University. And she says about why Great Uncle Bob listens to a computer over his other relations, his relations, period. She said, if I had to guess, my hypothesis is that it has to do with the fact that humans carry a lot of judgment, which can communicate and create shame. And the chatbots don't do that. They don't judge. Very astute. I cannot argue with her conclusion. It's interesting, right? Doesn't exactly assist with your upcoming family gathering plans, but something to think about. I can but analyze from the frontier of AI companions, which already have tens of millions of users, and think about how the age of artificial intelligence will only deepen our retreat from the physical world. Otherwise, the post-election spike in hate speech does not surprise the Dr. Miller-Idriss. In reminding us that research has long shown that hate speech comes from the top, she told WURB that it's simply the natural outcome of a hate speech-filled campaign in an immediate burst of misogyny, racism, and anti-immigrant rhetoric. Historically, when elected officials, especially at the highest levels of elected officialdom, abuse language that is derogatory, demeaning, dehumanizing, it gives permission to people who might harbor those ideas already to express them. It's also kind of normalizes and legitimizes and mainstreams the use of that language more broadly, and that makes it more likely that people on the fringes take action from it, and that people in their ordinary lives may lash out in violent ways as well. Okay, all of that is my quoting the Doctress Miller Idris. So simply go offline at times and practice patience. Give yourself a break from social media, anti-social media, which this YouTube program is not a part of. Stay online with us, Team Dietrich and myself. But give yourself a break from anti-social media, which has rendered its users less attentive, less patient, and more emotional than ever. In the first full week of November yesteryear, Ardmore therapist Jamie Zuckerman advised anyone feeling election anxiety to remove their most visited social apps from home screens and limit scrolling to twice a day. Of course, you can't make others take time offline to chill out, but you can take it for yourself and challenge people close to you who seem inexplicably mad all the time to do the same. Use that deliciously non-addictive time to appreciate complexity, to realize that not everything has a quick and easy solution, and to learn a little patience. But above all, find your people. Many of Doctress Barbara Furman's students voted for the first time in 2016, when apps and platforms were perfecting the art of addicting users. They're not surprised by the hate speech. They're accustomed to how it works. C herself suggests picking up a copy of the Right Reverend William Barber's book titled The Third Reconstruction, where the author and civil rights activist suggests finding solace and community at faith-based institutions. Temple political science professoress Barbara Furman has spent years building community through church, using faith as a starting point in a longer conversation. This, says Furman herself, is not a short-term solution. But if you find the right faith community fit, you can find healing in the longer term. Herself affirming that if you look at Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, at the root of these religions are justice, fairness, and decency. If you're not into organized religion, find an apolitical effort you can get behind. Take an art class, plant a garden, clean a street. Per the Professoress Furman, it's a way for people to meet each other and see the humanity in each other. I mean, you can just sweep a street and say you were sentenced to community time, and believe me, people just won't stop talking to you. Fuck, if they're convinced you committed a heinous enough crime, they'll elect you as president. I'm being facetious, but you get my point. The granddaughter Furman concludes, and here I quote as she at length and verbatim, "A lot of people fail to understand that certain problems take a long time to work on. Issues of immigration, for example, are incredibly complicated, whether you are for immigration or against it. A lot of studies show what keeps us coming back to social media sites is anger. If I own one of these sites, I might be nonpartisan, but I have to make money, so I want people coming back. If anger is what brings them back, that's what I'm going to do. It's the legitimation of bad behavior. More than that, it's the celebration thereof. I mean, January 6th now is being portrayed as a love fest, and people died. Back in the day, before all this technology, that's what community organizing was about. You just start talking about the basic issues, the day-to-day issues, and you realize all of a sudden we have all this in common. And then you can start to have the tougher conversations, the productive conversations. Now, it's a small-scale solution, and it's certainly not high-tech, like an MIT chatbot. But in the long run, trust me, I'm a man of faith myself. It works. So get used to it. The Penn State professor and political theorist Jeffrey Green conjectures that in Philly neighborhoods with higher, more visible, more vocal Republican presence, neighborhoods that used to vote almost uniformly Democratic to rep their unions, for example, residents who previously seemed to agree on politics now need to learn to agree all over again to disagree. The good Dr. Green offering an explanation. The last many decades have been a relatively peaceful time for so many people, and now that seems to be continuing to go in the opposite direction. 33% of Americans think that Biden lost in 2020. Now we have someone who won the popular and electoral vote. So he suggests that there's a sense among the winning side that they got rid of the usurper. So Trump's win, to many, is not just a victory, it's vindication. And vindication conveys a different, more I told you so feeling than a mere win. Also, Green points out that Philadelphia Trump voters have grown in numbers. Trump won 15% of the Philadelphia vote in 2016, 18% in 2020, and 20% in 2024. Trump supporters feel more empowered to voice the same kind of grievance and anger, especially in neighborhoods like South Philly, where militants came out in 2020 to protect the Penn Sport target during the George Floyd protests. Cities are trending less blue, more purple. Even 30% of Manhattan voted for Trump. In his own Philadelphia, of the good doctor I'm sourcing, politically divided blocks might need to look outside the city, Bucks County, say, to learn to live together harmoniously. And this, says the good Dr. Green, is a newish problem. A different urban political landscape. And the suburbs don't have block parties. But all three academics offer glimmers of hope on how we can live together better. So my analysis, this phase thereof, ends with hope. If excessive solitude is bad for us, then at least this is a malady with a known, effective, and affordable cure. Hanging out. One study by researchers at the University of Chicago concluded that many people mistakenly seek too much solitude for themselves. We withdraw from much social exchange out of anxiety or fear, when in fact even self-described introverts are often happier when they are forced to behave just a little bit more like extroverts. But this brings us to the myth of the alpha male. Single straight guys, if you want to attract women, research suggests you should cultivate kindness and altruism. I guess you could call myself the anti-Tate. There are a lot of false dichotomies out there. Left brain versus right brain, nature versus nurture, etc. But one really persistent myth that is literally costing human lives is the distinction between alpha and beta males. As the story typically goes, there be two types of men. Alpha males are those at the top of the social status hierarchy. They have greater access to power, money, and mates, which they gain through physical prowess, intimidation, and domination. Alphas are typically described as the real men. In contrast are the beta males, the weak, submissive, subordinate guys who are low status and only get access to mates once women decide to settle down and go searching for a nice guy. This distinction, which is often based on observations among other social animals, such as chimpanzees and wolves, paints a very black and white picture of masculinity. Not only does it greatly simplify the multidimensionality of masculinity and grossly underestimate what a man is capable of becoming, but it also doesn't even get at the heart of what is really attractive to women. As the expression so goes, when all you have is a hammer, all you see are nails. When we impose just trois categories of male upon the world, we unnecessarily mislead young men into acting in certain predefined ways that aren't actually conducive to attracting and sustaining healthy and enjoyable relationships with women, or finding success in any other areas of life for that matter. So it's really worth examining the link between so-called alpha behaviors, such as dominance and attractiveness, respect, and status. Let's take a short glance at the science of dominance. Consider one of the earliest sets of studies on the relationship between dominance and attractiveness. The researchers presented their participants with videotaped and written scenarios depicting trois men interacting with each other. The scenarios varied on whether the male acted dominant or non-dominant. Exempli gratia. I'm going to read an excerpt of a scenario in which the male was depicted as dominant. John is 5 feet 10 inches tall, 165 pounds. I mean, that's short and not very imposing. He has been playing tennis for 1 year and is currently enrolled in an intermediate tennis class. Despite his limited amount of training, he is a very coordinated tennis player who has won 60% of his matches. His serve is very strong and his returns are extremely powerful. In addition to his physical abilities, he has the mental qualities that lead to success in tennis. He is extremely competitive, refusing to yield against opponents who have been playing much longer. All of his movements tend to communicate dominance and authority. He tends to psychologically dominate his opponents, forcing them off their games and into mental mistakes. In contrast, here's an excerpt of a scenario in which the same tennis player is instead depicted as non-dominant. And the first 3 lines were kept identical. They were kept the same across conditions. That means conditional study group, control group, then the test group. At any rate, reading from this other part of the paragraph of this same guy, his serve and his returns are consistent and well placed. Although he plays well, he prefers to play for fun rather than to win. He is not particularly competitive and tends to yield to opponents who have been playing tennis much longer. He is easily thrown off his game by opponents who play with great authority. Strong opponents are able to psychologically dominate him, sometimes forcing him off his game. He enjoys the game of tennis, but avoids highly competitive situations. Now, across 4 studies, the researchers found that the dominant scenarios were considered more sexually attractive, although dominant John was regarded as less likable and not desired as a spouse. Taken at face value, this study seems to support the sexual attractiveness of the dominant alpha male over the submissive beta male. but not so fast. In a follow-up study, the researchers isolated various adjectives to pinpoint where descriptors were actually considered sexually attractive. While they found that dominance was considered sexually attractive, aggressive and domineering tendencies did not increase the sexual attractiveness of either males or females. There seemed to be more to the story than just mere dominance versus submissiveness. And so, enter a study by Jerry Berger and Mika Cosby. The researchers had 118 female undergraduates read the same descriptions of John the tennis player, dominant versus submissive, but they added a crucial control condition in which some of the participants only read the first 3 sentences of the description. Consistent with the prior study, women found dominant John more sexually appealing than submissive John. However, the John depicted in the control condition had the highest ratings of sexiness of them all. So, what the fuck's going on? Well, this most certainly doesn't mean that the extremely brief 3-sentence description of the John depicted in the control condition was sexually appealing. Rather, it's more probable that hearing about either dominant or non-dominant behavior in isolation of any other information about him made him less sexually attractive. The researchers conclude, in short, a simple dominant, non-dominant dimension may be of limited value when predicting mate preferences for women. Next, the researchers fiddled with the descriptors of John. In the dominant condition, participants read a short description of John and were told that a recent personality test found that his 5 most dominant traits, or prominent traits, were aggressive, assertive, confident, demanding, and dominant. Those in the non-dominant condition read the same paragraph, but were told that John's 5 most prominent personality characteristics were easygoing, quiet, sensitive, shy, and submissive. Those in the control condition only read the short paragraph, but were not told anything about John's personality. And that turned out to be the most popular paragraph. In other words, the less you know, the more you like. The more you get to know, well, familiarity breeds contempt. The researchers then asked women to indicate which of the adjectives used to describe John were ideal for a date as well as for a long-term romantic partner. Now, I find it interesting that they chose the word John because that can, well, if you add the son to it, Johnson, it can recommend a dick, but it usually represents a nickname or rather a code phrase for a prostitute's client. Why John? Not gonna ask. They found that only one woman out of the 100 undergraduates in their sample identified dominant as one of the traits she sought in either an ideal date or a romantic partner. For the rest of the dominant adjectives, the 2 big winners were confident, at 72% sought this trait for an ideal date, 74% sought this trait for an ideal romantic partner. and assertive. 48% sought this trait for an ideal date. 36% sought this trait for an ideal romantic partner. Not one woman wanted a demanding male, and only 12% wanted an aggressive person for a date and romantic partner. In terms of the non-dominant adjectives, the big winners were easygoing. 68% sought this trait for an ideal date, and 64% sought this trait for an ideal romantic partner. And sensitive. 76% sought this trait for an ideal date and ideal romantic partner. Not one woman wanted a submissive male for either a date or romance. Other low-ranked non-dominant adjectives were shy, 2% for dating, 0 for romantic, and quiet, 4% for ideal, 2 for romantic. This analysis was revealing because it suggests that dominance can take many forms. The dominant male, who is demanding, violent, and self-centered, is not considered attractive to most women. Ha! Go figure. Who'd have thunk? Whereas the dominant male, who is assertive and confident, is considered attractive. As the researchers suggest, men who dominate others because of leadership qualities and other superior abilities, and who therefore are able and willing to provide for their families, quite possibly will be preferred to potential partners who lack these attributes. So there you go. Woman seeks security above all else, a man who can provide. The results also suggest that sensitivity and assertiveness are not opposites. In fact, further research suggests that the combination of kindness and assertiveness might just be the most attractive pairing. Across these 3 studies, Laurie Jensen Campbell and colleagues found that it wasn't dominance alone, but rather the interaction of dominance and pro-social behaviors that women reported were particularly sexually attractive. In other words, you gotta have extroversion, guys. Dominance only increased sexual attraction when the person was already high in agreeableness and altruism. Along similar lines, Jeffrey Snyder and colleagues reported that dominance was only attractive to females for both a short-term affair and a long-term relationship in context of male-male competitions. In other words, women want a man who might be able to dominate other men, but they don't want to be dominated themselves. Tellingly, women did not find men attractive who used aggressive dominance, id est, force or threat of force, while competing for leadership in informal decision-making among peers. This suggests that women are attuned to cues that indicate that the male might direct his aggression towards herself, with dominance toward competitors considered more attractive than dominance toward friends or coalition members. To put this study in a real-world context, the guy in high school that all the girls go for is the guy who can dominate a player from a rival school on the football field on Friday night, but who's likable and friendly to his own classmates during the week. Distinguishing between the different shades of dominance and how they interact with kindness is not just important for understanding sexual attraction among humans, it also has deep implications for the evolution of social status. This brings us to the concept of dominance versus prestige. In our species, well, your species, I'm not really human myself, the attainment of social status and the mating benefits that comest along with it can be accomplished through compassion and cooperation just as much, if not more so, as through aggression and intimidation. Scholars across ethnography, ethology, sociology, and sociolinguistics believe that at least two roots to social status, dominance, and prestige, arose in evolutionary history at different times and for different purposes. Let me gather my thoughts so that I may articulate this with greater coherency. But the dominance route is paved with intimidation, threats, and coercion, and is fueled by hubristic pride. Hubristic pride is associated with arrogance, conceit, antisocial behaviors, unstable relationships, low levels of conscientiousness, and high levels of disagreeableness, neuroticism, narcissism, and poor mental health outcomes. We're talking about Trump in a nutshell here. Hubristic, well, let me pronounce that correctly, hubristic pride, along with its associated feelings of superiority and arrogance, facilitates dominance by motivating behaviors such as aggression, hostility, and manipulation. In contrast, prestige is paved with the emotional rush of accomplishment, confidence, and success, and is fueled by authentic pride. Authentic pride is associated with prosocial and achievement-oriented behaviors, agreeableness, conscientiousness, satisfying interpersonal relationships, and positive mental health. Critically, authentic pride is associated with genuine self-esteem, whereas dominance is founded in or floundered in insecurities. With genuine self-esteem, it's all about considering yourself a person of value, not considering yourself superior to others. Authentic pride, along with its associated feelings of confidence and accomplishment, facilitates behaviors that are associated with attaining prestige. People who are confident, agreeable, hardworking, energetic, kind, empathic, non-dogmatic, and high in genuine self-esteem inspire others rather than simply, ordering them around and causing others to want to emulate themselves. These trois routes to male social status have also been observed among the Tsimane, that's a small-scale Amazonian tribal society recently rediscovered. In this society, dominance, as ranked by peers, was positively related to physical size. Pound your chest, gorilla man. Whereas peer-ranked prestige was positively associated with hunting ability, generosity, you share what you kill, and a number of allies. Interestingly, while advocates for acting dominant often point to chimps as proof of the exclusivity of this route to male status, recent research has proven that even among primates, alpha male status can be achieved not only through size and strength, but through adept sociability and the grooming of others as well. Of course, that term gets, well, that triggers a lot of people. Now, of course, what I can tell you about is the advantages of prestige. By the way, Christopher Email says, this is the ultimate place to hang out. 10 years ago, I thought so, on critical emissions and firing lines, and today it is still the same awesome quality. The 19th century philosopher Nietzsche saw two kinds of humans in development, the subhuman and the one above human, der Übermensch. Is there a better example than Douglas? Oh, bless you, sir. Oh, my God. You are most gracious. So there we are. To our dear friend Christopher Email in Das Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany. So, in terms of the advantages of prestige, while it's tempting from all of my aforesaid descriptions to decide that dominance is bad and prestige is good, that's a bit too simplistic. What too often goes missing in discussions about being alpha or beta is that status is context specific. A CEO of a Fortune 500 company has a high level of status in our society, but if he was thrown into the general population at Sing Sing prison, he'd find himself at the very bottom of the pecking order. You can be an alpha amongst one group and a beta in another. In the context of a harsh, dangerous environment, the dominant male is valued because he can get what he wants and provide resources to those who will submit to and follow him. He doesn't need to employ skills beyond strength and intimidation. But outside of pure barbarian society, it est, in all fairness, most of human history, it's the prestigious man who rules. He's primed to have the most success in the widest variety of circumstances. In one set of studies conducted on university-level varsity athletes, dominant individuals were found to have lower levels of genuine self-esteem, social acceptance, and agreeableness, and higher levels of narcissism, aggression, agency, disagreeableness, and conscientiousness. Dominant individuals were rated by their peers as higher in athleticism and leadership, but lower in altruism, cooperativeness, helpfulness, ethicality, and morality. In contrast, prestigious individuals had lower levels of aggression and neuroticism, and higher levels of genuine self-esteem, social acceptance, agreeableness, even what's called GPA, which, if I remember correctly, that would be something along the lines of, as an acronym, I'm looking at the study and they source this term. Well, I guess it's grade point average. In other words, yeah, people think he's smart. And he could be, well, like a parrot who just has the autistic ability to regurgitate what he's taught, but, at least he'll get a good job. What's more, prestige was weakly related to self-aggrandizing narcissism. By that I mean hardly related to it at all, and that's considered a positive. Just like their dominant peers, prestigious individuals were rated as being better leaders and more athletic, but they were also considered more intellectual, socially skilled, altruistic, cooperative, helpful, ethical, and moral. Renaissance men, in effect. These results clearly show that dominance and prestige represent, well, very different ways of attaining and maintaining status. But it's also worth once again reiterating the overlap. Qualities like strength, leadership, kindness, and morality can exist in the same person. Strict categories of alpha and beta truly set up a false dichotomy that obscures what a man is capable of becoming. While dominance may be advantageous in a narrow set of circumstances, prestige is far more valued in nearly every context. Due to their authentic pride, prestigious individuals are more likely to be respected, socially accepted, and thus successful. Who would you rather have on your team? Kevin Durant or Dennis Rodman? Here's another way of looking at the difference between the 12 routes to status. Dominance is a short-term strategy for success. Prestige is a long-term one. Dominance is a quality that can help you conquer, but it lacks the ability to govern what you've won. Amongst chimps, once a male has fought his way to the top and becomes the alpha, his enjoyment of that status is short-lived. Another dominant male will soon come along to challenge him and knock him off his throne. On a cultural level, peoples like the Mongols or Vikings dominated others and were the alphas of their time, but were unable to adapt and died off. Prestigious men, like the Founding Fathers, irregardless of their evil, were able to create a legacy that continues on today. But in terms of your companionship, it comes down to each her own. To each her own. Remember, we don't really choose women, they choose us. It is neither the alpha nor the beta male that is most desired by women. Taken together, the research suggests that the ideal man for a date or romantic partner is one who is assertive, confident, easygoing, and sensitive without being aggressive, demanding, dominant, quiet, shy, or submissive. In other words, a prestigious man, not a dominant man. In fact, it appears that the prestigious man who is high in both assertiveness and kindness is considered the most attractive to women for both short-term affairs and long-term relationships. This research should offer some assurance that the genuinely nice, passionate kid who learns a culturally valued skill can be immensely attractive. Further, seeking to become a prestigious man is not only the surest route to success with women, but achievement in any area of life. Thus, I think a much more effective and healthier route for men having difficulty attracting women is not to attempt to cultivate the traits of the stereotypical dominant alpha, but to cultivate the traits of the prestigious man. This means developing a skill that brings value to society and cultivating a stable sense of identity. Such a route will not only make you more attractive to women, but will also create the most satisfying life for yourself in general. In my view, attempting to don the persona of the alpha is analogous to building a house of cards. There's no stable foundation supporting your worth. It's time we shed these black and white categories and embrace a much more multidimensional concept of masculinity. The most attractive male is really a blend of characteristics, including assertiveness, kindness, cultivated skills, and a genuine sense of value in this world. The true alpha is fuller, deeper, and richer. I mean that in the sense of, well, a kind of spiritual wealth rather than material. But it could be taken as material as well. We obviously live in an age of tremendous fear, anxiety, and reclusion. I believe a happier life is possible, but I believe that happier life will require that we take a risk, leave our homes, and spend more time with other people. Because, in the time we have remaining, I can, well, I don't know, should I go on? Our numbers are kind of slowing down now. Maybe I should wind down. Yeah, that's probably the best thing for me to do. We'll end the transmission now. And then I can really begin to relax. Fuck. My Google Calendar's up. I'm gonna do nothing for the next 48 hours. I am going to fucking sleep through the next 2 days. Oh my fucking God. Well, my love to all my listeners who support me. And I want you all to know just how invaluable you all are. Oh my God, let me put a acknowledgement of a heart on John Henry Warrington, who left a Popeye the Sailor Man song little thing on one of my latest videos. And it was, God knows what inspired him to do that, but that's okay. And all right, let me take a look at that. That was in the first part of the Byzantine Orthodox Christmas Eve Day transmission. He left that, and so let's give him a thumbs up and a heart. And all right, having reminded myself to do that. If anyone wants to upload any comment, do it now, so that we can, get it uploaded when the show publishes. Otherwise, something you enter might not make it. Christopher Remel says, sleep well, and thanks again for your awesome service to enlighten us listeners. Thank you, my dear man, Christopher Remel. Love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. And I love to T-Tank Barry, who just put in support Douglas Duane Dietrich. Wonderful human being. He says, you are the best. Thank you so much. And T-Tank Barry says, diamonds and God bless Team Dietrich. And we are joined by the lovely Amy Como, so we can spend at least a little remainder of time kind of asking her for... a little insight into the world around us. So, dear Amy, how are you, honey?
Good morning.
Good morning, darling.
I'm well rested.
Yes. How did you sleep? Where did you sleep? I'm just curious whether you spent your time in the new She Shack. Is that where you slept?
Did. Of course, I spent all my time in the She Shack. It's beautiful. It's coming along well. It keeps snowing here, so... just have to hunker down. It's winter. But I was able to read that article that you sent me about all the stuff on Napoleon's cancer, and I wondered if any of it was your original writing, or were you just putting together a lot of things? Was it more of a survey?
Thank you. That's you're very astute. A lot of it was my writing. It was so long ago, I can't remember until I look at it. And even now, it's so long ago, probably wouldn't be able to tell right off the bat. But a lot of it, of course, is what I do best, assembly. I do a lot of assembling, but I have to weave it together with a narrative. And so that's where my writing comes in, to at least present cohesion. So, yeah, I'm extraordinarily impressed you read that. And it's
interesting, right? Like, I'm interested in that area of the world. And talk about dominant male. Couldn't get more dominating than Napoleon, could you?
Quite true. I brought up how Dracula served as a knight of the First Reich. That First Reich, which lasted almost 1,000 years, was only brought to its end by Napoleon Bonaparte. He's the man who invaded Germany, brought about the end of the First Holy Roman German Empire, which paved the way through the nationalism that he introduced into Europe. It paved the way for Imperial Germany, the Second Reich after that. So that's there you have that, a little continuity of history for you. And as you said, a dominant male, intimidating, asserting his power in what was in its own way a house of cards. And he's, and part of that fragility was his own health. His medical health was ultimately very fragile. He was sadly a victim of something beyond his control, that beyond anyone's control for his time. Nobody knew what. Yeah.
That in his state, because he had been captured, right, and he was imprisoned at St. Helena.
Yes, quite right.
But the doctors were giving him a treatment which was actually exacerbating the problem, right? Like, just as you were suggesting, the iatrogenesis is something that continues to go on throughout our medical environment, where they treat one thing and then create a different problem. And yes, that was exactly what he was enduring. He was suffering these purgatives for whatever reason. They thought that making him vomit would assist him in getting rid of whatever it was, but it was actually just making things worse. So even, a dominant male, at the end, he can be taken out for the most simple things. Nobody escapes getting sick, growing old, and dying.
Yes.
Everyone has that to look forward.
So sad. And I thank you for bringing that up. It's such an important point to be made. And but with such being said, he was, of course, captured. He was in a situation beyond his control. It's easy to perceive how people could interpret that as, now that they captured him, they just simply killed him slowly. But it's something that is just not. It's a bit beyond that, of course, and it's a situation in which the doctors may have been sincerely trying to help him, but really fucking him over because of their own ignorance. The level of knowledge they had at that time, and it's a horrible way to die. I mean, you're taking medicines that you think will help you, but they're really killing you, exacerbating your situation. It's awful. It's just awful. Fuck, what way to go. But in a sense, he was working out karma, right? I mean, you go around starting world wars. I mean, there's kind of a...
I have no idea. So the thing that really made me want to look closely at Napoleon was this book, the D.D. Hume book, the spiritualist who was doing seances with Napoleon III and the Tuileries. Yes. That's well after he's already passed. It was this man he was a Scotsman who he was adopted by his aunt in the States, and he was raised in Connecticut. But he was a spiritualist who would conduct these seances, and he went all over, but the most prominent ones were in France with Napoleon III. And the most remarkable ones that I was reading about were where the guests pointed out that the hand that appeared to be writing in front of them was exactly that of Napoleon's. So, I was just curious about how it is that they would I mean, of course, he's such a grandiose figure. Like, why wouldn't they think that they're providing this opportunity for Napoleon to have his say after his death? But I just wanted to look more closely at his life and his pursuits and the things that he was, purportedly had been doing, but were, maybe not doing, and had, different intentions. But specifically, like, what he was doing in Egypt, like the whole Egypt campaign where, he must lie about having conquered Egypt when clearly he was run out of Egypt. But that bit that you gave about his death is even more telling, I think, of, him being just not as healthy, and he just didn't have the physical prowess that, a man who had done all that he'd done, that he would be capable of maintaining that. He just wasn't a big guy. He wasn't a big fighting guy, but he was put into his position through his family. It was all a rising up of a particular bloodline.
Yes. Well, his mother had actually, things to bring up. I don't know if I mentioned it in that article. He had another health condition that could be considered, in a sense, a comorbidity. It certainly made his life no easier. This was while he was in Egypt. Since you brought that up, he actually was, like so many people, who was riding a horse for far too long in terms of distances, and for far too many years. Basically, it's like truck drivers. One of the things that truck drivers are infamous for, first off, they don't really move much. I don't know where they get this reputation as intimidating guys. I guess because most of them do get big, but it's not really big. They get fat. And that's because the truck drivers don't do shit other than sit behind a wheel and drive. So if you're truly a long-distance lorry driver, people project onto them the armor that surrounds them. It is the 18-wheeler truck that they're in, which is incredibly intimidating. As my gang brother Beaver described it, when you're driving a truck like that, he thinks that his perception of them is that they all must be incredibly stupid. So stupid that they cannot perceive the implications of the risks that they are taking with other people's lives and their own, just by driving such a vehicle, especially on roads where there's any traffic, and you could potentially just wipe somebody out with a swipe of your tail, so to speak, with those vehicles. But in that sense, that's what their mystique is. They really are so animal-like and focused on just driving the vehicle that they don't consider how dangerous what they're doing is, but to themselves and others, and therefore they don't stress out about that. They're too oblivious. But such being said, they eat a lot at truck stops, get fat, big, and what the condition that kills a lot of them, where in the medical community they would consider this an infamous truck driver's condition, is the piles, which is simply a colloquial or vernacular name for very extreme cases of hemorrhoids. So they develop these very extreme cases of hemorrhoids that can literally kill them. You can die of hemorrhoids because they can become so big, they prevent your they prevent you from being able to vacate your bowels, and you wind up basically poisoned by your own shit, a kind of sepsis, negative gram sepsis infection. Now
everybody should donate just for that bit right there. My goodness, that's a great way to end the show. My
Well, thank you. Well, there's
don't drive truck.
Yes. Well, there's a point to be made. Yeah, point to be made here. The parallel was back in Napoleon's day, cavalry. So, and officers. Officers are horse-mounted, and he had to ride long distances. He's invading other countries. He's riding for miles. So, he developed hemorrhoids. He developed hemorrhoids that were not necessarily as bad as a truck driver gets with the piles, but he definitely had hemorrhoids. And so he tried saltwater baths, like Epsom saltwater butt baths, to relieve that. This is not something I'm making up for anything in terms of humor. It's just this is what this poor man was going through as the hazards of his trade. He's a commander of men in the field, so he's doing what a general these days would never dream of doing. He's got to be on the front lines because communications back then, there was no radio. Signaling was not necessarily very efficient, so he's got to be on the front line. So you're talking about this guy who's just trying to be everywhere at once, and the end result is he's riding his ass raw, literally. And so to relieve his hemorrhoids, he took water from the Nile and was taking a salt bath. Turned out, of course, the Nile water is infested with parasites. So he got some kind of Nile worm that was in him. So you've got the cancer. You've got now a kind of a hookworm of the ass that this guy is dealing with. Life was not easy for Napoleon Bonaparte. It's so sad. And of course, Hitler spent hours in his tomb. Hitler visited his tomb in Paris. When Hitler visited Paris, he visited the tomb of Napoleon Bonaparte, and was certainly gazing at his coffin, in which whatever remains there were housed, and spent a long time contemplating his own fate compared to that of Napoleon. And they were both very similar in many ways, but very different in so many others. But all that being said, when it came to what I'm speaking of with Napoleon Bonaparte, you had that element of him. Then you had the fact that he was born, of course, he wasn't French. He's not ethnically French. Just like, this is the point I've made about... I'm sorry?
He was Corsican.
Yes, Corsican, yes. And originally, the island belonged to the Austrian Empire, into which Hitler was born. So understand that it was only because of just this kind of casual trade that the great powers conducted with each other in terms of land exchanges, where just based on a few battles and then diplomatic rendezvous where they would settle at the diplomacy table, Corsica was casually exchanged to France. And therefore Napoleon was born a subject of the French Empire, but originally his mother literally fought against it. His mother was a member of the Corsican independence movement and had literally taken up arms against the French. Now, just by this quirk of a trade of real estate, was Napoleon born to France? What if he had not been born French? He could very easily have been born Austrian. In other words, he would have been fighting for Hitler's side long before there was a Hitler, but not too long. Long enough, but really, historically, not that long. It's
all the same soup.
Yes.
His alliance with the Austrians came through marriage, through Marie Louise, yes. Was the wife from the Viennese princess.
Yes.
It's all the same group of people. And that was really, where you end up when you start to look back at records and you find we're related to royalty here, we're related to royalty here. Well, you can't really identify which part because there's so many. because they
Yes.
only afraid each other. They
Yes.
didn't actually believe that there was a problem with this.
Right.
So, like it's all the same group of people, and they fight amongst themselves all the time, and they're not good to one another. They're certainly not good to their children.
Yeah.
But they're all the same people. Like they're all groups of people with power who can access other groups of people with power.
Absolutely.
And that, that really didn't, as far as our history is concerned, it didn't expand outward into, the nether regions. There weren't very many white conquerors taking brides back from the conquered lands. It was all, a marriage of business exchange, property.
Yes.
We're just property.
Yes. Yes. Quite astute. Very astute. Quite so. And so with Napoleon Bonaparte and his time in Egypt, first thing he did when he invaded Egypt was enter their great mosque and convert it to Islam. All of this was simply show. It was not earnest, and it was not sincere, and it was simply done as a diplomatic maneuver to render himself a bit more acceptable, along with his entire officers. He took all the officers with him to convert to Islam, and they therefore impressed their objective. Their intent was to impress upon the public that, hey, we're just like you, we're one of you now, we're not invaders, we're fellow co-religionists. I'm not quite sure how many people believed it, but people could be quite naive, and maybe many people in Egypt really thought he was sincere and thought this was great. But do understand, it wasn't like he was unfamiliar with Islam, so this wasn't like a total act in blindness. He had actually volunteered his services when he was seeking to gain a commission as an officer. He originally volunteered his service to the same people Dracula had spent his life fighting, the Turks. So Napoleon, who is considered a very Western individual, first volunteered his services to a non-white, Asian Oriental empire of an alien religion that, and of course this is not emphasized in the history books, nor is it emphasized. We say Corsican, but really ethnically, Napoleon Bonaparte was actually Italian. So
Right.
yeah, so you've got this person who's volunteering his services to the Muslim Turks, therefore got to know about Islam, knew what to do when he was in Egypt, so that he wouldn't alienate the population and face a guerrilla war, and then had to leave Egypt because his naval forces had been wiped out by the British in the Mediterranean, and he couldn't logistically support his occupation of Egypt. That's why he had to return to Europe. That's the reason why he had to leave Egypt, was because of the victory of Lord Nelson in the Mediterranean. And therefore, you're caught in this kind of parallel of history with so many people. His parallel with Dracula in terms of the Turkish experience, his parallel with Hitler in terms of the Austrian context, his parallel in terms of the Spartans and the Greeks who fought each other. And you think of the Trojan War and the actual historical war between the Spartans and the Greeks, where one was the master of the land and the other was the master of the sea, and the two fighting each other barely ever met in battle, because you're talking about a navy trying to engage in conflict with an army. That's what Napoleon was facing with the Brits. Really, his big defeats were at sea, and the British Navy was what excelled in destroying his attempts to expand a global empire out of continental Europe. But whenever we think of Napoleon Bonaparte in historical hindsight,
we think of this almost exclusively European Napoleon, as opposed to other elements of him that were so incredible. His world global context in Africa and then Eurasia, etc. But all that being said, the end result is the poor bastard gets parasites up his ass and cancer in his belly, and basically is trying to function the best that he can, and ultimately winds up in a prison where they're treating him, well, probably with the best of what they had, and the end result was, well, he died. He could have lived a lot longer in today's day and age, but again, he probably would have gone through hell dealing with that intestinal cancer. And what are the other elements that come to my mind? But
just when you were speaking about Corsica and you know, this kind of an island culture that kind of like distills the culture and becomes a different culture onto itself, it reminded me of Taiwan or Hong Kong, just having, you know, their own thing, being that they're an island, like they're, you know, they're very independent just because of the necessity of, you know, getting along with everybody on the island. Like, you have to have a certain sense of nationalism in that, you know, environment where you've got, you know, limited resources. Like, you have to venture out in order to engage with other cultures.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Again, good insight, really good insight. And I'm proud of you. You're very good at your grasp of history. And it's so you could, I'm so glad you found even what I wrote to be legible in that article about Napoleon's cancer. And so such being said, when it comes to, say, some other things that you've anything else you want to bring up before I retreat into the gentle day? Because obviously
so kind. You allow me so much, and I don't want to continue to put you.
Oh, don't worry. I don't mind if we hang out for a few more minutes, because, you know, we'll close down, of course, around 11:45, but it's 11:36. We don't have that long. I'd close down maybe around 11:50 just to make certain we, you know, close stream. I would close stream at that point, and then shortly thereafter go to bed. But
11:50, it's freaking 8 o'clock. What do you mean?
Oh, okay. I'll show you on the screen share. Then you'll get what I'm saying.
It's okay. Well, I get what you're saying. It's just the show is at 11 hours already.
Yes. Yeah. So here you go. See this? This is how I process time. When I'm doing the transmission, then this time at the bottom of my screen, 5:37 a.m. in California. Right now it's 5:37 a.m. That doesn't exist for me when I'm doing the show. When I'm hosting the transmission, this is my time. So we're at 11:37, meaning that we've got a few more minutes before it strikes midnight, so to speak, in my mind. But it's basically the 12th hour. Once it hits that 12th hour, that's, you know, nothing further will be recorded. It will simply upload, and
people listening really even understand how difficult it is to do 12 hours twice a week.
Yes. Oh my God.
So easy is the issue, is you make it look like it's not a big deal. I just do this, I follow this, and I just talk, and people come on and take up time, and it isn't easy. It's not easy, and we can even prove that with some other people like Jacob Waters and Viviana. You know, they try to do what you do, and not a single one of them continues after their first try. It's very,
thank you.
Right?
Yeah.
It's very difficult to do this, and you do it absolutely, you know, because you can, because you're capable of it. And I find that really fascinating, that, you know, we're all just here as sort of, you know, decoration, but you've really been able to carve out a niche for yourself to be able to deliver a long, entertaining broadcast repeatedly over again. So yeah, like anytime that you want to take off and don't show up, that that's totally, you have deserved a vacation for at least 50 years now. Like, you're not.
Thank you. No, I love you. I love you. You are so right. You're so it's so true. No, you're absolutely right. And it's something I could actually be bitter about, is that in all my life I've never had what's defined as a vacation by any conventional sense. But such being said, I'll probably take some time off towards the end of the month, in the sense that I doubt that I will host a full episode. Let's see now. I have
snake this year, greenwood snake.
Oh yes, yes. And how do you feel you're going to fare in this year?
in the snake year?
Yeah.
Better than the dragon year, because considering I am a dragon, I did not have a very great dragon year.
Yeah, usually we don't do that well in the years of our own zodiacal sign. That's usually kind of like the commonest
ability. Like, because it's our year, it's our responsibility to keep things in order or whatever. I don't know. It didn't really work out that I had like a really epic year of like not really a lot of fortune, not really a lot of love. I mean, all right, so I got married, but it's just so it wasn't like, like I'm getting to know somebody new or anything. We've known each other and been around the same people our whole lives. So it just was a natural thing. But I guess the year of the snake. Well, here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking it's a 2025 is a 25 year. So we're a quarter of a way to, 2100. And I feel like that's kind of a big marker in a way. And I don't have a lot of goals anymore. Like, there was a time where I really was like, I want to do this and this and this, and then I guess in 2015 I took a look at my stuff and was like, you know what, I've done all that I wanted to do. I've gone to all the places I wanted to visit. I've attempted to have some kind of career, and I really at that point I was totally just whatever happens. I was coming back to Vermont to help my parents retire, and it just I wasn't really seeking anything, and I still feel the same way. I don't feel like in the next year that I'm really like looking for anything. I could probably complete some projects. I have lots of art projects that never get any attention. So if I could, really just carve out some time to, maybe that's what I should do for the snake year, is get some accountability, like get an accountability partner who just like updates me every week. Like, okay, check this off. You did this, you did, something a little more social, because that's always my biggest hassle, is that I'm so given a choice, I would rather spend time alone. So to be more social and to like engage with somebody more regularly, that could be work that I could put out there.
Absolutely. Of course, what else comes to my mind? It's a how's the health of Tokyo? How's his health? Is he feeling better?
Well, we had that, we went to the doctor we had to go. We couldn't do a televisit, but then we got a virus. So we were both sick. Like, we both got really sick.
But I was under the impression he might have been sicker than you were. Well, wasn't that the case? He got sick?
Yeah. Well, he has the same problems as Heather. Okay. It's all related to non-consensual treatments that can't, like the doctor said, there's no benefit in taking out the microchips.
Okay.
Which is, I don't know how anybody deals with that kind of. How do you approach somebody and tell them, by the way, you've been microchipped and we're not going to take them out? Like, that was the doctor's job. That was her job. I mean, we felt so bad for her because it was clear like she had a script, she was going to stick to it. She didn't like it. The last thing she said to us was, "We'll escalate this after you've done some OT."
Okay.
Because it's not a normal problem.
Right.
Like I can't speak for him. I don't know how he feels about it, but I think he's handling it as best as anybody could. You know, taking one day at a time. He's got a lot of work ahead of him for sure. I don't see him. Like, how do you even go to a doctor for any little thing when you've got, this in your history? Like, how are they supposed to treat him?
Yeah.
No, it's like, well, they're left at a loss, that, and but I'm glad at least he's but I mean, so such being taken into context, it seemed like his symptoms seems like your symptoms are gone. You don't sound like you're sick. Not that you sounded that sick the last time that I spoke to you. That's why I was under the impression that whatever symptoms you had seemed to have been, your body handled the shall we say.
I have a stronger digestion because I've been working at it a lot longer than he has. So, and it was like it hit us with, in the digestion with the stomach stuff and then diarrhea and just,
That's what it does. Go on.
You get weak. Like just feel like to do normal stuff. And in this kind of a season, like we have had snow. We've got about 2 feet of snow everywhere.
Oh, Jesus.
He's plowing. He just plows the whole field. It's all plowed out so we can take walks and go back and forth between the man cave and the she shed.
Incredible.
But, we don't we don't have a lot of bills. So that stress that all of everybody else, trying to make a mortgage or trying to keep your electric on so you don't freeze to death, like we don't get worried about that, which is huge for me. Like that's like a huge relief, like not having to worry about like having to pay the person I'm staying with for them leaving their TV on 24 hours a day. Like I don't want to do that. Like we don't have that. We don't have a television and we don't have electricity in the same way that other people have electricity. We have a generator and I didn't realize we were supporting aliã when we bought it, but we have a little EcoFlow river thing, which I guess is his company. I didn't know.
Oh, wow. Sorry to hear that, but still, yes. So long as it helps you, yes.
It is. It's a huge help. It's this tiny little battery pack. It's got like 4 different outlets, and you can charge everything on it. Like you can keep your phone going. You can keep the lights on. Works really well. Like we can charge it. It'll be 100%, and it'll last for about 2 days.
Cool.
So that's really cool. It's a really cool thing. Like the first time I tried to vacuum with it, I forgot that like I don't need an extension cord. I can just carry the battery pack next to the vacuum. I don't need to get an extension.
Right. Yeah. That's
goofy.
Yeah.
That.
That's incredible. By the way, our man Aristides has reemerged from. So, dear Aristides, say good morning to all our listeners, please. I'll be shutting down the live stream. Thank you, sir.
All right. Yeah, I'm here. Barely, as usual, but I did the donation link in the chat. Please donate to Douglas. We appreciate the great efforts he goes to bring you all this information and entertainment as well.
Yes. Bless you. There.
That's it.
Yeah, thank you, dear Aristides. Love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. And so, dear Amy, say good morning to everyone, if you would be so kind.
Thank you, everybody, for showing up, and we'll see you on Sunday.
Excellent. Okay. I might take a short break in terms of skipping one episode as Asian Lunar New Year begins. That will be towards the end of this month. So everyone do keep joining us, and I'll update you. And all such being said, all right, to all who support myself, my love be unto thee, our love to T-Tank Berry, Christophe Riemel, whoever else joins us, Amor Fadi. You didn't see him tonight, but he's there in spirit. And of course, Eric Cradle, all the rest of you out there who join us on a daily basis, meaning every day that we're here. And that having been said, we're ending stream. Okay, pressing that button now. And with that, press the end button.